Year 1496. Grand Line Sky Island. The white sea roared with fierce wind rolling up clouds of debris. Among the thick cloud layers a cloud carried a young man darting through. The white sea churned violently, and a sky shark burst through the cloud curtain, opening its cold, gleaming fanged maw to bite at the passing youth. The cloud beneath the youth immediately twisted its trajectory, nimbly dodging the sky shark's attack. This cloud had large round eyes, 2 pink blushes on its cheeks, and wore a red and white striped yellow-brimmed hat. It was Zeus, one of the 3 homies under Charlotte Linlin. On Zeus's back, the youth's lustrous silver-white hair was gently lifted by the wind. His features were handsome with a hint of childishness, but his demeanor was cool. Light golden eyes held a contemplative look, and simple silver earrings hung from his earlobes. He wore a loose white coat, its hem fluttering in the air, revealing his toned muscular arms. A wide black belt was around his waist with light gray trousers and high-top black leather boots. He was Charlotte Linlin's eldest son, Charlotte Rector. Rector stared at the white sea, let out a long sigh, and thought being reincarnated is one thing, but becoming the eldest son of the popcorn machine, Charlotte Linlin. His heart chilled halfway. Charlotte Linlin, a Yonka-level powerhouse, was thrown into a volcano by Kid and Law, her fate unknown. He had become a Yonka-level roadside trash, utterly ridiculous. His future was dark. He had to deal with constantly born siblings and manage territories. As the eldest son, all the affairs of the pirate crew weighed on him, not to mention dealing with Charlotte Linlin's occasional madness. Fortunately, he not only inherited Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon physique, but also had 3 hearts from birth, allowing him to eat 3 devil fruits. He was born with the ability to hear the voices of others via Observation Haki, so no one had secrets before him. With these conditions, even without training, he was at least a Yonka-level combatant. To avoid becoming a Yonka-level roadside trash, he had spent 5 years persuading Charlotte Linlin to choose powerful partners. If the father was weak and ugly, the children would be weak. With himself as a top model, Charlotte Linlin's standards for partners had risen. Rector also screened her husbands according to the timeline. Except for the 4 sweet commanders, and some strong ones, those with weak potential and almost zero presence need not appear. This problem solved. The next one came. The overall strength of the Big Mom Pirates was ridiculously low, relying entirely on Katakuri to uphold the Yonko's reputation. Snack, one of the 4 sweet commanders, was defeated by the rookie Urich. Cracker was afraid of pain and always used biscuit clones. Only Smoothie could help Katakuri manage the crew. The quality of devil fruits in the Big Mom Pirates was a Mariana Trench lower than other Yonko crews. The Whitebeard Pirates had mythical Zoan and top-tier Paramecia. The Beast Pirates had a large number of Zoan devil fruits, many ancient Zoans, and even mythical Zoans. The Red Hair Pirates were all hockey masters, each member a top-tier weapon user. On his side, they had useless fruits like cream fruit, butter fruit. Slightly better ones were heat fruit and squeeze fruit. The Machi fruit, the only special Paramecia, showed its specialty only because of Katakuri's future sight Observation Haki. If Katakuri didn't have future sight Haki, the Machi fruit would be a useless fruit. The entire Big Mom Pirates was the bottom of the Yonko crews, just like Luffy's feeling when he learned about the Warlord Crocodile in Little Garden. When first learning of their existence, their strength was despairingly strong, but when actually fighting, they weren't as strong as imagined. Poor devil fruit quality, insufficient Haki talent, the Big Mom Pirates were truly Yonko-level roadside trash. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was a One Piece fan, and now in the Rocks era, many high-quality devil fruits had not yet appeared. Since his siblings lacked potential, he would recruit powerful individuals and have them marry his siblings, making them family. King of the Lunaria tribe, Douglas Bullet, known as the Demon Heir, and Shanks's twin brother Shamrock. Teach, son of Rocks, these were all potential Yonko-level fighters. As for going out to sea and recruiting partners, forget it. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his trained subordinates. He was not the protagonist, finding a 100 trustworthy companion in the pirate world was less likely than winning the lottery. Betrayal was the synonym for pirates, so blood relatives were safer, at least they wouldn't betray him. Lord Rector, we're about to reach Burka. Zeus looked up at the island slowly emerging from the sea of clouds, reminding Rector. I know. Rector withdrew his chaotic thoughts and looked at Burka, wrapped in thick clouds with tiny cloud fragments slowly drifting at the island's edge. His first goal on Sky Island was the Rumble fruit, the second was gold. The gold reserves on the Sky Island were astonishing. The giant golden pillar that Luffy missed, diameter 10 meters, height about 60 meters, weight over 90,000 tons. In his previous life, the top 3 largest gold deposits were 5500 tons, 3000 tons, and 2500 tons. This single pillar's weight equaled the total of those 3 deposits. If he took Sky Island, the gold here would support his expenses at sea for decades, as weapons, ships, and food cost money. The island before him was Enel's hometown, Burka. Enel destroyed Burka before going to the Sky Island of Gonfall. As his observation Haki spread, the voices of all on Burka flooded his mind. Did you hear? Many things have washed up from the Blue Sea. Yeah. Not only corpses, but also strange fruits we've never seen. That bastard stole my fish. When I catch him, I'll teach him a lesson. Last night, there was strange thunder from the western clouds. The mysterious thunder, corpses from the sea, strange fruits. Clues connected in Rector's mind. His 3 hearts began to beat faster, the steady thumping growing heavier. This palpitation was not fear, but uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Zeus. Fly west. Yes, Lord Recto. Recto stared at the western cloud mountains, focusing all his observation haki on that region. The mountain contours, the wind, even the slightest changes in the air, all appeared in his mind. Ahead, there seemed to be something. Cracking sounds came from the air. As distance closed, Recto slowly stood up. His eyes sharpened, hands clenched into fists. The fierce wind carrying broken clouds beat against him, his white coat flapping loudly. The towering cloud mountain grew closer, his heartbeat quickened, then his pupils contracted sharply. On top of the cloud mountain, there was a patch of brown soil where a green sprout grew with a bright yellow fruit hanging at its tip. The fruit was pear-shaped, covered with winding lightning-patterned spikes protruding along the patterns with fine electric sparks around it. Even from tens of meters away, one could feel the faint electric current leaking from the fruit. As a seasoned pirate fan, he could never mistake this fruit. It was the pinnacle of Logia types, the Goro Goro no Mi, the Rumble fruit. This Logia fruit, which debuted earliest and boasted the greatest destructive power, would guarantee at least Admiral-level combat strength if it appeared on the seas. The Rumble fruit possessed both the incredible speed of the Pika Pika no Mi and could generate temperatures exceeding even magma. Most terrifying of all was its devastating destructive force, capable of instantly obliterating an enemy's internal organs. The Rego, formed from thunderclouds, was an island-destroying technique. Simply by consuming this devil fruit, one could effortlessly defeat pirates with bounties under 100 million berries. Zeus, hurry up, Rector urged. As he drew closer to the fruit, just as his outstretched hand was about to touch the Rumble fruit, an unexpected incident occurred. The cloud mountain beneath his feet fractured from within, splitting open a wide chasm. Shattered cloudstone and white earth mixed with shredded clouds sprayed outwards in all directions. The surrounding connected cloud layers were also torn apart by the explosive blast of air. A colossal beast roaring fiercely burst forth from the fissure. Roar! A giant pale yellow crab smashed through the clouds. Its hard shell resembled thick, heavy metal armor. Its 2 massive claws clashed together, producing a piercing clatter. Its pair of green, gleaming eyes were filled with ferocity. The metallic, gleaming claws shot straight towards Rector's head, attempting to crush it. Clang! The giant crab's claws clamped down solidly on Rector's head, but Rector was unharmed. Instead, the giant crab was shocked by the immense recoil, its shell tingling, its green eyes filled with confusion. It seemed to be asking, "Why is your head harder than my claws?" Rector couldn't be bothered to give the crab a second glance. A 5-year-old Charlotte Linlin could have decimated most of a giant's village. Having inherited the physique of an iron balloon, Rector had been training all these years. Now his physical strength surpassed that of a 5-year-old Charlotte Linlin. This crab couldn't possibly break through his defenses. In his eyes, it was merely a dish to be cooked. Ignoring the crab, Rector reached out, plucked the Rumble fruit, and swallowed it whole. Boom! The churning clouds above were torn asunder by a flash of lightning. A blinding, dazzling white bolt of thunder bright enough to illuminate the entire island of Burka descended from the sky, striking the colossal crab directly. The lightning raged, roasting the giant crab's body red with its intense heat. A faint, appetizing aroma wafted from its shell. The massive crab's body fell limply towards Burka, its claws releasing their grip on Rector's head. Under the sunlight, the crab's shadow nearly engulfed the entire island of Burka. The island's residents looked up, simultaneously witnessing the colossal crab plummeting from the sky. Fear instantly crawled across their faces. Women clutched their children and hurried frantically towards the island's port. Men gripped their spears tightly, their eyes filled with the determination to protect their families at all costs. Everyone, we must stop the crab god. We can't let it kill our families again. We must stop it, even if it means our deaths. Just as they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for a desperate final stand, the crab god they saw came crashing down directly onto the island's central plaza. The massive body hit the ground, kicking up a storm of shredded clouds. The entire ground vibrated continuously. The reddened crab shell cracked open, revealing the pure white crab meat inside. Everyone instinctively looked up into the sky, searching for the one who had slain the crab god. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the cloud mountain on the western side of the island. There stood a youth with white hair surrounded by fine arcs of lightning, his pale golden eyes holding an expression of calm indifference. Crackling with electric light, his presence was heavy and awe-inspiring, resembling a deity looking down from on high. A god has descended. It's the Thunder Emperor. He saved us. Praise the Thunder Emperor. Women holding children knelt on the ground, weeping tears of joy. Men shouted hoarsely, their cries filled with excitement, relief, and profound reverence. Rector was feeling the changes in his body. With the electromagnetic force enhancement from the Rumble fruit, his observation haki could now easily sense meteors from outer space. He could even clearly perceive all the commotion happening in Mach Town on Jaya Island far below. When Rector snapped back to reality, he saw the civilians of Burka kneeling on the ground, continuously chanting, "Thunder Emperor. Lord Rector, it seems you've saved them," Zeus said, floating leisurely, smiling as he looked down at the civilians. Rector stroked his chin with his right hand. The title, Thunder Emperor, wasn't bad. These civilians of Burka lived 10,000 meters above the sea, surviving in thin oxygen and harsh conditions. Their physical prowess was far superior to that of ordinary people on the Blue Sea, almost reaching a level of universal military readiness. However, living at such an altitude, they were isolated from news and unaware of events on the sea, having no access to the ocean's technology. The residents of Burka still used self-made weapons crudely crafted, but they were rich in combat experience. Tato Land was in need of combat strength. Perhaps he could bring these people back to Tato Land. Compared to recruiting pirates who roamed the seas plundering, these civilians were far more reliable, stronger, and more loyal. Right now, in the hearts of these Burka residents, he was the savior who had rescued them. Rector stood on Zeus, descending slowly towards Burka. The moment his feet touched the ground, the gathered civilians shouted in unison, "Thank you, Thunder Emperor, for saving us. The Thunder Emperor has descended. Oh God, please accept us." Witnessing Rector land on a cloud, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. "Hey, I'm not a god," Rector shouted loudly, silently worrying that he had been deified just for eating the Rumble fruit. If this was the case out on the open sea, wouldn't every devil fruit user be worshipped as a god? If in a future battle the enemy merely used their devil fruit without even attacking, and his own men knelt down to worship and shout, "God," the fight would be unwinnable. The civilians nodded quickly. We understand. We understand. You are not a god, you must be sent by a god to save us." Rector. There was simply no way to explain it clearly. For the sake of his long-term plans, Rector decided to go along with their beliefs for now. Then he would gradually guide and correct their thinking, otherwise he couldn't train this group into an effective fighting force. Rector instructed them to deal with the giant crab first. Through conversation, he learned that this crab was a sky beast that had been dominating the waters near Burka. A month ago, the sky beast suddenly appeared on Burka, destroying boats that had gone out to hunt. The sky beast forced them to deliver large amounts of food daily to feed it. Only when it was full and left could they go out to catch sky fish. If it wasn't full, it would kill the residents who brought food. In just 1 month, the sky beast had killed 16 people. Rector, who had slain the sky beast, naturally became their Thunder Emperor. After the meal, Rector wandered around Burka. Everywhere he could see civilians modifying various sky island shells into daily necessities. Flame shells were used for cooking, and wind shells were made into small boats. But in Rector's view, the potential of these dials had not yet been fully developed. A new plan slowly took shape in his mind. However, he intended to first subjugate the entire Sky Island, gather all the Sky Islanders together, and then execute his plan. One day later. Wait for me to return. I'll take you all to live a prosperous life. Rector sat on Zeus, waving goodbye to the Burka civilians gathered on the shore. Only when Burka's silhouette completely disappeared from sight did Rector breathe a sigh of relief. The civilians of Burka were simply too enthusiastic. When he mentioned leaving, a group of people thudded to their knees in front of him, and some even clung to his legs, wailing loudly. Had he not repeatedly assured them he would return, he would never have been able to leave. But this was a good thing. In the future, when he took them to the sea, he wouldn't have to worry about them changing their loyalty or turning out to be ungrateful. In the world of pirates, people full of righteous talk were common, but those who truly upheld their word were as rare as endangered species. Entrance to Sky Island Upper Yard. The ground was littered with broken spears and shattered cloud armor. Wisps of cloud drifted slowly along the ground. Shandian warriors and Skypeo warriors lay scattered haphazardly on the island clouds. The Scypian warriors' cloud armor was shattered, and the tips of their spears were chipped. The Shandian warriors' bronze skin was covered in purple and blue fist marks. They winced and hissed in pain, revealing incomplete teeth. Sitting in front of these people was a tall, slender woman. Her voluminous, curly rose-pink hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. She wore a wide-brimmed cowboy hat adorned with a ribbon featuring purple-red polka dots, and delicate, deep purple teardrop earrings hung from her ears. She wore a deep pink bikini top with rose-red polka dots, over which was a short gray-blue tie-up cropped shirt that bared her midriff, knotted at her stomach and revealing her toned, smooth abdomen. Her shoulders were adorned with gold tasseled epaulets. Over this, she wore a long white-trimmed cape. The inside of the cape was a rich, deep rose color, and the garment was decorated with shiny brass buttons. She wore shiny black leather pants, a metal-ringed belt around her waist, and black high-heeled leather boots. Her voice was clear and cheerful, carrying a hint of allure. Image of Charlotte Linlin. "Ah, you are too weak. You can't even defeat my sons," Linlin said while eating cake, looking at the two people trembling in the distance. On one side was the young Gonfuer clad in armor, holding an iron spear. On the other side was the Shandia chief adorned with a feather headdress. Who exactly are you? Gonfuer asked with a trembling voice. An hour ago the colossal impact caused by this woman descending from the sky had directly scattered the Scipians and Shandias who were engaged in battle. The children who came with her were even more decisive. One punch could knock down a person. In just a few minutes the children had taken down all the warriors who were fighting, and then they sat leisurely beside this woman. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck before Charlotte Linlin, the surrounding air instantly scorching hot from the electric light, with tiny arcs of lightning crackling and jumping. The lightning slowly gathered, revealing the figure of Rector, a hint of joy and ease on his cold face. His white hair slightly lifted, silver-white lightning filling his entire body. The sky full of lightning made his eyes blaze brightly, his flashing gaze seeming to see through them, like the Thunder Emperor descending to the world. Mama. Rector, have you found it already? Charlotte Linlin stood up, patted Rector's shoulder. In her observation Haki, Rector appeared as a mass of violent energy. As expected, you are a child worthy of mother's pride. Charlotte Linlin placed her hands on her slender waist, pride spreading across her face. The young Gonfuer and the Shandia chief both froze, their hearts trembling. This emperor, manifested from lightning, was actually the son of this woman. Perospero's mouth slightly opened, the lightning wandering in the air landed on his skin, bringing a faint sting. Big brother, you have become stronger now. Perospero, you will all become stronger in the future. Rector's smile turned into a devilish grin in Perospero's eyes. Perospero's originally sincere smile of joy for Rector instantly froze, turning into a wry smile. Beside him the 3-year-old Katakuri, as well as Owen and Dafu, were all trembling slightly. Big Brother's plan was about to begin, bathing in lightning to strengthen the body. They originally thought Big Brother was just talking, but now with the Thunder Fruit everything was going to become reality. They still preferred the original training of swinging barbells, even though it was harder and more tiring. At least they wouldn't be struck by lightning. Rector's attention was fixed on the young Gonfuer and the Shandia chief not far away, and he didn't notice the change in the four's expressions. The tense atmosphere on the field was suffocating. Gonfuer and the Shandia chief's breathing involuntarily stopped. This woman was already powerful enough, and now a person manifested from lightning had appeared, and he was her child. You are. The young Gonfuer's forehead beaded with cold sweat. As he spoke, he involuntarily tightened his grip on the knight's long spear. My name is Charlotte, Rector. This is my mother, Charlotte Linlin. We are here to resolve the hatred between your two tribes. This is the king. This thought appeared in the hearts of both the Scipians and the Shandias. They clearly possessed such immense power, yet they were not here to kill them. Instead, they wanted to resolve the hatred between the two tribes. Such broad-mindedness could only belong to a king. Plopped. A Shandia warrior fell heavily to his knees, full of grief and indignation. Great king. These Scipian invaders want to plunder our land. They have defiled the honor of our Shandia ancestors and mocked the pact between our Shandia people and Norland. We only want to take back our homeland and fulfill the pact between our ancestors and Norland. The leading Shandia's voice was loud and heavy like thunder drum piercing the air. Every word carried blood and tears, recounting the crimes of the Scipians. The Shandia warriors all reddened their eyes, their breathing grew heavier, and curses rose one after another, filling the entire clearing with suppressed rage. The young Gonfuer was already burning with anger and full of fighting spirit. At this moment he had not yet become the future benevolent god of Skypiea, but was a fiery, uncompromising king of Skypiea. He was completely ignited by the Shandia's words and immediately roared. Nonsense. Appiato is clearly the sacred land pioneered by our ancestors, and Basi belongs to us Scipians. You are the shameless occupiers, you are the unreasonable invaders. The battlefield atmosphere instantly became tense, and the century-long pin-up anger of both sides was completely ignited. The Scipians' fingers pressed on the spears equipped with impact dials, their tense bodies trembling slightly. The Shandias gritted their teeth, tightening the impact dials in their palms, all looking ready to fight to the death. The 400-year hatred between the two tribes could not be easily resolved. Both leaders refused to back down, and all warriors were on edge. At this moment the situation was on the verge of erupting. One more step, perhaps even a single glance, and battle would break out again. Enough. SSSSH. A blinding lightning bolt suddenly exploded between the two leaders, fine sparks flying everywhere. Rector's eyes flashed with fierce lightning. His indifferent gaze swept over the two leaders. He lifted his leg and slowly walked between them. You two calm down. Rector narrowed his eyes, looking at the young Gonfuer. You Scipians want Basi, I can give you more. Why fight to the death over this little bit? You have more Basi. Gonfuer's eyes couldn't stop trembling. The Scipians had known the wonders of Basi for generations. Those seeds drifting from the blue sea could only germinate and grow smoothly on ground covered with Basi. Moreover, plants grown in Basi bore more delicious and precious fruits. The Scipians would never give such a treasure to these crude barbarians. Hearing the young Gonfuer's inner thoughts, Rector's forehead twitched with dark lines. So the Scipians were fighting over Appiato just for growing plants. It seemed to be a tradition. No wonder Gonfuer, who became the god of Skypea, favored growing pumpkins. The knock-up stream couldn't carry soil. Only the knock-up stream 400 years ago had brought half of Jaya Island up to the sky. Soil was a treasure in the eyes of the Scipians. Plants grown in soil could improve their lives. However, cloud soil couldn't grow plants, and the Scipians' main food came from various creatures in the Sea of Clouds. Rector turned to look at the Shandia chief. Even if you Shandias seize Appiato, the pact of your ancestors cannot be fulfilled. Impossible, the Shandia chief roared emotionally, his 400-year perseverance and pact being denied. This letdown was like someone who had endured great hardships to find a treasure only to open the chest and find a single note. It read, "The treasure is the journey you experienced." Such empty words turned all perseverance into a joke. The Shandia chief's emotions were on the verge of collapse, and the Shandia warriors behind him instantly tensed, ready to fight. Several bolts of lightning instantly appeared at Rector's fingertips, floating quietly before the Shandias. A terrifying pressure swept across the field. If they dared to move, they would be annihilated by lightning in the next second. An invisible electromagnetic field instantly enveloped the entire area, firmly restraining all the Shandia's bodies and limiting their movements. Let people finish speaking. Rector patted the Shandia chief. Now the golden bell is hanging on the huge vine of Appiato Island. You can't get it down at all. After Norland left Jaya, he brought the king of his country back to Jaya Island only to see a barren island. The king believed Norland had deceived him. Norland was executed by the king 400 years ago, and now everyone on the sea calls him Liar Norland. Executed. The Shandia chief's eyes instantly lost all luster. He staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground with his mind blank. The man of the pact was executed as a liar, meaning that people on the Blue Sea regarded the Golden City as a beautiful fantasy, all believing it was fake. Their 400 years of perseverance all turned to bubbles in that moment. Their 400 years of effort became a joke. Without the man of the pact, their generations of sacrifices were all in vain. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out. Rector's forehead veins bulged, his eyes full of cold, killing intent. His fist fiercely struck the chief's head, instantly raising a large lump. I said, "Listen to me finish. Next time you zone out, I'll kill you." The Shandia chief nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. Lekutoyer still had more to say, which meant a possible turning point. Hope surged anew in his heart. But he still has descendants. He still believes that his ancestor Nualanda was not lying, he just doesn't know where they are now. But he will come to Jayadao, the island beneath the Sky Island. When the time comes, I will let you meet and fulfill the agreement. Really? The Shandia chief's hands trembled slightly, and his eyes, fixed on Lekutoyer, were filled with hope. Of course. Lekutoyer snapped his fingers, and the clouds in the sky churned. Next, I will show you the full view of Apaiaduo. Resolve your 400 years of hatred. Whether you are Sky Islanders or Shandia, you all need to understand the full picture of Apaiaduo. Lord Lekutoyer, you're flying too fast. I can't catch up. Josie muttered under his breath, but he also heard Lekutoyer's words. As his body kept growing larger, he also changed his form. One side of his body slowly transformed into a flat stairway, and the middle part sank inward, forming a depressed platform. This was to prevent Josie from blowing the people on his back away during flight. Lekutoyer turned sideways, raised his hand, and gestured for everyone present to get on. After everyone had boarded Josie's back, Lekutoyer patted Josie's head, signaling him to take off. Josie flew into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and headed towards Xiangdola. Gonfuer led the Sky Island warriors, while the Shandia chief led the Shandia warriors, whose anger had not yet dissipated. The two groups stood on opposite sides of the sunken area on Josie's back, their eyes filled with vigilance, anger, and unease. But the gazes of both tribes involuntarily fell on Josie beneath their feet. This was the first time they had seen a cloud that could talk. In their hearts they couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was the Thunder Emperor. Even the clouds beside him could speak like humans. Passing through the clouds, in the large pit at the center of Apaiaduo Island, a city built entirely of gold appeared before their eyes. Josie slowly descended. Everyone present was stunned by the sight before them. What they saw was not a broken ruin, nor a desolate city overgrown with vegetation, but a golden city that had weathered centuries of storms and still shone brilliantly. Sunlight scattered through the clouds shone on the golden buildings, dazzlingly bright. Thick vines coiled around the tall golden pillars, yet they could not obscure the city's radiant splendor. On both sides of the road stood golden statues, their surfaces bearing the marks of time, yet still revealing their former glory. They quietly accompanied the land, as if guarding an ancient tale. The Shandia people widened their eyes, pointed at the city ahead, and their voices trembled uncontrollably. That's the Golden City. Everything our ancestors said is true. It's all true. All the Shandia people cheered. This was the home that had been passed down through generations belonging to them, the Shandia. Some people shed tears tightly hugging the golden statues by the roadside and cried out, "We're back. We're finally back. Hoo hoo hoo." The sound of a heavy object cutting through the air was heard, and a growing shadow appeared on the ground. Everyone quickly looked up. A giant bell as large as a mountain and entirely made of gold kept enlarging in their field of vision. Boom! Dong! The golden bell landed on the ground. The tremendous recoil made the bell body shake incessantly, and a clear lingering chime spread across the entire sky. The chime transformed into golden ripples spreading outward like a tide covering the entire sky island. Even on Jiayadao 10,000 meters below the bell's sound could be heard clearly. At this moment everything around fell silent. For the Shandia people this was not just an ordinary bell, it was the fulfillment of the promise they had upheld for 400 years finally coming to fruition. Nualanda did not lie. Kalajoer was not mad either. They had finally proven that the Golden Land truly existed, and this was their homeland. Ancestors, we have returned. These words from the Shandia chief expressed all the bitterness of his people over 4 centuries. All the suffering, pain, and grievances they had endured over the years finally had meaning in this moment. The Golden Land is real. The Shandia people shouted loudly. These words struck the Sky Islanders like a slap in the face. With the ringing of the golden bell, the Sky Islanders finally understood that this land had originally been the home of the Shandia people. They were the ones who had later intruded and seized the land. The sacred ground they had always prided themselves on was built upon the suffering of others. So, all along, we were the ones who started the war. The Sky Island warriors put down their weapons one after another, their faces showing guilt and their hearts gaining a measure of respect. They had learned the truth of the past and understood the Shandia people's perseverance and hardships over the years. The sound of the golden bell shattered the 400-year misunderstanding between the two tribes and ended the long-standing hatred. This chime was the sound of peace, a blessing for the two tribes to join hands and move forward together. Gonfuer took off his knight helmet, let out a soft sigh, and walked up to the Shandia chief with a sincere attitude. The Sky Islanders sincerely apologized to the Shandia people. "It is we who stole your homeland." The Shandia chief extended his fist and pressed it against Gonfuer's chest. "The Shandia people can feel your sincerity. From now on the war is over." The hatred that had lasted for centuries came to an end. The people of both tribes completely let go of their past conflicts. Mama, how troublesome. Lekutaer, why do you have to make them apologize to each other?" Charlotte Linlin sat on Josie's head eating cake, while looking at Lekutaer beside her. "Mom, what we need are warriors who genuinely follow us, not people filled with hatred and thoughts of revenge. Now that the entire Sky Island is under our control, will we be short of warriors or money?" Lekutaer looked at the two tribes below, who were gradually letting down their barriers and coming together, a smile on his face. "If Changyanbao sees so much gold, he will definitely be overjoyed." Lekutaer immediately stopped Charlotte Linlin. "Mom, the fewer people who know about the Golden Land, the better. There are still many pirate crews on the sea stronger than us. If they learn of the Golden Land's existence, our younger brothers and sisters will become targets for these pirates. For their safety, don't let anyone else know about this," he said seriously. Charlotte Linlin looked at her eldest son, her eyes full of affection, and nodded. "Mom listens to you." She trusted Lekutaer deeply. A year ago, after Lekutaer took over Changyanbao's intelligence organization, he had managed it in perfect order. Not only did he find the exact location of the legendary Sky Island, but he also discovered many capable people, and his own strength was growing stronger. At 5 years old, Lekutaer was already stronger than she had been at the same age. Moreover, the cakes he made tasted far better than the pastries from Fishman Island. Upon receiving the answer, the moment Lekutaer turned his head, the smile on his face instantly vanished. The intense murderous intent could no longer be hidden. Changyanbao must be eliminated. Changyanbao had raised Charlotte Linlin with his own hands, but only because he valued her powerful abilities. He had always treated her as a tool to be used. Over the years, Lekutaer had been advising Linlin to choose a husband with sufficient potential, but Changyanbao had always obstructed him, using sweet words to deceive Charlotte Linlin. Changyanbao made her believe that only her own children would stay by her side forever and never betray her, and he urged her to have as many children as possible. Moreover, after Lekutaer took over the intelligence organization, he checked the accounts and discovered that Tuolante had 3 annual expenditures of over 300 million belly each with unknown destinations. All along, it was he who had filled the gap in these belly by wiping out pirates. He knew well that since he took over the intelligence organization, Changyanbao had harbored a grudge against him, wishing he could kill him. If news of the gold hidden on the Sky Island reached Changyanbao's ears, the entire underground black market would know about it the next day. Changyanbao himself lacked the strength to guard the gold, but he could use the news to stir up chaos and profit from it. He had already sealed his own death. Lekutaer gathered the assembled Sky Islanders and Shandia people. It was time to begin the plan. He would build his own intelligence system, one not controlled by Changyanbao at its core. Warm sunlight cascaded through the clouds, and the wind swept wisps of cloud fragments past, as the faint scent of ozone from lightning lingered in the air. At the heart of Appiando, the sacred ground of Sky Island, Rector swung a barbell, 3 times his own size, each motion cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. Electric arcs flickered across Rector's skin, tempering his body relentlessly, a method far more effective than mere exercise, accelerating his growth and strength. Not far away, the 4 brothers, Perospero, Daifuku, Oven, and Katakuri, convulsed uncontrollably. Big brother, can't you switch to a different method? Perospero's long tongue went numb from the shocks, slurring his speech. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked back. Oven wailed in despair, his hands spinning the barbell like a fan wobbling wildly. Oomph, you brat. With your current strength, how will you ever protect your future younger siblings? Rector shot Oven a sidelong glare. Watching this brother, who would one day be flattened like a speed bump by Capone Beach, Rector felt a throbbing headache. Oven was hot-tempered and impulsive, his body always moving faster than his mind, charging headfirst into anything without a second thought. Big brother, why do I have to do this training too? Katakuri forced a wry smile, the lightning arcs coiling around him twice as thick as those on Daifuku and the others. Rector gazed at Katakuri, still far from the flawless elder brother idolized by all in the future Big Mom pirates. For now, Katakuri was just a cheerful kid with a sweet tooth for donuts, not yet the formidable figure whose back never touched the ground in the eyes of his younger siblings. The turning point came when Broly's face was slashed by pirates who mocked Katakuri's wide mouth. Unable to defeat him, they took their fury out on 5-year-old Broly. Even with her face disfigured, Broly comforted Katakuri, insisting she felt no pain. That struck the softest core of his heart. He cared little about his own gaping mouth or jagged teeth. Friends meant nothing to him, but family was his unbreakable line. His big mouth had indirectly caused his sister's suffering and disfigurement. That was something he could never forgive. And so Katakuri donned a scarf to hide his mouth, molding himself into the strongest, most dependable figure his younger siblings believed him to be. Katakuri, you're the one destined to surpass Mama. If you can't conquer this pain, how will you ever surpass her? Rector's words left the 4 brothers utterly bewildered. Katakuri pointed at himself, eyes wide as saucers. Me? Surpass Mama? What about you, big brother? You're bound to outdo her someday. All I want is to live together with my younger siblings forever. Mama's about to give birth. I wonder if it's a brother or a sister. Katakuri's eyes sparkled with anticipation, the pain of the lightning tempering, seemingly fading away. Bang! The heavy barbell slammed into the ground, its metal shaft embedded deep into the soil. The smile on Katakuri's face froze as he stared at Rector's expressionless visage, panic creeping into his heart. Katakuri, since you know your siblings are on the way, you must train even harder. Rector's large hand clapped onto Katakuri's shoulder. Katakuri felt the warmth on his shoulder. The punch he dreaded never came. Instead, Rector's gentle voice reached his ears. We're pirates. We'll face the Marines and rival crews vying for our territory. All of them could harm your younger siblings. As a big brother, you must hold up the sky for them. Don't forget that freakishly strong old man who sent Mama flying with a single punch a year ago. Oh, how could I ever forget? Katakuri's eyes flickered with fear. That was the first time Mama got knocked flying by a single blow. That scar-eyed man was terrifyingly powerful. Good to know. Now keep training. Rector turned and yanked the barbell from the earth. In the original timeline, Charlotte Linlin would soon join the Rocks Pirates, becoming a core combatant of the crew. He needed to grow stronger fast. When you become an enemy of Garp, you realize the true terror of that man. A year ago, he had sailed out with Charlotte Linlin and run straight into Garp, who was hunting Roger. One punch, just one, had knocked him out for 3 days. Had it not been for his iron balloon constitution, that punch would have killed him. When he woke, several of his ribs were shattered. To save him, Charlotte Linlin had taken a direct punch from Garp, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Both of them were sent flying, crashing through the deck and tumbling into the hold below. In this world, fists always trump reason. When the path is blocked, you smash it open with your fists. That was the truest law of these seas. Mama. Rector speaks the truth. Katakuri Mama hopes your strength will one day surpass hers. Thud. Charlotte Linlin's slender, yet towering frame landed, sending up a puff of fine dust, the gust from her descent, stirring the clouds themselves. Cake cream still clung to her rosy lips, and the slight swell of her belly showed she was well into pregnancy, carrying the soon-to-be-born triplets Cracker, Custard, and Angel. Mama. The 4 brothers immediately rushed over, and Charlotte Linlin extended her hand, ruffling each of their heads in turn. Family is the greatest companion. As big brothers, you must protect your younger siblings. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Rector. Rector, I'm heading back to the New World. Back to the New World. Now. Rector studied her slightly swollen belly, weighing his thoughts carefully. Sky Island's development had just found its footing. Charlotte Linlin could leave, but he could not. His plans were only just beginning. Longbread sent word that Rox is recruiting powerful pirates from across the world. Joining the Rox pirates could net us plenty of formidable devil fruits. Charlotte Linlin smiled at Rector. Right now the Rox pirates include Edward Newgate the Gura Gura Nomi user, and the Float Float Fruit user the Would-Be Sky, King Shiki. They both got their devil fruits after joining the Rox pirates. Being part of that crew means access to tons of powerful fruits. Rector fell silent for a moment before speaking to Charlotte Linlin. Mama, you can go, but you must take Perospero with you. It was the safest arrangement he could make. He had no objection to her joining the Rox pirates. After all, this was the era of Rox. The travel blogger Roger was still hunting for Laughtail, and many rare fruits had yet to surface. But once Charlotte Linlin joined the Rox, Longbread would surely follow. With Longbread around, if he ever tried to push Charlotte Linlin toward finding a mate, Perospero could intercept. Perospero's meticulous mind made him perfect for the task. Even Longbread would struggle to fool him. Alright, once I get word on devil fruits, I'll have Perospero contact you. With that, Charlotte Linlin departed Perospero in tow. Perospero was brimming with excitement, finally free from his big brother. No more agonizing training. Rector watched the two vanish into the distance, then hoisted the barbell to resume his training. Sending Perospero with Charlotte Linlin served another purpose, scouting for the Ishi Nomi. The island fruit granted control over an entire island and awareness of every corner within it. Tato Land was their stronghold, and someone had to stand guard to keep intruders at bay. The island fruit was meant for Perospero. After all, he was the shrewdest schemer, the ideal choice to hold down the home base. In the skies over the Grand Line, within the dense clouds, turbulent currents and scattered sparks of lightning churned amidst the thick gray masses. A blinding bolt of lightning like a divine sword tore through the heavy cloud layer and streaked directly toward the land of the never-ending war. Howling gales whipped through the air, tossing Rector's long silver-white hair. 3 months had passed since Charlotte Linlin had left Skypiea. Now a core executive of the Rox Pirates, Rector had been traveling for nearly a day since departing from Skypiea. This was also the year of Barrett's birth. Newborn and abandoned in the wilderness by his parents, he was soon found by soldiers from one of the kingdoms of the never-ending war and taken back to their barracks to be raised as a child soldier. At 19, Barrett's strength was already enough to fight the young Rayleigh to a standstill. At 23, Roger was executed, and Barrett, losing his purpose, went on a rampage. He was ultimately captured by Garp and Sengoku. The last legendary pirate to be captured by Garp was the Golden Lion Shiki. Such standard Emperor-level combat power was not to be wasted. Loyal subordinates are either raised from childhood or saved from the abyss by their master. Both of these situations are more reassuring than recruiting sons-in-law, as a failed case was right before their eyes. Recruiting Sanji as a son-in-law indirectly led to the Big Mom pirates being ousted from the ranks of the 4 emperors. Capone Beej was even more of a traitor. He married Chiffon, had a child with her, and then betrayed the Big Mom pirates without hesitation. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed from afar. Rector gazed at the island, spewing thick black smoke in the distance. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of burning earth. This was a place of constant warfare between multiple kingdoms. After centuries of conflict, everyone had forgotten the original names of these nations. Thus the people named the warring kingdoms on this island the never-ending war. But how could a single battle last for over a century? Weapons, manpower, and food all cost money. Each battle required an investment of at least 100 million berries. Even a kingdom on a large island could hardly sustain such prolonged warfare. A battle lasting 2 years would be a miracle. This was no small-scale skirmish by rebels, but a massive melee where every king poured in all their wealth, people, and resources. It was obvious that the world government was involved in this. The cost of training a single child soldier was enough to purchase several slaves. These kings were greedy men. How could they spend so much money on training child soldiers? Moreover, Barrett, as the strongest warrior of one kingdom, had the power to potentially end the war and rule the entire island. On the verge of victory, the kingdom betrayed Barrett, sending a massive force to encircle and kill him on the battlefield. Enraged, Barrett destroyed the kingdom that betrayed him and set sail to roam the seas. The rulers of the kingdom were no fools to squander the chance to dominate the island, nor would they fear Barrett's power. It made no sense. Only someone with a broken mind would attack their strongest warrior before the war was won. Someone definitely didn't want this war to end, and that someone was likely the world government. The cipher pole agencies were filled with orphans, and the child soldiers were orphans too. The never-ending war was probably a testing ground for the world government's cipher pole to select promising orphans. Rector surveyed the battlefield scarred with craters and scorched earth. His observation haki, amplified by the electromagnetic field of the rumble fruit, expanded to cover the entire island. The strong display traits distinct from ordinary children from a young age. The life force of a newborn is faint, but in children with potential it surges with their emotions after birth. He had deduced this when Katakuri was born using his observation haki. Barrett, who possessed nation-destroying power at 15, would have an even stronger life force than Katakuri. Finding a faint yet intense life force on this chaotic island was easy. Found it. Rector transformed into a bolt of lightning and raced toward the southwest. Barrett had been abandoned in the wilderness, surrounded by other life forces, likely those of the kingdom's soldiers who had picked him up. "Captain, are you sure you heard a baby crying?" asked a tall, lanky man holding a flintlock rifle. Beside him stood a burly man in a gray-brown military uniform, a silver star adorning his shoulder. "I'm sure of it. This batch of child soldiers is nearly spent. Who knows when the next one will arrive?" The burly man's face twisted into a ferocious grin, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Take this kid back. If he performs well, we'll get promoted and rich. And don't forget," the general said, "we get 100 berries for every child we bring back. That's enough to live lavishly for a long time." He rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with anticipation. The lanky man beside him shared the excitement. 100 berries could fund half a month of indulgence. On this chaotic island, no one knew if the next mission would be their last. Seizing the moment was what mattered. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the scorched earth nearby, startling them. Scattered arcs of electricity danced across the blackened ground. It instantly frizzled both men's hair into afros. But they paid it no mind. Lightning strikes were a common occurrence on the battlefield. After centuries of war, the smoke from burning wreckage had blotted out the sky, and the sun never shone on the island. The harsh environment made the weather extremely unstable, with even soldiers struck dead by lightning inside their barracks. Wah! A loud baby's cry caught their attention. They pricked up their ears to locate the source, and then dashed toward it. "As sturdy as a little bull," Rector remarked, looking at Barrett in his arms. Barrett appeared to be only a few days old, with traces of amniotic fluid still on his face, yet his body was noticeably larger than a typical newborn. At nearly a meter in length, he was clearly prime material for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. No wonder he had survived such a harsh environment. Infants in war zones were the most vulnerable. The filthy conditions, rough food, and foul air could easily sicken or kill a newborn. "Hey kid, put that baby down." A haughty, commanding voice rang out from behind. Rector turned to see the two men, one tall and skinny, looking like a common grunt, and the other wearing insignia, clearly an officer. Rector paid them no mind, but noticed they had covertly activated a den mushy, transmitting their conversation to a rear command post in real time. Seeing Rector's attire as splendid as a kingdom's noble, they guessed he was likely royalty from an enemy nation. Capturing him would allow them to negotiate with the enemy and become great heroes. Even if he wasn't enemy royalty, he was surely from a wealthy family, and extorting some berries from him would be a nice bonus. "What the hell? I thought you were a celestial dragon." Rector's rude tone enraged the two men. "You brat. You crack." A violent bolt of lightning struck down upon their heads, piercing through their bodies and reducing them to charred husks. In an instant, the den mushy also reduced to ashes. Pathetic. Rector didn't even glance at them. Mere underlings daring to command him was an invitation to be struck down. Unnoticed by Rector, Barrett in his arms stared at him with bright, unblinking eyes, a look of innocent admiration in his gaze. Brutal. Rector pulled out a den mushy from his chest, and the face on it was unmistakably Perospero's. Click. "What is it?" "Big brother. Mother has started talking nonsense lately." Perospero's voice crackled through the den mushy. He held the den mushy close to Charlotte Linlin. A series of crunching sounds came through, first followed by Linlin's garbled muttering. "Mother, I miss you so much. Cake. I want cake." "Huh. These children are all berries." "Berries." Rector was stunned, a flicker of familiarity passing through his mind. He rapidly sifted through his memories and finally recalled who had uttered those words. The nun who had originally found Charlotte Linlin was publicly the headmistress of Elbaf's House of Lambs. She was a saint who took in orphans of all races, but in the shadows, she was a trafficker of children in the underworld. Using the House of Lambs as a front, she gathered children to sell to the world government. On Charlotte Linlin's 6th birthday, the nun prepared a feast of sweets for her. Overwhelmed by the bliss of the treats, Linlin was oblivious to her surroundings. She was too busy devouring cream puffs, her attention entirely on the food, unaware of what was happening around her. When she finally came to, the companions and the nun who had been beside her were all gone. It was from that moment that Charlotte Linlin possessed the power of the soul fruit. The nun's greatest love in life was berries. She turned her business of swapping adopted children for berries from her youth right into her old age. Could it be that the nun never died, but has been hiding within Charlotte Linlin's body all along? Rector's brow furrowed deeply at this thought. After all, Linlin's craving fits hadn't struck for an entire year. Childbirth is when a woman is at her most vulnerable. The nun wouldn't choose this moment to fight for control of Charlotte Linlin's body, would she? Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of noise erupted. Rector looked up towards the distance, seeing clouds of ash rise over the scorched earth. A large group of dark figures was rapidly approaching. It was the army summoned by the two soldiers from earlier. As the ash cleared, a man standing a full 3 meters tall appeared before Rector, his muscles thick and knotted. "Hey, kid, Put down the child you're holding. The brute looked down at Rector, who was barely 1.6 meters tall, with pure disdain. When his gaze swept over Rector's clothes, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. Clearly a rich kid. This little runt was so small he could crush him with one hand. The brute's gaze swept past Rector, scanning the surroundings. Where were those two messengers who had called him here? He'd arrived, and they were still hiding. Alright, I understand. Rector ended the call, tucking the din mushy into his coat. His calm expression enraged the man. You damn brat. How dare you ignore me? The brute's furious roar shook the very dust from the ground. His fist the size of a boulder shot straight for Rector's head, a bloodthirsty gleam shining in his eyes. He could already picture it, Rector knocked flat by his punch, clutching a pile of berries, weeping and begging for mercy. Scram. Tired of living. Rector's cold gaze swept over the brute. His conqueror's haki exploded without warning, an invisible pressure crushing down instantly. Bang! The brute's massive body slammed uncontrollably to his knees before Rector, his forehead smashing hard into the scorched earth as he lost consciousness. The sudden spectacle of the general kneeling left the entire army dumbfounded. The general is kneeling? What kind of monster is that kid? I didn't even see him move. The soldiers in the back began to panic and stir, but those in the front stood frozen, their pupils constricted, bodies stiff as stone. They felt as if they were being watched by a primordial beast. One wrong move, and they'd be dead in an instant. After finishing his words, Rector hung up the din mushy. He swept his gaze over the surrounding soldiers, and a blinding burst of lightning erupted from his body. Thick thunderclouds gathered rapidly in the sky, hanging low, with massive bolts of lightning crackling and weaving through them. The ceaseless rumble of thunder filled the air. A booming voice echoed across the entire island, carried by the thunder. Listen up, everyone. Find a deep blue fruit with round triangular, square, and hexagonal bumps on its flesh. You have one day. If you fail, not a single soul on this island will survive. His voice, dripping with murderous intent, reached every corner of the island. No one believed him, but there are always those who think they're invincible. Just who are? Crack. Before the man could finish, a serpent of lightning shot from the clouds, striking him squarely. The violent current instantly incinerated him into a charred husk. The same scene unfolded across the island. Whether they voiced their doubts or secretly harbored defiance, the moment they conceived a rebellious thought, a bolt of judgmental lightning would strike them down. On a distant shore, a ship flying the world government's flag quietly docked. Several men in black suits stepped off, glanced up at the lightning serpents dancing across the sky, and casually complained. The weather in this war-torn country is getting worse and worse. Let's just grab the survivors and get out of here. Tisk, the Rocks pirates are getting bolder. No one we've sent in has ever come back alive. Just as they started walking inland, a colossal bolt of lightning several meters thick struck down. Two caught-off-guard agents were instantly turned to cinders. The remaining agents on the ship stared blankly at the sky. Countless lightning serpents converged and intertwined, gradually coalescing into a dragon of lightning. Its lustrous white scales, formed from pure electricity, crackled with jumping arcs. The air sizzled and popped as thunder roared across the heavens. Lightning Dragon Annihilation. Rector's cold shout echoed as the dragon dove from the clouds, unleashing countless electric arcs across the sky. It wasn't just light, it was the searing white glare of electricity ionizing the air. The entire sky was illuminated, and everyone on the island clearly saw the brilliant white dragon. Run! That voltage will kill us. The Cipher Pole agents summoned a survival instinct they'd never known, sprinting frantically towards the island, wishing they had more legs. Wait for me. One of them was openly sobbing. This was supposed to be an easy assignment. Where did this terrifying thing come from? Crackle. A piercing crack split the air across the island. In the next instant, the lightning dragon vanished. Boom! A violent explosion tore at everyone's eardrums. A ring of shockwaves swept out in all directions, carrying a scorching heat wave across the island. The air hummed, the earth trembled relentlessly, the ground melted under the intense heat, and everything was swallowed by blinding white light. The smell of burning mixed with the salty sea breeze swept over the shore. The port that once stood was utterly gone, leaving only a massive crater as seawater rushed in, churning with gray-black foam. The land within a kilometer had been vitrified by the heat, cooling into uneven, scorched black rock. All living things within 5 kilometers had been killed by the violent lightning. The battlefield, once riddled with trenches and fortresses, was razed to the ground, not a single intact wall remaining. The heavy vortex of thunderclouds still hung overhead, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it nearly impossible to breathe. At that moment, all opposing voices on the island vanished instantly, as the violent explosion at the harbor showcased the man's power. The lightning flickering in the sky hung like a sword of judgment above their heads. Everyone on the island knew that the words from the sky were true. That man possessed a terrifying strength capable of destroying the entire island. The warring kingdoms immediately ceased their hostilities, no one entangled in the current battle. All minds were focused on searching for the strange fruit mentioned by the king, who had issued the command. A massive army conducted a carpet search across the entire island, scouring through the underbrush in the forest, the caves at the foot of the mountains, and even digging out rat holes hidden beneath the soil. Around Rector, 6 out of 10 soldiers had collapsed on the ground unconscious, while the remaining 4 stood frozen, utterly terrified. The air still held a faint scent of burnt residue, and the rubble at their feet retained the lingering warmth of the lightning's sweep. They had witnessed the young-looking man erupt with blinding bolts of lightning. The next second, a roaring thunder dragon from the harbor direction devastated the port, the deafening noise filling their hearts with despair. A blast of air carrying smoke and dust rushed along the coastline. Only then did they realize that the voice that had echoed across the sky moments ago came from this very man. He was the king who had issued the command. Go and join them. Several slender arcs of lightning shot from Rector's fingertips, darting through the crowd, like sharp flying knives relentlessly reaping lives. He detested being interrupted while speaking. Not until all life signs around him had completely vanished did Rector sit sideways on a flat stone beside him, looking down at Barrett in his arms. The wind carried the salty, damp air from the sea. Barrett, wrapped in swaddling, stared at him with wide, round eyes. If the Mother Superior was truly hidden within Charlotte Linlin, how could he extract her from Linlin's body without harming Linlin? Extraction. Fusion. That's right. The Munch Munch fruit could allow people to fuse. Since fusion was possible, extraction must be possible too. As long as his haki was stronger than Charlotte Linlin's, he could suppress her haki and smoothly extract the Mother Superior's soul from Charlotte Linlin's body. For now, he needed to address the issue of the upcoming younger siblings, as childbirth was extremely taxing on the body. Only Charlotte Linlin with her steel balloon physique could withstand it. For an ordinary woman at her frequency of childbirth, she would have collapsed halfway through, let alone fighting while pregnant. The Munch Munch fruit and Chopper's human fruit were also on Drum Island. A single slap could dispel the dark fruit's domination. Absolutely a top-tier devil fruit. Drum Island was perpetually covered in thick snow. The current king was Wapple's father, a kind-hearted man who strongly supported the development of medicine, aiming to turn Drum Island into a medical kingdom. But Drum Island was barren, a frozen soil, couldn't grow crops, so all daily necessities had to be purchased from outside. He might be able to strike a deal with them. At present, Drum Island's medical skills were not yet renowned. Not until Valier's passing would Drum Island truly become a world-famous medical kingdom. Compared to Drum Island's medical resources, he preferred the genius Vegapunk, whose technology surpassed the world by 500 years. He could even cure the so-called incurable jade scale disease. In his eyes, no illness was untreatable. Moreover, advanced medical technology could significantly slow down the decline in strength. The Marines had developed medical systems. Garp, at over 70, had barely lost any of his power. But Whitebeard, as a pirate, relied only on his ship's doctor for daily treatment, lacking a complete medical system. During the Summit War, Whitebeard was gravely ill, covered in 4 drips and oxygen tubes, severely weakened. Vegapunk, a brain fruit user, would have all sorts of strange ideas as his brain's knowledge gradually accumulated. The Seraphim Project, the Pacifista Project, and the technology to implant devil fruit abilities into weapons. All these were proposals by Vegapunk. Even the lineage factor was discovered under Vegapunk's leadership. His technological and medical levels were far ahead of the rest of the world. All of these were resources he needed right now. What he most urgently required was the infant cultivation device. With that technology, Charlotte Linlin wouldn't have to give birth personally each time, preserving her strength to the maximum. Vegapunk was still on Weatheria Island, which was perpetually frozen, and the residents suffered from the severe cold. To solve the cold problem, Vegapunk began researching a heating system for the entire island, but the project was just in its infancy. Due to insufficient funds, the research eventually failed, prompting him to consider going to sea. His departure was a year before the God Valley incident. Rector had no intention of letting such world-class talent fall into the hands of the world government. Vegapunk was just short of money. Rector had plenty if needed. He could rob a shipment of celestial dragons tribute. Gee, great lord. I have found what you requested. The shouting came with the wind, and Rector's observation haki clearly captured the words. He looked down at Barrett, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, the baby's cheeks slightly flushed by the sea breeze. It seemed he would have to return to Skypiea first. He couldn't fly around with a newborn. With no one around to help, he had to do everything himself. My lord, this is what you requested. As Rector landed, dust rose with the uplifted air. A man in ornate clothing knelt before him, holding the merge fruit high above his head. His head was bowed so low it seemed he wanted to bury it in the dirt. The fruit was deep blue, its surface covered with peculiar protrusions in circles, triangles, and quadrilaterals with a wavy stem. Yes, it was the merge fruit. Rector took the merge fruit, his form flickered, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting into the sky, leaving a series of crackling explosions in the air. Only after the lightning completely vanished beyond the horizon did the people on the ground slowly dare to lift their heads, the fear on their faces gradually fading. They were all nobles of various kingdoms accustomed to luxury. The endless wars were originally under the jurisdiction of the world government. Now that someone had robbed them, it was a slap in the face to the world government, and they could not swallow this insult. Being a king ordered around by some unknown fellow even threatened with their lives to help him find something. This was unbearable. They must report this to the world government, making him realize that offending them would be the biggest regret of his life. High in the sky, Rector raced towards Skypiea on the lightning before him, parting the air currents. The lightning constructed a windless zone around his chest with surging clouds beneath, and only the soft crackle of flowing electricity in his ears. It did not disturb Barrett's sleep at all. Barrett's face bore a peaceful smile, as if completely trusting the one holding him. Rector looked down at the merged fruit in his hand. For a strong user who had mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion, this fruit was a burden. The massive body constructed by the merged fruit could indeed increase attack power, but the consumption of Haki would multiply. A top-tier Haki user like Garp could shatter such a colossal body with a single blow. But for those who had only mastered 2 types of Haki, this devil fruit was a devastating weapon on the battlefield. If the user had sufficient stamina and combined it with various weapons, the merged fruit would become a walking war fortress. The characteristic of the merged fruit was that weapons didn't need to be installed, they could be stacked anywhere. When the user activated the fruit's ability, they could move the weapons to any position, allowing them to carry many more weapons. The most powerful humanoid mecha in the anime of his past life required neural connection control at the highest level, which was far less smooth than the control of the merged fruit. With this fruit, one could easily transform a ship into a mecha capable of 3 forms: sea, land, and air. At the heart of the sky island of Appiato, a grand stone hall stood silently. Appiato was originally a sacred land revered by both the Shandians and the Scipians. After Rector resolved the century-old feud between the 2 tribes, their leaders convened to deliberate. Their final proposal was that only this sacred land was worthy of the Thunder Emperor's status, so they decided to build the Thunder Emperor's Hall here. The Thunder Emperor's Hall stood not far from the ancient altar, surrounded by towering trees that blotted out the sky. Dense foliage stretched overhead into a canopy of shade, with shadows shifting slowly as clouds drifted by. The Thunder Emperor's Hall comprised 3 sections: the Thunder Emperor's Palace, the training grounds, and the Thunder Guard camp. The palace was where Rector and Katakuri resided. The Thunder Guard was an elite protection force selected through rigorous screening from both the Shandians and the Scipians. The training grounds were reserved exclusively for the Thunder Guard and their families. Mivel, he's in your care now. Rector handed Barrett to a woman in her 20s standing nearby. She wore a white maid outfit with a short skirt, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. A pair of small wings grew from her back, and her figure was tall and slender. A gentle smile graced her face, and with every step she took, the rise and fall of her chest was more turbulent than the waves stirred up by a storm at sea. As the ruler of the Sky Island, Rector naturally had a dedicated maid corps to handle his daily needs, and Mivel was their head. Under her command were 30 maids and 30 chefs. The reason for so many chefs was solely to satisfy the bottomless appetites of the 3 Katakuri brothers. Leave it to me, Lord Rector. Mivel took Barrett from Rector's hands, and as she looked at his face, covered in blood, yet wearing a smile, a fond, tender expression appeared in her eyes. She turned and led Barrett away. He needed to be cleaned up and then given a hearty meal. Lord Rector. A familiar voice drifted down from the sky. Rector looked up and saw a cloud wearing a little hat flying toward him. Zeus. Why are you here? Drifting in the sky was none other than Zeus, who had left with Charlotte Linlin. Lord Rector. Mama sent me to help you. Perospero said there are matters you must handle personally, and since Katakuri and the others can't assist, I was dispatched. Zeus wobbled over to hover before Rector, looking quite delighted. But won't Mama's combat power drop significantly without you? Rector stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zeus was a crucial combat asset and means of transportation for Charlotte Linlin. He could attack enemies and also carry her through the skies. With Zeus, she could swiftly eliminate foes weaker than herself, using his mobility. Against stronger opponents, she could use Zeus's agility to fight and retreat, escaping safely. Ships were practically unnecessary for her anyway. Now that Zeus was here, she would have to travel by sea. No worries, Lord Rector. Mama has created a new thunder cloud with the same powers as mine, named Hera. She said I'm to stay with you from now on. Zeus shrank down into a palm-sized cloud and gently settled on Rector's shoulder. He liked Rector because he always exuded the scent of delicious food. A smile curled at the corner of Rector's mouth. Hera. Wasn't that the homie Linlin only recreated during her time in Wano? He hadn't expected this homie to be born early because of his own arrival. A wisp of condensed lightning sparked from Rector's fingertip, glowing with a faint blue light, and he raised his hand to offer it to Zeus's mouth. Zeus bit down on the lightning in one gulp, a satisfied expression spreading across his round, cloudy face. Have a snack first. We'll be working soon. The 3 Katakuri brothers, having finished their training, paused instinctively when they saw Rector standing in the center of the hall. Big brother. Why are you back so soon? Katakuri was the first to ask. At the hall's entrance, Mivel walked in carrying the now sleeping Barrett with 2 maids following behind carrying a crib. He'll be your little brother from now on. Rector pointed at Barrett in Mivel's arms. Big brother. Did you find him? The 3 Katakuri brothers looked at Barrett with curiosity. This was the first time their big brother had brought an outsider home. That's right. His name is Barrett. Katakuri, make sure you all get along well with Barrett. Rector walked over and ruffled the heads of the 3 brothers. Is his name really Barrett? Oven extended a finger, gripping the edge of the crib without daring to touch him. Barrett's potential is immense. Don't let him surpass you. Rector chuckled. Barrett's future was genuinely that of an emperor-level powerhouse. Among the 3 brothers, only Katakuri had any hope of reaching his heights. Zeus. To Drum Island. Right away, Lord Rector. Zeus perched on Rector's shoulder, took off, and expanded his body until he was large enough to carry Rector. Rector found a comfortable position lying on Zeus's back and pulled out an eternal pose etched with the symbol of Drum Island, tossing it to Zeus. Zeus. Follow that direction. Yes, Lord Rector. Zeus extended a strand of cloud to catch the eternal pose, then transformed into a lightning supercar and vanished from the hall, leaving a long white trail in the sky. Drum Island sat on one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, where heavy snow fell year-round, painting the entire island in a pristine white. 3 towering peaks rose from the island, like colossal pillars supporting the heavens. On the tallest central peak stood a stone castle, its walls adorned with glistening icicles. This castle was the residence of the current king, its windows glowing with warm lamplight, standing out vividly against the blinding snowstorm. At the foot of the mountain along a frozen river, a few towns and villages were scattered. Rabbits could be seen hopping across the snow, their white fur blending almost seamlessly with the ground, leaving only their red eyes visible. There were also herds of reindeer huddled together for warmth, fine snowflakes clinging to their antlers. Zeus carried Rector without pausing, racing straight toward the castle atop the peak. Before arriving, he had already thoroughly investigated Drum Island. This island was a member nation of the world government, and the annual tribute of heavenly gold was barely scraped together from the fees earned by the island's doctors making house calls abroad. In the future, Blackbeard would come to Drum Island to seize the Yami Nomi, scaring off most of the island's doctors and the king. By the time Luffy arrived seeking a doctor to save Nami, there wasn't a single proper physician left on the island. Only Kureha, that eccentric doctor, remained, along with, of course, the infamous Quack and Chopper's adoptive father, Hiralik. Zeus gradually slowed down, snowflakes pattering softly against his cloud body. He spoke up to alert his rider. Lord Rector, we've arrived. Oh, that was fast. Rector sat up, stretched, and brushed the snow from his shoulder. His gaze cut through the swirling flurry to the palace gates ahead. Who are you? Get out of here now. The guards at the castle gate, bundled in thick coats, immediately raised their guns at the descending Rector. Rector stared at the gun muzzles, aimed at him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Who gave you the order to raise your weapons? Hey. Crack. Before the guards could respond, a bolt of silver-white lightning struck down from the sky. Ah! The scream barely began before it was cut short. When the lightning faded, only charred bodies remained on the snow, the surrounding snow instantly melting and hissing into wisps of white steam. Within the palace, a pinewood stove crackled, its warmth mingling with the faint scent of wood, yet it could not dispel the furrow between the brows of the young king upon his throne. Valor, the current king of Tsugu Island, had ascended the throne at 18. Before him stood 3 ministers of the kingdom, murmuring reports on the realm's recent affairs. The commoners of the kingdom lived in stark poverty, yet they harbored few complaints. Poverty meant destitution, and destitution meant no pirates would land to plunder. So the people found such a life steady and reassuring. But Valor was determined to transform Tsugu Island into a world-class medical kingdom. Only after ascending the throne did he realize that the endeavor was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Developing healthcare required vast sums of berry for herb procurement and equipment forging, yet the kingdom's treasury was empty. Enough, there's no need to report further. Valor waved his hand, pressing his fingertips to his temple as he leaned back on the throne, letting out a long sigh. His gaze drifted through the palace's glass window, settling on the boundless snow outside, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Crack! Crack! A sudden thunderclap exploded above the palace, and the snow-laden sky abruptly darkened. Countless silver-white lightning serpents slithered through the clouds, their thunderous roars drowning out the wind and snow. Lake Heater's voice, accompanied by the lightning, spread across the entire island through the blizzard. I give you 3 days. Find 2 demon fruits. One is an oval, deep purple fruit with black spiral patterns on its surface and a massive jagged crack like an open mouth, its stem a curly tender green. The other is mushroom-shaped with a bright red upper half and a light beige lower stalk topped with a curved green pedicel. They are on this island. I give you 3 days. Otherwise lightning will strike every one of you. Do you understand? Lake Heater raised his hand and pointed casually at the mountain peak to the left of the palace. A pillar of lightning as thick as a column instantly descended from the sky, striking the snow atop the summit. The mountain snow was instantly melted by the searing lightning, and the meltwater cascaded down the rock face with a roar. The high temperature ignited the rocks at the summit, setting them ablaze with crimson flames that blazed starkly against the pristine white snow. Everyone on the island looked up and witnessed the sight. From the clouds, occasional thin bolts of lightning struck precisely at the ravens that had ventured to the edge of the village, raising plumes of scorched smoke from the snow. Bang! Valor burst through the heavy wooden palace doors, staring at the rising flames in the distance. The worry on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer shock and terror. Quick! 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 Give the order. All the kingdom's forces are to mobilize immediately. We must find the 2 demon fruits he spoke of. His voice trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the figure suspended in the sky. Amid the raging blizzard, fine sparks of lightning danced among Lake Heater's silver-white hair, his handsome face devoid of any expression. Behind him, 3 lightning orbs the size of millstones coalesced, slowly expanding, casting the entire sky in a cold white glow. The falling snowflakes evaporated into white mist before they could even touch him, vaporized by the immense heat radiating from the lightning. The clouds overhead thickened, gradually sinking into a oppressive ink-black mass that pressed heavily upon the entire island. In the whole sky, only the figure shimmering with lightning remained blindingly conspicuous. At that moment, Valor had only one thought: to make this man leave Tsugu Island as soon as possible. Just moments ago, all the din mushi in the palace had been struck by the lightning that surged through, and every one of them had died. At Marine headquarters Malinfanguo, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows, scattering across the office floor. Kong, the Marine Admiral, returned to his office after a high-level meeting. Pushing open the door, he saw a young man with an afro and a man with a crew cut huddled by the desk, fighting over a bag of senbei. Kapu, you've already eaten 3 bags. This one is mine. What nonsense. I grabbed it first, so it's mine. Zhonghua. Kapu, you 2 bastards. That's mine. Kong's roar instantly caught Zhonghua's attention. Seizing the moment as Zhonghua turned his head, Kapu snatched the bag of senbei, tilted his head back, and poured the remaining senbei into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks. Kapu, you bastard. Give it back. Zhonghua stared at the empty packaging in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. If you want some, go buy your own. Why do you always steal mine? But yours tastes better. Both of you shut up. Since you're so idle, go and bring this man back. Kong hurled a thick stack of intelligence reports at them. The documents scattered in the air, and a wanted poster with a portrait fluttered down and landed on the desk. The image showed Lake Heater in the War Without End Kingdom, his eyes churning with silver-white lightning as he unleashed the Thunder Dragon's celestial punishment. In the background, the massive head of a Thunder Dragon emerged from the pitch-black heavy clouds, with fallen bodies below, the entire scene radiating a chilling pressure. I'm busy chasing Luo Jie, so I don't have time. Kapu waved his hand, leaning by the window and chewing on senbei with a nonchalant expression. Zhonghua bent down to pick up the wanted poster from the floor, glancing at the image. The Rocks pirates in the New World have been making moves lately. I need to keep an eye on them, so I don't have time either. Dong dong dong. A frantic knock abruptly interrupted their argument. Admiral Kong, the fleet admiral has urgent intelligence. Patrolling Marines have discovered the Rumble fruit user Lake Heater on Tsugu Island. The fleet admiral orders you to send someone immediately to apprehend him. The door swung open, revealing a messenger in a Marine soldier's uniform. He saluted Kong with a crisp military gesture and handed over a confidential document with both hands. ZFA, this mission is yours. Kong passed the materials to ZFA, who stood nearby. This child is only 5 years old, yet he possesses such power. ZFA stared at the age notation on the data, his tone tinged with astonishment. When they were 5, they were still playing pretend games. Lake Heater became a wanted criminal at 5. What a monster. ZFA took the documents, which clearly displayed all of Lake Heater's information. Charlotte Linlin's eldest son, Charlotte Lake Heater, a cadre of the Rocks Pirates Logia Rumble fruit user, innately mastered Kenbunshiku Haki, inherited Charlotte Linlin's monstrous talent. Iron Balloon initial bounty 1 from Zero Berry danger level maximum assessment, a monster whose future growth ceiling is no less than that of Rocks. Everyone present was well aware of Charlotte Linlin's reputation. They had heard related stories from the giant soldiers who had joined the Marines. At the age of 5, Charlotte Linlin had lived in Elbaf, where the winter festival required a 12-day fast. On the 7th day, her craving disorder struck, and she went berserk in the giant village. She demolished most of the village, shattering the giant warriors' great swords with a single punch and breaking the ribs of warriors' chests. In the end, she killed the giant hero Elder Yarlaru, and the giants had always regarded her as a woman who brought disaster. Now her son had not only perfectly inherited this monstrous physique, but had also consumed the strongest Logia ability, the Rumble fruit, which was also the reason for the fleet admiral's urgent meeting. An ordinary giant soldier in the Marines could reach the combat power of an average vice admiral. A 5-year-old child possessing such immense strength. If left to grow, he would inevitably become the next Rocks. The world government would never allow such a situation. The core of today's high-level meeting was to discuss how to eliminate Lake Heater with minimal cost. Given the power Lake Heater had displayed, even an ordinary vice admiral would die if sent. This task ultimately fell to Kong. Of the current 3 Marine admirals, one had been killed in battle at Maligieo against Rocks, and another was about to retire, his combat power already severely diminished. Now only the prime-aged Kong remained to hold the line. Under his command were Ka Pu Zhanghua and Zhe Fa, the 3 most promising pillars to succeed as admirals. I understand. I'll set out for Tsigu Island immediately. Zhe Fa rose to his feet, his gaze locked onto the wanted poster in his hand. In his view, a child who had strayed onto the path of piracy must face the judgment of the Marines. The blizzard over Drum Island had subsided considerably compared to 3 days ago. Rector stood on the castle terrace, gazing down at the devil fruit in his hands. On its deep purple skin, spiral patterns traced the shape of a gaping maw. It was undoubtedly the Munch fruit. Yet the commoner's fruit remained unfound, and even the Ox fruit was nowhere to be seen. It seemed his arrival had been mistimed. Still, the threat of force proved effective. Mobilizing the entire island for 3 days yielded results, whereas searching alone might have taken an eternity. Rector's gaze suddenly shifted to the distant sea. Lightning radiance blazed around him as his presence surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. On the gray horizon, a massive marine battleship cleaved through the layered waves. Its towering, sturdy hull bore 3 thick masts piercing the overcast sky, sails swollen with wind and snapping loudly. The marine flag fluttered atop the mast, symbolizing the mightiest military force upon these seas. A figure stood at the bow. A robust physique stretched the purple suit to its limits, and short, neat purple hair swayed gently in the breeze. Upon his shoulders hung the justice cloak of a vice admiral, billowing backward in the wind, while his eyes gleamed with a cold, piercing light. He was Vice Admiral Zephyr, known by the epithet Black Arm, hailed as the man with the strongest armament haki in the Marines, and the future mentor of countless elite soldiers. Black Arm Zephyr. Hold your positions here, Zephyr's deep voice boomed across the deck. His leg muscles tensed, and he launched skyward with moonwalk ascending rapidly. Rector watched Zephyr ascend, excitement blazing in his eyes. Had it been that brute who only aimed for the head, he'd have fled without hesitation. But this was Zephyr, and Rector was curious to test the strength of a man who had risen to admiral through sheer armament haki and physical prowess. The instant lightning cracked, Rector placed the Munch fruit upon Zeus's back, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and shot toward Zephyr in the sky. Kid, Zephyr's voice rumbled, you're the first rookie pirate I've seen who doesn't run at the sight of me. Zephyr's arm muscles bulged, tearing the sleeves of his suit apart. Deep black armament haki flowed over his arms like liquid, gleaming with metallic luster. As the black aura flared, Zephyr vanished from his spot, leaving only a trail of sonic booms in the air. When he reappeared, he had already intercepted Rector's path. Black Arm Meteor Strike. Rector's lips curled into a smirk as his lightning tore through the heavens. He drew his arm back, thunder roaring within his palm. Divine Thunder, Godslaying Spear. Countless serpentine bolts of lightning converged in his palm, intertwining and compressing with crackling explosions. The lightning compressed to its extreme limit, solidifying into a blinding silver-white spear. The very air around it warped and twisted under the strain. The instant the spear tip met the fist, a deafening explosion rent the air. The air compressed before Zephyr's fist formed an invisible wall. As it collided with the lightning spear wreathed in dense armament haki, a blinding white light erupted midair, searing into the eyes of all who watched. The shockwave blasted a colossal hole through the thick clouds above, while the sea below was crushed into a wall of water tens of meters high, surging outward and tilting the battleship amidst the waves. Sailors on deck clutched at anything nearby to avoid being hurled overboard. Zephyr's second-in-command stood firm at the deck center, rooted like an anchor, unmoved by the ship's violent rocking. Everyone hold steady, the vice officer shouted. This opponent is no pushover, don't lose your nerve. But the soldiers, having never witnessed such terrifying collisions, went pale as Sheet's legs, trembling uncontrollably. Is this really the power of a human? High above Drum Island, biting winds whipped through drifting snow and violent currents churned within the clouds. Black haki light and silver-white lightning became 2 colossal dragons, rending the sky apart, crashing and chasing each other through the cloud banks. Every collision tore another massive gash across the dense clouds. Rector's body blazed with blinding lightning, moving so fast he left only afterimages trailing long arcs of electricity that carved searing silver lines across the gloomy sky. Zephyr moved like a walking mountain, each step compressing the air into muffled explosions as he pursued the lightning relentlessly. Swoosh! Rector raised his hand and flicked, unleashing dozens of condensed lightning bolts from his fingertips, raining down like a storm of arrows. The searing heat vaporized snowflakes instantly, while scattered arcs of electricity interwove into a dense web surging toward Zephyr. Kid, stop running. Face marine justice. Zephyr's muscles bunched, and he kicked twice in midair, accelerating abruptly. The armament haki on his fists condensed into a black, cross-like gleam. Shatter. Crack. Crack. Zephyr struck out with both fists, the force tearing through the air with piercing explosions. The lightning bolts shattered on contact with his haki-wreathed fists, but their momentum didn't falter, driving straight toward Rector's face. Hey, do you Marines have some kind of fetish? Why does everyone aim for the face? Rector's pupils contracted sharply as the haki-laden punch distorted the very airflow around him, descending like a crushing slab of heaven. He dared not meet it head-on. Lightning flickered as he was forced to veer downward. Zephyr's lips curved into a faint smile. Against a flying devil fruit user, the surest strategy was to drive them to the ground. He was a pure physical fighter, and sustaining moonwalk drained stamina far faster than an elemental's flight. A swift victory was the wiser course. Kid, come quietly and face judgment. Zephyr's armament haki-clad fist began vibrating at high frequency, sending rippling waves through the air ahead, visible undulating distortions. This was the derivative technique Zephyr had developed, Shockwave, tearing apart enemy attacks while pushing armament haki's penetrative power to its absolute peak. Black arm shock burst. With a guttural roar, Zephyr shot forward like a black meteor against the lightning, leaving rings of visible ripples in the air in his wake. Divine thunder, ninefold heavens. Ferocious lightning shredded the clouds, blasting 9 enormous voids through the dense cloud bank in rapid succession. Within those voids, lightning gathered in a frenzy, condensing into 9 churning seas of thunder suspended in the sky. From each sea, 9 distinct weapon forms slowly materialized, their extreme heat vaporizing nearby clouds into white mist. Strike. Crack. Rector pressed his palm downward, and the 9 thunder weapons plummeted with world-ending force, their searing light illuminating the skies over all of Drum Island. Zephyr neither dodged nor flinched. He charged headlong into the ocean of lightning formed by the 9 pillars. The blinding bolts slammed into the sea, blasting 9 colossal craters and hurling waves tens of meters into the air. The whirlpools formed by the inrushing water churned around the battleship, its keel groaning with ominous cracking sounds as if it might snap at any moment. What a reckless fool, Rector muttered, watching Zephyr swallowed whole by the lightning. At that intensity, even rock would melt to magma or vaporize outright. The heat Zephyr faced directly should have pierced through his heart and brain. Kid, you think this is enough to kill me? You're far off. Zephyr's roar drowned out the thunder. The next instant, a figure wreathed in pitch-black haki burst from the sea of lightning, smashing a massive gap through it. His body was flushed crimson like a glowing ingot of iron, yet his fists gleamed black, radiating suffocating pressure. Now be suppressed. Bam! With a thunderous shout, Zephyr's haki-laden fist slammed squarely into Rector's face. Rector's face contorted from the impact, his body hurtling uncontrollably skyward. Blood sprayed from the corner of his mouth, scattering into beads of crimson in the air. His vision flashed white, his mind spinning. The sheer force of that punch nearly knocked him unconscious. Crack! Crack! A sharp sound rang out as lightning crawled across his skin, surging over his entire body and gathering into a mass of radiance atop his head. His unfocused pupils snapped back into clarity. He rubbed his throbbing head with his right hand as the world slowly came back into focus. You bastards. Who taught you Marines to only aim for the face? Rector twisted his core and pivoted his right leg, instantly elementalizing while a layer of armament haki coated it. Thundergale, sky severance, chaos. His right leg swept out, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp lightning blades that blanketed the sky. Rokushiki. Zephyr's pupils shrank. He crossed his arms before his face to block the descending blades, backpedaling through the air with disbelief burning in his eyes. Rokushiki isn't exclusive to the Marines, you know. Rector gathered the lightning around him again, raising his hand to rub his still aching head. Zifa's wrist strength was terrifying, although it couldn't break through the defense of his steel balloon. The penetrating power of armament haki directly shook his internal organs, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Rector's legs transformed into lightning, his entire body becoming a streak of lightning that shot through the air, and the next moment, he split into countless lightning clones in midair. Each lightning clone carried real attack power indistinguishable from the original. Like thousands of ready thunder spears, they densely surrounded Zifa, sealing off all directions of evasion. Thunderfall, 1000 June. Each lightning clone gathered lightning in its palm, swung its arm, and shot countless thunder spears, a torrent of lightning crashing down toward Zifa. The moment Zifa's fists collided, his body began to emit billowing white steam, and his muscles swelled crazily, forcefully tearing apart the suit on his body. His neat purple short hair also grew longer, and a deep black armament haki covered his steel-like muscles, making him look like a humanoid war machine ready to strike. 6 Powers Ultimate, full body control. Boom. With the low shout, Zifa's figure left a clear afterimage at the spot, and he vanished instantly. Rector's pupils constricted sharply. Almost instinctively, he activated his elemental form. In the next second, a fist wrapped in armament haki directly pierced through his head. Zifa's figure turned into a flash of light, continuously darting through the sky, each turn causing a lightning clone to explode. In just a few seconds, all of Rector's lightning clones disappeared, and countless bolts of lightning converged and fused in the distance. As expected of the Navy's strongest armament haki, Rector clutched his chest. The pain from all his clones converged on him, feeling as if he had been punched countless times. Garp and Zifa were both top-tier users of the six powers. How could they not have mastered the ultimate techniques? He had been careless. Kid, aside from the old geezers like Newgate, you're the first to force me to go all out. Zifa raised his two fists, which were like giant hammers, and the haki on his fists formed a steel-like skin. Interesting, this is what a true pure physical combat expert looks like. Rector's eyes were full of excited light. The lightning around him quietly gathered, condensing into a silver-white lightning armor on his body, with lightning flowing slowly on the surface. Come on. Boom. Thunder exploded, and a vast and terrifying aura burst out from Rector's body. The entire sky instantly darkened, and thick thunderclouds frantically gathered above his head at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, they condensed into a thunderstorm cloud as large as a massive island. The air pressure around dropped rapidly, and the air trembled. An aura like a violent ancient beast pressed across the entire sky, a dark crimson conqueror's haki mixed with lightning spreading along the clouds. Zifa's pupils constricted. No. Impossible. This is Conqueror's haki. He never expected that this 5-year-old child had already awakened Conqueror's haki. Could it be that this sea would see a second rocks? Absolutely not. I will never allow this to happen. The lightning in Rector's eyes grew brighter, and memories of his past life and present life churned in his mind. Over the years, he had been cautious and calculating every step, but he knew better than anyone. This was an era where power spoke, and only absolute power could transcend all rules and authority. Kid, you won't escape today. Zifa roared. He stomped heavily on the air, and the strong recoil propelled his body rapidly toward the sky. His fists were wrapped in extremely compressed armament haki, glowing with a somber black luster, and veins bulged on his mountain-like arms. Black Arm, Annihilation. The moment his fists swung, the air in front was instantly compressed and exploded. A solid dark fist wind, carrying the airflow, crashed forward like a mountain, crushing down toward Rector. Perfect timing. Let me see the true strength of a Navy Vice Admiral. Rector growled with excitement. The lightning in his palm was compressed to the extreme, condensing into dazzling thunderballs like small suns, and the surrounding air was squeezed and exploded one after another, with ear-piercing thunder spreading across the entire sea. Divine thunder, palm thunder, stars. Countless thunderballs shot out with a piercing sound, colliding head-on with Zifa's fist wind. Boom. At that moment, it seemed as if all sound had disappeared from the world. At the center of the collision between lightning and fist wind, a blinding white light exploded, blasting a huge hole in the thick clouds. The scattered lightning struck the sea, raising dozens of meters of giant waves, and the cold seawater was evaporated into large white mist by the high temperature. The sunlight that should have directly shone down was refracted and distorted as it passed through the area of their collision, bending toward the distant sea. Retreat. All retreat. Contact headquarters immediately for reinforcements. Zifa's adjutant stood on the bow, screaming hoarsely, with a pale face, cold sweat running down his cheeks. He had thought this would be a one-sided battle, but he never expected Rector to force Vice Admiral Zifa to use his full power. Major General, the warship is caught in a whirlpool we can't break out. Major General, the Den Mushi is not working. All signals are being interfered with by lightning. Major General, the main mast is about to break. One piece of bad news after another rained down, and the adjutant's heart sank to the bottom. The soldiers on the deck were all pale-faced. Some leaned on the railing and retched, while others stared at the sky, muttering, "Is that guy really human?" In the gray light where the sea and sky met, fine lightning sparks burst around Rector. His coat fluttered violently in the thunderstorm, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was almost overflowing. He licked the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and revealed a wild grin. "You brat, don't wreck my warship." Zifa roared as he charged out from the lightning, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Within the 10,000-meter range of their battle, the weather had completely gone haywire. Thunderstorms, gales, and tsunamis struck one after another, churning up several huge, irregularly shaped whirlpools on the sea surface. The warship was like a leaf in the wind, torn back and forth by turbulent currents and whirlpools. The wooden planks on the surface had reached their limit, with creaking sounds of breaking everywhere, and cold seawater poured into the cabin through the cracks. All of this was caused by Rector. With just his own power, he had rewritten the weather of this sea area. Zifa. Now is not the time to worry about the warship. Rector stood proudly in the center of the thunderclouds, lightning crackling around him like a monarch commanding thunder. The entire sky grew darker and the thick thunderclouds frantically converged at a visible speed, pressing down suffocatingly. He raised his head and let out a roar, and the thunder rolled across the clouds in all directions. Six-armed Dharma King, sixfold thunder burial. The thunderstorm clouds in the sky rapidly contracted, and a dazzling white light filled the entire sky and earth. Countless lightning bolts like spirit snakes shuttled, converged, and compressed within the clouds, slowly condensing into a majestic divine thunder incarnation. The incarnation had 6 arms, each holding a thunder ring. At the center of the rings, a vast amount of lightning surged like portals to heaven, radiating an aura of world-destroying power. The residents of Drum Island all looked up at the sky, though some fell paralyzed in the snow, and children clung to their mother's arms and cried, "What kind of monster is this? Mom, I want to go home." Zifa stared intently at the thunder incarnation in the sky, his armament haki continuously solidifying and gathering like flowing water, even his skin taking on a deep black metallic luster. "I'll send you to impel down today." Boom. The air erupted with a dull hum, and the veins on Zifa's arms bulged even more. The white steam rising from his body gradually turned black, a sign of armament haki being pushed to its limit. Black arm, black meteor fall. Bang! Zifa's leg muscles swelled, and he stomped the air, his figure constantly shifting in the air, leaving a black Z-shaped trajectory as he charged toward the thunder incarnation. "Come on. I'm the man who will become the king. How could I lose to you?" Fall. The 6-armed Dharma manifestation simultaneously swung the divine rings in its hands, each ring erupting with blinding thunderous light. Beasts of lightning varied in form charged forth from the rings, pouncing on Zifa with earth-shaking roars. 6 colossal divine rings stood in the sky like 6 independent worlds of thunder. Fists collided with the thunder beasts, and then the 6 lightning rings descended upon Zifa like 6 celestial realms. Dazzling white light instantly engulfed the entire sky, shattering the thick clouds into fragments. The sea surface, unable to withstand the pressure of the collision, sank into a vast depression, seawater surging wildly outward. Thunder roared, air currents howled. 2 powerhouses capable of reshaping an era clashed head-on, directly disrupting the natural laws of the sea region. On the distant sea, a warship with a tilted mast and a hull covered in cracks drifted alone, the scorch marks of lightning scorched along its bulwarks. The soldiers on deck were pale-faced, many collapsing to the ground with trembling legs. The cataclysmic force they had just witnessed weighed heavily on every heart. "Are we still alive? We're alive. Where's Vice Admiral Zifa? Where did he go? Idiot. Go find him now. No need to search. I'm back." Bang. A dull thud echoed as a figure shrouded in black smoke crashed heavily onto the deck. Flakes of skin scorched to ash by high heat drifted down with the wind. When the smoke cleared, revealing the bloody mess beneath, every soldier froze. Their pupils contracted sharply, faces filled with panic. Some collapsed on the deck in disbelief, muttering to themselves, This can't be. Doctor, call a doctor." The deck instantly erupted into chaos. Zifa's once fair skin was almost entirely burned, leaving only raw red flesh. Lightning-shaped patterns burned by electricity covered his body, with blood seeping from the edges of these patterns. A pirate who had just set sail not long ago had managed to wound Vice Admiral Zifa so severely, it was beyond anyone's comprehension. Marine Headquarters, Malinfanjuo. The atmosphere in the Admiral's office was oppressive. Kong stared at Zifa, whose body was wrapped in bandages, his fingers tightening around the battle report, crumpling the paper. As expected of the strongest Logia-type devil fruit, it can wound you like this. It's not just the rumble fruit. Zifa shook his head, a peculiar look flashing in his eyes. "I could feel that kid is a madman, a complete madman. He is crazier and more reckless than Rocks. If we let him grow any further, he'll become a more troublesome threat than Rocks. I propose raising his bounty. The current 130 million is no longer worthy of his strength." "All right." Kong nodded. He knew Zifa's strength well. In the entire Navy, few could go head-to-head with a top-tier pirate like Newgate. Zifa was one of them. The last time Zifa had been this badly wounded was when he fought Newgate. Fengchao Island, the most absurd and free pirate city of the old era, and also the headquarters of the strongest pirate crew of that time. The scorching smell of burnt char mixed with the pungent aroma of spirits, a faint hint of blood, and the greasy scent of roasted meat drifted in the salty sea breeze. The pitted ground was scattered with spilled wine stains and a few dried patches of dark brown blood. At the center of the island, a massive skull-shaped rock stood alone under the sun. Its hollow eye sockets stared toward the port, as if silently declaring the fate of all intruders. Beneath the skull, dense honeycomb-like structures cascaded down the rock face, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. The various buildings around the rock face housed taverns, weapon shops, slave markets, bounty offices, and all kinds of entertainment venues. Faded signs creaked and swayed in the wind. This was a paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. At the port of Fengchao Island, dozens of pirate ships had just docked, fully loaded. The shouts of pirates, the clinking of glasses, and the coarse laughter and curses mingled together carried far by the sea breeze. I saw the pirate Empress Shiachi. A day ago the pirate Empress Shiachi personally escorted her captain Guoliausa to Fengchao Island. Shiachi's ship had long disappeared beyond the horizon, but many pirates at the port still had hearts filled with love, their minds consumed by her stunning image. Damn, why did I choose to set sail today? A pirate who had just returned from outside upon hearing that Shiachi had been there collapsed to his knees in agony, on the deck his wails drowning out the surrounding noise. In their eyes no amount of treasure could compare to a single glimpse of Shiachi. Half the pirates at the port were reveling in their gains, the other half lamenting their missed opportunity. Two emotions tangled in chaotic disarray. In the inner tavern of Fengchao Island, warm yellow sunlight filtered through the dusty glass window, falling upon two legendary women. Guoliausa held the wanted poster, her gaze shifting between Charlotte Linlin and the poster, her brow slightly furrowed. Is Rector really your son? She asked. The bounty on the poster had risen to 670 million berries, surpassing Kaido's bounty and nearing the level of the core officers of the Rocks Pirates. Popcorn machine, how could you give birth to such a formidable son? Big brother is the strongest, said Perospero, sitting on Charlotte Linlin's shoulder, gnawing on a lollipop as he grinned. Linlin paused in the act of raising her bottle. Who are you calling a popcorn machine? Her tone was annoyed, but the smile on her face grew even brighter. Rector is my strongest son. The cake you're eating now was made by him, and he was only 2 years old then. And my intelligence network, he's always been the one managing it. Linlin's face was filled with undisguised pride, but Guoliausa could only twitch the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. On the other side of the tavern, young Adhua Nugate sat by the window, the sea breeze flipping the edge of his cloak. His expression was cold. He was polishing his beloved sword, one of the 12 supreme grade swords Murakami. The blade shone like a crescent moon, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window, emanating a cold metallic gleam. What an incredible power! Bajin traced her finger over the headline of the newspaper, her seductive eyes scanning the content. Pirate calamity, Thunder Emperor Charlotte Rector single-handedly forced back the fleet, led by Navy elite Vice Admiral Blackwrist Zifa. Blackwrist Zifa severely wounded. Charlotte Rector missing. Kaido, your bounty can't even match a newly debuted brat. Bajin casually tossed the newspaper to Kaido, who was drinking nearby. Kaido glanced at it indifferently. I am Kaido. I can deal with trash like that with one swing of my club. Oh, is that so? Bajin deliberately drew out her tone, casting a sidelong glance at Charlotte Linlin. On one side was a promising newcomer she had her eye on the other was Linglin's own son. She was curious to see how Linlin would react. The noisy tavern fell silent instantly, everyone quietly looking towards Charlotte Linlin. Those near the door had already started stealthily moving their feet, ready to slip away. From Linglin's earlier words, it was clear that this son was her pride. Kaido's belittling of Rector was a direct slap to her face. Mama. Kaido, you will pay for what you said today. Charlotte Linlin gripped her bottle, her face showing no anger, but instead a smile of anticipation. Doesn't the newspaper say Rector is missing? Aren't you afraid he might be captured by the Navy? Bajin's slender finger tapped on the article about Rector. Impossible. I have his Vivre card here. Perospero, sitting on Linglin's shoulder, pulled an irregularly shaped Vivre card from his pocket and held it up to Linglin's eyes. The edge of the card was slightly scorched, but there was no sign of burning. Rector was not in mortal danger. He was just injured and should be recuperating somewhere. Grand Line Jiguan Island, Balgimoa. The entire island was covered in a blizzard, the city's outline faintly visible through the snowy mist. In the forests outside the city, snowdrifts were knee-deep. Modified beasts with glowing red eyes roamed among the trees, their footsteps crunching softly on the snow. But the next moment, the sky seemed to be torn open. A thick, terrifying lightning bolt struck without warning into the distant mountains, illuminating the entire snowy plain. The entire island shook violently from the impact. The scattered lightning bolts shattered the blizzard clouds in the sky. The beasts of the forest, startled, bolted in a frenzy toward the direction where the pillar of lightning had struck. The ground was gouged into a massive crater. Flames erupted from its depths, igniting the snow-laden trees nearby. Melted snow cascaded down the trunks, mingling with thick, billowing smoke. Through the smoke, a figure staggered to his feet. Rector clutched his face, a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, grimacing and howling in pain. Damn it. Zifa's fists are incredibly hard. He braved the lightning just to land a punch on me. I almost got disfigured. He reached up to touch his swollen cheek, each step sending a jolt of pain through his internal organs. Why do these old Marines always go for the face? Rector leapt out of the crater, his hair frazzled like sun-scorched straw. The clothes on his upper body had been shredded by the lightning and shockwave, yet a wild grin stretched across his lips. Every era's Navy hides monsters within its ranks. But in the next era the Navy will be filled with Logia users, and not a single person with Conqueror's Haki will be found. Outsider. Are you an outsider? A young man's voice called out, laced with excitement, as if encountering an outsider on this island was a rare novelty. Rector, still holding his face, had already sensed the approach with his observation haki, but paid it no mind. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, he smirked slightly. Quite a big head you have there. As the smoke cleared, the figure was revealed. He had a head that was 30 centimeters tall, with two prominent eyebrows jutting out from the middle of his forehead, the overall shape resembling an elongated heart. He wore thick winter clothing and carried a hunting rifle on his back. Two modified creatures flanked him. One was a mechanical beetle-like being. Its original shell was replaced with thick metal plating, its horn augmented into a metal cannon barrel, its compound eyes swapped for red laser sensors, and its 6 legs were all hydraulic mechanical limbs. The other was a snow hunting hound, its chest, jaw, and limbs encased in silver-gray steel plates. Its snout had been modified into a cannon, its eyes were electronic scanning lenses, and it had metal fins for heat dissipation on its back, with exposed cables running across its body. Inside Vegapunk's laboratory, the thick stone walls blocked out the raging blizzard outside, and the firewood in the indoor hearth crackled. The orange-red firelight cast a warm glow over the design blueprints and metal parts covering the walls. Rector and Vegapunk sat at a wooden table by the hearth, each holding a warm cup of tea with faint wisps of white steam rising from the cups. Feeling better with some warm tea after a good meal, Vegapunk set down his cup. Thank you for your hospitality. Rector felt the changes within his body. The food he had just eaten was continuously converting into energy, slowly repairing his damaged internal organs. The unique trait of the steel balloon wasn't just its immense defense, but also its powerful regenerative ability. As long as there was enough food, returning to peak condition was only a matter of time. Rector looked around the room. On the walls hung plans for modifying Balgimoa, his ideas and visions for its future. I can help you with your goal of changing the winter island environment of your homeland, Balgimoa. Really? Vegapunk shot to his feet, slamming his hands on the table, causing the blueprints to unroll and the tea in the cups to ripple with fine tremors. He stared at Rector with excitement in his eyes. Are you willing to take me away from Balgimoa? This winter island was frozen year-round, and the harsh cold made transporting supplies extremely difficult, stunting the island's development. It lacked the distinctive industries of places like Drum Island, so it couldn't attract merchants or tourists. Vegapunk could only rely on his research to modify the island's beasts, turning them into obedient, semi-mechanical creatures. These modified creatures temporarily alleviated the island's labor shortage, but they couldn't change the reality of its barren, freezing conditions. He had always dreamed of creating a heating device that could alter the entire island's climate, but after exhausting all the books and materials he could find on the island, he still hadn't grasped the theoretical direction for regulating climate on a large scale. At most, he could only install heating systems in individual homes. The planned heated corridors connecting every house remained unbuilt due to lack of funds. He yearned to go to sea, to visit the Tree of Knowledge in the West Blue and read more books. If he could just read the centuries of accumulated knowledge in the Tree of Knowledge, he was sure he could find a way to change his hometown's climate and become the world's greatest scientist. But right now he was in desperate need of a patron and investor who could fund his endless research. Rector narrowed his eyes, the firelight from the hearth reflecting in them. Vegapunk's inner thoughts were completely captured by Rector's observation haki. I can fund your research, but you must work for me in return. You? Vegapunk looked him up and down, a clear look of skepticism in his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, Rector was just a young boy, younger than himself, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old. You don't know who I am, do you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charlotte, Rector. Charlotte. Vegapunk frowned, thinking. The name sounded familiar somehow. Wait. Are you Charlotte Linlin's son? That's right. Since the Navy had sent Zifa to capture him, his identity was already exposed. Even if he didn't say it now, once he took Vegapunk out to sea, he would find out eventually. Vegapunk's brow furrowed deeper, his mind filled with conflict. He instinctively had some reservations about associating with a pirate. Wherever you go now, the first investors you'll come across will be either pirates or people from the underworld. I can provide you with immeasurable knowledge and endless research funding. Rector took a sip of his tea, his tone calm. He had already made up his mind. If Vegapunk refused, he would have no choice but to kill him. The boost Vegapunk could give the world government's military strength was far too significant. Seastone technology, pacifist to Seraphim, the technology for feeding devil fruits to objects, the green blood system, the mother flame. Even Lucci's devil fruit awakening within 2 years was likely achieved by Vegapunk through his research on lineage factor. Apart from Luffy, he had never seen anyone else awaken their devil fruit within 2 years. In his view, Vegapunk was a greater threat than even an admiral. Vegapunk was silent for a long time before finally nodding. I accept. He knew well that he had no reputation and no notable achievements to his name. Even if he went to sea, it would be difficult to find a reliable investor. Furthermore, he had no combat ability. Drifting alone on the sea would likely lead to being robbed by pirates or even losing his life. Excellent. I'll provide you with unlimited funds, but first you must help me complete a research project. What research? Vegapunk looked up at him, a hint of nervousness in his voice. I need you to develop an infant cultivation system. Rector stated his core requirement. Other research could wait, but this system needed to be created as soon as possible. If she didn't have to go through pregnancy herself, Linlin's physical strain would be minimized, allowing her to maintain her peak condition for longer. This idea had taken root in his mind ever since Perospero told him that Charlotte Linlin had gone on another rampage a year later. What he lacked most now was time. The God Valley incident was imminent, and after that event the seas would plunge into even greater chaos. He needed Charlotte Linlin's strength to protect his territories, but he had too many things to do himself and couldn't stay in Tato land forever. Once Linlin went berserk, no one but him could restrain her. Then he would have to solve the problem by appeasing her. An infant cultivation system. What is that? Vegapunk was full of confusion. He had never heard the term before, though it didn't sound like a weapon-related project. It's a system that provides all the necessary conditions for a fetus before birth. As you know, my mother Charlotte Linlin follows the path of a family-based pirate crew. I need this system to eliminate the need for her to go through pregnancy herself. Vegapunk took a sip of his tea, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. Although he had never worked on such a system, he had studied the complete process of fetal development in books before, so he wasn't completely without a clue. I can try. Then let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Baltigo, the mechanical island. The blizzard had subsided considerably, leaving 2 trails of uneven footprints in the snow. Vegapunk gazed at the research institute before him, his eyes filled with reluctance, but more so with unwavering resolve. Rector watched as Vegapunk placed a farewell letter upon the main gate of the research institute. The letter merely stated he was leaving Baltigo, urging everyone not to worry, and that he would return one day with the scientific instruments needed to transform their homeland. In the original timeline, Vegapunk would leave Baltigo a year before the God Valley incident. His newly formed MADS team, funded by the underworld emperor known as the King of Loans, delved into weapons development. Among the team members, Caesar Clown, Vinsmoke, Judge, and Queen were engrossed in research on lethal weaponry and human modification. Vegapunk, however, focused on inventions that could promote peace. Bakine primarily handled secretarial duties and work related to test subjects. The future Queen of Pleasure, Stussy, was a clone created with Bakine as her template. Vegapunk also invented the GP flower, a flower capable of blooming amidst gunpowder, an achievement that earned him the Eber Peace Prize. The MADS team discovered the lineage factor and the blueprint of life, a technology capable of rewriting life structure, enabling cloning, racial modification, artificial life, and ability replication. The world government launched a full-scale crackdown on the MADS team. Vegapunk and Caesar Clown failed to escape, and under coercion and inducement were forced to join the world government's direct scientific division. Having successfully escaped, Vinsmoke, Judge, returned to the North Blue and began his research on clone armies and the project of implanting devil fruit genes into humans. Queen joined the Beast's pirates, becoming one of the infamous calamities known as the Plague Queen. Bakine vanished with some of the technical data, surfacing on the seas only after Whitebeard's death, carrying an abridged version of his lineage factor. The center of Apiando Skypea. A bolt of lightning struck vertically onto the training grounds, revealing Rector's figure. The Vegapunk he was carrying had a rough time of it. For someone who never exercised, the journey was pure torture. He looked like he had just been through a spin cycle in a washing machine. Sky and earth seemed to spin around him. The high-speed flight placed immense strain on his body. Had Rector not deliberately encased Vegapunk in an electromagnetic field, he would have long since passed out. Big brother, you're back. And why did you bring back such a big head, eh? Katakuri eyed Vegapunk with a scrutinizing gaze, but Vegapunk, lying on the ground, couldn't quite make out what Katakuri said. Across the training grounds, the Shandians and Scipians who had been training all stopped, looking up in unison towards Rector. Their sovereign had returned. Lord Raijin. The Scipians and Shandians immediately dropped to one knee before Rector, in the distance, their voices filled with reverence. Rise. Are you the ones chosen by the chief and gone forth? Rector's gaze swept over the assembled crowd. These were the chosen first batch destined for Tato land, the inaugural Raijin Guard. In the era of rocks, what mattered was the combat power of top-tier fighters. No matter how many soldiers one had, they were nothing but cannon fodder before absolute strength. The sole criterion for joining the Raijin Guard was awakening at least one type of haki within a year. These individuals already possessed the physical conditioning required to awaken haki. All they lacked was proper guidance. Yes, Lord Raijin. I am the captain of the Scipians. My name is Karam. Rector looked at the kneeling Karam, the former captain of the Burka Royal Guard, at whose home he had once shared a meal. But Karam was already married, yet Rector couldn't for the life of him recall what Karam's wife looked like. Lord Raijin. I am the captain of the Shandians. My name is Juan. Excellent. Once you have fully mastered your haki, that is when you will head out to the sea. Rector stared at Juan, feeling a strange sense of unease. He actually had an impression of Juan's wife, which was highly unusual. He was confident in his observational skills. It was unthinkable for him not to remember a person's face. Lecter-sama, you have returned. Miviel was accompanied by Compote. For the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Lecter didn't have excessively high expectations regarding her combat strength, only that she could at least protect herself. Compote's future role was to be the family's head of intelligence, overseeing the entire information network. The most convenient way to gather intelligence was by using the dango fruit to control animals for information, but there was still no news of that fruit. Currently, the primary head of the family's intelligence organization was Rector, with Perospero as the second-in-command. Compote was still learning and gaining experience. Miviel, has Bullet been behaving lately? Rector raised a hand in greeting. Bullet is very healthy, he's already asleep by now. Miviel covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes curving into crescents radiating a gentle aura. Big brother. Who is he? Compote peeked out from behind Miviel, her blue hair draped over her shoulders, holding an apple half-eaten in her hand. His name is Vegapunk. From now on he will be the family's chief scientist. You can ask him about anything. Compote grant him the highest level of unlimited funding. Fulfill all his material needs as much as possible. Compote looked at Vegapunk with surprise. This was the first time since she had managed the family's finances that her eldest brother had granted someone an unrestricted budget. Really, Vegapunk, having recovered, was beaming with excitement. He wasn't blind. In the center of the distant palace, there was a great bell forged entirely from gold. Any faction wealthy enough to cast a bell from gold certainly wouldn't be short on berries. He could already envision the lavish research funding that lay ahead. Really, but for the time being you must stay on Skypea. Once the situation on the seas stabilizes, I'll take you down. Rector loosened the financial reins specifically to enable Vegapunk to expedite the research on the infant cultivation system, hoping to have results before the God Valley incident. Big brother, Perospero and Isen has sent word. Mama is about to give birth. Compote handed the intelligence dispatch to Rector. I see. Rector took the dispatch and glanced over it. It detailed the recent movements on Hakanosu, in which sweet stockpiles were running low. Rox had already left Hakanosu. There was no need to guess where he had gone. It had to be Elbaf for that devil fruit central to his plans. The Zoan mythical Zoan dragon fruit model Nidhogg was kept deep within Elbaf. Rox intended for Harold to consume this fruit and join him in opposing the world government. Over the years he had made periodic trips to Elbaf, but never once succeeded. Katakuri, prepare the items on this list. Rector handed him the list of supplies. For now the three Katakuri brothers were still not fully grown, but they could easily handle enemies with bounties in the tens of millions of berries. Having given all the necessary orders, Rector turned and walked towards the Raijin Palace. Entering the hall, he picked up the munch fruit placed on the table. Rector-sama, I'm so glad you're safe. Zeus drifted over to Rector, a smile spreading across his face, seeing him unharmed. Zeus, go help Katakuri prepare the supplies. After you're done, we'll go see Mama. Wonderful. I get to see Mama. Zeus vanished from the palace, and only then did Rector look at the munch fruit in his hand. Its deep purple skin bore spiral patterns that glinted with an eerie sheen. He steeled himself mentally and swallowed it whole in one gulp. The moment that indescribable awful taste hit his tongue again, Rector's face contorted. He could clearly sense the power of the munch fruit slowly converging within one of his hearts, gradually fusing with his body. The next second, a tiny particle of lightning drifted out from his body. As the lightning flickered, the particle expanded and grew, gradually coalescing into another Rector. This was his lightning clone, created based on the clone technique Kizaru used against Nika Luffy. This clone possessed no significant combat power, its body mostly carrying the power of the munch fruit. Let's test the munch fruit's ability. Lightning Clone 1 nodded, casually picked up 2 stone chairs from the palace and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed, faint white smoke seemed to rise from his head. Soon a chair identical in appearance to the original was spat out. Rector manipulated the surrounding electromagnetic field, causing the newly created chair to collide with the original stone chair. After a dull thud, the chair created by the munch fruit remained perfectly intact, while the other chair snapped, cleanly shattering into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. Let's try something else. With a thought, Rector had Lightning Clone 1 dissolve into lightning particles and merge back into his body. On the Sky Island at the edge of Appiando, Rector was experimenting with the powers of the gum fruit. He devoured clouds, his body turning into a soft, fluffy cloud man. He devoured rocks, his body hardening into a rugged stone man. He even swallowed an entire stone house, transforming it into a mobile home with legs. Beyond these basic assimilation tests, he was also conducting fusion experiments. He swallowed 3 monkeys, fusing them into one colossal primate. He devoured 3 sky sharks, merging them into a monstrous 3-headed shark. He even attempted to swallow a compass bird, instantly morphing into a compass man with a bird's head and wings. After spitting the bird back out, he rubbed his neck, which had twisted a full 180 degrees, wincing in pain. Next time I fuse with a compass bird, I need to get the angle right. I nearly twisted my neck off. When using the gum-gum fruit to fuse, he could completely suppress the will of the fused creature and directly command all of its abilities. This reminded him of the original story where Wapple, after swallowing his older brother Michiru, could instantly use the powers of the mushroom fruit. With this, wouldn't anyone be able to become a dual fruit user? Of course, without the suppressive power of the gum-gum fruit, it would be best to pair it with a body lacking consciousness. Fusing a conscious entity with an unconscious body, both forms controlled by a single will. This would avoid the struggle for dominance and allow for the housing of two devil fruits simultaneously. It was a promising path. Indeed, Paramecia fruits were bizarre and full of potential. No wonder everyone on the seas wanted to become a gimmick type or a stat check type. Garp was the epitome of a stat check, standing at the world's peak purely through physical prowess. Teach was the classic gimmick type, becoming an emperor with two top-tier devil fruits. Rector looked at the giant monkey before him. It moved awkwardly, limbs thrashing in different directions, unable even to walk straight like a marionette. This was the consequence of divided wills, multiple consciousnesses vying for control. Watching the internal struggle within the creature, Rector suddenly thought of Teach. Blackbeard's missing teeth, his appearance shifting each time. Could he also be a creation of the gum-gum fruit? It can't just be a coincidence, right? Rector stroked his chin deep in thought. After Teach acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, he did visit Drum Island, but the specifics of what he did there were never detailed in the story. He also recalled the Enies lobby arc where three people disguised themselves as a single giant judge. Could that have been some kind of foreshadowing? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Rector shook off the jumble of wild speculations in his head. As a veteran One Piece fan, ever since Shank's true identity was revealed, he'd believe it if someone told him Emu was a parrot. In the training yard, a large bulging bundle sat in the center, filled with all the supplies listed. Vegapunk, I'll leave this clone behind to assist you with your research. A particle of lightning emerged from Rector, and Lightning One silently materialized. This clone carried the power of the gum-gum fruit, relying on it for combat. But its primary purpose was to aid Vegapunk's research while devouring the poneglyph on the Sky Island to temper its body. Rector's goal was clear: he would forge his body into the hardest in the world. This poneglyph on the Sky Island contained clues about the ancient weapon Poseidon. He knew Poseidon was the future princess Shirahoshi. This stone held no value for him, so it might as well serve to enhance his physical strength. However, there was a drawback. After devouring the poneglyph, the clone would need to be refused with his main body. Only then could the enhanced physique be transferred, making it a massive experience pack. Understood. Vegapunk immediately nodded in agreement. Lightning's standard temperature could reach 1700 degrees Celsius, easily melting metal. With this clone, many heating and smelting steps could be skipped, greatly boosting research efficiency. Zeus, let's go. Zeus, who was squatting at the edge of the training ground, eagerly watching the Thunder Guard drills, immediately turned and flew toward Rector at the sound of his voice. Rector casually tossed the supply bundle onto Zeus's back, then found a comfortable spot to lie down. Zeus carried the loaded bundle towards Hakanosu, the sea of clouds churning below as the wind rushed past their ears with high-altitude chill. The next noon, the port of Hakanosu was scorching under the brutal sun. The stone pavement radiated heat, and the air was thick with the mingled smells of alcohol, sea salt, and grilled meat. A heavily intoxicated pirate was sprawled on a roadside rock, trying to sober up. Seeing a cloud rapidly approaching, he rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating from the drink. How is that cloud moving faster than a ship? A streak of silver lightning cut through the sultry air, coming to a halt right in front of the pirate. Electric arcs crackled around Rector's muscular arms. His pale golden eyes swept over the pirate with indifference. As Rector spread his observation haki to locate Charlotte Linlin, a group of pirates wielding large blades noisily surrounded him. Hey kid, you looking for someone? The burly man in the lead reeked of alcohol, his face flushed, eyeing Rector up and down with malicious intent. Scram. Rector's gaze was ice cold as he scanned the crowd. The moment he spoke, the sky above the port suddenly darkened. Rumble. A dull thunderclap tore through the clouds. Crack. Several lightning pillars, dozens of meters thick, came crashing down, striking right in the middle of the thugs. You picked the wrong target. I'm not someone you can mess with. The commotion instantly drew the attention of every pirate in the port. Those drinking, gambling, and unloading cargo all stopped to gawk. He's a Logia user. So what if he's a Logia? Without Haki, he's just a flashy show. The pirates shouted, swinging their swords at Rector. This newcomer needed to learn the harsh realities of Hakanosu's brutal competition. A smile played on Rector's face. His right arm coated in armament Haki crackling with lightning, he threw a punch at the charging mob, the air bursting with a sharp whistle. Thunder fist. Crack. A barrage of lightning-wreathed fists flew out, and the pirates who were hit collapsed with agonizing screams. In the blink of an eye, 30 pirates lay on the ground. Some were charred and twitching, others writhed in pain, clutching their arms, and a few had passed out, their pants soaked. Boom. At that moment, a violent, overwhelming aura swept out from the depths of Hakanosu like a slumbering beast locking onto prey that had invaded its territory. A colossal figure approached rapidly, each heavy step cracking the stone pavement. Like a boulder falling from the sky, he landed heavily in front of Rector, kicking up a cloud of dust. Whoa, kid, you've got guts throwing punches on rock's turf. A figure nearly 7 meters tall emerged from the dust, wild black hair draped over his shoulders. His shoulders were as broad as a wall, arms as thick as boulders, and a pair of curved horns rose from his head. He carried a massive spiked club radiating a savage bloodlust as he took a step forward. Hey kid, state your name. The surrounding pirates instinctively backed away, not wanting to get caught in the impending fight. The man was Kaido, an apprentice of the Rock's pirates, and a promising newcomer favored by the executive Charlotte Linlin. Young Kaido Rector's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the man before him. His observation haki had already locked onto Kaido's presence. A cruel smile curled at his lips. This was the man who had taken the Azure Dragon fruit that rightfully belonged to his younger brother. At the thought, his silver-white hair whipped wildly in the wind, and thick, thumb-sized arcs of electricity crackled and surged, converging and intertwining in the air. The air filled with the sharp crackle of electricity, and even the surrounding temperature rose. Rector raised his right hand, pointing a finger at the ground. Hey, before asking someone's name, you should bow 90 degrees. Got it? Crack. The lightning surged instantly, and a massive tiger of pure silver lightning materialized behind Rector. Its form was even larger than Kaido's, its fangs and claws forged from pure lightning radiating searing heat. Electric arcs crackled and danced over the stone slabs of the harbor, while scorching heat waves rolled in with the smell of sea. Kaido, standing at the forefront, bore the brunt. His disheveled long hair stood on end, electrified. Kid, you're not worthy of my respect. Kaido swung his iron club coated with armament haki and smashed it fiercely toward Lei Kutua's head. But the lightning tiger was faster. Its dazzling silver-white radiance instantly flooded Kaido's vision. Bang! The giant tiger's claw slapped solidly onto the top of Kaido's head. Fierce lightning instantly surged through his entire body, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably under the electric current. Kaido was both shocked and enraged. His observation haki had not sensed the attack at all, leaving only a dazzling silver-white glare before his eyes. The thunderous roar shook the entire harbor as the shockwave from the lightning storm swept outward, raising clouds of dust. Electric arcs scurried across the ground, and several pirates who tried to rush in to help found their legs numbed by the electricity as soon as they lifted their feet. The area within 10 meters of Kaido had become a churning sea of lightning. As the dust slowly settled, the pirates could finally see the scene. Kaido's entire head was buried deep into the ground, and the stone slabs around his head had been melted by the intense heat, solidifying into dark red magma. Fine sparks of lightning still crackled over his body, which twitched occasionally. The iron club in his hand had long rolled away, making him look like an ostrich with its head buried in the ground. This is impossible. The harbor fell into instant dead silence. The pirates who had gathered to watch were all wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to their feet. That's Kaido. Even Xia Luote Lingling's promising rookie was taken down by him in one move. Those who could sit in the position of a cadre in the Luo Kasi pirates had only one standard: sufficient strength. Although Kaido was still only an intern in the crew, his strength already surpassed most pirates on the island, placing him among the top tier. Such a powerful Kaido was actually one-shot by this young man. Some pirates thought they were dreaming and pinched their companion's thigh hard, only believing it was real after hearing the familiar scream of pain. Mama. Lei Kutua, you've arrived. Who is this guy with his head buried in the ground? The familiar laughter drifted along the street from deep within the island, and the tall figure of Xia Luote Linlin slowly appeared at the harbor entrance. She glanced curiously at the buried head Kaido not far away, then swept her gaze over the surrounding crowd. Her invisible pressure made the pirates present even lighten their breaths. Even more shocking to the crowd was that Linlin actually called him Lei Kutua. A pirate in the crowd hastily pulled out a stack of wanted posters from his pocket and frantically flipped through them. Found it. He is the eldest son of Xia Luote Linlin, the pirate who fought to a draw with Navy Vice Admiral Black Arms AFA. His trembling voice immediately drew the attention of everyone around. The looks the crowd gave Lei Kutua had shifted from initial fear to awe. Hey, are you sure you're not mistaken? Black Arms AFA is a man with strength equal to a cadre. Some pirates couldn't believe it, as Lei Kutua looked far too young for them to make the connection. At their age, they would still be playing in the mud at home. Really, it's exactly the same as the photo on the wanted poster. The pirate held the poster high, and those around him, seeing the picture, instinctively stepped back. Those who had thought of stepping in to help ran faster than rabbits. Everyone was terrified of being targeted by Lei Kutua. The pirates on the ground who were still conscious were filled with nothing but fear. The consequences of provoking a powerhouse of this level were easy to imagine. Lady Linlin. That one with his head buried is Lord Kaido. A pirate rubbed his hands together as he approached, a fawning smile on his face. He was scheming in his heart. If he could get on Lei Kutua's good side, he could rise to glory in the future. This was a perfect chance to show his loyalty. You say this thing is Kai Duo? Xia Luote Linlin pointed at the prone Kai Duo on the ground, glanced at the lightning arcs dancing on his body, and knew without thinking that it was Lei Kutua's doing. Mother, I've brought everything you asked for. In the distance, Zhou Si heard Lei Kutua's voice and slowly descended from the sky, revealing a large bulging bundle on his back. Xia Luote Linlin had drool at the corner of her mouth. She had long smelled the aroma of desserts. Reaching into the bundle, she pulled out a wrapped cake, tore off the wrapper, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Come with Mama, I'll introduce you to some people. Xia Luote Linlin placed Lei Kutua's on her shoulder and strode toward the Skull Rock at the center of Fengchao Island. Zhou Si followed behind her, and their figures gradually disappeared into the harbor street. The remaining pirates at the harbor stared at the 30-odd people lying on the ground, looking at them as if they were fools. Serves you right for being arrogant. This time you've kicked a titanium alloy plate. The few who were still conscious instantly turned pale, fear spreading across their faces. Some had just regained consciousness, but upon hearing Lei Kutua's identity, they fainted again. Before even earning a cadre position, they had offended someone at that level. Could they still leave alive? Almost forgot about you lot. All of you die. Lei Kutua's indifferent voice drifted from afar, and a lightning clone materialized before the 30-odd pirates. From his fingertips shot over 30 threads of lightning, as thin as hairs, piercing precisely into each person's brain and heart. The next second, the eyes of the 30-plus people instantly lost their luster, and their life force rapidly dissipated. Only after all their hearts stopped beating did the lightning clone vanish. This sight made the surrounding pirates' hearts pound with fear. Lei Kutua was even more ruthless than they had imagined, acting without hesitation, leaving no room for mercy. The same thought crossed everyone's mind: never provoke Lei Kutua, or it would mean certain death. Lei Kutua sat on Xia Luote Linlin's shoulder, his gaze calm and unruffled. Since they dared to provoke him, there was no reason to spare their lives. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Xia Luote Linlin also noticed the commotion behind, but she paid it no mind. In the world of pirates, might makes right. When the weak offend, the strong, death is the best outcome. As for the buried Kai Duo, no one dared to step forward and take him to a doctor. Xia Luote Linlin was the only cadre who had high hopes for Kai Duo, but now Kai Duo had offended her son. If anyone tried to help Kai Duo, they would risk angering Lei Kutua. It wasn't worth it. Given the potential Lei Kutua had shown, he would eventually grow to the level of a cadre like Nyogaite. In the Skull Banquet Hall of Fengchao Island, candlelight spread in rings along the walls. The air was thick with the scents of liquor, roasted meat, and tobacco, while rowdy laughter and curses rose and fell. But when Lei Kutua's gaze swept across the hall, an invisible pressure silently spread, and the surrounding noise dimmed a notch. So this is Linlin's son. He's quite cute. The woman speaking had light golden wavy hair, her slender arms resting on the bar. Her eyes were curious as she looked Lei Kutua up and down. Lei Kutua looked at the strikingly beautiful Guluo Leo saw before him. The thought that decades later this tall beauty of 1.9 meters would become a little old lady under a meter tall made him sneer inwardly. Lei Kutua jumped down from Xia Luote Linlin's shoulder and landed steadily on the bar counter. The nearby Ba Jin immediately leaned in, her tone flirtatious. Little brother, are you interested in doing something fun with big sister? Lei Kutua smiled slightly and said, are you interested in cooperating with me? I can give you treasure. He looked at Ba Jin, scheming inwardly. This was a perfect experimental subject delivered to his doorstep. First, take some blood samples and send them to Bei Jiapang Ku. They could serve as the first batch of experimental samples for the embryo system. Ba Jin sensed the calculation hidden in Lei Kutua's words and paused. This was not the kind of thinking a 6-year-old should have. Actually daring to scheme against me. What an interesting little brat. Candlelight flickered in the grand banquet hall, the air thick with the scent of strong liquor mingling with the greasy aroma of roasting meat. Bakine's slender fingers gently cupped Lecter's chin, her alluring eyes reflecting his figure as she leaned forward, almost pressing her body against his. Lecter's heart pounded wildly. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't attraction, and his physical condition wouldn't allow it anyway. He was merely marveling inwardly at how flawlessly Bakine was playing this role. She truly lived up to her reputation as the science bandit back in Gamstussy. He knew very well that Bakine's only true obsessions were berry and research results. She often infiltrated various research teams under the guise of a researcher, only to steal the finished results and sell them off. That was how she earned the title Science Bandit. A faint smile played on Lecter's lips as he pushed Bakine away. Save those tricks for someone else. Mama. Bakine, you're still far from fooling my son. Charlotte Linlin said, hands on her hips, laughing at the utterly stunned Bakine. Unfazed by Linlin's teasing, Bakine looked curiously at Lecter. What's in it for me? Lecter raised a single finger. Cooperate with me on one piece of research and I'll give you 100 million berry. Really? Bakin's voice trembled. The Rock's pirate's rule was that treasure had to be taken by force, and being weaker, she always ended up with the least. That was why she always pestered Newgate. After all, Newgate had no interest in treasure whatsoever. Now getting 100 million berry just for cooperating once was a temptation she couldn't deny. 100 million berry. Lecter, that's no small sum. Every single berry is the family's operating capital belonging to every family member. It's not yours to give away as you please. Longbread, seated behind Bakin, chimed in to object. Besides, as far as I know, the family's funds don't support such an action. Where would you even get that kind of money? Longbread's words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. If Linlin had said it, they wouldn't have cared. But coming from Lecter, it was different. All the berry he managed were plundered by Charlotte Linlin. 100 million at a time, and with multiple collaborations it would amount to billions. Where could he possibly get that much berry? Mind your own damn business. Your poverty doesn't make me poor. There are plenty of ways to make money. Rob the Celestial Dragons tribute, use the Celestial Dragons to threaten the world government. These are all viable options. Go ahead then. Lecter's voice echoed through the tavern, shocking everyone. They had robbed the tribute more than once, but threatening the world government with the Celestial Dragons was something they had never attempted. This guy is a lunatic. You? Longbread was rendered speechless by Lecter's retort and was about to ask Linlin to discipline him when Charlotte Linlin, seated behind Lecter, hadn't heard a word of their conversation. Perospero was taking out sweets from a package and handing them to Charlotte Linlin. Judging by her blissful expression, she was completely immersed in the world of gourmet food. We still have unfinished business. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Lecter's gaze at Longbread was laced with barely contained murderous intent, the lightning crackling across his body terrifying Longbread. Because he knew that if he said another word, Lecter would attack him without hesitation. Interesting. Kid, come aboard my ship as the vice captain. With me you won't have to take any more crap. You can kill whoever you want. An arrogant voice came from the entrance of the hall. A head of flamboyant golden hair danced wildly with each step like a lion king leading its pride, radiating sharp, unbridled pride. The extremist, Shiki. Shiki, you must be tired of living. Trying to poach my son right in front of me. Having just finished her sweets, Charlotte Linlin happened to hear Shiki's words and slammed her palm onto the bar counter. The solid wooden counter couldn't withstand her terrifying strength and instantly shattered into countless splinters. With a single wave of her hand, she sent a gale of wind and debris sweeping toward Shiki. Longbread prayed inwardly that Lecter would never agree. If Shiki, that madman, promised something, he would definitely see it through. He was still young, he didn't want to die. Jah, don't be so worked up. A red glint flashed in Shiki's triangular eyes. The stone slabs beneath his feet instantly detached from the ground, flying up to shield him, blocking all the incoming debris. I refuse. Hey, think it over. Your Goro Goro no Mi combined with my Fua Fua no Mi, within 20 years we could rule the entire world. Shiki spread his arms wide, his arrogant voice echoing through the hall, his eyes filled with visions of the future. I refuse. We can never work together. Lecter turned and headed for the door. Shiki was the type to act on a whim, never caring about the consequences. In a little over 2 decades, he'd become a VIP guest of Impel Down. Following him was pure suicide. Besides, Shiki's crew operated on the same model as the current Rocks pirates, only even more chaotic. He'd had his fill of being backstabbed. He wasn't about to go through that again. Nor did he fancy charging into Marine headquarters with Shiki to take on those 2 old men who only ever aimed for the head. Whitebeard watched Lecter's retreating figure as he strode out the door, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This kid was tougher than he'd anticipated, even more reckless than Rocks himself. Threatening the world government with the Celestial Dragons was something even Rocks had never done. Bakin was still mulling over Lecter's proposal back in her spot. 100 million berry for one collaboration was simply too tempting a deal. For the next 3 months, Lecter remained on Hakanosu, waiting for his younger siblings to be born. One morning before the mist had fully cleared, Lecter stared at the figure before him, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Kaido, are you done? That's the 100th challenge in these 3 months. Ever since being instantly defeated by Lecter, Kaido had become fixated on him, challenging him relentlessly every single day. Each time he'd be fried half to death by lightning, only to show up sprightly and energetic the very next day. Lecter, every time you blast me I feel like I've gotten stronger the next day. Kaido stared at him with burning intensity. That look wasn't one of a person looking at another person, it was clearly the gaze of someone eyeing a massive XP farm. Scram! Lecter kicked Kaido square in the face. The immense force sent his front teeth flying and his body hurtling uncontrollably towards the harbor. I'll be back. Kaido's fragmented voice drifted back on the wind, turning Lecter's face ashen. If anyone dared call Kaido a brainless brute, Lecter would be the first to disagree. The brat always ambushed him on the way back to his quarters, calculating that Lecter wouldn't dare use large-scale attacks for fear of harming the pregnant Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin was at her due date. If the shockwaves of a fight injured the soon-to-be-born siblings, it would be disastrous. But today he was determined to put Kaido out of commission for days. Kaido, this time I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days. Lightning erupted around Rector, the air crackling with sharp popping sounds. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only a charred patch where he had stood. Out on the harbor waters, an unremarkable small boat slowly pulled ashore, the salty sea breeze whipping waves against the quay. Well, if it isn't that brat Kaido. A man of exceptionally towering stature had just stepped onto the shore when he saw a figure flying straight towards him. His fierce visage resembled an ancient primordial beast. His blue and white hair flickered upward like flames, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating a wild arrogance that seemed to devour everything. He stood there like a mountain that blotted out the sky, suffocating all who beheld him. Roxy, Zebek. He had single-handedly stirred up the tides of an entire era. At 25, he stormed Mary Geos, slew a Marine admiral, and escaped unscathed. The Marines and the world government had branded him the world's most wanted pirate, not just in recognition of his terrifying power, but out of fear of his ambition to become the king of the world. Rox raised his mighty foot and delivered a kick to the incoming Kaido. Boom. Kaido's face caved in from the impact, his exposed eyes rolling back slightly. His body rocketed even faster towards the buildings near the harbor, crashing through walls and sending debris flying. Kaido, go to hell. Rector's roar, filled with ultimate fury, descended from the sky, along with a violent storm of lightning. Crack! Electric arcs wildly danced through the air as the lightning instantly ionized the surrounding atmosphere. The blinding glare was so intense that nearby pirates couldn't open their eyes, and some screamed out in agony as the searing light struck them. Oh, my eyes. Kaido, you damn fool. If you want to kill yourself, don't drag us down with you. Pirates near the harbor gazed at the ever-condensing storm clouds converging in the sky, scrambling desperately in every direction. They fled with all their might, terrified of being caught in the impending catastrophe. The storm clouds twisted violently in the sky. Within 6 colossal vortexes of lightning, bolts of electricity furiously gathered. Meteor fall ring. Crack. 6 massive lightning spears tore through the air, descending like 6 enormous mountains. The moment they were unleashed, the spears connected with each other, forming a colossal ring of lightning that plummeted toward the harbor. Scorching waves of heat, surging currents of electricity, and billowing sea mist rushed forward. All moisture and dust within the ring's range were instantly vaporized, leaving the very air visibly warped and distorted. Pirates too slow to escape were instantly reduced to charred husks upon touching the ring. Those slightly stronger were left barely clinging to life, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Get out of the way. Rector, this is your own stronghold. Damn it. Which idiot provoked this madman? Rox listened to the screams around him, his deep black pupils contracting sharply. He watched the ring of lightning descending from the heavens, and a savage, malevolent grin spread across his fearsome face. Hey brat, this is my territory. Shing. Rox drew the eclipse from his waist. Deep black haki flooded the blade like a tidal wave, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire harbor. The wooden planks of the harbor groaned under the strain. Standing his ground, he swung his sword with one arm, and the air before him exploded. The flying slash, typically sharp and precise, was launched instead like a cannonball. The blast, imbued with savage power, shot straight into the heavens. Its impact, like a black tsunami, slammed violently into the lightning ring suspended in midair. The instant the two attacks collided, the ground beneath split open with deep fissures. The sea erupted into walls of water dozens of meters high, and the entire harbor was engulfed in a blinding white light. Crackle, crack, crack. The divine lightning ring shattered on the spot. Fragments of electric light scattered in all directions, and the remaining force plunged into the sea, solidifying into a massive web of lightning upon the water's surface. The seawater boiled from the extreme heat, and numerous sea kings floated to the surface, their white bellies turned upwards. The harbor ground was riddled with dense spiderweb-like cracks, while debris and splinters flew everywhere. Across the entire harbor, the only one still standing firm was Rox's sword held in a single hand. The distant onlookers felt their legs give way. Some collapsed to their knees, muttering incoherently to themselves. Is that guy even human? Only Rox can still stand. Rector hovered in midair, lightning coiling around him like serpents. His silver-white hair was gently lifted by the electrical currents, dancing wildly in the sea breeze. A faint glow of lightning shimmered around his form, making him seem as one with the storm clouds above. Clang! Rox sheathed the eclipse, his gaze fixed intently and gravely upon Rector in the sky. The lightning illuminated his fierce profile. The purple electric mark on his left cheek twitched slightly, making his expression appear even more menacing. The two stared each other down across the expanse of air. In that moment, the crashing waves seemed to halt, and even the trembling of the earth beneath their feet came to a standstill. Ha ha ha. Fine lad. Impressive strength. You're Charlotte Linlin's son, aren't you? Join my Rox pirates. I'll show you the view from the top of the world. Rox spread his arms wide, his laughter brimming with unbridled excitement, issuing the invitation before the eyes of every pirate in the harbor. The surrounding pirates were utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in disbelief. Be but boss Rox. He just killed. A pirate mustered the courage to speak, but the moment he met Rox's sweeping gaze, his voice caught in his throat. The color drained from his face instantly. His legs gave way, and he fell straight to his knees. Thud, thud, thud. Boss Rox, I was wrong. Please spare me. The pirate kowtowed frantically on the ground, his forehead quickly bleeding. Watching this scene from high above, Rector's throat shifted slightly. A single glare was enough to terrify a man into this state. This was the intimidating presence of the world's most dangerous pirate. A bitter smile flickered within Rector. His right hand, hidden behind his back, kept shifting between solid form and lightning, unable to solidify. On Hakanosu Island within the Skull Banquet Hall, the air was thick with the scent of strong liquor and sweet cake. Charlotte Linlin, having just given birth, had fully recovered in a mere 3 days. She leaned against the bar while across from her Rox was nursing a glass of wine, drinking morosely cup after cup. Rox, you actually got rejected. He even said you were too weak. Shiki, floating in the air nearby, laughed so hard, he slapped his thigh, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. The captain of the Rox pirates had personally invited the child of one of his subordinates to join, only to be turned down. Not only that, the kid had told him to his face that he wasn't strong enough. Yet Rox neither flew into a rage nor sought retribution against Rector. Stranger still, Rector had pulled Rox into a secret room that very day. Rox stayed inside for a full day, and upon emerging he did nothing but drink in silence, refusing to speak a word. Shut up, Shiki. Whitebeard's deep voice cut Shiki off. He carried a bottle of sherry over and sat beside Rox, staring at his expressionless face. What exactly did you two talk about? Whitebeard's voice rumbled through the hall like muffled thunder. Rox didn't answer, merely frowning as if lost in deep thought. That day in the secret room, Rector had spoken only 3 sentences to him. As a member of the David clan, don't underestimate the world government, and especially not the man who sits upon the empty throne. Move your family away from God Valley as soon as possible. With your current strength you cannot defeat Emu. Beware of Emu's black turn domination. These 3 sentences struck directly at Rox's most deeply buried secret. His homeland, his family, something he had never revealed to anyone. He demanded to know the source of this information, but Rector simply replied, I can foresee the future, effectively silencing his questions. Rector gave Rox an overwhelming sense of mystery, knowing even the secrets of his family. This matter must never be known by anyone. What did the black turn domination in that last sentence mean? Was it a devil fruit ability? Or was it some special power of Emu? Zeus sped across the skies above the red line, heading in the direction of Hakanosu Island. He had already told Rox everything he needed to know, but Rox's plan was doomed to fail from the start. Harold would never eat the Nidhogg fruit. Their beliefs were fundamentally opposed. Harold was determined to make Elbaf a member nation of the world government. After Rox's death, Harold declared directly at Marine headquarters that even if he had to become a slave, he would see Elbaf join the world government. If the King of Giants were to truly become a celestial dragon slave, the giant tribe would become the laughingstock of the entire world. Even so, he was willing to pay that price. Harold's goal was to free the giants from the label of barbarism and integrate them into the world. For Rox to convince Harold to challenge the world government alongside him, the invitation could only be made before Harold met Ida. The other legendary devil fruit that Rox sought remained entirely without a trace. Whether it was the Nika fruit, the dark fruit, or the commoner fruit, none would appear for another 37 years. By the time Rox found the fruit he needed, he would be 73 years old. How much strength would he have left? With age, stamina, physical defense, and endurance all decline. Even Rox at his peak couldn't defeat Emu. Moreover, in the new era, Loki's strength surpassed a younger Rox, let alone an old and frail one. And 43 years from now, it would no longer be the age of pirates, but the era of the 4 gods. The forest god, the rain god, the earth god, and the sun god. He told Rox about this matter solely to create trouble for the world government. Of course, Rector's greatest pleasure was causing chaos for the world government. As the child of a great pirate, he had been targeted by the world government since birth. In their eyes, everyone beneath the red line was nothing but common rabble. Since the world government already wanted his head, what kind of pirate would he be if he didn't stir up some trouble in return? Brew brew. The ringing of the din mushy interrupted Rector's thoughts, the sound coming from Perospero's pocket. Zeus, Rector, and the others raced through the sky at a steady pace. Brother, hold them. Perospero directly shoved the 2 little ones he was carrying into Rector's arms, then pulled out the din mushy from his pocket and answered it. Gotcha, Mr. Peros. There's news about the island fruit. Really? Where? Perospero instantly became excited, roaring into the din mushy. This devil fruit was a crucial part of Big Brother's plan. They had been searching for 2 years. Now there was news. How could they not be excited? Sabaody Archipelago. At the upcoming auction, not only is the island fruit up for sale, but also a mermaid. A mermaid? Rector muttered to himself. If there was a mermaid, the celestial dragons might come too. He had already told Rox about the terror of the world government, but he wasn't sure if God Valley would erupt. If God Valley truly broke out, the new world would descend into a great melee with Shiki, Whitebeard, and Kaido each building their forces and fighting for territory. With the island fruit, he could ensure that his home base wouldn't be attacked after he set sail. He didn't want some despicable scoundrel to ambush his headquarters while he was out fighting for territory. This mermaid might be worth training. In the sea, mermaids were the fastest. In the future, every member of the family would eat a devil fruit. The pirate crew needed a salvage diver. I understand. Brother, can I go? Perospero's eyes sparkled with gold. Mermaids were said to be the most beautiful race in legend. He had been in the New World since birth and had never seen a mermaid. Aloud, bring Katakuri along too. No problem, brother. Rector smiled faintly. It wasn't enough for him alone to bear a bounty, though everyone should share in this kind of good fortune. It was time to showcase the might of the Big Mom pirates. Perospero, have our men search for information about Sleepy Town. Sleepy Town? Brother, why are you looking for a town? Perospero looked at Rector curiously. This was the first time his brother had asked him to find a place. Previously, it had always been devil fruits. Even the location of Skypiea was known to his brother. Since Sleepy Town's location was uncertain even to him, there must be something valuable there. No more questions, just do it. Rector kicked Perospero's backside. The vampire fruit, a Zoan-type mythical Zoan, was located in Sleepy Town. The most terrifying aspect of the vampire fruit was its endurance. It could drain blood and lifespan by biting the neck or piercing the skin, with claws absorbing the stolen lifespan to reverse aging, restore peak physical condition, and fully recover from injuries and exhaustion. The vampire fruit could restore wounds and stamina. The Goro Goro no Mi was the strongest attack, and the Baku Baku no Mi could devour anything to strengthen oneself. With these three devil fruits, he would have no weaknesses, becoming a true all-rounder. Perospero picked up the Den Den Mushi to contact the intelligence network scattered across the world, prioritizing the search for Sleepy Town. Brother, the orders to search for Sleepy Town have been sent out. Good. Rector placed the sleeping Cracker, Castard, and Ange on Zeus's back, pulling a cloud over to cover their little bellies. The center of Appiato was covered in a dense primeval forest with towering trees hundreds of meters high, piercing the clouds. Sunlight filtered through the layered branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. On the training ground, Katakuri was leading Daifuku and Oven in their daily routine. Strength training was essential every day. Not far from them, the Shandians and Scipians, totaling 300 people, were training in two separate camps. Katakuri, Oven, Daifuku. Perospero's voice echoed through the sky. Everyone training stopped and looked up, for their emperor had returned. Lord Raijin. The Scipians and Shandians immediately knelt on one knee before Rector, who had descended from Zeus, showing their respect. Rise. Are you the ones chosen by the chief and gone fall? Rector's gaze swept over those present. They were the first group selected to go to Tato Land. The era of rocks required formidable combat power. No matter how many, they were just cannon fodder against the strong. Lord Rector, you've returned. Miville smiled, gently holding Compote's hand in greeting. These are our newborn siblings, Cracker, Castard, and Ange. Miville, I entrust them to your care. Leave it to me, Lord Rector, Miville said with a smile. The maids behind her stepped forward and took Cracker, Castard, and Ange away. Brother, how long will you stay this time? Compote rushed over and hugged Rector's waist, her chubby little face full of anticipation. Brother, we're ready. Second brother, third brother, where are you going? Compote looked curiously at Perospero and Katakuri. As the eldest daughter of the family, she was doted on by everyone, beloved by her brothers, and respected by her siblings. Brother is taking us to see a mermaid. Do you want to come? Perospero was brimming with excitement as he looked at Compote, while Katakuri remained very calm, holding a donut and stuffing it into his mouth, looking like he was enjoying the show. Really, I want to go, Compote said, climbing onto Zeus hand over foot. Rector felt a bit helpless, but decided to take them to see what a hellish world was really like. Since birth, they had lived under Charlotte Linlin's protection. That wasn't a good thing. They were the future pillars of the family. They couldn't be spoiled. Then let's go. Rector casually tossed Perospero and Katakuri onto Zeus's back, throwing a cluster of lightning at Zeus. Let's go, Lord Raijin. Come back soon. Don't forget us. Lord Raijin. I'll miss you. Lord Raijin. Visit often. Lord Raijin. We won't forget you. Rector in the sky was covered in black lines. He was only leaving for a while. Why did it sound like they were sending off a bride? 79 Eurekamin red trees stood tall, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and scattering across the ground. As the Eurekamin red trees breathed, round bubbles continuously emerged from the ground at the roots, drifting lazily into the air. The bubbles refracted iridescent light under the sun. This was the final island in the first half of the Grand Line, and the only island without a magnetic field, the Zyangabadi Archipelago. Pirates heading to the New World all stop here to coat their ships, procure sufficient supplies, and then set off for the Uran Island, the only route to the New World. The Xiangbidi archipelago is divided into numbered zones according to the 79 Urkumin red trees. In a restaurant on the 70GR, a rector brought his 3 companions and a cloud to a window seat for a meal. The wooden table was laden with steaming seafood dishes, and bubbles drifted past the window. Pedestrians bustled along the streets, mingled with the shouts of pirates and the cries of merchants. Rector was browsing the auction list in his hand, tallying up the merchandise scheduled for this auction. Big brother, with this little money you brought, can you really bid on the island fruit? Perospero frowned, looking at the meager 100 million berries in the box. An ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit starts at 100 million berries, and a Paramecia-type starting bid is far higher. This isn't even enough for the starting bid. Idiot. This money is for our meal. We're pirates. Whoever wins the bid for the island fruit will just take it from them. Paying is out of the question. Rector leaned back in his chair, glaring at Perospero. Then why are you spending money on food? Bam! Rector answered by planting a mighty boot on Perospero, sending him flying out of the restaurant. You little brat. You're the champion of backtalk. Rector munched his food, still perusing the auction list. Before every auction, the venue sends out invitations to underworld powers and nobles from across the land. For ordinary pirates, attending an auction is pure luck. The auction house doesn't advertise widely, and only pirates stationed on the Sabati archipelago get wind of the news. Wealthy pirates might show up for the spectacle, but most are penniless, living life on the edge and squandering any money they get on drink, food, and pleasure. Of course, the great pirate captains have their own intelligence networks and only make a special trip if the auction holds something of interest to them. In the upcoming auctions list, besides various slaves, the headline items were the island fruit and a 10-year-old whale shark mermaid. Fishman Island is home to 2 races, the mermaids and the fishmen. Mermaid women are the most beautiful race in the world, indistinguishable from humans except for their fish-like tails. After turning 30, a mermaid's tail splits into legs, causing their price to plummet. Therefore, auctions typically feature young or juvenile mermaids. Fishmen, on the other hand, are the primary warriors of Fishman Island. Whale shark fishmen have the highest probability of producing powerful fighters among their kind, with Jinbi being a prime example. The auction was scheduled for noon today. After lunch, Rector and his group headed towards the human auction house on Grove 1, the Urkumin Mangrove. The streets grew more crowded. The ground formed from the roots of the mangroves had a slight springy give with each step. One could see all sorts of people along the way, men completely covered up, surrounded by suited attendants, lavishly dressed noble women, and fierce-looking pirates carrying large blades. They were all here for the auction. A vast triangular thatched roof building with a pointed apex gradually came into Rector's view. The entrance was supported by several white Roman columns, and a stone plaque above bore the bold black letters, Human. Several CP agents in black suits stood guard at the entrance. It seemed the main guests had already arrived. How could a rare commodity, like a mermaid, not attract the celestial dragons? The primary clientele of the human auction house were the celestial dragons. Devil fruits were prized collectibles for the high-ranking ones, while the pampered, spoiled ones preferred slaves. Especially beautiful or strong slaves, rare races, were even more to their liking. Rector casually produced an invitation from his coat. Its cover was gilded with gold and stamped with the auction house's exclusive human emblem. This was the auction house's unique invitation, used to filter out those without money, especially for auctions attended by the world nobles like today's. This auction house was not yet the one founded by Doflamingo. It served only the wealthiest elite, catering exclusively to high society. Doflamingo's later establishment had fewer restrictions, allowing entry to anyone with money. Welcome to the auction house. Please present your invitation. Rector handed his invitation to the obsequious middle-aged man. Please come in. I hope you find a satisfactory item at today's auction. The man bowed and gestured for them to enter. He was all smiles now, but had they been penniless, they'd have been met with swords and bullets. Inside, the lighting was dim, with only a glaring spotlight shining down on the auction stage. Apart from the flat VIP seats in the front row, the rear seats were built on platforms over 2 meters high. In the eyes of commoners, celestial dragons were beings not to be looked upon. This design ensured commoners wouldn't accidentally glance up at them. Rector led Katakuri and the others to their designated seats. Big brother, the celestial dragon here today is from the Shepherd family. Shepherd, Rector muttered to himself. Shepherd Jupiter, one of the 5 elders, and Shepherd Summers of the Holy Knights both hailed from that family. This family held a top-tier position among the 19 celestial dragon families. Stealing from them would mean offending both the 5 elders and the Holy Knights simultaneously. Interesting. Welcome everyone to today's auction. Let's begin with our first item. Enough with the chatter. Get to the main event. Perospero yawned, watching the stage. The early items were either burly labor slaves or princesses from some conquered kingdom. Where did all these kingdom princesses come from? Regardless, they weren't what the group was after. Katakuri sat with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over every bidder. Big brother, If the celestial dragon really buys the island fruit and the mermaid, are we truly going to rob them? Rector flashed a sinister grin. Rob them. Not only will we rob them, we'll make them cough up even more. The air was a mix of faint tobacco and perfume, with most of the back seats hidden in the shadows. Compito was asleep leaning against the chair, while Katakuri and Perospero were not in their seats. An hour later, just as the auction of the island fruit was about to begin, the two returned. Big brother, we've both figured out the layout here. Perospero whispered in Rectoru's ear, recalling the task Rectoru had given them to find out how many CP agents were in the auction house and their combat strength. Oh, how is it, big brother? Katakuri and I can handle the celestial dragon's guards. Perospero pounded his chest confidently, absolutely certain he could snatch the island fruit from the celestial dragon. The auction of the island fruit ended quickly. The buyer was not a celestial dragon, but a pirate who grabbed the fruit and immediately tried to stuff it into his mouth. But no matter how he tried, the fruit wouldn't go into his mouth. After 5 or 6 attempts, he changed his mind, tucked the fruit into his chest, and dashed out. The pirates around him stared at the island fruit in his hand, their eyes turning green with envy. If not for the celestial dragon's presence, they would have already attacked. Katakuri, Perospero, bring it back. Got it, big brother. Perospero rubbed his hands together and left excitedly with Katakuri. This was their first real operation. Everyone, the next item is the most beautiful race in the world. A gorgeous whale shark-type mermaid. Accompanied by the auctioneer's exaggerated introduction, 2 staff members wheeled out a huge glass aquarium from the backstage. The spotlight fell on the water, casting a delicate cold light. The mermaid in the aquarium wore an explosive collar around her neck, its chain connected to the edge of the tank. Her black-blue hair floated on the water's surface. Her pretty face was filled with fear, and her simple clothes could not cover her still immature figure. I want her. My pet shark needs a companion. Putting her and my pet shark together to race swimming would be spectacular. I'll bid 1 billion berries. The celestial dragon's sickly shrill voice echoed through the auction hall. Everyone present stayed silent, unwilling to offend this world noble. Attacking a celestial dragon would summon an admiral of the Marines. This iron rule was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. As for the pirates, they were cruel, not foolish. Get ready to move. Rector stood up and looked at Compito beside him, only to find her seat empty. Turning his head, he saw Compito already running onto the auction stage. She grabbed the chain with both hands, smiling brightly as she spoke to the mermaid in the tank. Don't worry. I'll take you away right now. I want her. Bring her back to me. The celestial dragon's face flushed as he pointed at Compito. The CP agents exchanged glances and immediately charged toward the stage. You should go. Otherwise you'll become a slave too. The little mermaid in the tank gave a bitter smile. I have no family left. Rather than become a slave, I'd rather die. Please help me. I beg you. Tears streamed down the little mermaid's eyes. Only then did Compito notice that her arms were tied to the edge of the tank. The rope was so thin she hadn't seen it before. Then I'll be your family from now on. Big brother said that family must support each other. From now on you're my little sister. Compito's smile was so radiant in the little mermaid's eyes, like a beam of light shining into the darkness. You can't take me away. Defying the celestial dragon will get you killed. My parents were killed by those people called Marines. You should go. Don't let me drag you down. While they were speaking, the CP agents had already rushed to Compito's side and reached out to grab her arm. Just as Rectoru was about to act, the floor of the auction stage suddenly bulged and a fist made of earth and rock slammed heavily into the CP agent. The CP agent's body was sent flying. Katakuri's figure appeared beside Compito, gripping the iron chain with both hands and snapping it with a gentle twist. He scooped the little mermaid out of the tank with one hand while holding Compito with the other. To Katakuri, who was 190 centimeters tall, Compito and the little mermaid, both barely over a meter, weighed almost nothing in his arms. You disgusting creature. How dare you covet my little sister? Go to hell. Boom. Perospero appeared behind the celestial dragon, manipulating the ground to form a giant hand that slapped the celestial dragon hard across the face. The celestial dragon's entire face caved in from the heavy blow, and his body crashed onto the auction stage like a rag doll. The remaining CP agents, stunned, were all pulled into the ground by Perospero like ginseng roots stuck in the soil. This dramatic scene stunned the entire hall into silence. Everyone stared at the celestial dragon lying motionless on the stage, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. All they felt was regret for coming to this auction. The Marine Admiral is coming. Run! A terrified voice rang out, and the auction house instantly erupted into chaos. People surged toward the exits like mad. Caring nothing for manners or berries, they only wanted to escape alive. No one had expected that an auction as ordinary as always would produce a madman daring to beat a celestial dragon. Big brother. It's done. Rector, standing below the stage, looked at the excited Perospero and twitched his mouth. You little brat. Don't beat him to death. I'm still waiting to use him to trade for a devil fruit. Rector glared at Perospero, then looked at the little mermaid in Katakuri's arms, stepping forward to remove the explosive collar. He saw that the little mermaid, who had been full of fear, now had a spark of hope in her eyes, staring unblinkingly at Katakuri. Damn it. This cliché hero-saving beauty scene. I never got one. How did this kid get it? Rector grabbed the explosive collar with one hand, spreading his observation haki, and fine lightning flickered at his fingertips, instantly destroying the internal structure of the collar. He gave a gentle tug, and the collar fell off. Little sister, what's your name? Compito patted the little mermaid's head. The little mermaid came to her senses and whispered, My name is Ryoshi. My name is Compito. This is my younger brother Katakuri, and this is my second older brother Perospero. The one who removed your explosive collar is my big brother Rector. From now on you can confidently follow me. My big brother is so strong now that he can kill a vice admiral with one punch. Rector, who was tying up the celestial dragon, heard Compito's words, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Why are you bragging and dragging me into it? There's an old man with monstrous strength among the current vice admirals. I can't beat him yet. Zeus. Coming. Boom. The roof was smashed open, sending wood chips and dust raining down. Sunlight instantly poured through the opening into the dim auction hall. As Zeus charged in, his body kept growing. Rector casually tossed the tied-up celestial dragon onto its back. Let's go. Katakuri, carrying Compito and Ryoshi, stepped onto a cloud ladder and climbed onto Zeus's back. When everyone was aboard, Zeus slowly rose into the sky and flew toward the heavens. Wind rushed in through the gap, carrying the soap bubbles unique to the Shabandi archipelago into the auction house. The chaos below continued, but above the clouds only the steady sound of wind remained. Zeus, head to Hakanosu Island. The International Charity Alliance Temple, Puccaroni. The evening sea breeze swept across the crimson temple walls, carrying a briny dampness. The once serene and solemn shrine and treasury were now in utter disarray, ransacked by the officers of the Rocks Pirates. Haul it all away. Wang Ji greedily eyed the mountains of treasure piled on the ground. This is an unbelievable sum of money. We appreciate your hard work. We'll take everything off your hands. A bald elderly monk tottered forward to block their path, desperately pleading with the demons before him to leave the temple's treasure be. You can't do this. This is charity money. TCH. Tell that to the ghosts. Just looking at your fat smug faces makes me sick. You never intended to share this treasure with the poor or the orphans. Charlotte Linlin kicked the old monk aside, hoisted a bag overflowing with loot, and dashed towards the main gate. Spartan and Wang Ji likewise shouldered their bulging sacks of treasure, laughing heartily as they followed Linlin out. Hey, Wang Ji, lower the ladder. Wang Ji's den mushy suddenly rang, Newgate's voice crackling through. Deep within the underground vault, Whitebeard looked up at the high entrance far above. Shiki. Wang Ji called out to Shiki nearby. Shiki feigned a sudden realization, slapping his own forehead. Oops, I forgot Newgate and the others were still in the vault. Shiki's tone was apologetic, but he had already lit a cannonball, casually tossing it towards the vault's entrance. Whoops, my hand slipped. What Whitebeard saw descending wasn't a ladder, but a cannonball, with its fuse burning dangerously close to the end. Boom. The explosion instantly collapsed the vault's entrance and enraged Whitebeard. He activated his Gura no Mi powers, and visible white ripples spread through the air, causing the entire temple to shake violently. The seas around the island churned and surged with massive waves, the entire island cracking and breaking apart from its very foundations. Inside the vault, everything flipped and tumbled, everyone staggering and rolling with the quaking ground. Only when every structure on the island had crumbled into rubble did the tremors gradually cease. Dust and smoke blanketed the entire island, and from within the haze 2 imposing figures slowly emerged. What immense destructive power! I want that too. Kaido, carrying his kanabo, watched Newgate with envy. Rector's rumble fruit and Newgate's tremor fruit both possessed such world-shattering might. He gripped his kanabo tightly, resolving to find a legendary devil fruit of his own. Devil fruits take time to find. A person can only eat one in their lifetime. After all, once you eat one, you're cursed to be rejected by the sea forever. Silver Axe, bleeding from a gash on his head caused by falling rocks, crawled out from the debris and roared at Wang Ji. Which bastard threw that cannonball? Wang Ji pointed to Shiki, who was floating in the sky above. Shiki hovered in midair, feigning great surprise. Oh, Silver Axe, you're still alive. I was so worried about you. A furious Silver Axe paid no heed to Shiki's words, charging upward with his axe raised, intent on cutting Shiki down. Enough with the pointless games. We're on a schedule. Is the treasure all intact? Rocks stood atop the highest piece of rubble, confirming that all the treasure was unharmed. He didn't spare even a glance at Shiki and Silver Axe, who were locked in a midair scuffle. In his eyes, anyone who could be killed by a single bomb wasn't worthy of being his crewmate. Jaha, I told you there'd be a fortune here. We're all rolling in it. Shiki, fresh from his brief skirmish with Silver Axe, flew back, triumphantly, bits of rubble clinging to his coat. Shiki, If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll sink you to the bottom of the sea. Whitebeard warned furiously. Just a joke. I wouldn't dare joke with you all again. Shiki's attitude towards Whitebeard was clearly different from how he treated Silver Axe. Seeing that Whitebeard was genuinely angry, he knew it was time to show proper respect. Brublu. The Den Den Mushy's ringtone suddenly sounded. Charlotte Linlin pulled one out from her bosom. Mama, where are you all? Why is there no one at Beehive Island? Rector's voice came through from the other end. Mama is out here seizing treasure. Treasure? You're at Putkaroni. That's right. Mama drained the lifespan from all the monks in that temple. I need it. You should come back. The treasure you're getting is nothing compared to what we have here. Gotcha. Rector hung up the phone directly. The eyes of all the Rocks Pirates officers turned to Linlin. Quite the bold claim. What place could possibly have more treasure than this? Longbread's ill-timed comment echoed the thoughts of the other officers. Mama, everything Rector says is true. Charlotte Linlin declared, hands on her hips, seemingly ignoring Longbread's skepticism. Her right hand flashed with pure white energy as she made a grabbing motion towards all the surviving monks. Wispy, milky white energy was drawn out from their bodies, life force harvested by her Sorunomi. The monks who had their lifespan drained, aged, and withered before the naked eye, their bodies eventually collapsing as lifeless husks onto the cold, rubble-strewn ground. Why are you all staring at me? Charlotte Linlin stored the collected life force directly into Napoleon for safekeeping. She turned to see Whitebeard and the others looking her way, but then felt their gazes weren't really on her, so she turned back around. On the distant horizon, dozens of marine battleships sailed in formation, the seagull emblem on their sails starkly visible against the sea breeze. Rock stood on a reef by the shore watching the approaching fleet, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Seems they planned this well. Shiki looked at the fleet, comparable in scale to a buster call, and a mad grin spread across his face. Jaha. If you want to arrest me, Senkong or Garp, you lot aren't worthy. Rox drew a clips from his waist, the long blade glinting coldly in the setting sun. Sink them all. Plunder them all. Rox charged forward, unleashing a devastating slash as heavy as a cannonball crashing into the nearest battleship. The sheer force of the impact cleaved the vessel in two, its halves sinking rapidly into the sea. Facing the most vicious pirate crew in the world, these Marines couldn't withstand even a single blow from Rox. In the 2 years since its founding, the Rocks Pirates had orchestrated 16 attacks. This included the destruction of 1 nation, the razing of 5 towns, the burning of 14 ports, and the sinking of 76 ships. There were 3 incidents violating World Law Article 18 and 25 criminal records that had already been erased. Through sheer power, Rox branded this era with his own unmistakable mark. Meanwhile, on the new world island of Enis, the harbor waters shimmered with dark blue ripples as docked ships swayed gently in the sea breeze. Harold was in a standoff with world government agents. The agents on the ship aimed their guns at the mountain-like man standing on the shore. He was far larger and more imposing than even an average giant. He had a thick, luxurious beard with sharply upturned tips. His eyebrows were jagged as if carved by wind and snow, and the whiskers at the corners of his mouth were equally sharp and pointed. A double-line tattoo was etched on his left temple, and on his forehead a pair of massive backward-curving horns gleamed with a hard metallic luster in the torchlight. It was the mark of the ancient giant lineage. The king of Elbaf, Harold. Get out of the way, Harold. Non-member nations are lawless territories to us. The people here have no rights. An agent called out coldly from the deck. The world doesn't follow such rules. This nation helped us selflessly when Elbaf was suffering from famine. Now is the time to repay that debt. I will not back down here. Harold roared at the agents from the dock opposite the ship, his eyes locked on the bound prisoners on the deck. Hey, Harold, Elbaf isn't a member nation right now. The agent pressed his pistol against the head of a bound prisoner, behind him, his finger on the trigger. Right now you are just the king of a kingdom hoping to join the world government. Do you realize what you're doing? I won't say it again. Move aside. The agent casually pulled the trigger, killing a bound woman with a single shot. Her body rolled across the deck and came to a stop at the ship's edge. This act ignited Harold's fury. You monster! You're not even human. In a rage, Harold drew his massive sword and brought it down upon the agent's ship with devastating force. 3 days later on Beehive Island, the scorching midday sun baked the red earth, and the salty sea breeze carried waves of heat across the sprawling low-lying houses. Rector lay on a rot-tan recliner, soaking up the sun, a glass of iced juice in hand. On a patch of open ground nearby stood a thick wooden pole from which the celestial dragon was suspended high in the air, his hands bound behind his back. Morgan is truly worthy of being the future king of news, Rector remarked, looking at the newspaper unfolded in his hands. The front page bore a strikingly bold headline. Giant King Harold reveals his true nature. Friendship with the government was a facade. Innocent warships sunk. The report was the exact opposite of the truth. Any discerning eye could tell the world government was pulling the strings behind this article. Big brother. He looks like he's dying. Perospero, clutching his juice cup, pointed a trembling finger at the celestial dragon, hanging in midair, his face turning pale. The celestial dragon, pampered and soft-skinned since birth, had never endured such hardship. The spacesuit he usually wore with pride to isolate himself from the commoner's air had now become an instrument of torture. Rector had even deliberately stuffed several iron plates inside the suit. Under the blazing midday sun, the whole suit became as stifling as a red-hot frying pan. "Hey, bring a bucket of salt water," Rector ordered, turning his head towards Perospero beside him. "Salt water. I'm on it." Perospero quickly set down his juice cup and ran towards the back of the house. 3 days ago, Big Brother had told him to haul back a large bag of coarse salt. He hadn't known the purpose then, but now it was clear. A few minutes later, Perospero returned with a full bucket of heavily salted water. He had drawn it from the sea and then dumped several more bags of salt into it, all to deliver a special gift to the celestial dragon. Rector took the wooden bucket, raised it, and splashed the water directly onto the celestial dragon hanging above. "Ah, you damned commoner. I command you to release me this instant. Kill me, and you'll die too. Release me now, and I'll graciously take you as my slave." The dry, burning skin, now hit by the salt water, instantly split open with numerous cracks, and large patches of epidermis peeled off and fell to the ground. His entire face rapidly swelled, puffing up like an inflated pig's head. The celestial dragon's agonizing screams drifted out of the yard just in time to catch the attention of Rox and his crew, who had just returned to the harbor. They were carrying the treasure plundered from Picorni. As they stepped into Charlotte Linlin's residence, they immediately saw the figure hanging from the wooden pole. "Yo, you're all back." Rector set down his juice cup and looked at the officers, each burdened with large bags and bundles. These were the spoils brought back from the charity monastery. "Kid, where's this treasure you mentioned?" Rox stepped forward, his towering frame blocking the scorching sun, his profile stark and menacing against the line of light and shadow. "Right here." Rector gestured towards the celestial dragon on the pole. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. "Rox, he's making a fool of you. How can one person compare to treasure?" Longbread wore a look of eager anticipation, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement as he kept glancing at Rox. He was secretly hoping Rox would kill Rector on the spot, saving him the trouble. Bang! Whoa! Rector's foot slammed into Longbread's chest, the immense force shattering his sternum. Longbread's body flew through the air, smashing through 3 stone houses in a row before crashing into the rubble of a 4th, where he lay still. "Don't think I don't know you're wishing for my death." Rector's face darkened. 3 strikes, and you're out. He'd deal with this useless fool tonight. This man is a celestial dragon, a world noble. Perospero quickly stepped forward to mediate, revealing the identity of the man hanging from the pole. "A celestial dragon. What use do I have for this pig?" Rox scoffed, his face full of disdain. "A celestial dragon can be exchanged for a massive fortune." Rector spread his arms wide, a smile on his face. "We present our terms to the world government, pay up, or we publicly execute the celestial dragon. Do you think the world government will willingly hand over the money, or will they just watch us execute him in public?" Rector's words echoed in their ears. They had stolen tangible treasures, but everyone knew the world government valued their reputation and face above all else. When Rox had killed a Marine Admiral at Mary Geos, the world government, in an effort to downplay the incident, had desperately tried to minimize its impact in the reports. They only stated that Rox had kidnapped the king of a world government member state at Mary Geos, and that the Marine Admiral had been severely wounded by Rox during the rescue, eventually succumbing to his injuries. The newspapers spewed this same narrative repeatedly, followed by the urgent issuance of Rox's bounty poster. To this day, no one among them even knows the name of the admiral who died back then. "Kid, not a bad idea. Who do you think is the most suitable to deliver this message to Mary Geos?" Rox looked at Rector, his gaze scrutinizing the boy's expression. Ever since Rector had displayed his ability to see the future, doubt had lingered in Rox's mind. God Valley was located in the West Blue, near the comm belt, so remote that even merchant ships rarely passed by, a thorough search might not even find it. Moreover, the family's secrets were always passed down orally, never recorded in writing. How could this brat possibly know about it? Those who knew this information were either of his own clan or agents of the world government. He suspected Rector might have defected to the world government. "I believe Wang Ji is the perfect choice." Rector narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Ji standing within the crowd. This traitor Wang Ji, he was the one who sold out Shaki's information to the world government, leading to her capture and Marlowe's death. Traitors are despised wherever they go. Sending him to deliver this provocative message is perfect. If he dies at Mary Geos, so be it. Even if he survives, the 5 elders will hold this grudge against him. Only Rox had the audacity to openly provoke the 5 elders. With Wang Ji's strength once targeted by the 5 elders, his days would surely be numbered. Then Wang Ji will deliver it. Rox decided without waiting for Wang Ji to speak. Upon success, Wang Ji gets 30% of the treasure. How nice. Wang Ji gets 30%. I'm almost envious. Shiki floated in midair, feigning a look of intense jealousy. Rector silently gave Shiki a thumbs up. When it came to stirring the pot and instigating trouble, Shiki was a master. No wonder Silver Axe was always itching to cut him down. What? Why me? Shiki can fly. Newgate is strong. Why should I go? Wang Ji roared, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Are you kidding? That's the headquarters of the world government. He didn't have rock strength. Going to Mary Geos was practically suicide. Mary Geos was so close to Marine headquarters. If he were to face a Marine admiral, he'd be dead for sure. My first reason for choosing Wang Ji is that his swamp fruit allows him to burrow underground, which is perfect for hiding his tracks and avoiding detection. My second reason involves Harold. What does Harold have to do with this? The mention of Harold made Rock's expression turn uneasy. Harold was a crucial piece in his plan. Of the two legendary devil fruits he had painstakingly sought, one was the national treasure of Elbaf. That fruit can only unleash its full power when eaten by a giant. Take a look at this. Rector casually tossed the newspaper reporting Harold's killing of the world government agents to Rox. Right now Harold is hell-bent on getting Elbaf to join the world government. If the world government makes rescuing the celestial dragon a condition, agreeing to let Elbaf become a member state upon his safe return, what do you think he'll choose? Wang Ji, the choice is yours. Stay here and face Harold, or go to Mary Geos and deliver the message. Rector crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intensely on Wang Ji. The other officers' eyes followed suit. Crushed under the weight of their collective stare, Wang Ji finally gritted his teeth and conceded, I'll deliver the message. Compared to facing Harold, he'd rather brave Mary Geos. A direct confrontation with Harold would likely mean death, but delivering a message held a chance of survival. He had already developed a clone ability with his swamp fruit. Even if his clone was destroyed, his main body would only be injured, not killed. At least he could make it back alive. Deep within the skull rock of Beehive Island, the torches embedded in the stone walls crackled and burned. The orange-red firelight cast flickering shadows across the rough rock face, while sea breeze crept through the crevices carrying the salty, damp air. A crude wooden table stood in the stone chamber with Rox and Rector seated across from each other. Why did you call me here? I advise you to return to God Valley after this mission is over. My intelligence network has detected the celestial dragons, God's knights, roaming nearby. That is your homeland. You should know what this means. Rector tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the firelight casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across his face. Is this another one of your visions of the future? Rox stared at Rector, his observation haki continuously sweeping over the man's entire being. He sought to find a flaw in Rector's expression, for the notion of foreseeing the future was simply too bewildering to accept. Exactly. And it was a member of this God's Knights who found God Valley, which triggered the war that destroyed it. Destroy God Valley. Rock's pupils abruptly contracted. His conqueror's haki surged uncontrollably, instantly flooding the entire room. Crimson-black lightning crackled around Rock's body, and a suffocating pressure weighed down on Rector's heart. You had better not be deceiving me. Or else. A chilling, killing intent wrapped in haki pressed down upon Rector. The very air seemed to solidify. Why would I lie to you? What would I gain from it? The information I possess could easily be traded to the world government for the territory of a large kingdom. Rector slowly rose to his feet, enduring Rock's conqueror's haki, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. I'm telling you all this to make this world even more chaotic. The Marines and the world government both want me dead. I intend to make the world government pay a far heavier price. An invisible will clashed in the air as Rector's own conqueror's haki erupted. Compared to Rock's, his was far weaker, yet this display of spirit still managed to surprise Rock's. Kahaha, you're an intriguing brat. I'll consider your proposal. Rock stood up and strode towards the door. Rector was left alone in the stone chamber, and the oppressive conqueror's haki dissipated with Rock's departure. Rector's body relaxed. He had done all he could. He wasn't certain exactly when Garling had gone to God Valley, only that Garling had stumbled upon it by chance. The timing was likely after Shaki had arrived at Beehive Island. Subsequently, after confirming that God Valley was the hiding place of the David clan, Garling returned to Mary Geos to report the situation there to the 5 elders. He requested that God Valley be designated as the location for the next celebration. It was also during this period that Rox rescued Alice and conceived Teach. Hey, Rector, come with me to Elbaf. Rox's voice echoed from outside the door. Not going. Rector refused outright. After all, Charlotte Linlin was the one who had killed the giant hero Jorl. If Harold ever found out he was Linlin's son, the king of Elbaf would surely kill him on the spot. Come with me. I'll tell you the location of a top-tier devil fruit. At the mention of a devil fruit, Rector's interest was immediately piqued. Devil fruits were incredibly rare on the seas, especially the powerful top-tier ones, which were nearly impossible to find. Over the years, he had used his intelligence network to scour for rare devil fruits, but had uncovered not a single lead. A single top-tier devil fruit was enough to cultivate a powerhouse of a first mate's caliber. If consumed by someone who had awakened Conqueror's haki, it could even create an emperor-level fighter. Fine. I'm it. Rector pushed open the door accepting Rock's demand. Kahaha. Then let's set off right now. Rox burst into laughter. His hidden agenda was to use Rector to persuade Harold to consume Elbaf's national treasure, thereby allying with him to conquer the world. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mary Geos within the council chamber of Pangea Castle, heavy floor-to-ceiling drapes blocked out the sunlight, while the long table was strewn with dense intelligence files. The air was thick with a somber, oppressive atmosphere. The 5 elders sat around the table, their faces grim as they reviewed the latest intelligence submitted by the Cypher Pole agents. Useless. You can't even find someone who vanished right under your noses. Shepherd Jew Peter, whose long beard framed his face, spoke with icy fury. The missing celestial dragon was from his family, and his kin had been causing a stir for quite some time. There were always a number of foolish individuals among the celestial dragons. In the past, they had been killed by pirates or gone missing during their travels, but an incident of simply vanishing without a trace like this was unprecedented. The fact that it had to happen to the Shepherd family was a blatant challenge to the authority of the celestial dragons. The agent who had accompanied the missing celestial dragon had had his bones and internal organs crushed by tremendous force, leaving behind no further useful clues. Elders, the Cypher Pole agents have found a new lead. A guard announced from outside the door. Soon new intelligence was placed on the table, and lying on top was Rector's wanted poster. Shepherd Jew Peter picked up the file and began to read. Traces of lightning burns were found at the scene. According to the testimonies of witnesses and auction house personnel, all clues pointed to one person, Charlotte Rector, the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, a pirate who had only recently set sail. And the missing celestial dragon was currently being held on Beehive Island, the stronghold of the Rocks pirates. Clatter. Who's there? Ethan Baron v. Nustero's Shodai Kitetsu was instantly drawn, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. His observation haki spread out in an instant, and a flying slash was launched directly towards the source of the sound. The fierce slash instantly shredded a mud clone, and the letter clutched in its hand fell to the ground. He got away. Ethan Baron v. Nustero stared at the shattered remains on the floor, his voice as cold as ice. Deep within the bedrock of the Red Line, Wang Ji, who had transformed into a swamp, shuddered violently. The next moment his figure appeared beside the outer cliff face of the Red Line, reforming into his human shape and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Damn that Rector. I'll remember this debt. Wang Ji's eyes blazed with murderous intent. But he wasn't foolish. A Rector was currently in Rock's favor. If he dared to make a move against him, Rox would absolutely kill him. This is the ability of Wang Ji, an officer of the Rocks Pirates. It's documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The Swamp Fruit allows its user to temporarily create a clone. J. Garcia's Saturn bent down to pick up the letter that had fallen. It's a letter from the Rocks Pirates. Facing the most heinous pirate crew in the world, the gazes of the 5 elders turned cold and dark. When Rox had left Mary Geo 16 years ago, he had killed a Marine Admiral. To this day, that Admiral's position remained vacant. Given the current strength of the Rocks Pirates, even the Marines would suffer devastating casualties in an attempt to safely bring back this celestial dragon. J. Garcia's Saturn tore open the letter. The moment he laid eyes on its contents, Black Conqueror's haki crackling with lightning erupted, filling the entire council chamber. How dare they? They dare to hold a celestial dragon for ransom, demanding treasure and devil fruits. Shepherd Jew Peter's face turned ashen. Pirates dare to negotiate with the world government. Utterly foolish. Let Harold handle this. J. Garcia, Saturn leaning on his cane, made the proposal. Tell Harold that if he kills Rox, we will reconsider the proposal for Elbaf to join the world government as a member nation. Marcus Mars, with his blonde hair, stated the final decision for Harold was currently the only one capable of matching Rox in direct combat. What about the celestial dragon? Topman Warcury, whose beard resembled boar tusks, looked towards Shepherd Jew Peter. As the head of the Shepherd family, the final decision rested with him. Have Summers lead the God's Knights. If under special circumstances they cannot bring him back, then kill him directly. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Shepherd Jew Peter's eyes. A celestial dragon must die rather than become a bargaining chip for pirates. In the underworld of Elbaf at the Ida Tavern, the tavern was built from sturdy logs, its open wooden door facing the surging sea. Salty sea breeze drifted in through the door, mingling with the aroma of ale and roasted meat swirling within the spacious, sparsely furnished tavern. Solid wooden tables and chairs crafted for giant frames stood neatly arranged. Their surfaces were polished to a gleam. Sealed barrels of ale were stacked in the corner, and the air carried a faint scent of malt. Ha ha! A hearty, almost unrestrained laugh erupted within the tavern, its force causing the liquid in the cups to ripple with fine tremors. I told you the world government can't be trusted. Come on, let's head to the castle for something stronger. A deep, scolding voice responded. Don't be a fool, Rox. I will never allow a pirate without morals like you to set foot in my country. Rox laughed even louder. Look at yourself. The king of Elbaf, bowing your head to the world government. Why not have the entire country join us? I can't stand to watch this any longer, Harold. Within the tavern, the heavy wooden counter stretched across like a long dividing wall. Before the counter, Rox sat cross-legged upon its surface, looking against the backdrop of giant proportions like a small doll casually placed on a table. Despite their vastly different sizes, each raised a mug and drank facing each other across the counter. Thud! The wooden mugs clinked heavily together. Harold tilted his head back and drained his mug. Setting it down, he looked at Rox and said in a low voice, "Someday, I will make Elbaf a member nation of the world government." Upon hearing Harold's words, Rox slapped his leg and roared with laughter, "Ha! So is shaving your head some special cultural practice? It's to show them my sincerity." Harold's expression stiffened, then he awkwardly averted his gaze. "Oh, that Garp fellow laughed at me too." Rox stopped laughing upon hearing this. "Doesn't that Garp guy also despise the higher-ups? He might as well become a pirate." Harold looked gravely at Rox. "There are indeed some rotten apples within the organization. But the Marines help people every day. They are a remarkable military force. Since the time of John the Giant, Elbaf has sent several people to become Marines. If we send warriors imbued with our nation's strength into the Marines, they will surely protect even more people." What a foolish idea. A voice cut off Harold's vision for the future. "Rox, control your son." Harold barked, his gaze sweeping towards Rector at the counter. Rector spat out the juice he had just drunk. "I'm not his son." Rector immediately retorted. "Let me introduce you. This is Charlotte Linlin's son, Charlotte Rector." Rox patted Rector's shoulder, and Rector's eyes bulged wide like copper bells. "What? He sold me out just like that? Are you afraid I won't die fast enough?" Charlotte Linlin. Harold's expression instantly darkened, and in that moment the very air in the tavern seemed to grow heavy and stagnant. "Brat, do you know what your mother did?" Harold's voice boomed like muffled thunder exploding beside Rector's ear. "I know, but none of those things were my mother's true intention," Rector said, looking at the deeply frowning Harold. "What do you mean?" Harold sensed there was more to Rector's words, as if he knew some inside information. Mother's rampage back then wasn't her own doing, as someone was manipulating her. Who could control her into destroying the giant's village? Harold lowered his head, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. "Do you remember the nun who adopted Mother back then?" Rector placed his juice on the counter. "Oh, I know her. She adopted many orphans, as she was a good person." Harold wore a reminiscent expression. "She was no good person. She was a human trafficker from the underworld, collecting children under the guise of adopting orphans only to sell them to the world government and underground forces as slaves. She was also a user of the soul fruit. Manipulating a 5-year-old child with an adult's will was hardly a difficult task." Rector took a sip of his juice, maintaining a stoic facade while inwardly panicking. All of this was fabricated by him. The soul fruit had no ability to control people, but if he didn't say so, that huge dark blame would fall squarely on his own head. With his current strength, facing Harold left him with only the option to flee, but he absolutely had to convince Harold to let it go. Jorel was indeed killed by Charlotte Linlin, but he had to shift the blame, otherwise he would face not only the world government in the future, but also the entire giant race. "How can you prove it?" Harold looked at Rector thoughtfully. "One day I will drag her out to atone for this." Rector made a solemn promise. "She's hiding inside Mother's body." The destruction of the giant's village back then was her seizing control of Mother's body. "Although it wasn't directly Mother's fault, I still want to apologize on her behalf." "I'm sorry." Rector stood up and bowed deeply before Harold, his demeanor appearing utterly sincere. That was the surface. In reality, he was running out of fabrications. He put on this act precisely to prevent Harold from seeing through his bluff. "If you hand over the culprit, I will accept your apology." Harold extended a finger and gently lifted Rector back up. "But you called me foolish. You owe me an explanation." Harold withdrew his hand and straightened his posture. "Because you only see the surface. The Marines have another name, the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. The admirals are their loyal guards. Every year the world government absorbs member nations, plundering their resources through the collection of tribute. You didn't know any of this, did you?" Rector sat back down, his gaze casually sweeping towards the door, where 2 small giant children were peeking into the tavern, clinging to the doorframe. "The world government will never make Elbaf a member nation." "Why, oi?" Harold stared at Rector. Over the years he had submitted membership applications more than once, only to have them rejected with the excuse of under consideration. Doubt had always lingered in his mind. Because of the power of the giant race. An ordinary giant possesses the combat strength of a Marine vice admiral. The giant race possesses power rivaling the Marines. If you were the ruler of the world, would you allow a nation with such formidable military might to become a member of the world government? Rector looked at the visibly conflicted Harold. Everything he said was the truth. When Garling had happened to visit God Valley, he had urged them to become a member nation. But God Valley had refused. In the future, Emu, upon controlling Harold, would state that the giant race had only 2 choices: annihilation or becoming his most powerful weapon. Remember, this world has always respected power above all. Just like the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, they built their foundation on strength. But I genuinely want Elbaf to become a member nation. Harold's massive shaved head gleamed under the tavern's lights, as if silently declaring his resolve. Does not becoming a member nation stop you from forming diplomatic ties with other countries, or stop you from educating the children of the giant race? Opening ports and cultural exchange. None of that would be hindered. Rector looked at Harold, a smile spreading across his face. You're just worried. For 800 years the giant race has been branded as violent and bloodthirsty. Facing humanity's racial discrimination, you simply want to join the world government, to become a member nation, to shed the giant race's bloody and violent label, and eliminate humanity's fear of giants. Am I right? Harold fell silent. The giant race had always been synonymous with bloodshed and violence. He wanted to change that, but whether through joining the world government or internal reform, both proved more difficult than he had imagined. There are other paths to remove humanity's ingrained prejudice against the giant race. Harold's eyes widened in an instant, his gaze towards Rector changing completely. Rector gave him the impression of a learned scholar, not the child of a pirate. Kizaru sat directly across from Halarda, and when it came to reasoning, he had never lost before. Today he intended to show Halarda what it meant to be outmatched in intellect. What path? Halarda leaned his burly frame forward, a hint of impatience in his voice. Kizaru's words echoed precisely what was on Halarda's mind. He desperately wanted to know the way to change the plight of the giants, for it concerned the future of their race. If you want humans to truly accept you, you must first teach the giants to acquire knowledge. Learn how to communicate with outsiders, and how to forge genuine friendships with humans. You giants need to build a school, a place where your people can learn a variety of things. Kizaru looked at the pensive Halarda. Elbaf was the homeland of warriors. Every child here had to train relentlessly in combat skills from a young age, and they interacted with others based solely on their instincts and impulses. Before meeting Ida, Halarda was extremely arrogant, revered brute force, and genuinely believed that the strong were naturally entitled to dominate the weak. Now, under the influence of Ida's ideas, Halarda had conceived the notion of establishing diplomatic ties with human kingdoms. His desire to join the world government was essentially an attempt to expose the giants to more outside cultures. Yet for the Elbaf warriors who had been trained in combat since childhood and were straightforward in nature, this was nothing short of torture. It was like asking a valiant general who valued strength and had a simple mind to study poetry and books alongside civil officials. The learning process was more agonizing than the pain of battle wounds. I suggest you start educating the newborns. Their minds are not yet rigid, and they are at the most receptive age for new cultures. Halarda's eyes widened as he stared at Kizaru. What Kizaru had said surpassed his understanding of knowledge. He did not grasp the term rigid thinking, but he roughly understood that Kizaru meant to cultivate the next generation, gradually teaching the children to embrace outside cultures. I can try that method. Why make it so complicated? Just subdue the world government with sheer force. Then whatever you do will be deemed righteous. Luo-Kusi interjected from the bar counter, but Halarda completely ignored him, his mind entirely occupied with planning the future of the giants. Bastard! How could the giants ever become what you describe? With a loud crash, Luo-Ji appeared at the entrance wielding a large hammer. His eyes were wrapped in thick bandages, but Kizaru could still clearly sense the hostility emanating from him. Now Luo-Ji idolized Luo-Kusi. He revered strength and longed to sail with Luo-Kusi to conquer the world, but Luo-Kusi had no interest in him. Every time Luo-Kusi came to Elbaf to invite Halarda to jointly attack the world government, Luo-Ji would approach and voice his ideas, only to be beaten black and blue each time. The power of the giants should be used to overthrow the world government. Luo-Ji raised his hammer and shouted loudly. Ida stepped out from behind the bar, her expression serious, as she looked at Luo-Ji. Luo-Ji, you are the prince of Elbaf, the future king. Everything your father does is for Elbaf. Do you understand? Ida smiled and reached out to touch Luo-Ji's head, but he slapped her hand away. Woman, I know you're just pretending to be a mother so you can live in the castle. I tell you, don't even think about it. Hey, Luo-Ji, how dare you speak like that? Halarda immediately stood up, his face darkening as he glared at Luo-Ji, but Ida still wore a gentle smile. Little Luo-Ji looks cute even when he's angry. Bastard. I'm not cute. After shouting, Luo-Ji turned and ran out of the tavern. Kizaru watched his small figure until it vanished completely into the twilight outside the door. Halarda, you are a qualified king, but not a qualified father. Luo-Ji is deeply lonely. He dare not believe in anyone's goodwill. In his eyes, everyone who is kind to him has an ulterior motive. What did you say? Halarda's brow furrowed tightly. His massive frame blocked the overhead light, casting a shadow on the table that obscured his expression. My observation haki tells me so. If I'm not mistaken, he was abandoned by his mother at birth. Those vertical eyes were covered because they were considered a symbol of calamity. Kizaru pointed to his own eyes with a smile. He was describing the very trials of Luo-Ji's childhood. Luoji also yearned for love, but as a father Halarda was always busy with state affairs and rarely had time to care for him. Luoji's mother Aokiji Lida, upon seeing the eyes of her newborn son, immediately deemed him a symbol of disaster and ordered the guards to throw him into the underworld. Had it not been for Luoji's ancient giant bloodline, the fall from the realm of the living to the underworld would have shattered a newborn infant into pieces. When Luoji crawled back to the realm of the living by instinct, the entire land of Elbaf was struck by a once-in-a-century blizzard. Crops were frozen, fishing boats could not sail, and the entire nation fell into severe famine. The catastrophic blizzard, combined with the prophecy left by Queen Aokiji Lida before her death, that Luoji would kill Halarda, along with his eerie vertical pupils, all conspired to make Luoji the universally acknowledged child of calamity in Elbaf. Vertical eyes. I thought Luoji's eyes had a disease. Halarda spoke with utter disbelief. He turned to look at Ida, but she was equally bewildered. She had never seen the eyes beneath Luoji's bandages either. As a father, you don't even know the true condition of your own son. In this regard, you are less than a pirate. I grew up surrounded by the love of my family. Lekataar's words carried no mockery or reproach, but they pierced Halarda's heart like a sharp blade. But I truly love Luoji. He is my son. In my heart, he is as important as Ida and Hyerding. Halarda placed his left hand over his chest, his expression complex as he gazed toward the tavern door. But your love is something Luoji cannot feel at all. In his eyes, his father is always busy, and he has to protect himself. Lekataar jumped off the bar counter and turned to walk outside. Matters between father and son were not his concern, but the developments on Beehive Island were inextricably linked to him. I'll be going now. With a crackle of lightning, Lekataar transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the tavern. The faint scent of ozone lingering in the air left by the lightning's scorching served as a clear reminder to Halarda that the conversation had not been a hallucination. That day, King Halarda did not return to the castle. Instead, he went to the underworld, found Luoji wandering alone, and accompanied him hunting and roasting meat over a fire. Later, Ida and young Hyerding also joined them, sitting around the campfire in a circle. No one besides the four of them knew what was said that night. From then on, Halarda would set aside an entire day each month to spend exclusively with Luoji and Hyerding. Even when he sailed far away, he would bring back gifts for the two children: new clothes and new hats, sturdy shoes, all specially selected and tailored from the various islands he visited. Honeycomb Island. Dusk was heavy and fiery red. Evening clouds burned across half the sky, dyeing the entire Honeycomb Island a deep crimson. The officers led by Newgate were gathering at Charlotte Linlin's residence. Perospero, acting as a scout, had long since blended into the island, observing the situation everywhere. News of using the celestial dragons as bargaining chips to negotiate with the world government had already spread to every corner of Honeycomb Island, driving all the pirates wild with excitement. In taverns, on the streets by the harbor, everywhere buzzed with talk of this matter, eyes gleaming with greed and frenzy. Pirates instinctively avoided the celestial dragons, for they knew well their own strength would only lead to death against an admiral. But in the eyes of powerful figures like Newgate and Shiki, celestial dragons were mere swine, and the admirals were not worthy of their fear. All the pirates on the island knew that the upcoming negotiation plan was proposed by that madman Rector. No one dared question the madness of this plan, yet no one was immune to the allure of the benefits behind it. If the plan succeeded, as Rector claimed, the celestial dragons would become the world's most abundant treasure. Wealth, power, status. Everything could be wrung from those bubble-headed wretches. Mama, seems someone's coming. Charlotte Linlin, seated on a spacious chair, paused mid-bite as she stuffed food into her mouth, a crimson glint flashing in her eyes. Her observation haki, covering the entire island, clearly detected three unfamiliar, yet powerful presences rapidly approaching from the sea. Newgate and Shiki sensed those three presences almost simultaneously. But after a careful search, they couldn't detect the life force of Wang Ji, who had been sent to deliver the message. Logically, Wang Ji should have returned long ago. With his swamp fruit ability, even if he couldn't win, he could always escape. He couldn't have died at Marigios. There was only one possibility. Wang Ji didn't want to participate in this conflict, and had simply gone into hiding. Linlin. Rector sent Wang Ji to deliver the message. Wang Ji probably already bears a grudge against him. Gloriosa, standing beside Charlotte Linlin, covered her mouth with a soft chuckle. That young man Rector was not old, but his heart was ruthless. He pushed Wang Ji straight into the fire with one move. There was bound to be more trouble ahead. Charlotte Linlin, however, paid it no mind. She stuffed pastries into her mouth and mumbled indistinctly. Rector wouldn't target Wang Ji without reason. He must have discovered something. This was the conclusion Linlin had drawn from observing Rector over the years. He always eradicated problems at the root and never did anything without benefit. But this time, Rector's baseless targeting of Wang Ji likely meant he'd uncovered some hidden truth, and a major move was probably imminent. You accursed pirates! How dare you treat a member of the Shepherd family like this? Soma's furious roar echoed across the entire honeycomb island, his voice seething with boundless rage. In an instant, countless pitch-black thorns burst forth from the harbor's stone ground, dense as venomous dragons. They surged madly toward the pole, binding the celestial dragons, shattering the flagstone road along the way as stone fragments flew everywhere. Facing the onrushing thorns, Whitebeard stepped forward. The sea breeze stirred his golden hair, and his white coat flapped noisily in the wind. As he raised his arm, rock-solid muscles were revealed beneath the coat. A milky white sphere slowly gathered around his right fist, then clenching tight, he slammed it hard into the space before him. Airquake. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out as the space before him fractured like glass, crawling with countless irregular cracks. The air was violently compressed, forming a visible white shockwave that slammed straight into the surging thorns. Boom. The thorns were blasted into countless fragments, scattering and fluttering down to the ground. At the same moment, Shiki used his float fruit to ascend high into the sky. He looked down at the harbor and saw a lavishly decorated ship resting on the sea with 3 figures standing at its bow. In the center stood a middle-aged man with golden hair tied into a ponytail that hung naturally, an ordinary face marred by a fierce aura and thorn-like patterns coiled around his burly, knotted arms. Member of the Holy Knights, Shepherd Somas, Saint, user of the Paramecia type, thorn fruit. The woman on the left bared her chest, revealing a voluptuous figure. She had sharp teeth, curled black and white hair, a pair of curved horns on her head, sunglasses over her eyes, and a cruel smirk playing at her lips. Member of the Holy Knights, Sakhur's Mafi Palace, user of the Paramecia type, sound roar fruit. On the right stood a slender man wearing a transparent breathing device with sharp teeth and short black hair. He held a trident in his hand, and his lower body resembled that of a horse, his hooves clattering crisply against the deck. Member of the Holy Knights, Limo Shiv Kirin Gom, Saint, user of the Zoan type, mythical Zoan dragon fruit Kirin form. Oi! Is this all the world government sent? 3 small fry like you. Shiki, arms crossed high in the sky, shouted down at the 3 on the ship, his tone dripping with contempt. Bastard! Who are you calling small fry? I'll catch you and break your bones one by one. Somas Saint could no longer hold back. He stomped the deck, launching himself into the air as a black blur streaking toward the sky. Thorn hunt. Countless thorns erupted from the ground, the air, and his own body surging like dragons bursting from the earth. They hurtled towards Shiki in the sky, blotting out the sun and staining half the heavens black. Save your childish tricks for someone else. Shiki slowly drew Sakura and Kuroku from his waist, coating them in gleaming dark armament haki that glinted coldly. His eyes locked onto Somas soaring toward him, and his arms slashed out violently, leaving afterimages in their wake. Lion's thousand cuts. Countless pitch-black slashes burst forth like buckshot from a shotgun, blanketing the sky in a dense array. The dragon-like thorns crumbled like dead wood before the slashes effortlessly shredded into flying debris. The thorns fell as countless fragments clattering down onto rooftops and streets. With strength like that, go home and drink your milk. The gale raged as Shiki's golden hair whipped wildly in the wind like a lion's mane. Countless dark red lightning bolts crackled in the space around Shiki, the air bursting with violent snaps. The ground and buildings began to crack under the overwhelming force of this conqueror's haki. The pirates who had been dodging the thorns were struck by this conqueror's haki, their eyes rolling white as they collapsed to their knees. The weaker ones fell flat on the ground unconscious. On the world government's ship, the CP agents were hit by this conqueror's haki. Like dominoes, they toppled one after another, crashing onto the deck. Boss Shiki, give us a warning before you act. This is no longer a fight we can get involved in. Run. Honeycomb Island, once relatively orderly, was thrown into chaos under Shiki's haki. No one expected Shiki to erupt so suddenly, unleashing his conqueror's haki at full force without any warning. Shiki, don't destroy the island. Whitebeard's voice came from the ground, steady and powerful, cutting through the surrounding clamor. I know. Leave it to me. Shiki grinned eagerly at the approaching Somas, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. Gahaha. Sending you lot was the world government's biggest mistake. Shiki looked down at the 3 from above, his gaze like a hunter eyeing its prey, dark red arcs dancing along his twin blades. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood, leaving only a piercing sonic boom. Heaven-severing God slash. Crack. A cross-shaped slash capable of cleaving the very sky appeared above Honeycomb Island. The fierce slash cut straight through Somas' body from left shoulder to right waist, the cut as smooth as a mirror surface. The air along the path erupted with violent explosions as any object blocking the way was cleanly severed. Even the sea below was split into 2 abyss-like chasms, with seawater surging to both sides, unable to close for a long time. Shurji gazed at Somazi in the sky, his brows tightly furrowed. His observation haki sensed that the one before him was his true body, not a clone created by a devil fruit ability, yet his life force had not diminished in the slightest. The next moment, a black water-like substance surged from the smooth interface of Suamazi's body. It was viscous and eerie, shimmering with an unnatural luster under the sunlight. As the black substance continued to expand and spread, the originally bisected body began to slowly heal. The flesh, bones, and tendons at the severed ends reconnected at a visibly rapid pace. On the ground, Bajin covered her mouth, staring at the healing Suamazi in the sky, her eyes wide with shock. What is this thing? Even Whitebeard's pupils contracted slightly, his expression growing more grave. A devil fruit ability. Charlotte Linlin's voice was filled with disbelief. Having roamed the seas for so many years and experienced countless battles, they had seen many bizarre devil fruits, but they had never encountered such a sinister ability. But this eerie ability was truly unprecedented, and moreover, his observation haki detected a different kind of aura. Cold and evil, utterly unlike the aura of a devil fruit user. What kind of sinister ability was this capable of reconnecting severed bodies? Shurji, you cannot kill me. Suamazi's triumphant voice echoed in the air, his body diving rapidly toward the long pole, binding the celestial dragon in the distance. Red Lotus Hell. The ground trembled violently as countless thick black thorns burst forth from the earth, shooting into the sky with soil and rubble each as thick as a bucket covered in sharp barbs, forming a sea of thorns. The thorns that appeared out of thin air branched upward along the main stems, extending downward, intertwining and weaving layer upon layer into a thorny dome that covered the sky over most of the island. The sea of thorns and the thorny dome were continuously closing and achieving a bidirectional encirclement from both air and ground with no blind spots. The barbs on the thorns glimmered with a cold, eerie light under the setting sun, like a gaping abyssal mouth devouring everything, intending to grind all living beings within range into paste. The celestial dragon, bound to the pole, had just regained consciousness from a coma. Seeing Suamazi's figure, his eyes lit up, but before he could rejoice. Looking up at the approaching sea of thorns, his heart was instantly engulfed by fear, his face turning pale. Hey! Save me. I don't want to die here. Did you hear me? I order you to save me. Damn it, Facing the celestial dragon's insults, Suamazi's heart was utterly unmoved, his only thought being to kill him. He could no longer be saved, the only option was to kill him. As long as he died, the Rock's pirates would have no leverage to threaten the world government. The Shepherd family must never be tainted by this stain. Can't let you have your way. Destroying Beehive Island like this. Luokusi will be angry when he returns. I'm still waiting for Luokusi to pay my tab. Buzz. The space trembled, emitting a low hum. Whitebeard took a heavy step forward, his terrifying force shattering the ground beneath him, which cracked like a spiderweb. Whitebeard raised high the Murakamajiri, one of the 12 supreme grade blades, its blade reflecting the afterglow, gleaming with a cold luster. The muscles in his arms bulged like mountains, and the space seemed to be deformed by an invisible giant hammer, visibly twisting and sinking. The power of the tremor fruit gathered at the tip of the blade into a white sphere with dark red lightning flashing and leaping on its surface, crackling. Shatter the sky. Bang! Crack! The deafening roar nearly tore the eardrums of nearby pirates. The atmosphere shattered, and the air twisted. An invisible cataclysmic shockwave burst outward, crushing everything in its path. Visible fine cracks extended and spread through the space, and the thorns were instantly shattered into powder upon contact with the shockwave. Beehive Island shook violently, countless cracks spreading across the surface. The distant sea was forcibly blasted open, sending up towering waves dozens of meters high, with water splashing everywhere. The moment Suamazi was struck by the attack, his body fell like a broken kite toward the ship behind him, completely uncontrollable. Countless white cracks crawled over his body like a porcelain doll about to shatter. Even his bones were shattered inch by inch. Bang! Suamazi's body instantly crashed through the deck cargo hold, and several more layers, finally stopping in the lowest prison cell. Bastard! Suamazi's voice was hoarse. The black substance emerging on his body began to heal him, quickly repairing broken bones and damaged organs. He couldn't even kill that worthless man now. Of the two who had stepped forward, neither could be dealt with easily, let alone the other officers on the island who hadn't moved. Damn, what is Halardo doing? Didn't he say he had already met Luokusi? On the Bao Mafe Palace, showed no concern for Suamazi, who had fallen into the ship's bottom, not even a glance. Qilin Gomsheng, on the other hand, looked meaningfully at the officers on the island, his eyes shining with excitement, his breathing becoming rapid. Interesting. Qilin Gomsheng's face showed an excited expression, his tongue licking his sharp teeth. You are all so strong. How strong is the thing you fear? I can't wait. Shabi. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the sky that had been churned by Haki was blasted into a huge hole, with dark clouds surging to both sides. A dazzling thunderbolt fell from the center of the storm, as thick as a bucket, and struck the ground precisely in front of Charlotte Linlin. High-voltage arcs jumped and ran across the ground, shattering stones and instantly carbonizing wood. A smell of burnt air filled the air, and a figure slowly formed in the thunderlight. The thunder in the sky did not disappear, instead it struck down from above toward the world government's ship. The deck burst, the mast melted and snapped, and the hull was directly split open with a charred gap. CP agents touched by the thunder were instantly torn apart, without even a scream. The seawater at the point of impact boiled and evaporated continuously, sending white steam into the sky. Qilin Gongsheng and Mafei Palace, struck by the thunder, were charred all over, their hair standing on end. The two watched the slowly forming figure in the center of the island, their pupils shrinking, their hearts clenched as if by an invisible hand. The instigator of this farce, Thunder Emperor Charlotte Rector. Thunderlight coiled around him like a descending god. He stood with his hands behind his back, his pale golden eyes devoid of any emotion. Foolish and unaware, truly the typical style of the celestial dragons. The thunderlight instantly spread as he spoke, shattering the churning storm. Rector looked at Qilin Gongsheng on the bow, sneering inwardly. Creating a nightmare with the Qilin fruit requires first hypnotizing the enemy, and then making them feel fear. Neither of these conditions could possibly occur with Whitebeard. To be precise, it was impossible for any of the officers, especially those who had awakened Conqueror's Haki. Those with awakened Conqueror's Haki are all strong-willed with hearts as firm as iron. Hypnotizing them and making them feel fear was utterly impossible. But what he hadn't expected was that the 5 elders had only sent 3 members of the God's Knights, and even the Captain Garling didn't come. Rector's gaze involuntarily turned to Chong Yinbao, who also sensed his look and instinctively moved closer to Charlotte Linlin, forcing a fawning smile. Troublesome. This handful of people isn't even enough for Whitebeard to fight. Killing Chong Yinbao is simply impossible. It seems I'll have to take him out secretly. Come on. Even if I can't kill you, capturing you is no problem. This way our bargaining chips increase again. Rector spoke softly, lightning flickering across his body. The surrounding magnetic field shifted subtly, the air thickening with electric charge, faint crackling sounds echoing. At the mention of another bargaining chip, Shiki's eyes gleamed with greed. These were no longer 3 unkillable monsters. They were 3 walking treasure troves. Rector is right. The more we capture, the more treasure we'll split. Captain John rubbed his hands, his eyes almost turning into coin shapes, drool nearly spilling. On the other side, just recovered Somaz glared at Rector in the distance, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet he knew that continuing this fight would only lead to their capture without killing the celestial dragons. Nagayula. Bang! Somaz pushed off the ground, leaping into the air only to collide with an invisible wall. He was repelled, crashing heavily onto the harbor floor, leaving a deep crater and a cloud of dust. Kill him. At Rector's roar, a barrage of attacks rained down from all directions. Shockwaves wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, flames that scorched the air, slashes that tore the sky, thunder that shattered the heavens. A kaleidoscope of colors intertwined, dyeing the entire sky in breathtaking brilliance. The more they fought, the more astonished they became. Their bodies able to withstand Conqueror's Haki regenerated endlessly, even reforming from shattered fragments. As time passed, they found a way to counter the immortality. Conqueror's Haki slowed their healing. While it couldn't kill them, it at least delayed their recovery. Rector tore them apart limb by limb and bound them with sea stone chains. Then he hung them on long poles suspended above the Hakanosu island like cured meat strung in a row. The 3 of them shared 15 poles, each with a rag stuffed in their mouths to stop their shouting. But through Observation Haki, Rector gleaned crucial information. This rescue operation had a 4th person, Harold. Harold's mission was to kill Rox, but Rox was now an Elbaf. It seemed that because he had kidnapped the celestial dragons, the rift between Rox and Harold had come 2 years early. 2 men with different convictions could never walk the same path. Elbaf. The battle that should have taken place in 1501 40 years ago erupted 2 years early in 1498 43 years ago. Deep in the underworld, the forbidden zone of the giant kingdom. The branches of the Atom Tree blocked out the sun, shrouding the entire area in gloom. Legend said that only exiled monsters and kings burdened with sin and resolve set foot here. And now, the depths of the underworld, once dominated by beasts, erupted with a sky-shaking roar. Boom! 2 colossal forces of Conqueror's Haki collided head-on, tearing the heavens apart. The invisible impact struck like 2 meteors, meeting the air, compressed into solid ripples that spread outward in concentric waves. The giant beasts that had dwelled in the underworld for centuries let out piercing shrieks, fleeing madly toward the battlefield's edge. Ancient trees rooted for hundreds of years were uprooted, toppling in droves. In a corner, little Loki and Hudruden clung desperately to a massive boulder, barely avoiding being swept away by the gale. The 2 children's eyes widened as they witnessed a scene they would never forget. At the center of the battlefield, clang! Conqueror's Haki clashed violently, and the moment their weapons struck, blinding dark red lightning exploded. Rox wielded a long sword, his body drenched in blood. Harold swung a mountain-like greatsword, blood streaming down his brow, covering half his face. The 2 blades clashed again with tremendous force. Haki and slashes merged, unleashing an impact that made the underworld's ground crack under the strain, the earth splitting like a spiderweb. Boom. Both were sent flying. Rocks tumbled through several hills, finally crashing into a 100-meter-high mountain. Harold's massive body stumbled backward, plunging his greatsword into the ground, carving a deep trench before he barely managed to halt. Blood dripped from his wounds, pooling at his feet. Bang! A slash shot out from the mountain, shattering the rocks that had pinned Rocks. Harold, you let the world government goad you into this. Rocks gripped Eclipse's face covered in blood, his eyes blazing with rage. His roar echoed through the underworld like thunder. Harold slowly rose, his expression solemn as he faced Rocks. I've been hesitating. Do I really have to kill a friend to accomplish what I want? The moment the words fell, boom. Harold's arms erupted with terrifying power, his greatsword wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, slashing downward. Rock's pupils contracted as he leaped back. Thud. The slash landed, splitting the ground into an abyss, reducing thick tree roots and hard rock to dust. Rocks used the momentum to soar into the air, roaring as he unleashed a slash. You're being used, you fool. Just like Rector said, don't care about others' opinions. First be true to yourself. Harold raised his sword and shattered the incoming slash. Clang. Haki rampaged, tearing the air. Rock's roar was deafening like a beast snarl. This is the answer they gave you. From start to finish. They treated you as weapons of war, you obeyed like slaves drafted into their soldier ranks. Where is your warrior's pride? Where is your will? Harold. Harold roared back, his arms unleashing full power. Bang! Rocks was sent flying by the sword, crashing into the mountain behind him like a broken kite embedded deep into the cliff. Blood spewed from Rock's mouth. Harold stepped forward, looking down at Rocks, his voice like thunder echoing through the underworld. Don't act like you know me. His eyes burned with a flame of pain and resolve. That violent history called the warrior's will. For Elbaf, now striving for peace, it is a shackle. Harold stared at Rocks, his mind flashing through all he had seen and felt on the seas over the years. The fear, pain, and even hatred humans felt toward giants were all consequences of the warrior's will. The wounds inflicted by giant attacks on kingdoms could never be healed. No matter how many times he spoke of Elbaf's change, the people of those kingdoms still feared the giants of Elbaf. No matter how foolish the celestial dragons may be, they still hold the key for Elbaf to enter the wheel of the world. I'll do what Rector said, but I won't miss this chance either. Rock's eyes turned icy cold, his eclipse wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, swinging a slash like a cannonball. Shut up, you coward. The air compressed and exploded, a razor-sharp slash shooting forth. Boom. The cannon-like slash struck Harold head-on, his massive body flinging backward into the mountains, collapsing entire peaks, sending debris and dust skyward. Rock stood in the ruins, bloodied, roaring at Harold. I'll never invite you again. Through the swirling dust, Harold staggered to his feet, unbroken. I am the king of Elbaf. He roared back, his voice filled with fury and tragedy. How could I wager the lives of my people on your lost battle, you villain? Two figures clashed and fought in the depths of the underworld. The leaves of the Atom Tree shook violently, broken twigs and leaves raining down like a storm. At this moment, not a pirate and a king, not friend and friend, but two men who both sought to change their fate, yet chose different paths colliding. This battle had no turning back. The destined rift was happening now. Within the holy land of Mary Geos, inside the walls of Pangea Castle, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting bright patches of light upon the floor, yet it could not dispel the cold, oppressive atmosphere that permeated the room. Upon the long table before the five elders lay a stack of photographs depicting the severed forms of Somaz, Karingamu, and Mafamon, a sight too gruesome to behold. Damn it, where is Harold? Why did the mission fail? Shepherd Jupiter's face was so dark it seemed to drip with venom. What should have been a perfect plan had failed due to the absence of Harold's strength. Now not only had a celestial dragon been taken, but the gods' knights, the very guardians of the gods, had become bargaining chips in a deal. The only option now is to negotiate the exchange. The gods' knights cannot be exposed to the outside world. We must retrieve them before that man learns of this, or else. J. Garcia Saturn's voice was low, and all present understood the severity of the consequences. Have Garling return at once. Hakanosu Island. Night shrouded the entire island, and the waves crashed against the shore's reefs with a dull, heavy roar. Rock's, his body covered in wounds, returned to the island under the cover of night. Seeing Rock's figure through the window, Rector grabbed a bottle of wine and made his way towards Rock's room. The corridor was dimly lit, the wall torches crackling and casting long dancing shadows. As he reached the door, Rock's voice echoed from within. Come in. Creak. Rector pushed the door open. The dim room was thick with the heavy stench of blood and alcohol. Rox lay on the bed. His body was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, large patches of the white cloth stained crimson. What do you want? Rock's hoarse voice broke the silence. Rector gave a slight smile and tossed the bottle of wine to Rox. I smelled the scent of sorrow. Rector pulled up a chair and sat down. Just as he had suspected, the rift between Rox and Harold had finally become irreparable. Whether in this era or the later Great Pirate era, Rox was an undisputed hegemon. But he was born in the wrong time. Had he been born 50 years earlier before Harold met Ida, and had Rox invited Harold to conquer the world together, Harold might have agreed. But that was impossible now. Elbaf had become more important to Harold than his own life and pride. Had he been born 50 years later, a Rox in his prime could have found the two legendary devil fruits he sought. Rox was a man more driven by fate than he was its master. Sorrow. Rox stared at Rector, a wild grin spreading across his face. I am Rox, the man who will become the king of the world. Kid, here's what I promised you. Rox tossed over an old tattered map. The paper was yellowed with age, bearing the marks of time, with the sun's symbol drawn in its center. For the map, Sake, I'll come save you when you die. Rector tucked the treasure map into his coat. Kid, don't get cocky. No one in this world can kill me. Now get out. Rox, I didn't come here for the treasure map. I'm here to talk about the future I've seen. And about what's about to happen. Rector looked towards Rox, who was shrouded in shadow. Moonlight filtered through the cracks of the window, casting a thin band of light across the floor. All the events were now in disarray. He was ready to lay his cards on the table with Rox to tell him everything about God Valley and Emu. Is this another one of your visions of the future? Rox's heavy voice echoed. Indeed. Rector nodded. I can tell you clearly, you will fail, and you will die. I will die. Don't joke around. I'm Rox. Who could possibly kill me? Rox rose from the bed and strode towards Rector, stopping at the boundary between light and shadow. The lightning-shaped scar running through his left eye seemed especially fierce in his rage. Not only will you die, but Harold will die as well. Rector stood up, hands in his pockets, looking at Rox. I knew the world government wouldn't let a power as formidable as the Giants just slip away. Harold was killed for defying the world government's orders, wasn't he? Rox grabbed the bottle of wine, tilted his head back, and drained it in one go, slamming it heavily onto the table. To be precise, Harold wasn't killed by the world government, but by his own son Loki. Rox's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. Harold loved Loki so much. How could a son kill his own father? Kid, are you messing with me? Crackle. Dark red lightning crackled within the room. Rox's eyes, hidden in the shadows, blazed with a terrifying red light, like a beast locking onto its prey. I'm not messing with you. You should know that the one on the throne possesses an eternal lifespan and commands an ability that can strip people of their free will. That thing is called a contract. The 5 elders have the abyssal contract, granting them eternal life and an immortal body. The God's Knights have the deep sea contract, granting them immortality, just like the 3 tied to the poles outside. The shallow sea contract, which makes it impossible to disobey Emu's orders within a certain distance. And most importantly, the Black Dominance. During the God Valley incident, Emu threatened your family, and in your rage you were consumed by the Black Dominance, and were finally killed by the combined forces of Roger and Garp. Harold, on the other hand, signed the Deep Sea Contract to become a member of the God's Knights, not long after Emu ordered him to form a giant army. Harold refused. Subsequently, Emu manipulated his body, attempting to forcibly build the giant army. Unwilling to let the giants become Emu's weapons, Harold had Loki consume one of the 2 legendary devil fruits you've been searching for. The mythical Zoan Dragon fruit model Nidhogg. Harold ordered Loki to kill him. Of the 2 devil fruits you seek, one is Elbaf's national treasure, the Nidhogg fruit. The other, whether it's the Nika fruit, the Yami no Mi, or the Hito no Mi that can break the Black Dominance, you won't find it. As for the Nika fruit, you'd have to wait 30 years for it. Rector met Rox's gaze directly. He had no intention of bringing up his wife's matter. The secret hidden by the Davy clan was too significant. Nico Robin once said that long ago there was a legendary pirate named Davy D. Jones, cursed by a demon. Legend has it he is still trapped deep beneath the sea. He might not be dead. Why else would there be a legend of him being trapped at the bottom of the ocean? This might be connected to a pact between Davy D. Jones and Emu. Is what you're saying true? Rock's voice was hoarse. The impact of these revelations was immense. Not only was he destined to die, but even Harold, who had wholeheartedly pledged himself to the world government, was doomed. And of the 3 devil fruits, he mentioned one was indeed the very one he had been searching for. Do you remember what I told you about taking your family and leaving God Valley as soon as possible? If you don't believe me, I can tell you clearly that in 2 years Shikyaku will come to Hakanosu. Within a month before Shikyaku arrives, the captain of the God's Knights, Figureland Garling, will discover that God Valley is where the Davy clan is hiding. Why are you telling me all this? We have no connection. Lurking in the shadows, Rox fixed his gaze on Rector. From the very first moment he laid eyes on the young man, he sensed an ambition even greater than his own. Moreover, in his heart there was never such a thing as a friend, only kin and foes. Since Rector knew so much, he could simply wait for Rox to be eliminated by the world government before realizing his own ambitions. What's more, the boy's potential was terrifying. I've said all this for the sake of this negotiation. I need the initiative. Until I get what I'm after, none of you make a move. There are already traitors in the crew. I don't want this to involve my family. I can use the signed contract as a medium to recall the Holy Knights to marry Geos regardless of distance. We must get the treasure and devil fruits before An finds out. I don't want to end up with nothing. Rector stated his purpose bluntly. In the entire crew, only Rox could keep these madmen in check. As for the upcoming negotiations, he had no idea who might meddle. There was no way those bastards of the Rox pirates would let the celestial dragons go peacefully. No matter who came to negotiate, they would fight first and talk later. At this time, him should be awake. If they alarmed him, and he recalled the people to marry Geos, all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, the 5 elders were monsters who had lived for centuries. He didn't believe for a second that they would actually hand over the goods. A fight was inevitable, but they had to minimize the losses. Fine, but I hope everything you've said is true. Otherwise, not only will you die, but Charlotte Linlin and your brothers and sisters will all die. Veins bulged on Rock's forehead, and the dark red lightning around him grew denser. The terrifying pressure of his conqueror's haki weighed down on Rector like a mountain. He had long noticed a traitor in the crew. Last time at the International Charity Alliance's temple, Kitakaroni, they had barely looted the treasure when the Marines arrived. He would definitely root out the traitor, but if Rector was playing him, they would all die. Whether it was the 2 legendary devil fruits he had been searching for, or the secrets of the Davy family, these were things buried deep in his heart. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it was for his family. I'm not going to gamble with my own life. You don't have to worry about me leaking your secrets. The longer you live, the safer I am. Rector stood up and walked toward the door. Creak. As the door closed, a complex expression flickered in Rock's eyes. It was doubt, or perhaps recognition. He looked up through the window at the twinkling stars in the sky. He had a premonition that this era belonged to him, but the next would belong to Rector. 5 days later, a massive 4-masted galleon slowly sailed into the port of Beehive Island. The cobalt blue hull was adorned with gilded decorations, and a gilded beast statue stood at the bow. The entire ship was ostentatiously luxurious, with the world government's cross emblem printed on the sails and hanging from the masts glistening in the sunlight. At the bow stood a man with a crescent-shaped hairstyle, sneering at the pirates on the shore. Tell Rox to come out and see me. This arrogant remark instantly infuriated the pirates on the dock. But when they saw the even larger ship behind and the man standing on its deck, those who had been ready to fight turned pale and instinctively stepped back. His massive frame and the unique pair of horns on his head. This was the only man in this era who could match Rox. The giant king, Harold. At the top of Skull Rock, all the officers gathered, their gazes shifting from Harold to Rox, standing at the forefront. The sea wind howled, making Rock's long hair and cape flutter. Over the years, they had invited Harold to join the crew countless times, without success, though no one expected him to arrive at Beehive Island like this. What are you waiting for? Let's fight. Shiki said, hands on his swords Odo and Kagurashi. Don't get excited. Let me bring the goods back first. Rector stopped the eager Shiki. Why not just take it by force? Shiki glared at Rector, unconvinced. Take it by force? How? Do you think the world government will honestly hand over the treasure and devil fruits? What if they didn't bring them or hid them somewhere? Then we'd fight and end up with not a single belly. Rector narrowed his eyes at Shiki. Shiki, fighting is fine, but if we don't get the treasure and devil fruits, then you'll have to share the wealth from your treasure vault. Belly and devil fruits in hand are more valuable than anything else. You brat. Shiki's eyes blazed with fury, wanting nothing more than to kill Rector. Rector's single sentence made all the officers who wanted to fight turn their gaze to Shiki, calculating whether his treasure vault was enough to split among them. Listen to Rector. Rox frowned. Hey Rox, you actually agreed. Shiki looked at Rox in disbelief. Rox had actually compromised. All the officers stared at Rox in unison. This was nothing like him. In his heart, there had never been anyone who could make him fear. Rector's gaze swept over Wang Ji and Long Bread, who were quietly shrinking back. Rox followed Rector's gaze to Long Bread and Wang Ji. He had long known there was a problem in the crew, but every operation Rector targeted Wang Ji and now Long Bread as well. Were they the traitors? Wang Ji and Long Bread, come with me. What? Wang Ji's face instantly turned ugly. Having been forced to reveal his devil fruit ability while delivering the message, now being forced to go along. Rector was trying to kill him. I need someone to help carry things. Your swamp fruit has infinite space. If you don't go, who will? Rector narrowed his eyes at Wang Ji while a glint flickered in Long Bread's eyes from afar. Let's go. Without giving Wang Ji a chance to refuse, Rector grabbed Long Bread by the collar and transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the port. At the port, Garland, standing on the luxurious warship, frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping over the pirates on the shore. Are you the one here to negotiate? The moment his words fell, a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, and an intangible, yet heavy pressure slowly spread out. The clear sky instantly turned pitch-black, thunderstorm clouds gathering overhead, with lightning flickering within. Rector emerged from the lightning, hovering in midair, looking down at Garland. Garland frowned. Brat, call your grown-up out. The air was instantly filled with lightning. As Rector spread his observation Haki, Garland had no secrets before him. It seems you're not here to negotiate. You don't even know your place. Lightning flickered on Rector's fingers as electromagnetic force silently unfolded, causing the 16 long poles standing in the center of the island to slowly rise. The 16 poles spread out like petals, each pointing in a different direction. Will you choose to hand over the goods, or shall I sink them all to feed the fish? Herald, kill him. Figureland Garling commanded with an air of unbridled arrogance, his tone dripping with condescension. Apologies. My orders from the 5 elders are to retrieve the celestial dragon, not to eliminate pirates. Herald stood motionless at the bow, gazing at the figure upon Skull Rock, showing no intention of engaging. His colossal frame loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive, suffocating weight. Figureland Garling's expression soured instantly as he felt countless gazes sharp as slashes locking onto him, each one surpassing every formidable warrior he had ever encountered. Seems you don't understand human speech. Rector's right hand crackled with electric light, snapping and popping with raw energy. High above, 16 long rods drifted slowly, levitated by an invisible electromagnetic force, each bearing the severed limbs of God's knights. Wait, take the treasure. Figureland Garling's voice rang out in haste. He had finally yielded. This was the new world surrounded by countless sea kings. If Rector actually launched the rods, they would be devoured by the monsters, lost forever. His mission would be an utter failure, and he would have nothing to show for it back home. Hand it over. Rector extended his hand, his tone flat, yet brooking no argument. But Figureland Garling's forehead bulged with veins, his right hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, with no intention of surrendering the riches. Boom! A piercing sonic boom erupted as the rod bearing Soma's right leg shot southeast, leaving only a blurred afterimage in its wake. Boom! A thunderous roar split the air as Herald launched himself from the ship. Despite his immense size, he moved with startling agility, covering the distance in a few bounds to intercept the rod, catching it firmly in his grasp. Crack! The colossal figure landed, shattering the ground beneath him. 2 massive craters marked his impact as dust billowed into the air. Give it or not? Fine. Take it. Figureland Garling ground his teeth so hard they threatened to shatter, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, aimed squarely at Rector. Wang Ji, long bread, retrieve the treasure. Rector, you. Wang Ji, on the verge of exploding, suddenly felt several pulses of observation Haki lock onto him. The words died in his throat, swallowed back down with bitter reluctance. Rector smiled at the two of them, a cold sneer in his heart. Don't blame me for forcing you. If you don't go, the next thing you'll face won't be Garling. Wang Ji boarded the ship under Figureland Garling's murderous glare, each step agonizingly slow, cursing Rector's ancestors with every breath. The treasure is in the hold. Release the men. Figureland Garling snarled through clenched teeth, his hand resting on his rapier, aching to charge forward and slaughter Rector on the spot. Give me the treasure first, then I'll release them. Rector's eyes locked on Wang Ji and Longbread. The instant they emerged from the hold, the officers on Skull Rock erupted into motion, all striking simultaneously. Go! Rector swept his hand, and an electromagnetic force hurled Wang Ji aside. Simultaneously, the remaining 15 rods launched, in every direction, scattering across the sky. Herald watched the rods fly, leaping frantically to intercept them. But they were too fast, each heading a different way. Alone, he couldn't possibly catch them all. The moment Herald was lured away, rocks descended like a falling meteor, appearing before Garling in an instant. The blade of Eclipsis wreathed in Conqueror's Haki crackled with dark red lightning. God's fall. Boom. An explosive shockwave tore through the heavens and earth. The sword pressure crashed into Figureland Garling like a black tsunami, shredding the very air with a piercing shriek. Cleave. Clang. Figureland Garling hastily drew his blade, meeting the attack with a slash wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. But the gap between their Conqueror's Haki was an insurmountable chasm. His slash shattered on impact, and he was sent flying backward with the force of the blow. Rector, you. On the ship, Longbread's pupils contracted in terror. His face drained of color as he watched Rock's attack hurtling toward him, his legs turning to jelly. A primal will to survive screamed through his body, urging him to flee from the battlefield that could tear him apart in an instant. But the invisible electromagnetic field pressed down on him like a mountain, pinning him in place. He couldn't move so much as a finger. The next second, Longbread felt his body grow light, yet it moved against his will, hurtling toward Rock's attack, as if shoved by an unseen hand. No. Crack. Bones snapped, flesh was torn asunder. Longbread was engulfed by Rock's attack, the air erupting in a violent roar as a mist of blood sprayed across the sky. You should just die. Rector's pale golden eyes watched Longbread being consumed by the attack, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. Rock's strike not only blasted Figureland Garling away, but the meteor-like slash carved a massive void into the sea, annihilating the ship until barely a splinter remained. All that remained was a bottomless abyss, the seawater surging on both sides, unable to close for a long time. Garling blessed with an immortal body barely managed to withstand Rock's assault using his Conqueror's Haki. A massive hole was blown through his chest, and his body hurtled backward uncontrollably. Boom! Wang Ji was blasted far away, his body crashing into the street and gouging out a crater before bouncing and tumbling several times before coming to a halt. In the sky, thunderstorm clouds gathered and compressed a suffocating black mass. 9 spear-like bolts of divine punishment shot down from the clouds, radiating an aura of pure destruction. Clang! As the lightning spears struck the ground, they transformed into a cage of electric death, encircling Wang Ji. Arcs of lightning danced and crackled across the bars, blazing with blinding light. 9 God Spears, Thunder Prison. Crack! A pillar of lightning slammed into the ground before Wang Ji, the searing heat melting the earth into molten magma. Wang Ji, spit everything out, don't make me do this the hard way. Boom! 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 A barrage of landings thundered across the area. All the officers, except Rox, had arrived, encircling Wang Ji in an impenetrable ring. You bastard. You'd kill even Longbread for treasure. Rector, you're ruthless. Rector, where's Longbread? Charlotte Linlin's observation Haki expanded, instantly blanketing the entire island. She refused to believe Rector would kill Longbread. Mama, I couldn't save Longbread. He was grabbed by that celestial dragon and used as a shield. Just as Wang Ji expected Charlotte Linlin to interrogate Rector. Rector admitted his fault, directly lowering his head with a hint of guilt in his voice. I'm sorry, Mama. To his surprise, Charlotte Linlin simply patted his head, her face free of any anger. Mama doesn't blame you. You did your best. It's only Longbread's lack of strength that's to blame. Wang Ji was dumbfounded. This was nothing like he'd expected. Rector's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. Over the years, he had worked tirelessly to undermine Longbread's influence over Charlotte Linlin, reporting every single one of his deeds to her. Now Charlotte Linlin's priorities lay with her children and family. Among the intelligence she'd gathered was evidence of Longbread embezzling family funds. He had also sold information to other pirates. But the most damning offense, Longbread had nearly shattered the photograph of Mother Carmel. That incident had cost Longbread 20 years of his lifespan. Now Charlotte Linlin no longer harbored an excessive dependence on Longbread. Mother Carmel's place in her heart was irreplaceable. As the old man always said, you have to fight magic with magic. Mother Carmel's photo was a far more potent magic than Longbread ever was. Enough talk. Wang Ji, hand over the goods now. Captain John's hand crackled with black lightning. The power of the magnet fruit. As the most avaricious man after Shiki, he had no patience for Wang Ji. His eyes saw nothing but treasure. The Rock's pirates were always a forced coalition. Infighting among officers was commonplace. But this was the first time they'd all ganged up on a single person. After all, this treasure was practically a gift from the world government. I'll give it. Wang Ji stood up, glaring fiercely at Rector with eyes that nearly spat fire. He knew that if not for the treasure he carried, he would have died along with Longbread moments ago. Clang, clank. As Wang Ji's body dissolved into swamp, gold berries and chests tumbled out, clattering across the ground in a dazzling heap of glittering light that blinded the eyes. Haha, so much treasure. Don't grab. That bastard kicked me. All of them stared at the treasure strewn across the ground, their eyes nearly glowing green with greed, as they stuffed riches into their clothes, shoving and jostling in complete chaos. Bakine at the outermost edge was shoved out and landed flat on her rear. Bastards. This treasure is to be split equally. What's the point of grabbing more? Bakine, like a furious cat with its fur standing on end, planted her hands on her hips and roared, her face flushed red with anger. In the distance, Whitebeard leaned against the edge of a building, showing no intention of joining the scramble, merely watching it all in silence. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as dust erupted in the distance, shrouding the air. Rox slowly emerged from the haze, his gaze sharp as a blade. Rector observed Rox with calm composure. Though Harold and Rox had ostensibly severed ties, neither would strike a killing blow in battle. The bond between them remained. I said it before. This treasure will be divided equally among everyone. Rox's wild, arrogant voice rang out, carrying an unyielding authority. All the officers scrambling for treasure came to a halt. They knew Rox was in a towering rage, and anyone who stepped out of line now would face the full force of his fury. 3 hours later, the officers departed with bulging sacks, thoroughly satisfied. In Rector's hand, he weighed 3 devil fruits. Charlotte Linlin carried a massive bundle of treasure on her back as the two walked toward their residence. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the sea breeze whipped their garments. Big brother, what are these 3 devil fruits? On the table lay the Machi no Mi, the mirror no Mi, and the clay no Mi, their surfaces gleaming under the lamplight. Rector, among the 15 devil fruits, there was a Zoan-type ancient species. Why did you choose these 3 worthless fruits? Charlotte Linlin sat on the sofa, baffled by his choice. Only the clay fruit had any combat potential. The other 2 seemed utterly useless in her eyes. Mama, The ancient species could only be one fruit, but these 3 devil fruits are the cornerstone of building an intelligence network. Rector gazed at the 3 fruits on the table, a gleam of ambition shining in his eyes. The Machi-Machi no Mi could forcibly control animals for a month, and after that period some animals would develop a fondness for the user. These animals would then obey the user's commands. The most widespread creatures across the world were seagulls. The seagulls tamed by Morgans the News King were among the largest of their kind, but his target was every species of seagull. Once enough trained seagulls were amassed, he would have Vegapunk develop a miniature Din Mushi capable of translating seagull speech over long distances. And an intelligence network would be complete. The Mirror no Mi offered no combat enhancement, but it could create a subspace through mirrors. Wherever a mirror crafted by the user was placed, it could serve as an exit, whether for infiltration, covert eavesdropping, or as a transport route, while others relied on ships to move goods. He could use the Mirror no Mi for long-distance transport. The value of this fruit far surpassed that of any ancient Zoan. And the Clay no Mi had the greatest versatility: cannons, puppets, shields, weapons. Anything imaginable could be shaped with it. Possessing the clay fruit was akin to commanding an entire army. Intelligence network. Charlotte Linlin stared at the 3 devil fruits, her eyes filled with nothing but deep confusion. Yes, Mama. Just wait and see. Our intelligence network will surpass even the world governments in efficiency. Rector looked at the 3 fruits before him, his mind racing with plans for the future, his eyes growing ever brighter. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Perospero glanced at Rector, then walked over to open it. Little brother. I'm here. Bakine's seductive eyes swept across the room, and when her gaze landed on the treasure bundles in the corner, the greed within them nearly spilled over. You need something from me? Rector's voice snapped Bakine back to attention. Little brother, didn't you say last time you'd pay 100 million berries for 1 research session? Well, big sister is here. Bakine immediately latched onto Rector's arm, her ample chest pressed against him, her entire body leaning in. Sure, I need some of your biological tissue. Rector pushed Bakine away, narrowing his eyes at her. Vegapunk had chosen Bakine as the first clone subject for a reason. There must be something special about her. But since he didn't know what materials cloning required, he'd have to take some of her tissue back for now. No problem. Whatever you want, big sister will give it to you. Bakine bit her lip lightly, her pretty face softening into an affectionate expression, her eyes full of seduction. But the moment Rector thought of her future appearance, he snapped back to reality. He was still young, he had no desire to drive a tractor. Perospero, take her to draw some blood and cut a lock of her hair. All right, big brother. Perospero, who had been watching the spectacle from the side, stood up and led Bakine toward the adjacent room. Rector, she's got her eyes on all your treasure. Charlotte Linlin remarked with a smile as she watched Bakine's retreating figure. I know. Mama, don't worry. In front of me, everything she's thinking is laid bare. A crimson glint flashed in Rector's eyes. Since Perospero would be busy for a while, he pulled out the map Rox had given him and spread it across the table. At the center of the map was a radiant sun emitting a golden glow. Beneath it stood a colossal ancient tree, its trunk perfectly straight, with a nest-like object resembling a moon bird's perch atop its lush canopy. Aside from these, there was only a sword-like symbol in the bottom left corner, shrouded in white mist. The tree seemed to sprout from the ocean floor, its roots anchored deep in the abyss. No specific location marked. No wonder Rox had given it to him. Finding a tree without even a magnetic field on this vast sea was utterly impossible. And if that tree were in the calm belt, it would be even worse. Big brother. Done. Perospero held a transparent glass tube filled with fresh blood and a strand of golden hair. Give her the goods. Rector waved his hand. Perospero carefully placed the items on the table, then retrieved a bundle of gold worth roughly 100 million berries from the corner and piled it up. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Rector issued a direct dismissal. Bakine shot him a reproachful glare. What a bore. With that, she scooped up the gold, hugged it to her chest, and swayed her hips as she left. Mama. Bakine's already set her sights on you, Rector. Charlotte Linlin watched him with a knowing smile. Mama, stop teasing me. Rector replied with exasperation. It wasn't him she was after, it was his money. Mama, do you remember the lifespan I asked you to extract? Of course. I stored it in Napoleon. What do you need it for? Charlotte Linlin looked at Rector with curiosity. This was the first time he'd ever asked her to extract lifespan. Mama, how many thunderclouds can that lifespan create? Thunderclouds. Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened as realization dawned, astonishment spreading across her face. 5. Just enough for each of your brothers to have one. Above the Beehive Island, dense thunderstorm clouds continuously gathered, with furious thunderbolts roaring and tumbling within the cloud layers. Charlotte Linlin, stepping on Hera, ascended rapidly toward the heart of the storm. Her slender right hand reached into Napoleon's body, slowly pulling out a milky white mass of energy. Then the energy mass was evenly divided into 5 portions. The 5 clusters of energy swirled the surrounding thunderstorm clouds, gradually expanding in size. On the ground lay Quechua, looked up at the sky. There were two methods of creating homies. The first was the top-tier homies made by Charlotte Linlin, separating her own soul. Zeus, Hera, Napoleon, and Prometheus belonged to the top-tier homies. They possessed the ability to think independently, could cooperate with their master in battle, and could continuously grow stronger. Moreover, they did not require subsequent infusions of lifespan to maintain their form. The second method was ordinary homies created from the souls of others. Their drawbacks were that they could not last long, had fixed combat capabilities, lacked independent thought, and could only follow orders. They also needed periodic injections of lifespan to maintain their form. The 5 clouds being created now belonged to the ordinary homies. What he needed were 5 clouds capable of carrying Kakuri, Compote, Daifuku, Perospero, and Oven as a means of transportation. These 5 clouds would allow them to freely fly back and forth between the New World and Skypiea. As the main combat forces of the future family, they needed to enhance their strength through battle. Training alone would always reach a bottleneck, and combat experience could only be accumulated through actual fighting. Big brother. The sleeping ancient town has been found. Perospero rushed over holding a piece of intelligence. Lei Kechuower took the intelligence and glanced at it. The sleeping ancient town was located on a remote island in the eastern part of the New World. Close to the calm belt of blood-red moon hung perpetually in the sky. The entire island was shrouded in mist, appearing as a vast expanse of white from a distance. Few people knew of this island, and it had no magnetic field lying off any known route. The future Lone Red Count Baron Patrick Redfield's Devil Fruit, the Zoan mythical Zoan vampire form, was located on this island. The ability user could gain the bat's keen hearing and flight capabilities, and could even transform into a swarm of blood bats to move. Furthermore, they could drain life force through their fingers and fangs, restoring stamina and regaining youth. They could even at a specific frequency pull enemies into a dreamless slumber. The island's environment was the result of the vampire fruit's awakening. This devil fruit could perfectly solve his stamina consumption problem. As long as there were still people on the battlefield, he would have boundless stamina. Mama. 5 childish voices came from the sky. Lei Kechuower looked up and saw 5 homies encircling Charlotte Linlin, each small thundercloud bearing identical smiles. Lei Kechuower, they are yours to handle. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand, and the 5 homies drifted down, orbiting around Lei Kechuower. Perospero, take Bacon's body tissue, and these 5 homies back to Skypiea. I'm going to the sleeping ancient town. Lei Kechuower handed the 5 ordinary homies to Perospero. Zeus, let's go. He leaped onto Zeus's back, and Zeus transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the direction indicated by the intelligence. The wind in the sky gradually grew calmer. The closer to the calm belt, the weaker the wind became, and the larger the sea kings visible on the surface below. In the distance, a region shrouded in white mist appeared in view. As they delved deeper, the original white mist was tinged a faint blood red by the blood-red moon in the sky. At the edge of the forest stood a dilapidated ancient ruin, its broken walls and crumbling pillars looking especially eerie under the blood moon's light. Zeus, let's go down and take a look. Yes, Lord Lei Kechuower. Zeus immediately slowed down, approaching the ruin slowly. Bats occasionally fluttered out from the jungle, making faint rustling sounds. Suddenly, a huge black bat flew out from the depths of the ruin, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lei Kechuower. The ultrasonic waves it emitted were piercing and harsh, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums. Zeus's body turned from white to black, and dense lightning gathered beneath it, striking down toward the blood-colored bat. Crack! The bat let out a shriek, then directly turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. This is... A glint of red flashed in Lei Kechuower's eyes as he spread his observation haki. This puff of smoke reminded him of the tanuki that had been with the Red Count. That was no ordinary tanuki. It was a pin that had eaten the Zoan mythical Zoan tanuki form fruit. The leaf on its head was called the transformation leaf, and it could use its tail to draw people or objects from memory on the leaf. Then through the transformation leaf bearing the drawing, it would summon a physical copy, which possessed the techniques and fruit abilities of the depicted person or item. The drawback was that the summon would dissipate once injured. Found it. Lei Kechuower's legs transformed into elemental lightning, shooting into the ruin like a bolt of lightning. The lightning flickering on his body rapidly spread out like a vast net, flashing continuously through the forest and ruins. Thunderlight Heart Net. Using the signals reflected back when lightning struck objects, he could determine the type of each object, as every object returned a different signal. The moment Lei Kechuower's body touched the ruin, he turned into countless bolts of lightning weaving through the interior. Bats were everywhere inside the ruin, and they were instantly electrocuted upon contact with the lightning. He also found a pink pin lying on the ground. Come out. If you don't, I'll snap you in half. As he spoke, he prepared to exert force with both hands. Wait, how did you find me? A trembling voice sounded, and the pen in his hand turned into a tanuki, sitting on Lei Kechuower's palm. It was small in stature with a large head and a small body somewhat resembling Chopper's enhanced form. Its fur was light brown and cream with a ring of dark brown-black around its eyes and ears. Its nose was a pink round snout, and it had tanuki whiskers. It wore a pink hooded coat with a green leaf pattern revealing a round little belly. Its tail was fluffy with golden stripes. In a ruin with no people, a pink pin lying intact in the depths. Does that seem normal to you? Lei Kechuower squinted at Padon. Padon's ability could even copy Whitebeard. This was a top-tier support. Human, are you also here for the devil fruit? Padon looked at Lei Kechuower, timidly, fear in its eyes. Several patches of its fur had been singed by the lightning earlier. It could sense that if it dared to move, it would die the next second. What, trying to stop me? Lei Kechuower patted Padon's fluffy head. When Padon was with the Red Count, it had always urged him to flee. It was very timid, but it wouldn't easily abandon its companions. Taking it back would mean gaining another partner. Just as Padon was about to say something, the entire ruin began to shake violently. But I've already found it. The ancient ruins violently trembled and quaked as thunderclaps exploded across the sky. Blinding bolts of lightning continuously struck down, shattering the hard stones around. The entire archaic structure shifted under the force, slowly tilting and swaying to the left. Rector hovered directly above the ruins, holding Padon in his arms. A dazzling golden light shot up from within the ruins. As the golden radiance drew closer, a box made of pure gold appeared before their eyes. Rector gave a gentle flick of his right hand, and an invisible electromagnetic field instantly spread out, enveloping the golden treasure box, and flipping its lid open. Inside the box lay a deep purple devil fruit, its stem curving long and sinuously. The bottom of the fruit was a dark red, the color thick and viscous like congealed blood. Zoan mythical vampire form. Where did you find it? Padon's small eyes were filled with disbelief. Rector chuckled softly. I'll tell you, but you have to come home with me. Padon's face was full of conflict, but after seeing the vampire fruit in Rector's hand, he still nodded. Fine, but you can't hit me. Don't worry, I won't. Rector patted Padon on the head. Now he had his own chopper, albeit a support type one. I found it using my devil fruit ability. Rector pulled out the devil fruit treasure map that Rox had given him. Have you seen this place? Padon's eyes were immediately drawn to the sun pattern on the map, his tiny head spinning rapidly. This sword seems to be on the south side of the island. Padon's furry paw pointed at the sword-shaped mark at the bottom left of the map. Zeus, let's go. Rector transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the southern part of the island. He had only tried it on a whim. Padon, a tanuki, had lived on the island for so long that he might know something about the terrain. The position marked by this sword-shaped symbol on the map was shrouded in white mist. He asked casually, never expecting that this sword-shaped symbol really was near sleeping ancient town. Crack! Lightning split the sky, tearing the blood-colored mist into shreds. Rector appeared at the location marked on the map. Following the map's directions, the large tree was located in the calm belt still far away. Zeus, follow the map. Rector sat cross-legged on Zeus's back, handed the map to Zeus, and casually placed Padon on Zeus as well. Zeus's body turned into a beam of white light, vanishing above the island, leaving only a long white trail. Rector swallowed the vampire fruit in one gulp. Inside his chest, 3 hearts began to beat violently. A blood-red mist rose around his body, 2 sharp fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, and a pair of blood-colored wings unfurled behind him. The wings then dissolved into blood bats and disappeared. Feeling the 3 constantly beating hearts inside him, he had finally gathered all 3 types of devil fruits. The Logia Goro Goro Nomi granted immense offensive power, while the Paramecia Baku Baku Nomi provided powerful mechanisms. The Zoan mythical vampire form ensured high endurance. These 3 devil fruits made him a well-rounded fighter. Slow down. Slow down. Padon's shout rang out. Zeus was flying too fast, and Padon's tiny body was nearly blown away by the wind. His small claws could only grip tightly onto the cloud on Zeus's head to avoid being swept away. Padon didn't see Rector's transformation, and Zeus, who was adjusting direction according to the map, didn't notice either. When the morning sun tore through the darkness, a lush island came into view. Lord Rector, this is the location marked on the map. Zeus looked around. Only this island covered in dense trees was before them. Rector held the map, looking at the island whose outline closely resembled the tree crown on the map, and a smile spread across his face. This map was at least 100 years old. Vegapunk had said that from 800 years ago to the present the sea level had risen by a full 200 meters, yet this tree was not even 200 meters tall. The roots and trunk were likely submerged by seawater. Even if someone found the place with the map, the changes were so great that at first glance they would think they had the wrong location. But there should have been something like a bird's nest at the top of the tree. Why wasn't it visible? He simultaneously activated his Observation Haki and the Goro Goro Nomi's ability, scanning the entire island like a radar. Most of the island was inhabited by birds. There wasn't even a wild boar on the ground. Search separately. Rector leaped down from the air, his Observation Haki and electromagnetic field constantly probing deep underground. As the electromagnetic field delved deeper, he realized that the shape of the entire island was not a tree crown, but a massive bird's nest. Rector took out the map and carefully compared it. The sun was directly above the nest, and the position of the sun should be where the devil fruit user was located. Could it be that the devil fruit wasn't in the nest, but in the sky? Rector looked up at the sky, his body turning into lightning and shooting upward. As he ascended, the surrounding clouds grew thinner and the temperature rose. A giant tree floating in the sky appeared in his field of vision, with several thick roots embedded in the clouds. At the top of the crown was something like a bird's nest. Rector looked at the map in his hand. No wonder the roots weren't drawn on the map. The tree was rooted in the cumulus of the Sky Islands. Scattered across the world were countless cumulus clouds, and this one must have drifted into the calm belt by chance. Based on the electromagnetic field, the tree's hardness far surpassed the ironwood used by the Navy to build warships, only slightly inferior to the treasure tree atom. This is a... Rector approached the bird's nest at the top of the tree. Inside, aside from a golden devil fruit, he also found a fragment of a poneglyph. The fragment didn't contain text but a picture. A person with a flame burning behind their head. This characteristic matched only the Lunaria clan. Wait, a giant tree floating in the air. Could it be related to the Lunaria clan? 800 years ago, the Lunaria clan lived on the Red Line. After Joy Boy was defeated, Emu took the Red Line and began hunting the Lunaria clan. Could this tree have drifted here 800 years ago? A fragmentary poneglyph, an ancient tree floating in the sky. Could this tree have been drifting for 800 years? Rector pulled out a Den Mushy from his pocket. By now, only a few Lunaria remained. Were Jin's parents still alive? They probably hadn't been captured by the world government yet. With the family's current intelligence network, finding traces of the Lunaria clan shouldn't be difficult. Jin's original name was Abayer. The name Jin was given to him by Kaido after rescuing him. Adult members of the Lunaria clan possessed combat power equivalent to a first mate. The flame burning behind their heads granted them formidable defense. To break the defense of the Lunaria clan, only attacks imbued with Conqueror's Haki could do it. When the flame behind their head extinguished, it was exchanged for terrifying explosive power and even greater attack strength. Big brother, something urgent. The voice of Perospero came from the other end of the Den Mushy. Mobilize everyone and find any information about the Lunaria clan. Rector's voice was heavy, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If there was anyone in the world who hated the celestial dragons more than Tiki, it was Jin. His clan had been hunted for 800 years, and only he remained of the entire Lunaria clan. But limited by his strength, he could only hide his face and change his name to escape the world government's pursuit. If Jin's power could reach the Emperor level, what would the future hold? The gale howled as thunderbolts tore through the clouds. Zeus hurtled toward the Grand Line with Rector, and after 3 long months of searching for the Lunaria tribe, they finally had a lead. Following the intel provided by Perospero, they descended upon an island. It appeared to be an ordinary settlement with smiling faces lining the streets and a thriving, prosperous town. This island was named Raruka Island, where the highest authority was the mayor. It held a higher administrative rank than the village chiefs or town heads of smaller islands. Rector surveyed the bustling streets, unfurling his observation haki to seek out any trace of the Lunaria tribe. The instant he caught the whispers of the surrounding mines, his pupils constricted. This island was actually called Rainbow Island. Rumors of the Rainbow Mist were also circulating here. How is this possible? How can an anime original storyline like this actually exist? Rector was utterly stunned, recalling that this arc was fabricated by the animation team purely to stretch the pacing. It was clumsily jammed into the post-Alabasta narrative, a chaotic mess like the Millennium Dragon arc, completely disconnected from the main plot. Among all devil fruits, only the time fruit governs time, while many deal with space. Was this the lingering legacy of some devil fruit user's final ability? Or was it a genuine alternate dimension? Legend held that within the Rainbow Mist lay a lost world where countless vanished pirate ships and merchant vessels piled up with untold treasures. The Rainbow Mist supposedly connected to other worlds with time inside, remaining nearly frozen. The entrance to the lost world appeared at irregular intervals, sometimes manifesting as a fleeting mist that vanished just as quickly. Based on calculations, its major appearance occurred a decade ago. Entering from one time period could lead to exiting in another, allowing individuals from different eras to cross paths within the lost world. But this lost world had hit a glitch. Ian, the combat vanguard captain of the Whedon Pirates, had entered the Rainbow Mist lost world 50 years ago alongside the Pumpkin Pirates. Yet after the mist dissipated, Ian surfaced in the outside world 50 years later, reuniting with an aged Whedon. Meanwhile, the children who escaped the lost world were sent back 50 years into the past, joined the Marines, and waited endlessly for the Straw Hat Pirates. Watching this arc back, then, it was riddled with time paradoxes and endless flaws. But in this world that defied logic and science, the Rainbow Mist had truly materialized. Rector chose to ignore those paradoxes. His sole focus was to control the Rainbow Mist, a dimension tied to both time and space, where time nearly stood still. The value of the lost world far surpassed any devil fruit. The Munch fruit could devour anything. Could it possibly consume the Rainbow Mist itself? Endless treasures awaited within. The most crucial aspect was that if the fusion succeeded, he would possess a portable dimension of his own. While searching for the Lunaria tribe, Rector also kept an eye out for Dr. Henzo of the Pumpkin Pirates. By now Henzo had likely researched for a decade, and was currently working on the Rainbow Tower. In the storyline, the Rainbow Tower seemed capable of sustaining the Rainbow Mist's presence and establishing a passage to the Lost World. Without it, the mist appeared as fleeting as ordinary fog. The Rainbow Mist resembled the knock-up stream at Jaya Island, deemed a legend due to its rare sightings. Though it was uncertain if the Rainbow Tower could trigger the mist's appearance prematurely, action preceded hesitation. The allure of a portable dimension was overwhelming. Rector contacted Perospero in Skypea, assigning him to handle matters regarding the Rainbow Mist. This island was merely ordinary, and with the family's current intelligence network, controlling a mid-sized island was more than feasible. He left a lightning clone near Dr. Henzo's residence, ready to devour and fuse with the mist the moment it appeared. He then resumed his search for the Lunaria tribe. They might have come here specifically for the Rainbow Mist, a sanctuary to evade the world government's relentless pursuit. Even a mere legend would be worth the gamble. Calculating, the timeline, King was 13 when Kaido took him, so now he was only around 5 years old. His parents might still be with him, or he could already be utterly alone. Rector frowned, sensing a sudden influx of people on the island. He turned his gaze toward a distant merchant ship. Every individual disembarking radiated a life force far stronger than an average person. The strongest among them was only at the rank of Major, barely having awakened both colors of Haki. This was no merchant vessel. It was Cypher Pole. It seemed the Lunaria tribe was indeed here, possibly leaving only the young king behind. Otherwise, the leader would have been at least CP0. These operatives were like wild boars before an adult Lunaria, easily wiped out in a single blow. Rector shifted his search from the town to the forest on the island's far side. The Lunaria tribe bore brown skin, silver-white hair, and massive black, feathered wings on their backs. The flames behind their heads could be extinguished, but doing so stripped away their near-invincible defense. Yet to hide their identity and survive, it was a necessary sacrifice. The Lunaria's features were too conspicuous to appear openly in town. Found you. On the cliff face of the rear mountain, a massive boulder concealed a cave entrance visible only from the air. Inside, a figure roughly 1.9 meters tall, clad entirely in black knight attire, sat hidden. Wounds marked his brown skin, blood dripping onto the ground from his garments. Damn the world government. If I ever escape, I'll slaughter every celestial dragon. Arbel's eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent. He was the last of the Lunaria tribe. His father had died, shielding him, and his mother had been driven to suicide. His father's final words still echoed in his ears. Run. No matter where you go, don't let the world government catch you. If they do, a hellish life awaits. Boy, you seem to hate the celestial dragons. Who's there? I see you. Come out. Arbel's nerves were taut, gripping the blade hidden behind him, his bloodshot eyes scanning the cave entrance. Crack. Lightning flashed, and Arbel felt an invisible giant hand seize him, forcing him to hurl his hidden blade far away. I'll kill. Hey, shut that mouth. I'm not here to capture you. A large hand clamped directly over Arbel's mouth. Arbel stared at the man who was a head shorter than him, his eyes filled with disbelief. This person was clearly younger, yet he could sense an overwhelming, terrifying power emanating from him. Do you want revenge? I can help you. The cave was dim and damp, with moisture beading on the rock walls, and the air thick with the scent of earth and blood. Abel watched Rector warily, not believing a single word he said. The bounty offered by the world government was enough to drive anyone mad. A mere tip about a Lunarian's whereabouts would fetch 100 million berries. He was more inclined to believe this man was after the bounty, but how had he even found this place? Abel had only stumbled upon this cave by chance while flying. Could this guy be a devil fruit user? Can he fly? How exactly do you plan to help me? I'm a wanted criminal of the world government. Just tipping them off would net you 100 million berries. As he spoke, Abel slowly edged toward the spot where his blade had been tossed. If he could just reach his weapon, he might have a chance to escape. Abel, I'm not here for your bounty. More than the reward, I want to invite you to join me in overthrowing the world government. Rector smiled and extended his hand. It was exactly those words that Kaido had once used to sway Abel. Hearing them again, Abel had believed Kaido was the man who could change the world. What? Overthrow the world government? Don't talk nonsense. You're just a lapdog of the world government. Abel roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Everything you're doing now is just to earn my trust. I'll never believe anyone again. The next second, Abel lunged toward where his sword had fallen, the flames behind his head blazing fiercely. The instant his fingers closed around the hilt, fire spiraled up the blade. Dan Qo. The scorching heat melted the surrounding rocks, and the high-speed slash swept forward like a wall of fire, cleaving straight toward Rector's face. Rector calmly raised a single finger, coating its tip in jet-black armament Haki. Clang. Impossible. Abel's eyes flew wide. This man had stopped his full power strike with just one finger. Kid, Don't lump me in with those scum of the sea. Oh. Rector's hand shot out, seizing Abel by the throat, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Why do you? Bam! Rector casually slammed Abel to the ground. His body crashed against the stone floor, his dark night garb tearing open to reveal a body covered in scars. Most of the wounds were from small weapons like daggers and table knives clustered along his sides and abdomen. The marks of covert strikes. Abel had endured far more suffering than Rector had imagined. Eat something. Rector set out food and water before Abel. Get lost. I won't touch your food. It's probably poisoned. Abel sneered at Rector, but the hunger in his eyes was unmistakable. His stomach let out a thunderous growl. Damn it, you little brat. Are you insulting my strength? I could crush you with one hand. Why would I resort to something as low as poison? Now eat. Rector grabbed a chunk of meat and shoved it into Abel's mouth. No matter how he struggled, every bite was forced down his throat. Minutes later, Abel lay on the ground, his belly swollen like a ball, panting heavily. His mind was completely blank. For as long as he could remember, a full stomach had been a distant dream. Every day was spent fleeing, constantly wary of his identity being discovered. Every scar on his body was the price of trusting the wrong people. See, doesn't a full stomach feel great? Rector smiled at Abel. For a race hunted by the world government, there was no such thing as a good life. Even those like Kuma, whose bodies differed little from ordinary people, had eventually been found out. As a Lunarian, Abel's traits were far too conspicuous. The moment he set foot in a city, he'd draw attention instantly. Surviving alone was already a monumental struggle, and now all he wanted was to live. Live to take revenge. Why? Why are you giving me food? In my current state, with your strength, you could easily hand me over to the world government for the bounty. Bam! Rector flicked Abel right on the forehead. I'm a pirate. You think I'd do business with the world government? That's completely out of the question. Right now the world government wants me dead. Abel stared at Rector in bewilderment, a swollen lump rising on his forehead. Why do you say that? I'm a walking bounty. Don't you want the berries? And why does the world government want you dead, eh? My name is Rector. My name should have been in the papers. Rector said with a smile. You're the man who threatened the world government with a celestial dragon. Abel's eyes widened. He had heard tales in some city. This was the first man on the seas to dare use a celestial dragon as leverage against the world government. Even Rox, who had stormed Mary Geo's, had never gone that far. The papers had named him Thunder Emperor Charlotte Rector, but most called him a madman, a man even more unhinged than Rox. Since you know me, you must know my mother, Charlotte Linlin, who dreams of building a family that unites every race in the world. And you, Abel, are the family I've chosen. Rector flashed a grin. In truth, Charlotte Linlin had yet to even conceive of such a dream. He was spinning all this to win Abel over, to close the distance between them, at the very least to make him buy in. Otherwise, bringing Abel back to Skypiea would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. With Abel's potential, once he awakened Conqueror's Haki, he would undoubtedly rise to Emperor-level strength. And Rector had plenty of methods to trigger that awakening. Family, Abel murmured to himself. It was the first time anyone had ever offered to be his family. Brew brew brew. Click. Big brother. The battlefield you requested is all set. Perospero's voice crackled through the den mushy. Rector smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Abel. Ready to make the world tremble, Abel. Tremble. What are you planning? Abel stared wide-eyed at Rector, instinctively tightening his grip on his blade. As my family, anyone who's wronged you will pay back 100-fold. That's the rule of the Charlotte family. Rector pulled Abel to his feet and drew a gleaming golden devil fruit from his coat. This is for you. This is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Abel took the fruit, disbelief flooding his eyes. They had only known each other for a few hours, and he was just handing over a rare mythical Zoan. Wasn't he afraid Abel would just run off with it? Aren't you worried I'll bolt? Abel finally voiced the doubt gnawing at him. You won't. Stay with me, and you'll get your revenge, and make the name of the Lunaria race thunder across the world. Rector's confident smile seared itself deep into Abel's heart. A feeling stirred within him. Perhaps with this man, revenge was truly within reach. On the northern side of Veruca Island, the dense forest blotted out the sky, allowing only fragmented specks of light to filter through the canopy. A group of men in sailor uniforms scurried through the underbrush as if searching for something. Lubianitiao, are you sure that Lunaria brat is around here? The man at the lead couldn't help but ask. They had been searching for 3 hours without catching a glimpse of the child. Yes, I saw a figure in a black cloak heading for the back mountain. Lubian Itiao replied earnestly. Where could an injured Lunaria brat possibly run off to? Even if he could fly, he's badly hurt. There's no way he could leave the island. Their group was more than enough to handle him. Capture him, and they'd get a promotion, a raise, and a path to the pinnacle of life. Maybe they'd even earn the favor of the higher-ups, formally join the CP agency, and serve the celestial dragons. Hurry up and search. Whether we get promoted depends on this mission. Lubian Itiao urged the others. In the dense woods far ahead, a blinding flash of fire suddenly appeared in their sight. Abel stood there wielding his long blade at an angle, his brown skin devoid of any scratch. His white hair flowed continuously with the flames dancing behind his head. Brat, didn't expect you to come out on your own. Come with me. Lu Bianitiao pulled out a set of sea stone chains from his pocket, looking utterly confident. The others looked at Abel with sheer greed in their eyes, as if they weren't seeing a person, but a walking pile of berries and achievements. Go. Go where? Abel's gloomy voice echoed. The flames behind his head burned even more fiercely, and a layer of golden fire surfaced across his body. The black wings behind him slowly turned gold, and the air visibly warped under the scorching heat. Today all of you die here. Boom. Abel's wings suddenly spread wide. The instant golden feathers scattered, his figure vanished from where he stood, his long blade wreathed in blazing golden flames. Flame Emperor Annihilation. The fire burst along the blade's edge, splashing onto the ground, the trees, and the CP agents themselves. A flash of the blade, and everything the flaming slash touched was incinerated. Those grazed by the edge were instantly engulfed in golden fire. No. What is this? This fire won't go out. What kind of power is this? Brat, you ate a devil fruit. Help. I don't want to die. The greed in the CP agent's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by nothing but endless terror. Some clutched their necks and fell in despair, others were reduced to charred husks by the golden flames. A few tried to flee, but Abel's figure moved like the Grim Reaper. Every time he appeared, another life was claimed. At this moment, fear drowned the CP agents like a tidal wave, and screams rose one after another. No, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll leave right now. Facing their pleas, Abel silently swung his blade, his eyes bloodshot, his expression shifting from gloom to a savage grin. Spare you? Did you ever spare my parents? Burn to ashes under the sun god's fire. You accursed beasts. One day, I will slaughter every last one of you. Abel's roar shook the entire forest. In this moment, he unleashed all the bitterness and fear he had held inside, running and wandering ever since he was born. His parents were murdered, and he had to grovel like a stray dog. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Hiding in the distance, Lu Bianitiao seized the opportunity, muscles in his legs tensed, and unleashed a slash aimed straight at Abel's neck. Rankyaku. Clang. The moment the projectile struck Abel's body, it shattered, splitting in two and carving deep grooves into the ground behind him. World Government Lapdog. Die. Abel roared as he charged at Lu Bianitiao, his long blade blazing with searing flames, thrusting straight for the man's chest. Useless. The gap in our strength is too great. Lu Bianitiao still wore a confident smile. Armament Haki surged, and every muscle in his body tensed instantly. Iron body steel. Crack. A flash of silver-white lightning suddenly appeared, striking Lu Bianitiao in an instant. His meager armament Haki was shattered on the spot, and his iron body defense crumbled under the lightning. The confident smile on Lu Bianitiao's face froze. Abel's flame-wreathed blade reflected in his pupils, growing larger and larger. No, don't. His desperate cry couldn't stop the rage-fueled sword from descending. The long blade slashed across his chest, and flames rapidly spread from the wound in all directions, engulfing his entire body in an instant. Oh, the world government won't let you get away with this. The Marines will hunt you down. The threats echoed through the sky, but Abel's rationality had been consumed by fury. Right now, he only wanted to kill everyone in sight. On a towering ancient tree in the distance, Perospero, draped in a black cloak with a lollipop in his mouth, watched the battlefield below, which resembled a slaughterhouse. Brother, what type of devil fruit does he have? He's so strong. Perospero stared at Abel, who seemed like an incarnation of the sun on the battlefield. Zoan, mythical Zoan, bird fruit model golden crow. Rector said calmly. A mythical Zoan. Brother, aren't you afraid he'll run away? Perospero looked at Abel on the battlefield with some concern. A single mythical Zoan fruit could nurture a powerhouse with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. If he really got away, they'd be at a huge loss. Don't worry. He won't leave. After all, his dream is something no one else could ever accomplish. Rector said with confidence. Abel wanted to kill all the celestial dragons. If he told any pirate that, they'd just think he was insane. Those are the celestial dragons protected by marine admirals, the world nobles, who can issue buster calls. Come on. Our little brother has vented enough. Rector transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Perospero leapt between the giant trees, heading toward Abel. The flames on the battlefield gradually died down, leaving behind a field of charred corpses and scorched earth. Abel looked up at the sky, tears of blood streaming from his crimson eyes. From now on, no one will ever kill me. I will make the Lunaria tribe stand atop the world again. I will slaughter every last celestial dragon. Abel's voice echoed across the sky, and his bloodshot eyes slowly returned to normal. Crack. The long blade in Abel's hand could no longer withstand the intense heat. Cracks spread across its surface in an instant, and it shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Good lad. You've got spirit. Perospero appeared beside Abel and patted him on the shoulder. I'm your second brother. From now on, we're family. A bolt of lightning struck down, and Rector appeared before Abel, crackling with electric light, smiling and nodding at him. Welcome to the family. But killing all the celestial dragons. Talk is cheap. You need real strength and a good blade. Rector glanced at the shattered remains of the long sword in Abel's hand. The first half of the Grand Line. The sea stretched out like a blue silk ribbon, receding endlessly. Zeus carried Rector, Perospero, and Abel as they raced through the clouds. Big brother. Why must I be called Gene? Gene stared wide-eyed at Rector. Just moments ago, he had been given a new name by Rector. Your devil fruit is the Zoan bird fruit, mythical beast model golden crow. The flames you wield are the solar true fire. Gene means to burn the celestial dragons to ashes. Rector explained as he lay on Zeus's back. The name Abel was too cumbersome and too distinctly characteristic of the Lunaria tribe. His current strength was insufficient to oppose the world government. He couldn't even defeat the weakest of the Holy Knights. His most distinctive features, brown skin, white hair, and black wings, had been transformed by the golden crow fruit. His brown skin was now covered in flames, his white hair had become dancing fire, and his black wings had turned golden. The name Gene also signifies rebirth from the flames. What, don't you like it? Rector turned to look at Gene behind him. No, I love it. Burning the celestial dragons to ashes is exactly what I want to do. I love this name. A smile spread across Jin's face. Perospero draped an arm around Jin's shoulders. Don't worry, you won't be wandering anymore. Once you get your own sword, I'll introduce you to the brothers back home. Here, have a candy. Without waiting for Jin's consent, Perospero pulled out a lollipop and shoved it into his mouth. Sweetness slowly dissolved on Jin's tongue. At that moment, not only his mouth, but also his heart felt sweet. He no longer had to wander. He finally had a family again. Big brother, the sword we're getting this time is a cursed demon blade called the Seven-Star Sword. Perospero was explaining the knowledge of the Seven-Star Sword to Gene when they arrived. Asko Island, looking down from high above, the island covered in dense forests exuded a strange aura. Zeus slowly descended toward the altar at the island's center, the very place where the Seven-Star Sword was stored. Gene, the Seven-Star Sword, also known as the Seven-Star Demon Sword, awakens once every 100 years. It is forged from endless resentment and blood. Legend says that any swordsman who grasps it will be forcibly controlled by its mind, turning into a monster that only kills. The sword is still sealed now. If you can subdue it, it will become a great asset to you. If you can, I'll find you another sword. Rector glanced at the eager Gene. Besides subjugating the sword, he also wanted to see if he could trigger Jin's Conqueror's Haki. If it didn't awaken, he would have to take Gene to kill a few celestial dragons, since that was his deepest obsession. Big brother, watch me. I'll take this demon's sword. Gene spread his wings, golden feathers dancing in the air. If I can't even subdue a sword, how can I make the name of the Lunaria tribe resound across the world? The next second, Gene unfolded his wings and dove straight down toward the lake on the island. The altar stood beside the lake where the descendants of the priestess clan were conducting a ritual. Boom! Jin's robust body landed directly at the entrance of the room atop the altar. Inside the stone coffin in the room lay the Seven-Star Sword. Outsider, what are you doing? That sword is not to be touched. The current priestess below the altar stared in terror at Gene entering the room. Guards on duty in the distance grabbed their weapons and charged toward the altar. Do me a favor. Everyone put down your weapons, or you will all die. A cold voice rang out and harsh thunderclaps exploded in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds, transforming into spears of thunder that hovered before everyone, arcs of electricity acting like a giant hand blocking their advance. The warriors swallowed hard, feeling the stinging on their skin. The lightning suspended before them was real. The man wasn't joking. If they moved, they would truly die. Crack! Lightning flashed, and Rector appeared at the base of the altar, looking up at Gene, about to enter the room. Don't let a sword control you. Don't worry, big brother. It's just a broken sword. It can't control me. Gene strode straight into the room and lifted the lid of the stone coffin. Inside the coffin lay a double-handed sword emitting an eerie green glow. No, this will bring death to everyone. The priestess's cry pierced the sky. Rector looked at the current priestess, feeling a sense of familiarity. Mushroom-like pink hair. Could this be Maya's grandmother, the previous priestess Elisa? Without that iconic hairstyle, it would be hard to connect this beautiful young woman with the hunched old grandmother decades later. Don't worry, it's just a sword, Rector said calmly. But the surrounding warriors were far from calm. Act now and die, or don't act and die later. For centuries, countless people had tried to seize the Seven-Star Sword, and without exception, all who grasped it had died. Big brother, this sword doesn't seem as sinister as you said. Gene emerged from the room atop the altar holding the green glowing Seven-Star Sword. It's still sealed. Cut these 3 spirit jades, and you'll see its true form. Rector manipulated the electromagnetic field, sending the 3 sealing jades from the altar's base to Gene. I can't wait. Gene grinned and swung the Seven-Star Sword. No. Elisa closed her eyes in despair. Swish. With a single-handed swing, Jean swept the seven-star sword, and a green afterimage flashed. The three sealing jades that suppressed the demon sword's curse shattered into powder beneath the slash. The moment the jades broke, the entire altar seemed to plunge into a dark abyss. The immense resentment and memories accumulated in the seven-star sword over a century burst forth like a raging flood, the most violent and rampant. A massive green demonic fire instantly enveloped the entire altar. The resentment spread to the nearby residents, whose eyes began to glow with eerie green light. Roar! Everyone clearly heard the wails of countless dead souls within the demonic fire. The resentment, suppressed for a century, desperately tried to burrow into Jin's mind, aiming to seize his reason and control his body. Jin, hold on. Perospero shouted to Jean on the altar. Liker stood nearby, his eyes calm as he watched the demonic fire. Within that eerie fireball, a far more powerful will was awakening. The resentment of the dead dares to try to control the will of the living. I am destined to be a king. How could I be controlled by a broken sword? Jin's roar resonated with a thunderous sound, and an invisible aura erupted from him. The aura of a king was awakening. At the center of the dark green radiance, a golden divine flame erupted abruptly, like a colossal abyssal maw, ceaselessly tearing and devouring the surrounding demonic fire. Squeak! The vengeful spirit within the seven-star sword let out a miserable wail, as if encountering its natural enemy. The demonic fire that had enveloped the entire altar was forcibly dragged back into the sword's blade. The 7 gems on the sword burst into dazzling radiance. After the light faded, Jean stood and scathed atop the altar with a deep green sword-shaped mark on his forehead. The fully unsealed 7-star sword shimmered with an interweaving glow of dark green and gold. Jean spread his wings and soared into the air, simultaneously swinging the sword in his hand. Whoosh! A cross-shaped strike, blending the scorching heat of the sun divine fire with the corrosive nature of the demonic fire, shot forth. The strike cleaved the altar in two from the middle. On one side of the cut, golden flames blazed, their searing temperature instantly melting the rock. On the other side, deep green flames like bone-eating toxins corroded the altar structure, and the next moment the entire altar collapsed. A strike that merges the all-consuming divine fire with the bone-eating demonic fire. Truly a delightful surprise. Kizaru gazed at Jean soaring in the sky with wings spread. The 7-star sword in Jin's hand had transformed. One half was a brilliant gold, the other a devouring deep green. Big brother, I really like this sword. Jean landed beside Kizaru, looking at the sword in his hand, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. The impact of centuries of resentment had not destroyed Jin's consciousness. Instead, it had brought about a transformation. The power of the devil fruit and the strength of the demonic sword merged within Jean, this strange energy becoming his most formidable means of attack. What is that mark on your head? It won't devour your consciousness, will it? Perospero reached out and touched the pale green sword-shaped mark on Jin's forehead. As the 7-star sword vibrated slightly, the outer layer of the sword-shaped mark flickered with golden flame patterns. Second brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Now this sword has become my exclusive weapon. Just need to trouble second brother to forge a scabbard for me. A smile appeared on Jin's cold face. No problem. The family has everything you need. Rest assured. Perospero patted Jin's shoulder. Not far from the altar, the people of the Shrine Maiden clan, trembling, knelt on the ground and wept as they looked at the collapsed altar. The 7-star sword has been tamed. Our destiny is over. Hero, please join our banquet. Yiliansha took Jin's hand, her body trembling as she spoke. Facing Jin's flame-engulfed face, she felt no fear, only profound gratitude. Then we'll accept your invitation. We haven't had a proper meal in a long time. Kizaru pulled Jin's arm and walked toward the village from which smoke rose in the distance. Hero, try our local specialties. You'll definitely be satisfied. Yiliansha led Jin and the others toward the village. The men rushed into the mountains to hunt, celebrating the end of the centuries-old fate. Night fell. Everyone gathered around the bonfire celebrating this historic moment. Jin was dragged by Perospero into the celebration. Kizaru sat to the side watching Jin's smiling face and had to admit that Perospero really knew what he was doing, using the joyful atmosphere to dilute Jin's resentment and help him integrate into a normal life more quickly. On the Grand Line near the Sky Island, Kizaru, Jin, and Perospero gazed at the Sky Island just ahead, involuntary smiles spreading across their faces. Jin, I'll introduce you to the family in a bit. I'm the second eldest in the family. I have a younger sister below me who is your eldest sister. And there are 5 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. That many. Jin's eyes widened as he looked at Perospero, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Kizaru. He muttered to himself, big brother isn't that old either. What kind of woman could have so many children in just a few years? There's one younger brother who was brought back by big brother, just like you. His homeland was in turmoil, and he was abandoned by his parents right after birth. As Perospero was introducing the family situation, Josie had already arrived above a Paya duo. Beside the original Thunder Emperor's palace, a massive cuboid building made of metal now stood. The building was right next to the training ground, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Big brother, you're back. I missed you so much. Kongpo flew up from the ground on the back of a giant bird, leaped off, and threw herself directly into Lei Katora's arms. It's not that you missed me, you're curious about the person I brought back. Lei Katora reached out and tapped Kongpo's nose. Before returning, Posipio had already sent word about Jean to Kongpo, asking her to prepare early and gather the family to meet him. How many seagulls have you tamed recently? Josie descended rapidly with the group. Hearing Lei Katora's words, Kongpo gave a proud and smug smile. Big brother, I've tamed so many seagulls now. Kongpo pulled a metal whistle from her pocket. As the whistle sounded, the sky instantly darkened. Countless seagulls appeared above a pied duo, descending in flocks onto the training ground, lining up in neat rows. Kongpo, how did you do that? Piluosipillo looked at the densely packed seagulls on the training ground, his throat bobbing. He had only given her the Tuan fruit a few months ago, and she had already tamed such a huge flock. Second brother, these seagulls aren't controlled by the devil fruit. They're genuinely willing to follow orders. Kongpo said proudly, hands on her hips. All you need to do is first control one seagull, then send that controlled seagull out, and it will bring back more seagulls. Except for the first batch, after the other seagulls are controlled, I won't let them go out again. I train them every day, feed them well, and take good care of them. That way, once the Tuan fruit's effect wears off, more seagulls will obey my commands. Lei Katora's eyes widened. What a clever nesting doll strategy. Developed this way, the intelligence network would take shape much faster than he had anticipated. How large an area can this flock of seagulls cover now? Lei Katora looked down at Kongpo in his arms. Uncle Bei Jiapang calculated that it can cover the area of all world government member nations in the second half of the Grand Line. Uncle Bei Jiapang estimates that to cover the entire Grand Line, we need to establish intelligence points in every world government member nation. Each intelligence point is responsible for managing the nearby seagulls, and then all points report back to the family. It's estimated to take at least 4 years. Kongpo said, counting on her fingers. Covering the whole world would take at least 10 years. The most time-consuming part is manufacturing the video snails and communication translation snails. We need to keep breeding the snails. Lei Katora smiled at Kongpo. That's enough. For now, let's build the intelligence network around Beehive Island. Sky Island, a Pied duo within the Thunder Emperor's palace. In the spacious hall, everyone present curiously observed Jean standing in the center. The Scipions and the Shandya gazed at Jean with more reverence in their eyes. Before they could even approach, the searing heat radiating from the golden flames on his body proved unbearable. This is the family's chief scientist, the future premier scientist, Vegapunk. Lei Katora introduced, pointing at Vegapunk. Yet Jin's attention was entirely captivated by Vegapunk's enormous head. It was the first time he had ever seen someone with such a colossal cranium. You need a sword sheath. Let me see your blade so I can determine the appropriate material. Vegapunk approached Jean, scrutinizing the long sword in his hand, which glowed with golden light on one side and green on the other. He stroked his chin, carefully examining the blade. Ah, the 7-star demon sword. I happen to have materials similar to this blade, more than enough to forge a sheath. Since you know of this sword, I entrust you to craft a suitable sheath. Jean handed the demon sword to Vegapunk for measurements. The 7-star sword could not be separated from him for long. This blade was currently at its peak. Without his suppression, it would easily seize control of a person or even directly possess their body. You've already met Compote. She's the eldest sister of the family. As Lei Katora finished speaking, Compote tossed an apple to Jean. I'll have your back from now on. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll have Big Brother take care of them. Compote stood with her hands on her hips, looking like a little adult. Lei Katora couldn't help but smile, while Jean felt a warmth in his heart listening to Compote. The family of his elder brother was far kinder than he had imagined. They did not shun him because of his peculiar appearance. Those 3 brats are Katakuri, Daifuku, and Oven. Lei Katora pointed to the 3 brothers lounging on the sofa in the distance. Katakuri sat with his arms crossed, wearing an expression that said, I'm cool, don't mess with me. Daifuku and Oven were far more animated, their eyes roaming over Jean before settling on the sword-shaped mark on his forehead. You want to be our big brother? Beat us first, they exclaimed in unison. I'll talk. With your current strength, you're not even fit to carry Jin's shoes. Compote blurted out without restraint. You can't even withstand the heat radiating from him. Hey, Compote, I'm your own brother. Don't undermine me like this. Oven was the first to protest, directly accusing Compote of siding with an outsider. But all he received in return was Compote's disdainful glare. Fine, we'll have a match sometime, Jean said with some excitement. If big brother Lei Katora was this strong, his younger brothers couldn't be too far behind. Yet Jean was unaware that Lei Katora was an anomaly among the Charlotte family. No one else in the family had ever possessed such terrifying power at his age. It's settled then. Daifuku agreed readily. Cracker, Kasada, and Angulim are triplets. Barrett is the child I brought back as Perospero mentioned to you. Jean looked at the 4 people by the table. Barrett's build was clearly 3 times larger than that of Cracker and his siblings, resembling a young bull. They will be your younger siblings from now on. No sooner had Kizaru spoken than Perospero, holding Kasada and Angulim, tried to thrust them into Jin's arms. Fearing his flames would burn them, Jean instinctively extinguished the fire around him, but the next moment he regretted it. His brown skin and silver-white hair, such unmistakable traits of the Lunaria tribe, were exposed, making his heart tremble. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Compote's eyes sparkled as she stared at Jin's face. Is that so? A smile curled at the corner of Jin's mouth. The anticipated shock and mockery never came. Instead, his ears were filled with praise. I never knew Lord Jean was so handsome. Brown skin, white hair. If he wore leather, I can't imagine how cool he'd be. Lord Jean seems incredibly strong. The words of praise lingered around Jean. Suddenly, he felt a large hand land on his shoulder. This is your home now. Don't hold back. Give your little sisters a hug. Perospero pressed Kasada and Angulim into Jin's arms. The 2 little ones, as if discovering a new toy, climbed up his arm, curiously touching the deep green sword-shaped mark on his forehead. Brother Jean, your mark is so cool. Is that a sword? Kasada and Angulim reached out their tiny hands, trying to grasp the blade-shaped imprint, but failing, their faces scrunched up in frustration. If you want swords, I'll find you 2 fine ones, okay? Jean asked, tentatively looking at the little ones on his shoulders. The moment they heard they could get swords, they burst with excitement. Yes, I want a cool sword. Me too. Kasada and Angulim clapped their tiny hands on Jin's shoulders, their joyful laughter echoing throughout the Thunder Emperor's palace. Outside the hall, Vegapunk and Kizaru were walking toward the laboratory. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a glow on the cloud-white ground, while the distant giant trees swayed gently in the breeze. Vegapunk, how far along is the research on the infant incubator? Kizaru asked, his hands clasped behind his head, inquiring about the progress. The course of history had now deviated from its original path, and everything in the future could change. The infant incubator was the most crucial part of the plan as it related to the family's future combat strength. Lord Kizaru, the infant incubator has achieved preliminary success. We are currently conducting experiments on animals. Vegapunk explained the progress as he led him to the laboratory entrance. As the laboratory doors slowly opened, a massive transparent tank in the center caught Kizaru's attention. An object in an embryonic state floated within the green nutrient fluid. Inside the lab, several winged Scipions were moving about, holding folders in their hands. The moment they saw Kizaru, they all knelt on one knee, bowing their heads slightly. Lord Kizaru, rise all of you. Kizaru waved his hand, feeling somewhat helpless about their formalities. As the Scipions and the Shandya gained information from the sea, they learned that those powers came from devil fruits. Yet they still addressed him as the Thunder Emperor. But their thinking had progressed, so Kizaru no longer minded. As long as they didn't worship devil fruit users as gods, it was fine. This is the preliminary version of the infant incubator. Once the experiments succeed, it will be ready for use within 3 months. Excellent. I will bring Mother back as soon as possible. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. By his calculations, Charlotte Linlin should be pregnant again by now. This time she should be carrying twins, Brulee and Broy. Once the sisters are born, the infant incubator can be officially put to use. Time flew by. A year after Bului and Bului were born, an explosive piece of news swept across the entire world. Shaki, the captain of the Kuja pirates, announced her resignation from her post. When the news reached Hakanosu Island, the wails of the pirates there echoed across the entire sky. No, my dear Shaki, this is utterly despairing. I set sail hoping that one day I'd be attacked by Shaki's Kuja pirates. Meanwhile, inside the Skull Rock, Gloriosa was holding a newspaper, staring at the article with a puzzled expression. What exactly are you planning, Shaki? Not far from Gloriosa, Charlotte Linlin was sitting drinking sake. Gloriosa, isn't it because you're chasing after a man that you resigned? So in the end, the women of Amazon Lily are doomed to fall because of love. Gloriosa retorted without looking back. You wouldn't understand love. What I can't believe is that Shaki would be troubled by love. Gloriosa propped her chin on her slender hand, her expression turning serious. But if it's Roger, I will never allow it. Buckingham, who was beside Gloriosa's side. This one too, and that one as well. Newgate, you're the only one who's devoted to me. Buckingham smiled, looking at Newgate, who was polishing his sword. Newgate didn't turn his head, focused entirely on his beloved blade Murakamajiri. I have never once been captivated by you. Hearing this, Buckingham, like a cat with its fur standing on end, leaped onto Whitebeard's shoulder, grabbed his collar with both hands, and roared in fury. I am Buckingham, you know. There's a line of men chasing me that stretches from Hakanosu to the end of the Grand Line. Whitebeard said, disgusted. If so many people are after you, then stop pestering me. No, it has to be you. Buckingham's roar reverberated throughout the Skull Rock. However, the Shaki fever on Hakanosu Island hadn't even subsided when pirates at the port stared with hearts in their eyes at a ship that had just docked. Oh ho, am I seeing things? It's Shaki-chan. It's the Kuja pirates' ship. Two giant serpents towed the large vessel to the port, and the Jolly Roger fluttering at the top featured a skull surrounded by 9 serpents. It was the pirate crew renowned worldwide for their strength and beauty, the Kuja pirates. Take care, Captain. Toritoma waved goodbye to Shaki from the ship. The female warriors on the deck were all seeing Shaki off. Take care, Lady Shaki. Kaido, are you out of your damn mind? A furious roar shattered the festive atmosphere at the port. A massive figure carrying a spiked club was clumsily dodging lightning strikes with his clothes tattered and torn. Behind him, Rector was relentlessly hurling lightning bolts chasing after Kaido. Wait, Rector, I didn't mean it this time. I didn't know you were about to take a bath. Kaido tried to explain while running, but instead of being forgiven, he only made Rector even angrier. You still dare to talk? You smashed my bathtub. I'll fry you to a crisp today. 9 Heavens Thunder Domain. Crack. Blinding lightning illuminated the sky. Storm clouds rapidly converged in the sky, with silvery white bolts of lightning writhing within. The next moment, countless bolts shot down from the storm clouds, striking toward Kaido. But Kaido seemed to have a sudden epiphany, immediately changing course and running towards Shaki's direction. No, Shaki-chan, get out of the way. You madman, Rector. Don't you dare hurt my Shaki-chan. One after another, pirates crazily charged at the falling lightning, their bodies slamming straight into the bolts. Each one blocked a single strike, and in the blink of an eye, all the pirates at the port lay on the ground with hearts in their eyes and their bodies charred black. The Thunder Domain, which hadn't even fully expanded, was completely drained by their efforts. Rector's veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes practically blazing with fury. Kaido, I just bought that bathtub. Pay me back. Just moments ago, Rector had filled the bathtub with hot water ready to enjoy a relaxing soak. But that reckless fool Kaido had kicked through the wall, brandishing his spiked club and shouting for a duel before smashing the club directly into the tub. You insolent fool. How dare you harm Lady Shaki? A sharp, charming voice rang out. A woman with curly hair and gold serpent-shaped earrings stepped forward, her round face filled with anger. Her figure was striking, accentuated further by her cheongsam. As she spoke, she drew the long blade from her waist and pointed it at Rector. Toritoma, woman. Who the hell are you? Rector stared at the woman before him, feeling she looked somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't place her. Oh my. Are you Charlotte Linlin's son? Her gentle voice carried a hint of curiosity. Beside Toritoma, Shaki stood like an unattainable flower, her graceful figure and breathtaking beauty as captivating as the starry night sky. Shaki. You're Shaki. Then you must be. Rector looked at Toritoma beside Shaki, a woman recorded in history the first to die of lovesickness. Since you know it's Lady Shaki, why haven't you paid your respects? Toritoma looked up at Rector, her small face flushed as she scolded him. What the hell? Woman, are you crazy? Why should I pay my respects? Rector's eyes widened as he stared at this somewhat airhead woman. Shaki, what are you doing here? Gloriosa and Charlotte Linlin appeared not far from Shaki. Oh, Gloriosa. I've decided to retire and stay here for a while. Shaki replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin looked curiously at Rector and Toritoma, who were glaring at each other. Mama. Rector, if you meet a woman you like, you should pursue her boldly. What? Mom, what are you talking about? Rector looked at Charlotte Linlin in bewilderment. Look at him, isn't it obvious he likes her? Don't be shy. Charlotte Linlin patted Rector on the shoulder. I'm not looking at her. I'm looking for Kaido. Rector said, exasperated. He had been using his observation haki to track Kaido's life force, and his only thought was to kill Kaido. But he sensed a burning gaze, and when he snapped back to reality, he saw Toritoma puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him. Who likes him? Toritoma glared at Rector, her face flushed crimson, her voice trailing off to a whisper. What the hell? Why are you blushing like an idiot? Rector yelled at Toritoma, but Charlotte Linlin wore an expression that clearly said, I understand. Rector, Mom won't stop you, but you'll have to wait until you're 18. It's not what you think. Rector's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't argue with Charlotte Linlin. In the distance, the officers who had been drawn by the commotion at the port immediately had hearts in their eyes upon seeing Shaki. All with hearts in their eyes, only one person was the exception. Rock stood there staring at Shaki with utter shock. This woman, who should never have been here, had come to Hakanosu Island, just as Rector had said she would. Beehive Island. A brand new tavern had risen from the ground, its surroundings a stark contrast to the squalor. Within a 10-meter radius of the tavern, the ground was spotless. The periphery of the tavern was adorned with a riot of colorful flowers. Shaki, wearing an apron, stood at the entrance awaiting her first customer. Recto stood outside the tavern, having witnessed the power of a devoted admirer firsthand. This tavern had been built in a single day. Except for Rocks, everyone else was utterly captivated by Shaki's beauty. Not even Whitebeard was an exception. Oh, the inside of the tavern smells wonderful. Even the sake in my hand tastes better. The news of Shaki's arrival on Beehive Island quickly spread worldwide via the newspapers. At the same time, the tavern established an iron rule. No fighting was permitted within its walls. Meanwhile, deep within the skull rock of Beehive Island in a hall that should have been empty, Rox sat alone drinking. "What's this?" Captain Rox feeling gloomy. Recto's voice echoed from the stairwell. Rox turned to look at him, a wild laugh spreading across his face. "I never thought that brat would be right. Shaki really did come to this island. Aren't you going to go see her?" Recto walked to the bar, grabbed a bottle of sake, and tossed it to Rox. "I'm about to set out, but I need to know, is anyone from the family still alive?" A red glint flickered in Rox's eyes, the tattoo running through his left eye made more sinister by his manic grin. "Yes. Huh, that's enough. As long as someone from the family survives, that promise must be fulfilled." Bang! Rox slammed the bottle onto the table, rose, and headed for the stairwell, his tall figure radiating a sense of desolation. Recto watched him disappear, unable to bring himself to speak the truth. Rox, a man of great ambition, had a son, Teach, who murdered his own family for a devil fruit. Although Whitebeard was not his biological father, he had always treated Teach as his own. As a father, Rox had thrown himself into the God Valley trap, knowingly to save his family, yet his son had killed his kin for power. However, Recto would not judge Teach. Teach was only 2 years old when he witnessed his father's death. After the family was annihilated, he wandered alone. When Whitebeard found him, he was 12 years old, filthy, and clad in tattered rags. His mother, Alice, had never appeared again. What hardships Teach endured in those 10 years to become what he was, no one knew. In a certain sea of the Grand Line, 2 ornate golden mermaid statues supported a massive main cannon. Wine-red sails billowed full of wind, carrying the second most powerful pirate crew on the sea, second only to the Rox pirates, swiftly across the waves. The Roger pirates, led by Gold. Roger had carved out their place in this era of rising powers. Donning his captain's coat, Roger leaned on the deck railing, reflecting on the conversation he'd just had with Rayleigh in the captain's quarters. Captain Roger. Shaki has opened a tavern on Beehive Island. We were so sad when we heard she stepped down as Empress. We thought we'd never see her again. We can go see Shaki now. But Beehive Island is Rock's territory. If we go, there'll be a fight." The crew eagerly shared the new information about Shaki with Roger. While everyone else was thrilled by the news, Gabon, standing near Roger, noticed something was off with him. Gabon quietly approached Rayleigh and slung an arm around his shoulder. "Rayleigh, Roger's been in a bad mood since your talk in the captain's quarters." "What did you two talk about?" Rayleigh's pupils contracted, but he maintained a facade of calm, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he spoke. He knew that if they found out what he had, it would cause quite a stir. "No, we didn't talk about anything. Not long ago, after parting ways with the Kuja pirates, Rayleigh, after much deliberation, had called Roger to the captain's quarters for a private talk between captain and first mate." Rayleigh clutched the note Shaki had pressed into his hand, looking at Roger. "I don't plan on telling everyone, but I'll tell only you, Roger. Are you talking about that fight with the Kuja pirates recently?" Roger gazed out at the sea. "Shaki seems to have fallen ill, as she looked like she was in a lot of pain. After that, the news of her abdication came. You actually accepted something like that from that battle?" Rayleigh looked away awkwardly. It's just too embarrassing to talk about." "You fool. What else could it be but a love letter?" Roger roared at Rayleigh, looking at him with utter disappointment. The note in Rayleigh's hand clearly read, "Come pick me up, Shaki." "You have no interest in that at all." Roger bellowed at Rayleigh, wanting to strangle him at that moment. This guy didn't know how lucky he was. "No, it'd be a lie to say I'm not interested." Rayleigh quickly defended himself, seeing Roger's murderous expression. "I just don't want to be tied down." "You fool. I want it." Roger grabbed Rayleigh by the collar, tears of envy streaming down his face. Why did Shaki choose you, and not me?" Roger planted his foot on the railing, his earlier dejection vanishing completely. "Everyone, I'm not giving up. Plundering is the true nature of a pirate. If you want something, you take it. Am I right, brothers? Boys, set course for Beehive Island. I'll compete fairly for Shaki. The chance is equal for everyone. Sunbell, turn the ship around. We're heading to Beehive Island." Roger waved his hand, grandly setting the course. Oh, Roger's got his spirit back. Several months later, West Blue God Valley. A gentle sea breeze blew and sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting light upon this peaceful, prosperous nation. On a wide street, a figure strolled leisurely along. He sported an extravagant hairstyle. It was Figureland Garling, the very man who had recently been brutally beaten by Rox and forced to flee. Though a member of the Celestial Dragon's strongest blade, he now looked like a young man out on a picnic. Who knew that coming out on a mission, I'd discover such a wealthy nation? Garling's gaze swept across the street. Clean roads, children with carefree smiles, men working diligently. A prime location, abundant resources. He calculated silently, considering how many resources the world government could extract from this nation if it were to become a member state. A red-haired woman passed by Garling when her high heel suddenly snapped, causing her to stumble. Garling immediately reached out, steadying her by her slender waist. The red-haired woman looked up at his handsome, slightly wild face, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Sir. Thank you. Her voice was soft and shy. Garling offered a smile, elegant yet tinged with concern. Are you all right? Sunlight fell upon the red-haired woman's shoulders, making her seem to glow. Garling paused, his gaze towards her changing. Interesting. Fate had quietly pulled the deviated tracks back to their original course. But Garling was unaware that a man who would dedicate his heart and soul to him was already on his way. The kingdom of Leligia. A small boat slowly sailed away from the island. This time Rox was no longer alone, and a woman stood by his side. Her loose clothing could not conceal her voluptuous figure, and her light golden hair flowed in the wind. Her black eyes, when gazing at Rox, were filled with deep affection. Alice, are you sure you want to come back with me? Rox's gaze towards Alice was filled with undisguisable love. Rox, as your wife, it's my duty to meet your parents. Our future children also need to meet their grandparents. Alice gently touched her lower abdomen, her bright smile shining in Rox's eyes. At this moment he was no longer the arrogant, unruly Rox of the seas, but a husband and a father. Yet he still worried about what Rector had said. He felt as though he was being pushed forward. Weeks later, Rox looked at the two towering mountains in the center of the distant island, a smile spreading across his face. Alice, this is my homeland, God Valley. As Rox introduced his home to Alice, a ship flying the world government's cross flag in the distance suddenly caught his attention. A blond man with an outrageous hairstyle stood at the bow. Fury instantly ignited in Rox's heart. This was the same celestial dragon who had come to trade with Harold. Just as Rector had said, the celestial dragons had already discovered this island. Bastard. I'll kill you. Rox slowly drew his sword Eclipse as his conqueror's haki erupted violently. It surged forth like the roar of a deep-sea leviathan. Dark red lightning crawled along the blade, and killing intent churned like an abyss. The very air over the sea seemed to be sucked away the moment the blade swept. God's fall. Boom. The explosive slash tore through the sea, and the sword pressure raged like a black tsunami. The sea surface was split open, revealing a bottomless abyss under the terrifying sword pressure. The clouds in the sky were also blasted apart, leaving a massive hole. As the slash moved forward, the hole grew larger until it was dragged into a long gaping rift. The moment Garling turned his head, his observation haki screamed a thunderous warning. Seeing the attack closing in, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he kicked the air, shattering it, and shot into the distance. He was no match for Rox. If not for Harold on the last mission, he would have been sent to the bottom of the sea by Rox long ago. Moreover, this discovery was enough to give him leverage with the five elders. Rox was just a pirate. His discovery was far more important than Rox. Boom. The violent slash instantly shredded the world government ship, which splintered into debris flying through the air. Only the bow and stern remained sinking rapidly. Rox's observation haki spread out like a radar, relentlessly searching for Garling's presence. He had discovered on Beehive Island that Garling couldn't be killed. But even if he couldn't kill him, he would drown him in the sea. Just as Rox prepared to give chase, his muscular arm was grabbed by a pair of slender hands. Rox, stop chasing. The most important thing now is to get your parents out of here. When I was a pirate, I heard that countries targeted by the world government are destroyed if they don't submit. Alice shook her head at Rox. Rox suppressed his rage, recalling Rector's words. In the future, he had seen God Valley would become a battlefield, and most of his family would die there. All right, let's go home. Alice sighed in relief, seeing Rox agree. As long as they were alive, nothing else mattered. God Valley had a manor. 11 people stood at the entrance. Leading them was a white-bearded old man, though his robust physique hinted at his extraordinary strength. They're here. They're back. Beside the old man stood an elderly woman with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, radiating an air of elegance and nobility. Grandfather. Grandmother. Rox stepped forward to greet them, but their attention wasn't on him at all. It was fixed entirely on Alice beside him. You brat finally came to your senses. You actually brought our great-grandchild home. Alice was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed crimson. Grandfather. Grandmother. Alice followed Rox's lead. The two elders' faces immediately broke into radiant smiles. Come. Don't just stand there, let's go inside. Unlike the warmth and joy of the manor at the Holy Land Mary Geos within the Pangea Castle, Figureland Garling fled back in disgrace, his clothes tattered. His face was grim enough to drip water as he walked straight into the Pangea Castle's council chamber. The five elders sat on the sofas looking towards Figureland Garling at the door. Elders, I have discovered an island with abundant resources. Garling's right hand tightly gripped the long sword at his waist. This was the second time he had been humiliated by Rox. On his way back, he had figured it out. Rox wouldn't appear at God Valley without reason. There must be a deep connection between him and the island. Could he also be a member of the Buccaneer clan? So impatient, Garling. The celebration just ended a year ago, and there are still 2 years until the next one, yet you've already chosen a location. I stopped by that island briefly during my mission. It's a non-affiliated country that survives on its independent culture. I also tried to get them to join the world government, but they refused. Furthermore, I discovered something extraordinary. I found a member of the Buccaneer clan and Rocks is definitely connected to them. Figureland Garling revealed a vicious grin. The Buccaneer, Linarian, and Beccaria clans were all targets of the world government's persecution. Once discovered, their fate was either death or enslavement. You say you found a Buccaneer. I encountered Rocks on my way back. I now suspect that Rocks is also a member of the Buccaneer clan. Izambaron v. Nustero stopped wiping the Shodai Katetsu. His sharp gaze first fell on Figureland Garling, then shifted to the other four elders. When Rocks had stormed Mary Geosime-sama had already known. But to avoid causing panic among the celestial dragons, this information was known only to the five of them. Now discovering remnants of the Buccaneer clan was more exhilarating than finding a resource-rich nation. I suggest we hold the celebration in 2 years at God Valley and simultaneously begin capturing the Buccaneer clan to prevent Rocks from rescuing them. That master will surely be pleased with this decision. On Beehive Island at Shaki's Ripoff Bar, pirates from across the world had converged upon this tavern, the line stretching from the door all the way to the shoreline. The boisterous, raucous pirates had miraculously fallen into a strange silence. Only the occasional quarrel from outside broke the quiet. You bastard. You cut in line. Want to fight? This is Shaki's place. Don't you dare start trouble. I'm sorry. I just want to see Shaki. Every pirate who came to Beehive Island knew one thing: don't start a fight near the Ripoff Bar. Once you're out of the bar's vicinity, no one cares what you do. Inside the bar was equally lively. Shaki stood behind the counter like a human magnet, drawing the gaze of every single person in the room. Huh, why is this drink so expensive? I didn't bring that many berries. Behind the counter, Shaki's cigarette dangling from her lips leaned lazily against the bar. Then work in the kitchen for 2 years to pay off the debt. Huh, I traveled all the way from the North Blue. Could I get a nice glass of whiskey? It'd be even better if you had some of Shaki's home-cooked food. We've heard so much about it. Shaki gave a slight smile, a smile that pierced straight through the hearts of everyone present like an arrow. Haha, I'm flattered you all think that way. Too bad I will absolutely never cook for you. Shaki took the cigarette from her mouth and blew out a plume of smoke. Though the pirates felt a pang of disappointment, their eyes still sparkled with admiration. Just as the legends say, her refusal is so refreshingly blunt. But that's what makes her so charming, the pirates cheered. Just then a voice came from the kitchen. Boss Shaki, we're out of whiskey. Shaki lazily flicked her ashes. Then just substitute the cheapest rum. So good. Exactly as I imagined. What atrocious service, it's absolutely brilliant. Thanks for the hospitality. Shaki's terrible attitude only made the pirates even more excited. At the Ripoff Bar, the more prosperous the business, the more eccentrics it attracted. Shaki slid the rum over to the pirate who ordered it, while nearby Rocks sat in his chair grinning like a fool. Rocks, with that blissful look on your face, you're not thinking about asking me out, are you? Shaki rested her delicate chin on her slender fingers, observing Rock's idiotic grin. The closeness of her presence drove the other pirates mad with jealousy, but Rocks remained oblivious. Huh, what are you talking about? Rocks raised his glass, trying to hide his smile. Mama. A woman's intuition is terrifying, you know. Charlotte Linlin roared with laughter from the side. Rock's face flushed crimson instantly, and he slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. Linlin, you keep your mouth shut. This kind of thing needs to be kept completely confidential, got it? Not far behind him, Whitebeard, who was gnawing on a large bone of meat, stared at the furious Rocks in bewilderment. What's going on? Sitting beside Whitebeard, Bakken covered her face with her hand, looking utterly exasperated. You dense oaf. Bakken pointed at Rock's face, which was glowing with happiness and radiance. Don't you get it yet? Rocks already has a wife. He might even have kids by now. You big, slow-witted blockhead, you don't even know how to court a woman. Overhearing Bakken's words, Rocks was about to jump out of his skin. You shut up. Just as all the pirates' attention was fixed on Rocks and Shaki, the tavern door was suddenly kicked open, slamming so hard it embedded itself into the walls on either side. The next second, an incredibly irritating voice rang out across the room. Shaki. I'm here. Roger burst into the bar with his arms wide open like a triumphant conqueror. Behind him, the members of the Roger Pirates filed in. Gobber, with hearts practically popping out of his head, waved frantically at Shaki. Shaki-chan. I'm here. Shaki looked at the crowd at the door, her eyes scanning back and forth as if searching for someone. Oh, it's Roger. Rock's face turned black with rage as he stomped over to the door, his forehead nearly touching Roger's. Roger, how many times have I told you? This is my territory. Roger grinned, pressing his forehead right back. But this is Shaki's bar. We're all guests here, so no fighting. Stop your blabbering, you porcupine. Rock's veins bulged as he snarled at Roger. There's a huge line outside. How did you get in? Roger played dumb with a perfectly straight face. Line? What are you talking about? There's no one waiting outside. Roger swept his arm out with a flourish and bellowed, boys. Drink up. I can't stand you noisy lot. Whitebeard stood up and headed for the exit. Newgate. Pay your bill. Whitebeard waved a dismissive hand. Put it on Rock's tab. Outside, the pirates who had been queuing up were now sprawled in disarray. Some lying face down, others with their heads buried in the dirt. Their eyes rolled back, bodies twitching uncontrollably from the pain. That damn Roger. Cutting in line. Help me up. I can still wait. Damn it. I was almost next. Inside the bar, the clamor of voices and clinking glasses swelled into a deafening roar, a cacophony of raucous laughter and curses that threatened to blow the roof right off. Amidst the chaos, Shaki quietly slipped past the drunken, staggering pirates and made her way to Roger's side. Roger, did Mr. Rayleigh come? Shaki's cheeks were flushed as she spoke in a soft, gentle voice that completely disarmed Roger. He didn't come. I asked him to, but he wasn't feeling well, so he's sleeping on the ship. Just as Roger was about to say something else, Gloriosa launched herself at him like a cannonball, crashing straight into his arms. Roger, I've missed you so much. You have to take me on your ship today. A fragrant breeze swept over him like a tidal wave. Facing Gloriosa clinging to him, Roger's face showed clear reluctance, and he struggled desperately to pry her off. Whoa, Gloriosa, having a woman on board who makes your heart race just by looking at her would be way too troublesome. Of course Shaki would be an exception. Gloriosa bristled, instantly roaring like a provoked lioness. What kind of twisted logic is that? In the distance, Shaki murmured with a blush, I could go too. But no one present heard Shaki's words, all eyes were on Roger, entangled with Gloriosa. At that moment by the shore, Rayleigh, who was supposed to be asleep, sat at the ship's stern humming Bink sake. Back in the bar, Shaki heard Rayleigh's singing and, overwhelmed with joy, collapsed right onto the floor. Panic erupted in the tavern instantly. Whoa! Shaki's down. Aboard the Oro Jackson, a voice cut through Rayleigh's song. Rayleigh, don't tell me you're not up for it. Rayleigh's face darkened instantly as he looked at Rector on the shore. You little brat. I'm your enemy. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Rayleigh's lips twitched involuntarily. His gaze toward Rector brimmed with murderous intent. Asking if I'm capable the moment you arrive. What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me? I meant no offense, just pure curiosity. As a normal man resisting Shaki's charm through sheer willpower alone. Unless you have some physical deficiency, I can't think of any other reason you'd turn her down. Rector tossed the bottle of liquor to Rayleigh. From the time Rayleigh rescued Shaki to Luffy's arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, they had already spent over 30 years together. Yet there was still no sign of children between them. Scopper, Gabon, and Roger both had offspring, but Rayleigh had none. That didn't sit right. And claiming Hancock was his daughter didn't make sense either. Shanks had spent time in Mary Geos during Hancock's captivity. Given the Figureland family's standing, if Rayleigh had simply asked Shanks to bring Hancock back, it would have been a trivial matter for Shanks to get her out of Mary Geos. You don't understand, brat. Being a pirate means there are many things you simply cannot have. Rayleigh flicked the bottle cap off with his thumb and drained the liquor in one long gulp. Weakness is weakness. If you lack the strength to protect your own family as a pirate, then why even be a pirate? Rayleigh spat the liquor across the deck, glaring at Rector. You little brat. You're Shiki's son, aren't you? That mouth of yours is just as infuriating as his. You're the one who's Shiki's son. Your whole family are Shiki's sons. Rector jabbed a finger at Rayleigh and started cursing. Having a father like Shiki would only make one's life more miserable than Luffy's. This old man's name is Charlotte, Rector. Remember it well. You're the first pirate I've ever seen who's afraid of love, overthinking everything like this. Rector shot Rayleigh a disdainful look. This man was so rational, he hardly seemed human, rejecting a goddess that any man would dream of. I hereby dub you Sigma Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh watched Rector disappear into the distance, his words stirring even greater turmoil within him. He gazed toward the Shamrock bar in the distance. The urge to see Shaki surged stronger than ever, but in the end he suppressed it. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, 39 years ago. Time flowed gently along with the tides of the era. The world turned silently under the orders of the 5 elders, and in unseen places the currents of an impending tidal wave of change began to converge. God Valley West Blue. Low white houses lined the streets, colorful flower pots adorned the windowsills, and the aroma of fresh bread drifted through the air. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and spilled across the streets. Though this place was destined to become the eye of the storm, for now time drifted by like a gentle breeze, but that breeze was already beginning to twist toward a hurricane. On the cobblestone street, a red-haired woman pushed a baby carriage along the quiet road. Inside the carriage, 2 swaddled infants slept peacefully. Their hair shared the same crimson hue, glowing softly under the sunlight. Residents on both sides of the street watched the scene, and some approached with warm smiles. Wow, what adorable twins. So cute. The residents cooed as they gazed at the 2 babies in the carriage. Even though their father isn't around, don't worry. We'll all help you take care of them. The red-haired woman smiled gently, a look of pure happiness spreading across her face. Thank you all. Their father is very busy, and we never know when he'll be able to return. An elderly man peered curiously into the carriage. By the way, have you given them names yet? The red-haired woman lowered her head, gazing at the 2 children in the carriage. In that moment, she seemed to see the face of their father reflected in them. This one is the younger brother. His name is Shanks. She moved her finger to the other swaddle. And this one is the older brother. His name is Shamrock. An image of the two brothers. As the names were spoken, the red-haired woman looked around. Speaking of which, where's Lady Rox? An elderly man picked up the conversation. I heard her son, who's been doing business abroad, came back to take her away. Before she left, she mentioned that the Celestial Dragons plan to take over God Valley as the venue for a celebration. That can't be. God Valley is a remote island. There's no way the Celestial Dragons would ever come here. A celebration. The Celestial Dragons have celebrations. I've never heard of such a thing. The residents discussed Lady Rock's parting words, but not a single person believed them. After all, even merchant ships rarely visited God Valley, let alone the Celestial Dragons. Skypiea, Raijin Island. A cloud tore through the cloud layers, speeding toward the holy land of Upper Yard. The sea of clouds churned as sunlight pierced through, scattering fine golden glimmers across the white expanse. Suddenly, bong! The resonance of the golden bell rang through the heavens, its heavy toll echoing across the sea of clouds. A lone figure stood atop the Raijin temple. The entire Skypiea erupted in fervor. On the training grounds, 300 Thunder Emperor guards stood at full readiness. A grand welcoming procession had already formed. Gonfall, armored and solemn, stood at the very front alongside the stoic, sharp-eyed chieftain of the Shandya. Welcome back, Thunder Emperor. The roar swept across Upper Yard like a tidal wave. Rector looked upon the familiar faces below, unable to suppress a smile, as he spread his arms wide. I'm home. Those simple words ignited a thunderous cheer. Surrounded by the adoring crowd, Rector walked through every corner of Skypiea. Vegapunk had been on Skypiea for 5 years now. In those 5 years, Skypiea had undergone a dramatic transformation. The island's dials had been systematically integrated through technological enhancement. Energy, transportation, intelligence, technology, and agriculture had reshaped Skypiea into a city of the future. Fueled by resources, intelligence, and remnants of ancient technology gathered from the Blue Sea, the island had been reborn. Combined with Skypiea's unique geographical advantages and its natural defenses, the island now possessed combat power far surpassing that of the Blue Sea's allied nations. The celebration lasted long into the night until the sun tore through the darkness and golden light once again bathed the island. All the Thunder Emperor guards stood at attention, ready to depart. This would be their first journey to the Blue Sea. All the Thunder Emperor guards, along with their families, were officially relocating to Tato Land. Zeus, serving as the primary mode of transport, expanded his body continuously until he grew larger than the entire training ground, becoming a floating island of clouds suspended in midair. Amid the cheers of the residents, the Thunder Emperor guards ascended the cloud stairway one by one, while Rector watched every single person. His gaze fell upon the captain of the Scypian forces, Karam, and his wife. Everyone else had brought their spouses and parents along. But Karam's wife held a baby in her arms, and the infant's earlobes were noticeably longer than an ordinary person's. Rector turned to Katakuri beside him and said, "Go fetch Maville. Bring the baby care supplies and come with us." Katakuri glanced back at Lei Kutua Air, then turned and left. Without a second thought, he knew these things were meant for Kalemu. Farewell to the Thunder Emperor. Farewell to the Thunder Emperor. The vast voices echoed through the sky as Zhou Si slowly ascended. All the young people, whether from Kong Dao or Shan Di, looked up at the Thunder Emperor Guard, their eyes filled with envy. Their departure signified the beginning of the new Thunder Emperor Guard selection. But this time it was not only the Thunder Emperor Guard who left. Kata, Kuliba, Lei Teijin, and Kong Pate also departed. Lei Kutua Air, everything is here. Miwei Air clasped her hands before her chest and bowed slightly. Miwei Air, follow me. Lei Kutua Air gestured for Miwei Air to follow. The Thunder Emperor Guard members who had been resting immediately stood up and saluted upon seeing Lei Kutua Air. Thunder Emperor. Lei Kutua Air kept waving as he walked until he reached Kalemu. Thunder Emperor. Kalemu pulled his wife and was about to bow, but as Lei Kutua Air waved, an electromagnetic field held them up. No need for formalities. Is this your child? Lei Kutua Air looked at Kalemu's wife. She was not stunning, but her face was gentle and wore a happy smile. Yes. Thunder Emperor, this is my son, AI, and I Lu. Lei Kutua Air's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected it to be AI and I Lu indeed. Another powerful fighter joined his ranks. Very well. You are not afraid of danger bringing your wife and child to fight with me in Qinghai. I hereby promise that all resources for the children of everyone present from birth to adulthood will be funded by the family. In the future, more people will enjoy this benefit. This is a reward for your loyalty. As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Seconds later, everyone erupted into cheers. Everyone on Kong Dao enjoyed the minimum living standard set by Lei Kutua Air. No one would go hungry anymore, nor would anyone risk sailing out to hunt sky fish for food. But Lei Kutua Air's promise was the highest level of resource guarantee, allowing children to study and fight under better teachers. Most importantly, the children might get to fight alongside Lei Kutua, a glory that nothing could replace. Thank you, Thunder Emperor. AI and I Lu. Did you hear that? The Thunder Emperor wants to train you. Ka Leimu reached out to tease his son, AI, and I Lu in his arms. Lei Kutua gestured for Mi Wei and Ka Leimu to take care of AI, and I Lu together. Seeing Mi Wei Ka Leimu became instantly excited. As Lei Kutua's personal maid, Mi Wei took care of many of Lei Kutua's younger siblings. How could he not be excited? Perhaps in the future, he would truly see AI and I Lu fighting alongside Lei Kutua. On top of Zhou Si's head, Lei Kutua called Ba Lei-te Katakuri and Jean here for a talk. Katakuri was already 9, Ba Lei-te 6, and Jean 8. Though young, their strength was already enough to handle pirates with bounties over 100 million. Especially Jean, as long as his opponent hadn't mastered Conqueror's Haki coding, all attacks could not break his defense, especially with the Qi Xingjian. Ordinary pirates were nothing but punching bags to him. Big brother, what do you want us for? Katakuri frowned. This sudden outing by their big brother meant something major was happening. Lei Kutua took out an eternal pose from his pocket and tossed it to Katakuri. Engraved on it was, Shinji-gu. Your mission, the three of you, is to find Shinji-gu and report its situation to me. Kongpate, you and Zhou Si return to Tuate Lan and guard together with Pei Luo Si Pei Luo. Kill anyone who approaches. Big brother, what happened? Ba Lei-te stared at Lei Kutua with wide eyes. A storm that will sweep the entire world is coming. Time goes back a month ago. A shocking disturbance occurred on Feng Chao Dao. All the pirates on the island sprang into action. Within a few hours, everyone at the bar responsible for protecting Xiachi had died. The leader Ma Long and his men were all killed. All the pirates who were originally away were alerted by this news and converged on Feng Chao Dao. The worst part, Xiachi had been kidnapped. The rainstorm, carrying a damp, cold, and salty scent, poured down on Feng Chao Dao. All the officers stood in the rain staring at Ma Long's bloodied corpse. The rage in their hearts was like a volcano about to erupt. This was not an ordinary attack. It was a provocation against the Luo Kusi pirates. Feng Chao Dao, the stronghold of the Luo Kusi pirates, had been infiltrated silently by the enemy, killing Officer Ma Long and kidnapping Xiachi. This series of actions was a slap in the face to Luo Kusi. If they couldn't even protect one person in their own stronghold, who was the enemy? Fear spread among the pirates. The island's center. Inside the Ku Lu Yin Hall, the fire braziers flickered in the fierce wind, casting the officers' shadows on the walls like grotesque monsters with bared fangs. Guluo Li Osa clutched her collar tightly, unable to believe the truth before her eyes. Xiachi was kidnapped. The lightning cracks left at the scene, as well as the shelves and broken chairs destroyed by thunder in the tavern, all pointed to one person. Lei Kutua. As the eldest son of Xia Luote Linlin, he both knew the layout of Feng Chao Dao and had the strength to kill Ma Long silently. But all the doubts pointed to last night. No one on Feng Chao Dao had heard the sound of thunder. What are you waiting for? Seize Lei Kutua and force him to reveal Xiachi's whereabouts. That damn traitor actually kidnapping dear Xiachi. Wang Ji pointed at the officers in the room, roaring with such emotion that he seemed eager to arrest Lei Kutua and put him on trial immediately. A gleam of smugness flashed in his eyes. Lei Kutua had not yet returned. As long as he provoked these people, Lei Kutua would be surrounded by the officers. Brat, you made me serve you. This time you're dead. Wang Ji, you're courting death. Dare to touch my son, and I'll cut you down. Xia Luote Linlin instantly erupted. On her left, the floating He La's body transformed from white clouds into a thunderstorm cloud. Pu Luo Mi Xiao Si's fiery body kept expanding like a sun hanging in the sky. Silence. Bang. Luo Kusi's large hand slammed onto the table before him, his pupils trembling incessantly. He didn't believe Lei Kutua would actually kidnap Xiachi. But the traces of the fight left at the scene all pointed to Lei Kutua. Only the Xiang Lei fruit could annihilate so many people in an instant. Even Luo Kusi could barely hold them down. The officers led by Shiji were clearly growing restless. Wang Ji, you clown, always the most eager to jump. A calm voice sounded. Lei Kutua flew in through the large hole in the top of Ku Lu Yin. Lei Kutua, you dare to come back. I'll send you to atone to Xiachi. Wang Ji's right hand turned into a massive swamp blade and slashed toward Lei Kutua. Wang Ji, I've given you too much face. Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's Haki erupted to its utmost fury, an overwhelming aura like the roar of an ancient beast crushing down upon Wang Ji. Dark red lightning instantly filled the entire hall, and Wang Ji's attack was directly dispersed. Charlotte Linlin's Napoleon rose up and transformed into a massive blade. Jet black armament Haki coated the blade, dark red lightning crackling along its edge. A strike brimming with fury descended upon Wang Ji. Boom. Opt. The attack severed Wang Ji's right arm in an instant, blood gushing from the wound. His body crashed through the bar in a mess, embedding deeply into the wall. Charlotte Linlin, are you shielding like Tuo? Wang Ji, blood at the corner of his mouth, clutching his severed arm with his left hand, roared with a twisted face at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin stood in front of like Tuo, with Zeus the thundercloud on her left, and Prometheus the sun on her right. If you want to kill my son, kill me first. Charlotte Linlin, wielding Napoleon, stared at Wang Ji with murderous intent. Charlotte Linlin, are you betraying the Luo Kusi pirate crew? Wang Ji's roar instantly ignited the fury of the officers. Boom. A dull sound echoed, and an even stronger Conqueror's Haki burst forth. Dark red lightning flooded the entire hall, suppressing Charlotte Linlin's Haki. In an instant, the entire hall turned into a sea of lightning, with piercing sonic booms exploding in their ears. Like Tuor, where were you when Xiachi went missing? Luo Kusi's voice was steady. For this child who had saved his family, he couldn't bear to strike, but if he really did it, he had to keep like Tuor alive no matter what to repay his gratitude. Mother, don't be agitated, after all the murderer isn't me, and he's right here in this hall. Like Tuor floated out from behind Charlotte Linlin, his gaze sweeping over Shurji Whitebeard and Luo Kusi. Shurji was unusually calm. Whitebeard's eyes were dark, fixed on him. What do you mean? Do you know who the murderer is? Guluoliosa, who had already broken down in tears, clung to this hope, like a lifeline, looking at like Tuor with desperate eyes. Don't listen to him, he's just buying time, he wants to run. Wang Ji screamed hysterically, but panic had already set in. Before acting, he had confirmed no other officers were around, but that brat like Tuor could read people's hearts with his observation haki. I know who the murderer is, and I have proof. And Wang Ji, why are you panicking? Do you know the murderer too? Like Tuor smiled while blinding lightning erupted from his body. Shinxiaoyu. Crack. The blinding lightning carried by the rain instantly enveloped the entire hall. A giant lightning net spread out like a massive hand, trapping all the officers inside. Now, I will reveal the entire process of the incident. As like Tuor spoke, Wang Ji's pupils contracted, and his body, embedded in the wall, was quietly beginning to elementalize. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning burst from behind Wang Ji, a powerful impact directly engulfing his body. The immense force slammed him into the lightning net, leaving him completely bound and unable to move. Welcome everyone to Wang Ji's brilliant crime scene. Like Tuor pulled out a visual Den Mushi from his pocket, pressed the play button, and the screen showed the scene of Hive Island. In the footage, Wang Ji was talking to a man in a black cloak. The plan can be executed. All the officers have left Hive Island. I'll cooperate with you for the attack. You promised me. Leave lightning marks at the scene, make it look real. Wang Ji. You're asking for death. Charlotte Linlin went berserk, gripping Napoleon tightly, wanting to split Wang Ji in two. Mother, don't be agitated. The best is yet to come. Like Tuor soothed Charlotte Linlin. In the following footage, Wang Ji and the black-clad man killed Ma Long and his men. Then the black-clad man carried Xiachi out of the tavern and casually threw a large box to Wang Ji. The scene shifted. The next second, the man appeared on a ship flying the world government's flag, and Xiachi was taken into the cabin with handcuffs. Boom. Several bursts of Conqueror's Haki erupted simultaneously. Skull Rock couldn't withstand such pressure and cracked with fine fissures. Whitebeard, Luo Kusi, Shurji, and Charlotte Linlin looked at Wang Ji as if he were already dead. Bastard. So it was you. I'll cut you down, you fucking idiot. How dare you make a deal with the world government? You're asking for death. Boom. A quake that tore space, a slash that split the sky, flames that burned the heavens, and an impact that shattered the earth. All struck Wang Ji simultaneously. No, it wasn't me. Wang Ji let out a miserable scream. When he acted, he had confirmed no one was around, no one saw him deal with the world government. Where did that little bastard like Tuor get the footage? Could it be those seagulls? Boom. Skull Rock exploded instantly, and a broken figure shot into the sky. That's Wang Ji. He seems to be dead. The pirates on the island looked at the lifeless Wang Ji in the sky, then turned to the center of the island. Skull Rock had been shattered into dust. Ha ha ha. I knew it. The person I valued would never do such a thing. Shurji laughed heartily. Like Tuor was stunned. Before coming, he had prepared to fight the madman Shurji. Seeing how calm Shurji was, he had been nervous, but it turned out the reason for not fighting was this. What an unpredictable madman. In just a few days, the incident of Wang Ji's deal with the world government and the kidnapping of Xiachi swept across the world like a tsunami. Inside Hive Island, apart from the Luo Kusi pirate crew, all other pirates had left. Every pirate went completely berserk, launching attacks on the nearest marine bases, demanding the world government hand over Xiachi. Some even crazily climbed the red line to rescue Xiachi, but were stopped by the CP stationed at Merigios. The most frustrated, however, was the world government. They had no idea how the news had leaked. The God's Knights and the Marines were all dispatched to suppress these frenzied pirates. The most active among them was Hong Boju, who constantly hunted Marines on missions. With top-tier Haki in all three forms and the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, Hong Boju became the Marines' greatest headache. At that moment in Luo Kusi's room, like Tuar sat on a chair by the door and tossed a piece of intelligence to Luo Kusi. Why are members of the Daiwei clan captured? Luo Kusi stared at the news in disbelief. If it's not your family that was captured, then there are only two possibilities. Like Tuar looked at the twisted-faced Luo Kusi and held up two fingers. First, it's the Daiwei clan scattered elsewhere. Second, this is a fake message and the world government's goal is to lure you into a trap. Luo Kusi looked at the intelligence, then let out a wild laugh. Those bastards in the world government really know how to scheme. Luo Kusi's maniacal laughter filled the entire room. He felt himself being pushed forward by fate. 1 year after the kidnapping incident, in the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar at Malinfanguo, Marine Admiral Kong had just finished the Marine Supreme Council meeting and was walking along the corridor leading to his office. Following behind him were Kapu Zifa Zhangwa and he. Bright sunlight streamed through the windows on both sides of the corridor, but the faces of the four were growing increasingly grim. Over the past year, the Marines' combat strength had sharply declined, with over 1/3 of Vice Admirals killed in action, most of them by the Red Count. To protect the Celestial Dragons, Kong was responsible for pursuing the Red Count, while another admiral was assigned to garrison Maligiao. But the vacant admiral position was not a long-term solution. The fleet marshal intended to choose one among Zhangwa, Kapu, and Zifa to succeed as admiral. More importantly, the upcoming Celestial Dragon celebration was approaching. The fleet marshal ordered Kong with Kapu and the other two to guard the celebration's destination, Shinjigu. Bang! The office door was closed. Kong sat in his office chair looking at the four. Kapu, whose expressions were shifting between gloom and uncertainty, and let out a long sigh. This mission must be undertaken. We have no right to choose. Let me protect that trash. Impossible. Bang. Kapu's forehead veins bulged as he slapped the table beside him with a single palm, the immense force directly shattering the table. Admiral Kong. Why must it be us? Zhangwa adjusted the frog-shaped glasses on his nose, his sharp eyes fixed on Kong. This mission directly diverted most of the Marines' combat power. This was not at all about protection. It was more like a trap set to kill someone. He didn't understand over the past year the world government had not resisted, only ordering the Marines to defend. This was the fundamental reason behind the 1/3 casualty rate of Marine Vice Admirals. If you don't go, the soldiers lost in this mission will only be greater. All Marines stationed in the West Sea are already on their way to Shinjigu. She looked at the mission report. The Marines had already mobilized, and such an obvious move would soon be discovered by pirates. Once the pirates detected the Marines' movements, the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates in the New World would surely rush over. 1 year ago, Shichi's disappearance had directly caused the world economy to stall for several weeks. Apart from the incident when over a dozen massive islands descended on Maligiao, the two great pirate crews had shown no intention of making a move since. Bastards. What are those higher-ups thinking? Sending these Marine soldiers to their deaths? Kapu's roar echoed through the office, but no one dared to respond, because they had no right to choose. Going would at least protect them. If not, all Marine soldiers would die in this century's great melee. Bang! The office door was violently pushed open. A messenger rushed in, his voice carrying unprecedented urgency. Admiral Kong. Something's happened. The news about Shinjigu has been leaked. The fleet marshal orders you to depart immediately for Shinjigu to protect the Celestial Dragon's safety. Time went back to before this conversation with Kong. At Maligiao, inside the Panguching in the conference hall. The 5 elders were confirming the details of this operation with Fijilan Jalansheng. The hall was dimly lit with only a few candles burning, and the long conference table was covered with maps and documents. Jalan, has the news been spread? Jaya Galaxia Satan Sheng leaned on his cane looking at the documents on the table. On it was written the capture of the Daiwei clan. This news was false. They had not captured the Daiwei clan at all. A year ago, Jalan had proposed Shinjigu as the venue for the next celebration. When he returned to Shinjigu, the Daiwei clan had already vanished. He reported the situation to the 5 elders, who then reported to Imu, receiving only one answer: eliminate the Daiwei clan. To carry out Lord Imu's order, the 5 elders conspired and set up the trap at Shinjigu. Having the Marines defend was meant to make the pirates let their guard down, leading them to believe that the Marines' combat strength was merely SOSO. It has been spread. The news about the final prize of this celebration and the devil fruits has all been spread. Fijilan Jalansheng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his right hand. This time the Marines and the God's Knights are all mobilized. Rocks, you're dead. The God's Knights members are in position, and the celebration is being held simultaneously. I guarantee that during the celebration the hunting plan will not be affected. Yizenbalong v. Nazishalang, Sheng stood up holding the first-generation Kitetsu in his right hand and walked toward the door. This mission will be executed by me. Jalan, make sure to capture Rocks alive and extract information about the other Daiwei clan members. Rest assured, the Rocks pirates are a group that prioritizes profit above all. The prizes placed at Shinji-gu are enough to drive them mad. And rocks will definitely come. Marine prison ship, deep level. Ring. A short urgent bell rang in the cabin, then quickly drowned out by the roar of engines and the sound of waves crashing against the hull. In the corridor of the communications room, the lights flickered on and off, and a petite figure flashed through the shadows. Her footsteps were so light as to be almost weightless, and she dexterously climbed up the ventilation duct. The click sound of the ventilation grate's iron bars was muffled to the minimum with even no echo. A patrolling soldier emerged from the corner, his military boots making regular crisp sounds on the metal floor. Huh. He frowned, his eyes continuously scanning the empty corridor. Why does it feel like someone's here? His companion yawned, not even lifting an eyelid, impatiently waving a hand. You must have misheard. This ship. Besides us, where else could there be anyone? The Marine stared at the empty corridor for another 2 seconds, then helplessly shrugged. Yeah. Inside the slave quarters it was as if 2 different worlds existed compared to the upper deck. Dampness, darkness, and the smell of blood mingled together with an air of despair permeating the atmosphere. In one of the cells, a section of the ventilation duct was broken as if it had been torn off by some monstrous force. Jean and I crawled out of the duct, flipped over, and jumped down. Slap. Jean and I landed steadily, bending her knees to absorb the impact when a large face suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jean and I. How is it? Did the message get out? Yawankafu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Big brother. Everything went smoothly. Jean's voice was mixed with uncontrollable excitement. The intelligence has been sent out. Now we just wait to see if the intelligence agency can receive it. But the excitement only appeared on Yawankafu and Jean's faces. More slaves wore hollow expressions, their voices hoarse and weary. Can't you be quiet? Don't do foolish things, young one. This will only bring us involvement and torment. These words were like a needle piercing deep into the hearts of every slave. Yawankafu's excited expression instantly froze, and the next moment anger surged violently. You idiot. Tell me, what fate could be worse than what we are suffering now? His voice echoed in the cell. Don't think we'll be saved by doing nothing. Miracles only happen to those who never give up. Don't underestimate the power of miracles. Yawankafu's voice was forceful and resolute, and for a moment, all the slaves fell silent. In the adjacent slave ship's hold, a colossal figure was curled up in a corner. The child's physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person, his head shaved clean, and he wore tattered clothes whose original color was indistinguishable. He listened to the roars coming from the cell next door. Sounds like an energetic slave. A young Bartholomew Kuma. At a certain direct stronghold of the world government, a figure swaggered in demanding hush money. The agents in the stronghold's hall looked at the Birdman before them. Morgans, what's the scoop this time? Don't play dumb. You people must have heard the rumors. Pay up. I'm talking about that. It'd be better for you if I kept my mouth shut, wouldn't it? Morgans fluttered his wing, gesturing for the agent to pay up. But the agent sneered. You're just some nobody from a small newspaper. What big news could you possibly have? You're asking for death. Another agent threatened Morgans with a gun. Ha ha ha. Morgans's laughter echoed through the hall, filled with an almost insane confidence. Go ahead and try if you dare. I'll leak this info to Hakanosu Island no matter what. This is world-shaking news. His eyes gleamed with a fanatical obsession for the scoop. Zealous and dangerous. On Hakanosu Island, the gloomy sky was like a barrel of black gunpowder, needing only a single spark to ignite the entire powder keg. Hey, did you hear? Shikiyaku is still alive. That single sentence ignited the entire island instantly, like a spark thrown into a powder magazine. At the docks and taverns, in every street and alley, everyone was repeating the same name. God Valley. What kind of place is that? Forget it. Boys were setting sail. The Marines are scared stiff. They don't even dare set foot in the new world now. There's a ton of treasure on God Valley. There'll be celestial dragons. Maybe even an admiral. The whole island was like boiling water, restless, anxious, angry, but mostly excited. At the center of Hakanosu, the original Skull Rock had vanished, replaced by a massive manor. Inside the manor's conference room, both sides of the long table were filled with people. The officers of the Rock's pirates were all gathered. Their gazes were fixed on Rector, who sat nearby, because everything happening now was exactly as Rector had predicted. Rector was holding the intelligence sent by Katakuri. The situation at God Valley had deviated from the original course of events. The Celestial Dragon's hunt was at the island's center, with countless Marines stationed on the outskirts. Everyone, the celebration has begun. Rejoice. As Rector's words fell, all the officers rose to their feet. They had held back this past year, partly due to Rox's suppression, and partly because, thanks to Rector's intelligence network, they had accurately obtained information on the world government. Shikiyaku was not dead. Instead, she was being held unharmed at Mary Geos, guarded by the Holy Knights and a Marine Admiral. Moreover, they were plotting a grand celebration, and the venue was God Valley. After Shikiyaku was captured, Shiki had gone to Mary Geos to try and rescue her. But he was held off by the Holy Knights, and the Admiral not even getting past the gates of Mary Geos. In the end, he could only slink back in defeat, having lost over a dozen islands. Shaku, I'm coming to save you right now, and I'll grab the treasure while I'm at it. Shiki jumped up as if struck by lightning, his eyes turning into heart shapes, as he threw his arms wide and shouted at the sky. Newgate frowned at the newspaper. A celestial dragon hunting humans celebration. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. And the prize includes rare devil fruits. Charlotte Linlin looked at Rector excitedly. The reward of 9 devil fruits was their ultimate goal. Besides Charlotte Linlin, Kaido's eyes gleamed with gold. He had to get his hands on one of those 9 devil fruits. Ha ha, boys. Plunder to your heart's content. This time finders keepers. Rox's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, his cloak whipping wildly in the wind, his gaze burning like wildfire. In the great hall, maniacal laughter. Angry roars. The battle lust suppressed for so long erupted like a breached dam. Meanwhile, on a certain stretch of sea, Roger's ship pitched violently in the stormy waves, the sea constantly slamming against the hull, sending up huge sprays of water. Shikiyaka-chan. It's news about Shikiyaka-chan. The crew erupted in a frenzy. Jabba, where's this place? Jabba crouched beside Roger, the navigational chart flapping noisily in the wind. He held the map down with one hand, while rapidly comparing their position. It's a long way off. Jabba stared at the chart, then slammed his hand down in front of the crew. But there's nothing to discuss. We're going at full speed. Roger stood at the bow, his captain's coat flapping in the wind, not a trace of hesitation on his face. Ha ha ha. Then what are we waiting for? Boys, prepare to charge. Rayleigh was the first to draw his sword, his left hand tightly clutching the note Shikiyaku had given him long ago. Shikiyaku, this time I won't hesitate. I'm coming to get you. Marineford. A ship with a doghead figurehead sailed out of the port, white foam churning in its wake. Garp stood grim-faced at the bow with Kong Sengoku and Zephyr behind him. Garp, this time it won't just be Roger. The Rocks pirates and all the famous pirates in the New World will be there. Kong's voice echoed across the deck. This was the intelligence he had just received. This battle would be far grander than he had anticipated. Your mission is to hold off the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates. Leave Rocks to me, Kong said in a low voice. But Sengoku's expression was grim. With their current strength, the Marines would pay a heavy price to hold off 2 major pirate crews. Zephyr looked at the silent Garp. He understood that Garp wasn't worried about the pirate threat, but about how many Marines would die in this battle. And he felt powerless, only able to do his best to protect these unaware Marine soldiers. He also wondered what that little brat Dragon would be thinking. Dragon was too much like a young Garp, even more impulsive, yet also more rational. The damage this operation would inflict on Dragon would be incurable. His faith would surely crumble. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the New World, a man in a blood-red suit was strolling through the rain holding an umbrella. Rainwater dripped from the umbrella's edge, splashing into tiny droplets at his feet. The newspaper in his left hand contained information about God Valley. How interesting. How could I miss such an interesting event? The Red Count looked up at the gloomy sky, a graceful, yet sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kong, you'll be there too, right? Wait for me. Dark clouds churned as sea winds whipped towering waves against the hull. The speeding warship of the Rocks pirates was suddenly engulfed by an immense shadow without warning. A colossal vessel loomed across their path, its towering bow like a moving continent that blotted out the sun. At the prow stood a gigantic figure, Harold. Behind him, giant soldiers raised their weapons, aiming directly at Rocks aboard the ship. Harold looked down from above, his gaze fixed on Rocks like a predator sizing up its prey. Rocks! The shout thundered across the sea, drowning out the howling wind. I have been ordered to sink a pirate crew that has lost itself to the pleasures of women. As the words faded, the giant warship slowly closed in. Harold's eyes were cold and hard. With the might of the giant tribe, sinking your little vessel will be effortless. You bastard, who are you calling that? Enough talk. Just sink their ship. Cannons swiveled into position, shells rammed into their barrels. Battle was about to erupt. At that moment, Harold's gaze swept past Rocks toward the distant sea. A ship flying the flag of the world government lingered at a safe distance, watching them closely. See that ship out there? The government is watching us. Rocks turned his eyes toward the distant vessel, a wild grin spreading across his face. You think this will earn you merit? You underestimate us. King of the Giants. In that instant, the very air seemed to freeze. The officers stepped forward in unison like ancient beasts awakening from slumber. On the giant ship, the soldiers' muscles tensed involuntarily as their grips tightened on their weapons. A war between kings was on the brink of ignition. Rocks raised his hand. We can talk alone for a moment. The moment those words left his mouth, both sides froze in shock. Talk alone. In a situation where battle could erupt at any second. On the giant warship, Rocks and Harold moved out of sight of the world government's surveillance vessel sitting face to face. In the distance, the giant soldiers watched nervously, their hands unconsciously clenching their weapons. On the other side, the crew of the Rocks pirates anxiously stared at the colossal ship. What is Rocks doing? Shaki is still waiting for me to save her. But no matter how they shouted, Rocks and Harold aboard the giant vessel seemed utterly cut off from the world. You know where I'm headed. Rocks looked at Harold with complex emotions. My old friend, now I will tell you the truth. Known only to one person. Rocks lifted his head toward Harold. My true name is David D. Jebek. The sea wind suddenly grew fierce, whipping their garments wildly. Not Rocks. Harold looked at him in confusion, hearing the name for the first time. Rocks shook his head. No. My name carries too much. Erased from history by the world government, forever fleeing their pursuit. So much so that the David clan has lived in the shadows. Harold's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Rocks suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha. But now I've heard word of the David clan. As king of the giants, you should know what it feels like when your kin are slain. Rocks. You. Harold stared at him, unable to finish the sentence. As king of the giants, he could not bear to watch his own people die before his eyes. That was something he could never accept. He had no reason to stand in the way of a man seeking to save his kin. Harold, the reason I'm going is that I have absolute confidence I'll come back alive. Rocks turned his head toward Rector not far away. Rector felt a burning gaze upon him and turned to see Rocks and Harold both looking his way. He offered them a smile, for he knew exactly what they had been discussing. Why tell me all this? Harold fixed his eyes on Rocks. Harold, I believe you've also sensed something different about that boy. I can tell you plainly. Rector knows our fate. Harold's pupils shrank in shock as he looked at Rector, but the astonishment faded in the next moment. Don't joke with me. Since when did you start believing in fate? Harold, in the future you will join the world government, but you will become a slave to the king of the world. Loki will kill you in your enslavement. Do not trust the world government, because in their eyes, you and the giant tribe will never be accepted into their fold. My friend, do not be deceived by the world government. Join us. Rocks extended his hand, extending the invitation to Harold once more after 5 long years. Harold stared at Rocks in disbelief, silent for a long moment. Until finally, I refuse. I will sink you right here. Stop dreaming of becoming the king of the world. The expression on Rocks' face slowly darkened. If that's how it is. A wild grin spread across his face. Then I won't hold back. Battle erupted in an instant. Conqueror's Haki tore through the sky, a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the ship. Flames devoured the bow. At this moment, King clashed with King once more. As chaos reached its peak, a breach was torn open in the encirclement of the giant warships. The vessel of the Rocks pirates surged forward like a runaway stallion. Sails fully unfurled, the ship skimmed across the waves at full speed. The distant world government surveillance vessel recorded everything that transpired. Every 3 years, the world government selects a resource-rich but unprotected island among non-member nations where they hold a celebration known as the Human Hunt. On the island, every man, woman, and child becomes prey. All are killed, the town is destroyed, the island's name is erased from history, and the maps are redrawn. No one will ever remember that a prosperous island once existed in this world. At the center of God Valley, a hastily erected grand stage blazed with brilliant lights. At the very center of the stage stood 9 special treasure chests, each sealed with intricate chains. Below, a throng of celestial dragons crowded together, all eagerly awaiting this grand ceremony. On a mountain peak not far from the stage, Katakuri King and Barrett watched every move unfolding below. Dense foliage concealed their bodies, leaving only 3 pairs of eyes visible. Katakuri, I don't hear any SR rabbits like the big brother mentioned. Only our rabbits. Barrett widened his eyes and pricked up his ears, afraid of missing any detail. No mistake. There really are only our rabbits. He quickly added, let's report this to Big Brother, and also pass along the news about that moonhead who killed his own wife. To the east of God Valley, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Flames shot into the sky as cannonballs tore through the air, crashing into the nearest fleet. Watching the approaching ships, the Marines stationed along the eastern coastline turned pale. Fire! The command was practically roared out. Rocks stood at the bow, letting the cannonballs fly past him. The bow of the Jibek sword suddenly pitched upward, cleaving through the towering waves amidst the hail of gunfire charging toward the shore. A messenger pulled out a den mushi and with a hoarse voice shouted out a sentence that would change the entire battlefield. Report. The Rocks pirates are landing on the east coast. No, it's not just the Rocks pirates. The messenger's voice trembled as he watched the countless pirate fleets following in Rocks' wake. All the famous pirates of the New World are here. Before the Marines' incredulous eyes, figures leaped down from the ships. Boys, plunder to your heart's content. At Rock's command, countless greedy pirates surged toward the island's interior. Shaki-chan, I'm coming to save you, you idiot. Shaki-chan is important, but we've got to grab the treasure too. Charge. Cheers, bickering, and maniacal laughter mingled together. The Rocks pirates had officially landed, and God Valley was about to face its ultimate storm. The sudden intrusion of the Rocks pirates threw the island into panic. Figureland Garling, the captain of the Holy Knights, turned his gaze toward the eastern coast. The prey has arrived. The game truly begins now. Somaz gestured casually, instantly killing the slave he had been toying with, his smile vanishing. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered on Hakanosu. This time he would thoroughly torment these bastards. A sickly delighted grin spread across Somaz's face, and in the distance Kirin Gorm wore the same expression. Only Gunko and the other Holy Knights who hadn't participated in the Celestial Dragon kidnapping on Hakanosu showed more excitement than anything else. Within the island, the Celestial Dragons were stricken with terror at the news of the pirates' arrival. This is terrible. The pirates are here. Fear spread through the Celestial Dragons like a tide. What the hell are the Marines doing? If anything happens to us, you bastards will be tied up and beheaded. A Celestial Dragon pointed at the Marine officer beside him and roared in fury. Lord Celestial Dragon, the island's interior is safe. The admirals and vice admirals are already on their way. The officer kept explaining, but it did nothing to quell the Celestial Dragon's rage. Just then a new alarm blared over the broadcast. Report. The Roger pirates are landing on the west coast. While everyone was distracted by the broadcast, Dragon snatched Shanks and Shamrock away. It was a dying mother's final plea. As a Marine, Dragon couldn't refuse, but now his heart was filled with sorrow. Everything he witnessed today ran counter to everything his father had taught him. Why were the Marines firing on civilians? Why were they protecting these vile Celestial Dragons? His sense of justice was shattered into pieces. Dragon looked down at the children in his arms, fearing they might cry and draw attention. But as he stared wide-eyed, he saw that the two little ones showed no trace of fear. Instead, they were smiling. They didn't cry. It was a miracle. West Coast. The Roger pirates plowed through the defenses like a bulldozer, relentlessly advancing toward the island's heart. Boys, get Shaki back. Shaki's mine. You just focus on grabbing the treasure. Hurry and get Shaki back. Charge. The crew members, even more impatient than Roger, trampled over Roger's face as they vaulted past the barricades and charged into the island. The Marines on the island's perimeter were overwhelmed by the massive pirate force, their formation collapsing into a chaotic free-for-all. Battleships, open fire. Don't let the pirates land. It's too late. Newgate Shiki and Charlotte Linlin swung their blades, cutting through the Marines like slicing vegetables as they stormed inland. Hey, stop chopping up my soldiers like they're weeds. A furious voice thundered across the sky as the piercing shriek of cannonballs tearing through the air split eardrums. At the island's edge, a cannonball slammed into the coast like a meteor. The explosion, carrying an immense shockwave, instantly sent over 100 pirates flying from the impact zone. At the same moment, Rocks on the eastern shore and Roger charging from the west toward the island's center both sensed the terrifying blast. On the shore, a distinctive ship with a dog figurehead raced toward the coast. Seeing the familiar vessel, the demoralized Marines' spirits soared instantly. That ship? It's Vice Admiral Garp's ship. We're saved. Several figures leaped from the battleship. Hey, tell me where Roger is. Garp raised his fist high, and the moment he hit the ground, bolted toward the island's interior. Garp, don't forget our mission. From the ship's bow, Sengoku shouted at Garp, who was already sprinting deep into the island. East Coast. The bodies of Marines and pirates littered the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood. Rector stood with Rocks atop a mountain of corpses, speaking on a den mushy with Katakuri. Boss, the SR rabbit you mentioned hasn't shown up, only our rabbits. But we did find that man with the moon-shaped hairstyle you told us about. Good. Keep searching for those 3 kids and 2 infants I mentioned. Kacha. Rector hung up the den mushy and turned to Rocks. The people you're looking for aren't here. So far we've only found 1 buccaneer, and Katakuri is on the hunt for him. Interesting. This is a trap set for me. Rock's face twisted into a savage grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. He was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Marines. Celestial Dragons. I'm coming. Boom. With Rock's maniacal laughter, the ground beneath him exploded, sending rocks flying and dirt churning into the air. Rocks vanished from his spot, leaving only a massive crater behind. On the coast, Dragon holding Shanks and Shamrock saw the shore just ahead, and a faint smile crossed his face. Almost there. Just hold on a little longer, and I'll get you out of here. As Dragon ran toward the coast, a figure blotted out the sunlight. Oh, found you. You're the one who took Garling's kids, aren't you? Sonic roar cannon. A mocking voice rang out as Mafu's mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth, opened slightly, a white sphere gathering before it. A beam of sonic energy fired instantly, piercing straight through Dragon's right arm and nearly hitting the 2 brothers in his arms. Smoke drifted from Mafu's mouth as he approached Dragon with a smile. Mission complete. Ma Fei Gong picked up the fallen Xia Muluaka, her eyes behind sunglasses scanning the crying infant in her hands. So that Jiao Lin actually had a child? Then she looked at the dragon writhing on the ground. You're a strange kidnapper. To actually kidnap a child. The dragon's body trembled in agony as it extended its intact right hand, trying to grab Xia Muluaka, held by Ma Fei Gong. These children are my salvation. They must not be taken by you. It is my redemption for participating in this mad genocide game for going along with the crowd. I've finally found you. Flame Dragon Emperor. Boom. A massive fire dragon instantly pierced through Ma Feigong's body and a fierce slash severed her left hand. The severed hand, and Xia Muluaka fell toward the ground, followed closely by a sturdy figure who caught Xia Muluaka. Close call. Almost hit the ground. Balete threw the severed right hand aside and looked at the red-haired baby in his arms, confirming this was the child that Lei Kutua Air had mentioned. Where did this brat come from? Jean frowned as he watched the broken body on the ground, healing continuously. In just a few seconds, Ma Feigong stood up. Balete dodged. Jean grabbed Balete's head and instantly pressed him to the ground. Balete went headfirst, his face smashing into the ground, letting out a painful groan. Get out of my way. A roar followed, and then a slash that tore through the sky. The surrounding trees, rocks, and Ma Feigong were instantly cut in half. A fierce gale suddenly arose, blowing the dragon, who was groaning in pain on the ground, toward the shore. The dragon's head slammed heavily onto the ground, and it passed out. Hey Nyogaite, are you trying to kill me? Xia Linlin roared at Whitebeard. Whitebeard rested Murakamajuri on his shoulder and said calmly, I wasn't aiming at you, but at those enemies I cut down. How many pirate crews have landed here? Whitebeard looked at the dark crowd in the distance. You're kidding me. I almost died. Xia Linlin roared at Whitebeard. How about we settle this right here? Newgate, you bastard, you were trying to kill me just now. In the sky, Shirji roared at Whitebeard. That attack nearly slashed him. Ling, this is not what you told me. Kai Duo, lagging at the end of the group, brandished his spiked club and roared at Xia Linlin. Behind them followed a vast sea of pirates, and their target was exactly the four in front. It's the Rocks Pirates. If we take them down, we'll be famous. The pirates showed excited expressions which directly ignited Shirji's fury. He turned and roared at the pirates, bastards. I feel like you're all after Xiachi. Boom. Slashes tore the sky, immense force shattered the earth. The four launched attacks at pirates in different directions. Mom, what are you doing here? Balete and Jean jumped on Xia Linlin's shoulders and sat down. Mom, I don't remember any of my children looking like this. Xia Linlin looked at Jean and Balete. One looked like a demon muscle man, the other had golden patterns on his face and flames coming out of the back of his head. Both voices sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall who they were. Mom, I'm Jean. He's Balete. Jean introduced himself, and Xia Linlin immediately remembered. A year ago she had talked with Balete and Num via transponder snail, but they had never met face to face. You're the ones that Lei Kutua Air brought back, right? It's so dangerous here, why did you come? Xia Linlin ran as she spoke, and Shirji and Whitebeard's eyes widened instantly. They could sense that these two kids had boundless potential in the future. Hey Xia Linlin, are these your sons too? Shirji looked curiously at Jean and Balete, his eyes darting around. Of course, they are my sons. Are you my son? Xia Linlin scolded Shirji. But Shirji acted as if he didn't hear, calculating in his mind whether he should also have a child. Xia Linlin could give birth to a son as strong as Lei Kutua Air. With his strength, his future son would certainly not be weak. No, adopting a child wouldn't be bad either. Whitebeard, on the other hand, widened his eyes, as if a new world had opened up. So sons didn't have to be born. Our adopted sons could also be family. In the distance, Ka-Pu noticed the commotion. Armament Haki wrapped around him, and his legs instantly stomped the ground, causing it to explode. Found a top-tier fish pond. Boom. The terrifying force directly hammered the air, shattering the ground instantly. Prepare to die, you bunch of sea kings. Kai Duo, Xia Linlin, and Whitebeard stumbled and turned to run. It's Ka-Pu. Don't get entangled, run. Fighting Ka-Pu will only drag on longer. Kai Duo angrily looked back at Ka-Pu and shouted to the two. Aren't we going to fight him? Forget it. Our target isn't Ka-Pu. Fighting him is meaningless. As Xia Linlin responded, her right hand reached for the Prometheus beside her. Hera, Prometheus. Yes, Mom. Hera and Prometheus's bodies swelled, flames and lightning gathering above Xia Linlin's head. Xia Linlin's right hand coated in armament Haki grabbed the combined attack and hurled it at Ka-Pu. Heavenly Thunderflame. Boom. Lightning shattered the ground, flames scorched the trees, and the violent attack instantly engulfed Ka-Pu. The explosion directly shattered the rocks and trees on both sides. Mom, we know the detailed map. Go to the right. Jean pointed to the right, and Xia Linlin immediately changed direction, parting ways with Whitebeard. Kai Duo followed closely behind Xia Linlin, frowning. He was worried about whether he could snatch a powerful devil fruit. The thick smoke quietly dissipated, and a figure like a demon from hell slowly walked out of the flames. This little firepower isn't even enough to roast a steak. Ling. Ka-Pu, are you even human? Xia Linlin's cold sweat dripped down her cheeks. On the other side, Ma Feigong's body had just healed, and the two children who were here earlier had disappeared. This is bad. I'll be killed by Jiao Lin. The dragon on the shore suddenly opened its eyes, feeling itself being carried by someone. This familiar feeling, the white marine officer's coat, black suit, and that top hat. Uncle Bojiate. What are you doing here? The dragon suddenly panicked. Uncle, have you seen two babies? On the canine-headed marine vessel by the shore, Bogart laid Dragon on the deck, shoving Shanks, who had a large lump swelling on his head, into Dragon's arms. Your actions are now in violation of marine law. Bogart's gaze was complicated as he looked at the child in Dragon's arms. This child's existence is affecting you. Once the child is dealt with, return to your post immediately. Do not let your influence cause problems within your unit. You must understand your identity, your mission. Bogart finished speaking and left. Dragon's gaze was complicated as he looked at Shanks in his arms. The distant sound of explosions drew his attention. Hearing the island's mournful cries, the images of the prey begging for mercy flashed before his eyes. At this moment his gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. He placed Shanks in Garp's quarters and turned to leave. On the battlefield's outskirts, Kong, who was searching for the Rocks pirates, confirmed their exact location. Report. The Rocks pirates are approaching from the southeast. The Roger pirates are attacking from the northwest. We're caught in a pincer. Listening to the reports, Kong's expression darkened. The number of pirates flooding into God Valley had surpassed the Marines' estimates. Now the island was torn open at 2 points, doubling the pressure on the Marines, and Garp was nowhere to be found. Sengoku Zephyr, follow me to repel the Rocks pirates. Kong stood and issued the order. The most likely scenario was that Garp was currently fighting Roger. His strength was enough to hold Roger back, but their primary objective this time was the Rocks pirates. Understood. At the island's center, pirates led by the one with the giant axe rushed towards the island's center. Rampant magnetic fields, soaring rocks, and booger-like cannonballs continuously destroyed the Marines, blocking their path. Get out of the way. I'm going to save Shaki. Shiki, move aside. Shaki's rescue is mine. In the town at the island's center, Somaz arrived at the place where Shaki was held and questioned the Marines. What are you doing? You should have already taken Shaki away from here. The soldiers didn't dare look at Somaz and stammered. Lord Somaz. Somaz glanced at the Marines and walked to the front of the room where Shaki was held. The Rocks pirates had already reached the middle of the island. The plan could begin, but Shaki, the final prize, had to be taken. Creak. The door to Shaki's room was opened, revealing soldiers lying battered and bruised on the floor. One was stuck half embedded in the wall, his rear end comically protruding. Broken swords and shattered guns littered the ground. Hey, what a joke. Somaz sighed deeply as he looked at Shaki, whose hands were bound with iron chains. You were all taken care of by a chained woman. Shaki looked at Somaz without a trace of fear, her gaze constantly drifting towards the main door. Sounds like the pirates are causing a ruckus, right? Somaz grinned wickedly as he approached Shaki. A woman who knows her own worth. That's not very endearing. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Somaz struck Shaki across the face, then looked at his own hand with an excited smile. Shaki staggered but twisted her waist, lifted her leg, spun 360 degrees, and delivered a kick to Somaz's shoulder. Bang! Somaz cried out in pain, grabbed Shaki's leg and sneered, "Your attacks are useless against me." Shaki's eyes widened as she watched the thorns coiled around Somaz's right hand rapidly condense into a massive spiked morning star. Bang! Crack! Hop! Shaki collapsed to the ground in agony, her thigh bleeding profusely, accompanied by the faint sound of bone fracturing. You're right. The pirates are flooding the island to capture you. You're quite popular. But thanks to your fame, our plan is proceeding smoothly. Even if you survive, you belong to Garling. If I kill you here, what kind of faces would they make? Traveling all this way only to find the one they love broken and unrecognizable. The very thought is exhilarating. Somaz bared a morbid smile, his right hand gripping the morning star tightly. Outside, Whitebeard and Roger began their clash, their haki tearing the sky as all the pirates surged into the town. Shaki, I've come to save you. No, I'm the one who will save Shaki. Damn it. Move out of my way, don't block my path to saving Shaki. Roger watched the surging pirates with a smile. Rayleigh, we'll hold them off. You go and save Shaki. Gabon spun his twin axes rapidly. Go, Rayleigh. Save Shaki for us. You bastards. You shall not pass. Gabon roared, charging into the crowd. Rayleigh wielded his long sword, swinging it like the Grim Reaper of the underworld. Marines felt a sting on their necks and bodies before losing consciousness. Inside the room, Somaz raised his morning star high, aiming at the groaning Shaki on the floor. Do you hear that? All of them are here to save you. But it's too late for all of them. With a morbid grin, Somaz brought the morning star crashing down towards Shaki's face. I will end your life in 5 strikes. Wail to your heart's content. The fear on Shaki's face vanished, replaced by a genuine smile. You're too late. Clang. Conqueror's haki erupted. The Grim Reaper, surging forth from the depths of hell, reaped everything in its path. An icy voice laced with bone-chilling killing intent seemed to freeze the very air. I will send you to the underworld. Hell's blossoms bloom. Clang. A crimson slash cut through everything in sight. Somaz's face contorted in terror as he tried to dodge, but it was far too late. His body was instantly cleaved in two, crashing into the far wall. The wall shattered and his body was buried under the rubble. The only sound in the room was the sword being sheathed. Rayleigh knelt on one knee and extended his hand. Shaki. His voice was deep and gentle, a stark contrast to the Grim Reaper he was moments before. Sorry, I'm late, but I've come to take you home. At that moment Shaki could no longer hold back. Her forced composure crumbled. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face like a dam breaking. Struggling to her feet, she used the last of her strength to throw herself into Rayleigh's arms. Ray, you're late. Her voice choked with sobs, all the grievance and fear dissolving with her tears. Inside the first warehouse holding the prizes, two figures appeared silently. Yes, eat it all up, this devil fruit was always meant to be yours. Outside the town, a man in a blood-red robe walked through the corpse-strewn streets. Inside warehouse No. 1, Katakuri grimaced in discomfort as he forced himself to swallow a cyan scale-like devil fruit. Rector stood nearby packing the remaining 8 devil fruits. What a haul. 8 top-tier devil fruits. No more worries about devil fruits. Brother, is this really a devil fruit? The taste was more unbearable than Daifuku's socks. Katakuri covered his mouth, forcing down the Azure Dragon fruit, vowing never to experience that flavor again. Brat, this is a top-tier devil fruit, and you're complaining. Rector tucked the devil fruits into his chest, surveying the treasure in the warehouse, pondering how to transport it all. His observation Haki sensed Roger's life force moving toward the southern side of the island. It seemed Shaki had been rescued, and most pirates were holding off the Marines and plundering treasures to cover her retreat. Bear, hold on, we're almost there. In the southern corner of the warehouse, 2 figures sneaked in, covered in wounds, their hands shackled. The massive body and broad face belonged to Ivankov and Kuma. Let me help you. A voice rang out, and Ivankov and Kuma felt a tremendous force pulling them inside. Thank you. Ivankov began to express gratitude, but upon seeing Rector's long white hair, his legs trembled, and he fell to his knees. He had heard the Celestial Dragon speak of that white hair, the madman who had kidnapped the Celestial Dragon to threaten the world government. You're a pirate. Devil fruits. Ivankov's pupils constricted, his gaze frantically scanning the surroundings until he saw the 9 empty treasure chests on the floor, his eyes unfocused. It's over. The devil fruits were their only hope of escape, but now they had all been taken by this man. Rector looked at the disheartened Ivankov and extended his hand. Kuma belonged to the Buccaneer clan. If he trained Kuma systematically, his future strength could reach the level of a vice captain, but this man was too gentle. As for Ivankov, quite perverted. Are you too interested in coming with me? With you? What do you mean? You're going to save us. Ivankov's eyes widened. A pirate actually rescuing a slave. This was different from the pirates he knew. No wonder he was the madman who used a celestial dragon to threaten the world government. Boom. A violent crash sounded as the warehouse wall shattered and Charlotte Linlin burst in with Barrett and King. Oh, Rector, you've already secured them. Charlotte Linlin, hands on her hips, saw the bulging chest of Rector and knew the 9 devil fruits were in hand. That's right. The biggest winner this time is the Charlotte family. Rector patted his chest proudly. Are these 2 brats also your picks? Charlotte Linlin looked at Ivankov and Kuma, who were slumped nearby, and reached out her large hand. Since Rector had taken a liking to them, they must have something extraordinary. Become my son. Charlotte Linlin's gentle smile caught the 2 off guard. Kuma looked up at that lovely face, instinctively reaching out his hand. This was the first time in years he had felt kindness. Kaido, following behind Charlotte Linlin, quietly moved toward Rector, gripping his spiked club tightly. His eyes locked onto Rector's chest. Just one devil fruit was all he needed. Hey, Kaido, get the hell away. God-slaying spear. Rector's eyes flashed red, lightning gathered in his palm, and a silver-white spear coalesced in his hand. Twisting his waist, he spun 180 degrees, and the spear grazed the spiked club, instantly piercing through Kaido's body. How did you spot me? Kaido groaned in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief. In this chaotic environment, how could this man pinpoint him so accurately? Bastard, I've been watching you all along. Rector's forehead veins bulged. From the moment Charlotte Linlin appeared, his observation Haki had been tracking Kaido's life force. This time Kaido chose to ambush him. If he didn't get struck down, it was his luck. Boom. Lightning pierced Kaido's body, and the terrifying force sent him hurtling into the sky. The lightning exploded in the sky, Kaido's screams mingling with the crackling thunder echoing across the entire heavens. Northwest side of the island. A terrifying roar instantly shook the battlefield. God's knights die. Boom. A dreadful wave of Conqueror's Haki swept across the island, dark red lightning splitting the sky in the middle. A cannonball-like slashing strike hit the tallest peak of God Valley, shattering the summit and sending rubble rolling down the ridge. All the pirates on the island were drawn by this roar. That's Rock's voice. Whitebeard stared in the direction of the sound. Hey, grab the treasure and get out of here. Shiki used the float fruit to levitate treasure chests in the air while his gaze unconsciously drifted to the same direction as Whitebeard's. King, get everyone out of here. Rector looked toward the source of the roar. Who could have provoked Rox to such fury? Understood. King's body spiraled and expanded, transforming into a three-legged golden crow, its golden flames instantly igniting everything around. Barrett carried Shamrock on a King's back. As Katakuri prepared to toss Ivankov and Kuma up, Kuma grabbed Rector. Wait. A timid yet persistent voice sounded. Rector looked at Kuma, the man who would carry the word gentleness throughout his life. What's wrong? Ginny is still here. Kuma's hand gripped Rector's clothes tightly, his eyes fixed on him, revealing determination. I want to save more people. Kuma's voice echoed through the warehouse. Everyone frowned. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. Take this. Rector pulled out the pawpaw fruit from his chest and placed it in Kuma's hand. Is this for me? Kuma's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. Rector nodded. If you call me Big Brother, it's yours. Why, oi? Kuma desperately wanted the devil fruit in his hand, but he still voiced his doubt. Since being captured by the celestial dragons, this was the first time he had felt kindness from a stranger. Since you call me Big Brother from now on, you're my little brother? Isn't it only natural for me to give what's mine to my brother? Rector smiled, and in that moment his smile shone so brightly in Kuma's eyes. Yes, Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother. Kuma showed a simple grin, rubbing his head. Charlotte Linlin reached out her large hand and ruffled Kuma's hair. Kid, come back alive for the family banquet, got it? Yes. Kuma swallowed the pawpaw fruit, turned, and ran out, a smile spreading across his face. He had a family again. Mom, Dad, rest assured. I will carry your smiles and live on steadfastly. On the outskirts of the town, a figure appeared on the road ahead of Kong. Kong, long time no see. A soft yet cold voice sounded. Kong, who was hurrying, immediately stopped and looked at the Red Count, who seemed out of place with the surroundings. A man in a red suit with a blood-red cape, whose demeanor was as gentle as a nobleman, was staring at him. Red Count, why are you here? Kong's pupils contracted. The Rox pirates and the Roger pirates had already put immense pressure on the Navy. What he hadn't expected was that the Red Count would also get involved, making the mission to capture Rox even more difficult. The Celestial Dragon's celebration, what a fine day. Why can't I come? Dong, dong. As the Red Count's sword cane kept striking the ground, Kong's heart sank deeper with each crisp sound. Kong, hurry to the center of the island. A robust figure appeared between the Red Count and Kong. This was the only surviving Navy admiral from the previous era. But your body. The mission is what matters. If it fails, you know better than I how the 5 elders will treat the Navy. Let's go. The man waved his hand, charging at the Red Count with a look of death-defying resolve. Kong turned and ran toward the island's center. The current situation left no room for hesitation. The opportunity bought by the life of this Navy admiral from the previous era must not be wasted. At the island's center, the ground was covered with cracks. Dark red Haki lightning flickered in the air, and the shattered bodies of the gods' knights were scattered on the ground. Rox, holding Eclipse, stared at the crowd. Opposite him, Jalen's forehead was split open by a blade, but the fatal wound was healing continuously. Are you guys really human? Rox stared at the gods' knights, who kept healing themselves. These bastards couldn't be killed no matter what. He could confirm that this eerie power was definitely not a devil fruit, but some other ability, as expected of a man who could break into Mary Geos. The wound you inflicted needs a little more time to recover. Jalen's hand gripping the sword trembled with pain. Beside him, a female member of the gods' knights riding a white horse calmly watched Rox. Rox, stop struggling. Tell us the whereabouts of the Davy family. We can give you a quick death. A quick death. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki erupted in aura like a deep-sea roar, instantly enveloping the gods' knights. Rox grinned wildly, his ferocious face full of contempt. Don't talk big. You think you can kill me? Rox raised Eclipse high, Conqueror's Haki swirling around it, causing the clouds in the sky to churn violently under the impact of his aura. Abyss roar. Bang. The sword pressure roared like fury, and a violent shockwave instantly compressed the air, surging down like a black current. Steel bone heavy strike. Buddha impact. Bang. The meteor-like slash collided with a terrifying fist imprint and a golden palm imprint. Conqueror's Haki clashed continuously, the ground instantly exploding, and a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Rocks shattered, the earth churned, even the clouds in the sky split apart, and the mountain standing at the island's center was directly severed by the blast. As the dust cleared, a huge crater was left in front of Rox. On one side of the crater stood Rox, while facing him were not only the gods' knights, but also the elite forces of the Navy. Navy Admiral Steelbone Kong, Navy Vice Admiral Buddha Jean Gua, Navy Vice Admiral Black Arms AFA. Originally Rox alone could crush the gods' knights, but now the Navy had appeared, making things troublesome. The smile on Rox's face grew even more wild. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So this celebration was held for me. Rox grinned fiercely at the crowd, unconsciously tightening his grip on Eclipse. These people were not comparable to the Navy Admiral from 18 years ago. Steelbone Kong possessed top-tier 3-color Haki, having fought countless battles with the monster Red Count without a decisive victory. User of the Zoan mythical Zoan Daibutsu form Buddha Zhangguo. Interesting. Rocks give up. Your existence has already affected the normal operation of the world, Kong said in a deep voice. Rocks was an extremely terrifying man. Capturing him alive would cost them dearly. Meanwhile, atop a distant peak, Yizambelong v. Nasishiling Sheng was observing the battlefield. Nasishira, is Rocks dead? A mechanical voice echoed in Yizambelong v. Nasishiling Sheng's mind. Sama. Everything is beyond expectation. This excessively violent destruction gives one a sense of a dangerous atmosphere that is about to give birth to something new. I will not allow anyone beyond my control to live. In the sky, a black lightning bolt descended, striking Yizambelong v. Nasishiling Sheng. Bang! A huge horse skeleton soared into the air and landed in the center of the battlefield, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Fijilan Jalan Sheng stared at the enormous black shadow, his eyes trembling, because he knew that esteemed personage had descended. Kong frowned, looking at the first-generation Kitetsu in the giant black shadow's hand. This sword belonged to the 5 elders Yizambelong v. Nasishiling Sheng. Why was this giant black shadow holding the first-generation Kitetsu? Rocks, sensing the eerie aura emanating from the figure before him, had his pupils contract. This was the power of the man from the flower chamber of Mary Geos. Nasishiling Sheng. What happened? Why did he turn into this monstrous form? The Navy looked at the colossal black shadow with black flames characteristic of an awakened Zoan devil fruit swirling around its shoulders. Kapu gazed at the colossal black shadow in the island's center. What on earth is happening on this island? The events on this island had surpassed his understanding. It was completely a slaughtering moment for the celestial dragons. Some were natives of the island, even children. Those beasts actually laid hands on children. I'm controlling the body of Yizambelong v. Nasishiling. Sheng drew the first-generation Kitetsu. The moment the blade was unsheathed, a bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. Clang! Countless black slashes burst forth, and before the nearby Navy soldiers could react, they were cut into pieces within a 300-meter radius. The cold air froze the debris and dropped it to the ground. Kong Zhangguo and ZFA quickly retreated while issuing orders. All Navy soldiers withdraw from the battlefield. Run! Kong raised his fists, constantly blocking the incoming slashes, creating an escape route for the soldiers. What the hell is this thing? Zhangguo roared as his body erupted with brilliant golden light, blocking the incoming attacks. Damn bastard. It's an indiscriminate attack. In the center of the island, screams pierced the sky. Both Marines and pirates frantically fled toward the periphery. The carnage spread to every corner of the town. Rubble continuously fell from the sky, and the ground was littered with frozen remains. Luo Jie, who was breaking through the encirclement, saw his comrades severely wounded on the ground, and immediately looked toward the giant shadow in the town. Bastard! How dare you hurt my comrades? Hey, cheer up. Get up now. Luo Jie grabbed the wounded comrade while attacks continued. Jiaba kept resisting the incoming slashes. Jiaba, take them and the treasure, and go first. Jiaba turned back to look at Luo Jie, eyes wide. Luo Jie, Xiachi has been saved. Don't get involved in this anymore. Hurry up and leave. On the other side, Luo Jie grabbed a nearby Marine and roared. What the hell is going on? Why do such monsters appear? The soldier answered blankly, I don't know either. Na Si Shou Lang Sheng suddenly transformed. The 5 elders. First time seeing the leader of maggots. Kapu said disdainfully, but the surrounding Marines' eyes were about to pop out. Only Vice Admiral Kapu would insult the celestial dragons without any scruples. Vice Admiral Kapu. Those are celestial dragons. Talking nonsense will get you court-martialed. So what? If they dare hurt my soldiers, I will make them pay. Pass the order, all soldiers rescue as many civilians as possible, then evacuate the island. Kapu looked at the center of the island, where he sensed Luo Kusi's presence. Hey, Vice Admiral Kapu, that's the 5 elders, you can't fight them. The soldier tried to stop Kapu by hugging his waist, but couldn't hold him. With immense strength, Kapu dragged a string of Marines charging toward Imu in the center of the island. Imu in the center of the island slowly raised his head, looking at Luo Kusi with empty eyes. Luo Kusi laughed wildly. Hey, King of the Sewers. Are you here to kill me? So it's you, Dai Wei Di Cheong Si. Imu seemed to recall the past, a clear emotional fluctuation in his cold words. Luo Kusi grinned, looking up at Imu. You've mistaken me. I've never seen that guy. But the promise must be kept. That's exactly why you should be eliminated. Erase you from history. Imu's world is not yet complete. Imu swung the first-generation Kitetsu, a towering slash, cutting toward Luo Kusi. The cold white mist instantly froze the ground, and the fleeing pirates around were turned into ice statues. This world does not belong to you. Luo Kusi swung one arm, the eclipse wrapped in armament haki, directly splitting the slash in half. The severed slash fell to the ground, instantly carving 2 bottomless fissures into the earth, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Imu looked at Luo, could see a trace of spirit appearing in his empty eyes. The Daiwei clan has others, right? So what? You don't know their location. Luo Kusi burst into manic laughter. He was delighted now. If it weren't for Lei Kuta, his family would have become the world government's prey. Imu senses a peculiar power interfering. Huh? What do you mean? Luo Kusi's pupils contracted. Could this guy have discovered Lei Kuta? Countless tentacles extended from behind Imu, and with the sound of piercing flesh they stabbed into the bodies of the god's knights. This is... Luo Kusi watched the god's knights, whose aura kept surging, and black flame clouds appeared on their shoulders. Bring that person to Imu. Imu's voice echoed in the minds of every god's knight. Then Imu's vacant eyes turned to Luo Kusi. Imu has changed his mind. You will be killed by Imu's own hands. Clang. The sound of the first-generation Kitetsu being drawn rang out. The blade emerged, black flames burning on its edge. Jialin immediately noticed Imu's intention and turned to shout at Kong. Marines, withdraw from the battlefield. Block the members of the Luo Kusi pirates and don't let them enter this area. Yes. Kong nodded and led Zhanghua and Zfa to prepare to leave the battlefield. Zhanghua and Zfa looked at the bodies of fallen Marines on the ground, then exchanged a glance. At that moment, both had the same thought. What was that shadow? Who was the man before them? He could even order Admiral Kong. But they still turned and ran toward the periphery. As Marines, obeying orders was an iron rule engraved in everyone's memory. Meanwhile, Jialin also led the god's knights away from the battlefield to search for the person Imu mentioned. Ha ha ha. Come on. Will you die first, or will I die first? Luo Kusi grinned, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki at full power without any restraint. Dark red Haki lightning gathered around his body, tearing the air with crackling sounds. Bastard. Come on. Bang. The ground shattered and Luo Kusi's body leaped high with Conqueror's Haki, lightning wildly jumping on the eclipse in his hand. Abyss curse. Buzz. The air erupted with a deafening sound, and the sword pressure descended upon Imu like a black tsunami. Void blade. Imu swung the first-generation Kitetsu, and the black slash seemed to devour everything. The moment their attacks collided, the black slash like a huge mouth instantly swallowed Luo Kusi's attack. What? Impossible. Luo Kusi's pupils contracted, his legs instantly stomped the air, his arm muscles bulged, and he swung a sword at the slash. But just as the eclipse was about to clash with the attack, the slash deviated, bizarrely slashing across Luo Kusi's chest. Up. Luo Kusi couldn't help but scream. The slash pierced his chest, blood dripping to the ground. Luo Kusi clutched his wound, looking up at Imu. He could feel his life slipping away. What was happening? Imu's technique. Though incomplete. Enough to kill. You. Imu's voice echoed in Luo Kusi's ears. At the same time, two figures were rapidly approaching from the south. Rear Admiral. Luo Kusi has been defeated. Should we go support? The Rear Admiral stared at the monster before him. Aye. Of course we should support. Get out of the way. Kapu shoved aside the soldiers in front, his fury reaching its peak. His cloak fluttered behind him, his face was terrifyingly grim, and his eyes were like those of a beast watching its prey. Vice Admiral Kapu. The surrounding soldiers looked at the ferocious-faced Kapu, but noticed his gaze was fixed on the monster in the center. Hey, wait. Which side are you going to support? Hey, Rox, let me join the fight too. Garp roared as he charged toward Rock's Conqueror's Haki, converging on his fist. Garp. That's my prey. Roger rushed up from the other side, wielding ace. Their targets were astonishingly aligned. Both aimed at Izambel and V. Nustero Saint, now possessed by Emu. Garp. Roger. Rox widened his eyes at the arriving duo, then a wild grin curled across his lips. Three of the era's mightiest Conqueror's Haki erupted simultaneously, tearing the clouds in the sky apart as the ground began to crumble. Divine Departure. Galaxy Impact. Abyssal Roar. Blades and fists descended together as three overwhelming shockwaves intertwined mid-air, forming a colossal torrent of Haki that surged toward Imu. A massive fissure split the ground, widening like the maw of an abyss. Black flames ignited along the blade of the first-generation Kitetsu, in Imu's hand crackling with dark lightning. As Imu swung fiercely the moment it collided with the Haki torrent, a semicircular explosion erupted at the island's center. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in layered ripples. The ground was torn apart, rocks and soil crushed to dust, scattering like shattered biscuits. At the island's outskirts, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin simultaneously turned toward the town center. As the blast continued to expand, Garling's figure appeared ahead of the explosion. Where's Garp? Kong's furious roar echoed across the sky as Sengoku shook his head. He had no idea where Garp had gone. He hadn't seen him since landing on the island. After the violent explosion, the town that once stood at the island's center vanished, replaced by a thick layer of smoke and dust. Newgate. Where's Rector? Garling encountered Whitebeard, who was searching for rocks. His sword pointed at Newgate. Ever since Rector had appeared in the Rocks Pirates, Garling had been either crushed or on his way to being crushed. He was certain Rector was the one the Elder was looking for. Even that madman Rox hadn't thought of using the celestial dragons to negotiate with the world government. That kid had, and he was the variable the Elder spoke of. Hey, you world government lapdog, you're asking for death. Whitebeard glared furiously. He hadn't found Rox yet, but this scum had found him. Perhaps he knew something. Hey, you big fool, I'm talking to you. Garling's arrogant tone instantly enraged Whitebeard. No one had ever dared speak to him like that, not even Rox. Boom. Space trembled as Whitebeard's right fist condensed into a white sphere radiating a destructive aura. Conqueror's Haki coiled around it, dark red lightning dancing across the sphere. His right arm raised high like a pillar supporting the heavens. Sky-shattering punch. Crash. Whitebeard's fist slammed down onto Garling's head. But Garling, empowered by Emu's strength, brimmed with confidence. You fool. Before a noble celestial dragon, you should kneel and beg. Garling snarled as he instantly drew his rapier armament Haki, dyeing the blade a dark black, and slashed toward Whitebeard. Sacred Radiance Judgment. Countless golden slashes roared forth laced with dark red thunder, but they were annihilated the moment they touched the terrifying tremor force. You celestial dragon dogs are as arrogant as ever. Crash. The fist struck Garling's head with brutal force, warping space itself as dense cracks spread across his skull. Space twisted and stretched into elongated strands. Garling's head, following the distortion, pulled into a spiraling vortex. Impossible. Garling refused to accept what was happening. His vision warped as he roared in defiance. He was crushed before receiving Imusama's power, and crushed even after. What kind of monsters were these? Crash. The terrifying tremor force relentlessly tore at the earth, the ground beginning to collapse. At God Valley Center, a massive chasm widened under the vibration as seawater surged violently through the crack. The island slowly split into two halves, drifting apart as all the pirates frantically fled toward the edges. Damn it. I only came here to steal treasure. This kind of attack is suicidal. And it's my life on the line. Curses, resentments, and screams interwove in chaos. At the coast, massive waves from the islands split, crashed ships together, small whirlpools forming nearby. The ground churned as the Conqueror's Haki from the island's center swept across everything. Some pirates, unable to withstand the force, collapsed unconscious and were buried alive by the upheaving earth. Ha ha ha. Shiki floated in the air, soaring skyward without looking back. I'm out of here, not playing with you lot anymore. Accompanying Shiki's departure were countless treasure chests, each packed with vast riches. The Rox pirates are finished. Shiki's voice thundered across the sky. Rox himself, the captain, had been seen by no one since the battle began, and the pirates he had suppressed within the crew went utterly berserk. Their ambitions swelled as they grabbed treasure and seized the nearest ships to set sail. Even so, Rox never emerged to stop them. Everyone believed Rox was dead, except for two, Whitebeard and Rector. Elsewhere, Kong encountered the blood-soaked Red Count. In his hand, he held a severed head, the head of a Marine admiral. You bastard. You killed him. Kong roared with bloodshot eyes, his gaze trembling as he stared at the admiral's head. Ha ha ha. Kong. This old fool, before he died, kept muttering, I regret nothing about joining the Marines. You should be proud to have such a comrade. The Red Count's mocking laughter rang like war drums in Kong's ears as he tossed the head toward him. Redfield. I'll make you regret everything you've done. Kong stared at the rolling head, clenching his fists as he screamed, his eyes bloodshot, and his fury beyond restraint. His Conqueror's Haki erupted fully, his killing intent nearly solidifying into physical form. But the Red Count showed no fear. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face instead. It's useless, Kong. With my Observation Haki, you can never kill me. The sword concealed within the Red Count's cane slowly slid out as a Conqueror's Haki rivaling Kong's exploded forth. The two Haki forces clashed and tore at each other, thunderous booms erupting in the air. At the shore, Sengoku and Zephyr directed soldiers aboard the warships. The island was about to sink into the sea. Hey Rayleigh Gap, where are you going? Sunbel shouted at the two men running deeper into the island. The island was already collapsing. If this continued, they would all perish. You go first. Sail the ship out, stay away from the coast, and wait for us at sea. Jabba yelled as he ran. The pirates and Marines on the island were evacuating. No one wanted to die on this doomed, sinking land. Hey, has anyone seen Rector? Charlotte Linlin stood beside Hera, while beside her Jean carried De Xiong Ni, and Iwan Kofu on his back. Kataku Li and Ba Leite were sitting on Charlotte Linlin's shoulders. No, ever since Big Brother split up from us, we haven't seen him. Jean gazed into the depths of the island, where a massive wave of Conqueror's Haki was relentlessly tearing apart the earth and sky. In the center of the island, the original terrain was no longer recognizable. Shattered rocks piled on top of each other, countless massive craters scarred the ground, and the air was thick with the residual pressure of Conqueror's Haki, making even breathing a struggle. Kapu stood on the rubble, panting heavily, his chest heaving and his arms trembling slightly. Huff, huff. Is this thing even a living creature? Kapu's eyes widened as he stared at Imu, who stood unscathed in the center of the battlefield. His expression hadn't even changed. Not far away, Luo Jie's right hand holding the sword trembled continuously, his clothes torn and his body covered in wounds of varying depths. Blood dripped down his arm onto the blade. He wiped his face with his hand, a rare weariness in his expression. Hey, Luo Kusi, you little bastard, you're not dead yet, are you? In the distance, Luo Kusi gasped for air, his black feather cloak long gone. His upper body was covered in wounds and blood had stained his pants a dark crimson. Hearing Luo Jie's voice, he immediately retorted, I'll still be alive when you're dead. He then turned his gaze to Kapu. Hey Kapu, now that you've seen the true face of the world, how about joining me? Kapu snorted, bastard. If I leave. He looked into the distance at the figures still struggling to escape the island. Who will protect the soldiers below? The three fell silent. In each of their hearts there were people they had to protect. The battle continued. Luo Jie made the first move. He stomped the air with both legs, instantly appearing before Imu. A supreme strike imbued with Conqueror's Haki slashed toward Imu's abdomen. Imu swung the first-generation Kitetsu wreathed in black lightning. Just as it was about to clash with AI, a figure plummeted from the sky. Luo Kusi gripped the eclipse, and a supreme strike coated in Conqueror's Haki descended roaring like an abyss as it crashed toward Imu. Imu's hollow eyes suddenly widened. Countless tentacles erupted from his body, each one as sharp as a sword. Bang! Luo Jie's blade was blocked by the first-generation Kitetsu. The terrifying impact was like a mountain collapsing, and the ground beneath their feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Luo Kusi's eclipse severed the tentacles, and the blade instantly landed on Imu's head, passing through without obstruction. You bastard. Luo Kusi turned and roared at Imu, whose body was continuously regenerating. He felt toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse, and they were the mice. Die away. Imu's gaze shifted to Luo Kusi behind him, but a dark shadow appeared directly in front of Imu. Kapu's fist was wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki, with dark red lightning crackling around his knuckles. Bang! The fist slammed into Imu's face. His head was torn apart by the terrifying force and exploded instantly. Rebels of the world. Imu's shattered body twisted in midair, exploding with black water that coalesced into countless tentacles, their tips as sharp as blades. Buzz! The air was torn, each swing of the tentacles compressed the air, sending out slashes like those of a supreme swordsman that exploded in all directions. Buzz! The three men's Observation Haki screamed a shrill warning. They leaped backward, and upon landing their swords and fists moved in afterimages. Slash infused with Conqueror's Haki, and black slashes constantly canceled each other out. Clang! The piercing roar echoed through heaven and earth. The already shattered ground was struck again, and wide cracks spread continuously. The next moment, a massive dark shadow emerged behind Imu. What is that thing? Luo Jie frowned, staring at the colossal shadow behind Imu. This unending battle had drained their stamina. Since entering the island, the fighting had never stopped. Sustained injuries and the constant output of Conqueror's Haki. Even their bodies were feeling the fatigue. As the price for exchanging greater power, Imu will take your lifespan. The shadow began to change, extending two pitch-black tentacles from its tip, their ends sharp as needles. In return, you will slaughter each other. What nonsense are you spouting? Lifespan power. I only believe in my own fists. Kapu clenched his fist, his eyes fixed on Imu's massive face. But Luo Kusi beside him was not calm. His pupils contracted, his expression grim. Beware of those two tentacles. Luo Kusi shouted. Rector said that this guy has the ability to control people. Those controlled will fight until death. What are you talking about, Luo Kusi? Luo Jie and Kapu both turned to look at him. Seeing his gaze fixed on the two writhing tentacles with unprecedented gravity, they chose to believe Luo Kusi. Any attack that Luo Kusi took so seriously must have its sinister aspects. Perhaps, as he said, this thing could control people. The world's devil fruits were bizarre and varied. They had encountered ability users who could control others. Both of them also noted the name Rector that Luo Kusi had mentioned. What do we do then? We can't even hurt him. Luo Jie frowned deeply. Their attacks on Imu's body were like striking a pool of water. The attacks merely split the water, and the surging currents quickly reverted to their original state. They could briefly damage his body, but they couldn't kill him. Rector was right. My strength is still too weak. Luo Kusi thought with frustration. He had hoped that finding two legendary devil fruits would be enough to overthrow the world government, but this path was far harder than he had imagined. Luo Jie, Kapu, we have to go all out. If we fail, we'll all die. Luo Kusi turned to look at the two, and the three of them smiled simultaneously. Who wants to die with you? Luo Jie's voice rang out first. I'm not dying. Kapu clenched his fists, his joints cracking loudly. A dull thunder rumbled across the sky. Roger assumed his final stance, gripping his sword with the blade slightly lowered. The Conqueror's Haki erupted, instantly dark crimson lightning crackling around his body, while the blade ace emanated a sinister red glow. His conqueror's haki compressed with his will, the sheer oppressive force crushing and sinking the earth beneath him. Garp clenched his fist, his conqueror's haki coiling around his knuckles. The air screamed as it was compressed, and the rubble at his feet was ground into dust by the terrifying pressure. The eclipse in Rock's hands trembled incessantly, as a terrifying haki capable of annihilating heaven and earth converged and compressed. The combined force of three conquerors' haki eruptions threatened to tear the very sky asunder. Hai no Kagetsuchi. The air split as Roger swung his blade. Doji. Before the slash was even released, his will erupted, and a deep crimson arc became a line that cleaved heaven and earth. Almost simultaneously, Garp crouched slightly, every muscle tensed, and unleashed both fists. Infinite. Countless fist shadows filled the sky, punching through the air in rapid succession. Fistbone. Rock's arm muscles bulged as his conqueror's haki dyed the blade black, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. Abyssal. An attack like the roar of hell exploded outward, countless slashes shrieking forth like vengeful spirits. Eclipse Heaven. Countless fist shadows and slashes imbued with armament haki poured down like rain alongside the roaring conqueror's haki. Boom. Slashes and fists struck Imu simultaneously, tearing his colossal body apart. In that instant, the world fell silent. Light, wind, and sound were all swallowed. The ground collapsed as the entire island was pierced through, and Imu's body was annihilated by the attacks even as it tried to heal. Dust shot skyward, and debris flew like bullets. The devastating attack landed, shattering the broken God Valley, as if the world itself were wailing. Dark crimson lightning continued to destroy everything around it, and rain began to fall without warning. Boom! The island exploded instantly, shattering God Valley into 6 pieces. Deep within the ruins, Rox leaned against a broken rock, the eclipse thrust into the ground nearby, rain streaming down his face. In the distance, Garp lay on the rubble, struggling to lift his head to see the center of the battlefield. Roger leaned against the debris, ace embedded before him, the grime on his face slowly washed away by the rain. You are strong, but far inferior to Joy Boy. From the smoke, Imu's usually indifferent voice carried a hint of emotion. Up! A roar echoed as Rox pushed himself up with the rubble, his legs trembling. All his strength had been poured into the final attack. He was now powerless to resist. Roger. Garp. Flee. I'll hold him off. Rox snarled, glaring at Emu. Even if I die, the promise will still be carried on. Haha. Rox spread his arms wide, his wild laughter echoing through the heavens. A dying struggle. Emu raised the first-generation Kitetsu, and just as the attack was about to land, boom! The clouds were torn asunder as a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky, instantly knocking the first-generation Kitetsu from Emu's grasp. The dazzling lightning illuminated the ruined God Valley. In that flash they saw it, 2 figures sprinting through the torrential rain. A silver-white bolt of lightning blasted through the dark clouds, its shockwave sweeping across the entire island as the air was violently ripped apart. A sphere of lightning comparable in size to a large island descended with lethal intent. A piercing roar of thunder mixed with a furious shout reached the ears of the 5. Rago, is that brat trying to destroy the island? Rayleigh roared at the sight of the lightning sphere, rushing to Roger's side and hoisting him onto his shoulder as he sprinted for the island's edge. Jabba hoisted Garp onto his shoulder, but when he turned to grab Rox, he was already gone. Run! Rayleigh bellowed at the stunned Jabba, and the 2 figures weaved through the ruins. Each step carved a deep crater, splashing rainwater. Garp's consciousness wavered between clarity and oblivion, his brow furrowed and lips trembling. Rox! Where is? How is? Rox! His low, hoarse voice sounded fragile amidst the wind and rain. Jabba gritted his teeth, barely able to form a complete sentence, but he answered Garp with a complex mix of emotions. Even now you're worried about your enemy. Garp's weak voice sounded again, mostly swallowed by the rain. You are also my enemies. On the other side, Roger, leaning against Rayleigh, was also still conscious. He gasped for breath over Rayleigh's shoulder, murmuring weakly. Rayleigh, where is Rox? Just as Rayleigh was about to speak, a thunderous crash echoed from deep within the island. Boom! The clouds piled high in the sky were converging thick as a continent. An invisible force pulled, dragged, and compressed. Wind and lightning tore and destroyed wildly across the island. Within the sphere of pure lightning, serpentine bolts writhed and roared, the silver-white orb descending like a heavy planet. It carried the power to judge the world, transcending mere attack to become pure cataclysm. Rayleigh's pupils contracted, and he screamed instinctively, run. He and Jabba drained the last of their strength, the ground cracking beneath their feet. The 2 figures sprinted across God Valley, leaving afterimages in the downpour. In that moment, the silver-white sphere touched the ground. The world instantly lost its voice. Rumble. The world-destroying thunderstorm erupted at the center of God Valley. Light swallowed everything. Thunder became the tide that would restart the world. The shockwave expanded faster than sound, flattening the air, vaporizing the earth. Rock and soil turned to gas under the searing heat and ionization. Mountains vanished, seawater evaporated. The world was thrown off balance. The entirety of God Valley was erased by this single blow. Where it once stood, only a colossal abyss remained with seawater rushing in, but never filling it. The remnants of the thunderstorm swirled above the abyss, slowly forming a vortex-shaped calamity of lightning and inrushing sea. God Valley was no more and rocks had become history. The rain continued to fall. It seemed to mark the end of one era and the beginning of the next. From this moment on, the butterfly's wings have fluttered, and the stories of the future will be a new world. A revolutionary army rivaling the Marines' might. A Rocks who participates in the final battle. A Whitebeard who remains robust in his old age. A Teach who cherishes family above all. A Garp who rebels against the world government for the sake of his family. A Zephyr whose wife and children are still alive. A Kaido enraged to the point of vomiting blood after his daughter is taken. The Marines' Six Admirals. A Herald who witnesses Loki ascending to the throne of the giants. A Shanks and Shamrock bound by brotherhood. A Buggy who inherits Roger's will and ascends to the Yonko throne through sheer strength. And a new Charlotte family. Days later at the ruins of God Valley. An eerie placid sea concealed a fathomless abyss beneath its surface. A colossal wound left upon the world. World government vessels prowled the ocean surface, their sonar and specialized devices sweeping the waters in relentless repetition. Suddenly a frantic cry shattered the silence. Found them. Divers in full gear plunged into the depths without hesitation. Before long, 3 battered figures were hauled up from the ocean floor. Their bodies were shattered, armor cracked and broken, yet their chests rose and fell with faint labored breaths. They're still alive. Truly. Monsters. CP members murmured among themselves, their hands moving swiftly as they rushed the survivors into the warship's medical bay. As the stretchers vanished beyond the deck, someone whispered, to pinpoint their location with such precision. Is that some kind of special technique, or an ability? Far away on a small island deep within the region that had been erased from the map. A campfire illuminated the rough cave walls, roasting a wild boar 10 meters in length. The air was thick with the mingled scents of medicinal herbs and sizzling meat. Beside the fire lay a towering figure entirely wrapped in bandages, motionless on the ground. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. Rock shot upright, instinctively reaching for his side. His body surged into a combat stance on pure instinct, wounds bursting open anew, staining the bandages crimson. His gaze swept the surroundings like a blade. The campfire crackled softly. The orange-red glow cast the face of the man before him into relief, silver-white hair cascading to the ground. Awake, are you? Eat something. Rector tore a roasted haunch from the boar and held it out to Rocks. Glittering fat dripped to the ground as the savory aroma flooded his senses. Rock's gaze settled on Rector's face, his taut body relaxing in an instant. The sting of his wounds reminded him he was still alive. He took the haunch, swallowed a massive bite, then grabbed the whole boar with both hands and devoured it ravenously. Grease slid through his fingers unnoticed as only the sound of his chewing filled the cave. After a long moment, Rocks tossed the stripped carcass aside and leaned back against the cave wall. Thank you for saving me. Rocks looked at Rector, his expression hesitating, as if on the verge of asking something. Rector already knew what he wanted to say. God Valley is gone. Rocks paused, then leaned back with a long exhale. What do you plan to do now? As far as the world knows, you're a dead man. Rector tossed a newspaper to Rocks. The headline blared, Rocks declared dead in battle. Monkey D. Garp slays Rocks, poised to be crowned hero of the Marines. TCH. The world government is setting Garp up for a fall. Rocks scoffed with disdain. Those bastards couldn't reveal themselves to the public, so they pushed Garp forward to take the credit. Knowing Garp's temperament, he'd probably raise hell at Marine headquarters. Rector, I want to know how far you can see. Rocks stared intently at Rector. It was thanks to his ability to foresee the future that his family had escaped this catastrophe. He needed to know what the world would become. Rector held Rock's gaze, then a smile curled across his face. In the future, as it was meant to be, your son Teach would become Newgate's son. Newgate's son? Rock's eyes flew wide, then he burst into laughter. I knew Alice and Teach wouldn't die. Don't celebrate just yet. Rector's words cut Rock short. Your wife Alice might already be dead. When Whitebeard found Teach, the boy had been wandering alone for a long time. Wandering? Rock's expression darkened instantly. A child's build and features would change as he grew, but Alice's appearance would not. If she were truly dead, the world government would have hunted her down. Rector watched Rocks, his observation haki clearly picking up the man's inner turmoil. Alice most likely wasn't killed by the world government. In the original course of events, Teach and his mother had been sent flying by Kuma's pawpaw fruit. Emu believed the David bloodline was extinct. It might have been something else. Now the world was shifting toward the unknown. Only the birth times of future individuals remained fixed, while all other events were subject to change. Dwelling on the future was pointless. What mattered was the present. Rector, I want you to raise Teach. The moment the words left Rock's mouth, silence fell over the cave. Rector couldn't understand it. Rox was alive, so he could train Teach himself. With Teach's potential, he'd reach at least Emperor-level strength. There'd be no need to waste decades lurking in the shadows hunting for the yami, no me squandering his potential. Teach, without any formal training, had once scratched Shank's eye. His physical prowess was no less than Shank's. In the future he could match, or even surpass him. Why? You could raise him yourself. Rector looked at Rox with genuine confusion, unable to fathom his reasoning. Haha. The world government has likely already set its sights on my family, but no one knows Teach exists. So Rector, I want you to raise him to adulthood. Besides, I can sense it. Your ambition burns stronger than mine. In time your strength may even surpass mine. Right now the world government is scouring the globe for remnants of the David clan. My family needs my protection. I Rox am not one to forget a debt. In the future Teach will be a member of the Charlotte family, loyal unto death, but that promise must be fulfilled by Teach. Rox lowered his head slightly, a fierce glint burning in his eyes. With his current strength, overthrowing the world government was impossible, and time was running out. But his son Teach could do it. No man of the David bloodline was a coward. For now his priority was protecting his family. What do you plan to do now, eh? Still chasing after your legendary devil fruit? Rector asked, curiosity piqued. Since Rox had given his word, he chose to trust him. After all, he was the savior of Teach's father. No, that fruit will be eaten by Teach. My target is a different one, a devil fruit that can push the human body's potential to its absolute limit. A wild, unbridled grin spread across Rox's face. The Grand Line Shadowport. A port city, a renowned way station along the Grand Line. No formal authority exists here, the island is governed by various gangs. Before a secluded wooden cabin, Rox pushed the door open, with Rector following closely behind. Rox, are you sure you've got the right place? Rector glanced around the room. It held only simple furniture and a plain single bed. The clothes hung out to dry were all women's, not a single child's garment among them. Follow me. Rox walked to the bed, plunged his right hand into the floor, and lifted a stone slab, revealing a spiral staircase descending into the darkness. You're quite the cautious one, Rector remarked, eyeing the stone slab that weighed at least 500 gene. No ordinary person could lift it, and no one would suspect a hidden passage beneath this shabby hut. Without caution, our family would have been wiped out long ago, Rox said without turning back, descending the passage. 3 minutes later, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Faint sounds of children's laughter and elders' affectionate scolding echoed through. Alice, Teach, I'm home. Rox spread his arms wide as he stepped out of the passage, a pure, genuine smile for his family on his face. Rox, is it really you? Alice covered her mouth, her eyes trembling violently. She couldn't believe Rox was truly alive, standing right before her. The newspapers had reported the disbandment of the Rox pirates and Rox's death in battle, and at that moment Alice felt her world collapse. Dad, you're finally back. Teach ran over on his short legs and hugged Rox's leg tightly. Teach, Alice. Rox lovingly scooped Teach up and ruffled his hair. Teach, have you been eating well and listening to your mother? Yes, I'm going to be as strong as you, Dad. Teach flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. Rector looked at the innocent, childlike Teach, finding it hard to connect him with the shameless and sinister Teach of the future. Suffering is a stimulant that drives one to grow, but now that shameless and sinister Teach would cease to exist. Rox, who is he? A burly figure appeared before Rector, eyes filled with wariness. Dad, he's the one who saved me. His name is Rector. From now on Teach will be under his care. What? The people around quickly gathered, about 11 in total, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Rox handed Teach to Alice, then led everyone into the adjacent room. The discussion lasted 3 hours. When they emerged, the wariness in their eyes had vanished, replaced only by gratitude towards Rector. Rector, we entrust Teach to you from now on. Rox placed Teach into Rector's arms. Rector looked at Teach, whose eyes were red, and nodded. He had heard their entire conversation. Rox placed a small den mushy in Teach's hand. Use this to contact us if anything comes up. Remember what I said, the mission of the David clan will be fulfilled by us. I'll remember. I will fulfill the mission of the David clan. From now on my name is Marshall D. Teach, a member of the Charlotte family. Teach nodded firmly. Alice, standing beside Rox, covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Teach was just a 2-year-old child, yet the fate of the David clan was being thrust upon his young shoulders. As a mother, Alice's heart ached, but this was the David clan's destiny, and she had no choice. If she had a say, she would only wish for Teach to grow up healthy and happy as an ordinary child. Rector, let's go. Rox waved his hand. Rector turned and entered the passage, climbing the spiral stairs upward. Big brother, do you think Dad and the others will be all right? Teach looked up, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on Rector. Of course. After all, everyone in the world who could kill Rox believes he's dead. Rector smiled slightly. A determination beyond his years flickered in Teach's eyes. As the stone slab was pushed open, a brand new future was theirs to write. Marine Headquarters, Medical Bay. The scent of disinfectant hung in the air. Garp sat by the bed, his chest wrapped in bandages, a gauze pad on his forehead. He stared at the newspaper in his hands, veins bulging one by one. Rip! He tore the newspaper to shreds, scraps of paper fluttering in the air. What the hell is this nonsense? His roar shook the entire medical bay, rattling the windows. Where's Morgans? I'll knock some sense into him myself. A nearby nurse, startled, rushed over to restrain him. Vice Admiral Garp, please calm down. Your wounds will reopen. Creak. The door to the medical bay slowly slid open. Sengoku and Zephyr walked in, their steps steady, but their faces weary, disbelief buried deep in their eyes. Give it up, Garp. Garp's head snapped up, glaring at Sengoku and Zephyr. The world government must have paid Morgans a hefty sum to publish such news. Garp grabbed Sengoku by the collar and roared, "You saw that monster too, didn't you?" It was completely on. MMPH'd. Zephyr, quick as a flash, clamped his hand over Garp's mouth, then addressed the doctor and nurses. "All of you leave us." Yes. Vice Admiral Garp needs to rest," the doctor said, leading the nurses out of the medical bay. Only when their footsteps faded did Zephyr release his hand. "Garp, we've already gone to see Fleet Admiral Kong. Even he has never seen such a thing, and there are no records of it in the Marines' archives," Sengoku said in a low voice. At this moment, the three men who had grown up together since joining the Marines felt only a profound sense of helplessness. Just how many secrets was the world government hiding? What exactly was that unkillable monster? These two questions were as unfathomable as an abyss, and they stood at the edge, witnessing the world government amuse themselves by slaughtering civilians. As Marines, they were supposed to be the protectors of the people, yet the world government, the ruling body of the Allied nations, was secretly holding such inhumane celebrations. There was once a Marine who mentioned something similar, but he soon disappeared. Sengoku's heavy voice echoed. They could feel an invisible hand manipulating the Marines. Even if we see their insane actions, we can only turn a blind eye. Garp suddenly stood up, and the next second the two of them were brawling. Bandages were torn and wounds began to bleed again. "Sengoku, you bastard have always been like this. Always thinking about climbing the ranks." Sengoku roared back, his forehead split open from a blow. "Shut up, Garp. What can we change by standing at the edge of the cliff?" The two argued incessantly, while Zephyr stood by, making no move to intervene. They fought until both were bloody, neither willing to let go. "If you ever get tainted by them, I'll kill you myself," Garp said in a low voice, his tone chillingly cold. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. "That's why you guys are watching me. Isn't that reassuring?" Sengoku straightened his uniform, regaining his composure, as if forcibly suppressing everything that had just happened. "Sengoku, what's done is done and we can't change it," Zephyr said in a deep voice, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the gloomy sky outside the window. "But the future is likely beyond our control, either. Don't forget that brat with monstrous strength from the Rocks Pirates. He was the one who caused the destruction of God Valley." Zephyr's words echoed in their ears. "Rocks is dead, and now an even more terrifying brat has emerged. The future of the Marines is uncertain." The Sky Island Appiando. Inside the dining hall, with ceilings soaring 10 meters high, ornately carved tables were laden with delicacies and desserts renowned across the world. Charlotte Linlin sat at the head of the table, enjoying her sweets, the empty seat to her left awaiting its master. Within the hall, every member of the Charlotte family had gathered. Ginny, Kuma, and Ivankov, under the careful treatment of the doctors, had their battered bodies fully restored, not even a scar remaining. 7-year-old Cracker and 10-year-old Katakuri sat together, both brothers wearing expressions of stoic coolness. Castard sat perched on King's neck, her little hands wrapped around his head, eyes half closed, as if dozing off. "Cracker, Castard, Onglu, Brauhai, Bruli, sister. Is the dessert good, eh?" 5-year-old Brauhai tugged at Ginny's skirt, gazing with longing at Ginny, who was eagerly devouring the pastries. "Sister, aren't we supposed to wait for Big Brother to return before eating?" 5-year-old Bruli giggled, covering her mouth as she looked at Brauhai. "I'm just tasting the cake for Big Brother to see if it's good." Brauhai's mouth was practically watering. Ginny picked up a small cake, placing it in Brauhai's hand with a gentle smile. "Go ahead and eat." In the distance, 1-year-old Shamrock slept soundly under Mivel's care. Creak. The grand doors of the dining hall swung open, and a figure clad in pure white stepped in, cradling in his arms a boy of about 2 with wild afro hair and lips resembling sausages. Mama, Rector, you're back. Big brother, Big Brother." Everyone in the dining hall rushed to Rector's side. He looked at his younger siblings chattering away like a flock of chirping birds. He set the Teach in his arms down on the floor. "His name is Teach. From now on he's part of our family. Such a little brother. I have a little brother now too." Teach looked at the enthusiastic crowd before him. It was a warmth he had never felt before. Today he had seen many novel things: the pure white clouds, the vast blue sea, strangely shaped birds, and these friends before him. "Teach, from now on this is your home." Charlotte Linlin's imposing figure nearly made Teach fall to the ground in shock. It was the first time he had ever seen a person so large. Rector beamed at everyone present. 12 years had passed since he had crossed into this world, and the foundation of his family was finally taking shape. The future 5 Emperor-level powerhouses of the family: Barrett age 7, King age 9, Teach age 2, Katakuri age 10, and Shamrock age 1. His era was only truly beginning now. Children, the banquet begins. Charlotte Linlin raised her arm in a cheer, and everyone erupted in jubilation. This banquet not only celebrated the vast treasures and devil fruits they had acquired, but also proclaimed the founding of the world's first family-style pirate crew. Within the underground detention facility of Marine headquarters, a dim corridor descended the stone walls bearing the marks of ages, the stairs echoing with the crisp clatter of leather shoes on stone. Before the deepest cell, Garp halted. Behind the pitch-black iron bars, a Marine soldier stood with his hands bound behind his back. His green hair veiled his face, his head hung low, as if deliberately distancing himself from the world. Garp wore a pristine Vice Admiral uniform, his justice coat fluttering slightly. A long moment passed. The figure within the cell broke the silence, his voice cold. "Dad, I'm resigning from the Marines." Garp silently regarded Dragon, replying only after a long while. "Emamia." As if he had anticipated this, silence fell over the cell once more. "If anything, I despise you." Dragon's head snapped up, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Garp, his eyes filled with undisguised disappointment and disgust. "Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, who defeated the great pirate rocks. What a grandiose title. Do you know how many civilians died at the hands of the Celestial Dragons during that celebration? You accepted that title from the Celestial Dragons so readily. Ask yourself, doesn't it make you sick?" Dragon's accusations echoed relentlessly through the detention facility. Garp raised his hand and casually tossed 2 items over the railing. Clatter. The crisp sound reverberated through the empty cell. It was a key and a map with an escape route marked on it, leading to a symbol of a person at the end. "This is..." Garp turned away without looking back, merely waving his hand dismissively. "The ship is stocked with enough supplies for 3 months. The child you brought back from God Valley is on board too. Go on." He paused, his tone gruff, yet laced with the deep love of a father. Dragon picked up the key, unlocked the cuffs binding his wrists, and watched Garp's receding figure. With a resolute gaze, he opened the cell door, a firm determination rising amidst his complex emotions. In that moment, the dim lights of the underground detention center seemed to shine with extraordinary brilliance. A path, one that belonged not to the Marines and was bound by no constraints, quietly unfolded beneath his feet. News of the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, spread across the entire world. The newspaper's front page bore a photo of a valiant and spirited Garp at his coronation ceremony. The emergence of the Marine hero served as a powerful morale boost for Marines worldwide. Even the mightiest pirates were defeated by the Marines. Yet beneath this glorious halo, the pressure on the Marines in the New World intensified. The Roger pirates, possessing the combat strength of 3 emperors, began roaming the world seemingly in search of something. The officers of the Rocks pirates were scattered across the globe. Charlotte Linlin, leading a group of terrifyingly talented children, claimed dominion over the seas near Wano Country and Elbaf. Edward Newgate established the Whitebeard Pirates, single-handedly propelling a crew of only a few members into the ranks of the world's top pirate crews. Shiki established the Flying Pirates, and following the Rocks Pirates' modus operandi, continuously recruited notorious pirates from the New World. It was the most powerful and expansive crew, yet also the most complex in its composition. These 4 great pirate crews began vying for territory in the New World, prompting the Marines to reissue bounties and bestow new titles. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, bounty 4. 98 billion berries. Captain of the Charlotte Pirates, Soul Queen Charlotte Linlin, bounty 3. 876 billion berries. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, bounty 4. 83 billion berries. Captain of the Roger Pirates, GOLD. Roger, bounty 5. 07 billion berries. In addition, Captain John Gansue and Kiersbaster each formed their own crews and became active on the seas. Kaido drifted across the ocean in search of top-tier devil fruits, while a mysterious bandaged figure, a celestial dragon hunter, emerged on the seas. This steadily squeezed the Marines' living space in the New World. On the Grand Line, in an unnamed stretch of sea, Katakuri stood atop crimson flame clouds, gazing at the wreckage of a ship slowly sinking beneath the waves. "TCH. Trash." Katakuri's indifferent voice rang out as he vanished from where he stood. In the distance, 3 white clouds drifted upon the sea. Rector lounged lazily atop Zeus's back, leafing through intelligence reports. On the other 2 clouds nearby sat King and Bullet, while Ginny perched on Kuma's shoulder devouring food. "Big brother, is this intel even accurate? We've been waiting here for 3 days." Ginny kept pulling food from the pack on Kuma's back. Kuma sat quietly on his cloud, flipping through a Bible. It was a request he'd made. Rector didn't understand why he wanted it, but he respected the wish. "Just wait a little longer. This is their only route to Mary Geos. The heel fruit is our true target, treasure is secondary." Rector set down the reports, then turned to King with a smile. The celestial dragons are yours, King. The rest of you do as you please. A bloodthirsty grin split King's stoic face, his killing intent nearly solidifying into reality. Big brother, that's the 6th pirate crew to pass by in 3 days. Katakuri released his Azure Dragon form, drifting beside them atop his flame clouds. Katakuri. The sea below rippled, and a small head broke the surface. Katakuri lifted Rashaya from the water and settled her onto his shoulder. Exactly. Big brother, every ship we've encountered these days was dead broke. Not a single devil fruit aboard, and barely any treasure either. Rashaya's small face scrunched up as she rested her arms atop Katakuri's head, her blue-black tail swishing back and forth. Seawater splashed onto Katakuri's face, yet he showed not a hint of annoyance. He pulled a towel from Kuma's pack and handed it to Rashaya to dry her damp hair. Let's wait a while longer. Rector's gaze kept sweeping between Katakuri and Rashaya. Rashaya's demeanor toward Katakuri was noticeably different. It bordered on affection. And Katakuri seemed to sense it too, neither rejecting nor acknowledging it. Perhaps he'd one day have a nephew from the Fishman tribe or a niece from the Merfolk. They're here, 50 nautical miles to the southeast. Boom. King's wings swept in an instant, a searing blast of heat surging outward. Katakuri's legs swelled, and he vanished with Rashaya in the blink of an eye. Sonic booms thundered through the air, lingering echoes of Rashaya's delighted laughter trailing behind. You bastards. Wait for me. Bullet urged his homie Cloud onward, speeding southeast. Of the three, he was the only one who couldn't fly. On the sea ahead, a luxurious vessel flew, the world government's flag flanked by 2 medium-sized warships as escorts. On the deck of the grand ship, a celestial dragon held a pale gold fruit shaped like a teardrop, his greedy gaze fixed on the cowering slave before him. So this is the fruit that heals. If you eat it, you'll become my most precious toy. Ikesad's saint's face twisted into a contorted, satisfied grin. She was his favorite slave. Her screams thrilled him more than any others. Such a perfect toy he couldn't bear to break, but with this devil fruit his plaything would never be damaged. He'd already planned it. Once home, he'd pit her against his lion mount in a duel showcasing this indestructible toy before the other celestial dragons. The woman kneeling on the deck clamped her hands over her mouth, knowing that eating this thing meant endless torment, that even death would become a distant luxury. You there, feed it to her. Ikesad Saint casually tossed the heel fruit to a nearby CP agent. The CP agent stared at the devil fruit in his hands. Greed surged for a moment, but fear swiftly crushed the desire. He had no wish to die. Clang! The sharp ring of a long sword echoed across the sea as a fireball blazing like the sun hurtled closer. Such a fine treasure. You lot don't deserve it. The indifferent voice landed as the fireball smashed through the bow, slamming straight onto the deck and igniting the ship in golden flames. The CP agent looked up at the man before him, a towering 4-meter figure wreathed in fire, and his legs gave way, dropping him to his knees. The suffocating pressure at his neck was unmistakable. A longsword wreathed in golden and green flames was pressed firmly against it. King snatched the heel fruit from the CP agent's grasp, and with a flick of his 7-star sword, the man's head tumbled away like a bowling ball. You bastard. You've wrecked my ship. Kill him. Kill him now. Ikesad Saint shrieked as the surrounding CP agents charged King, weapons drawn. Worthless scum. King's 7-star sword spun golden and green flames, swelling in an instant as a devastating blaze erupted forth. Endless inferno. The flames burst outward, and anguished screams tore through the warship. CP agents touched by the golden fire were incinerated to charred husks in seconds. Those struck by the green flames howled in agony as their flesh corroded under the searing blaze, reduced to bare skeletons within moments. Ha! Roar! Katakuri's draconic cry mingled with bullets, wild laughter thundering across the sky. The Azure Dragon soared aloft, its colossal form blotting out the sun and churning the clouds. As the escort soldiers looked up, a meteor-like figure came crashing down onto the deck of one warship. The bow was torn apart in an instant, the 3 massive masts snapping with a resounding crack, and a colossal rift split the warship down the middle. Boom! A dull thunderclap of colliding fists echoed as massive tusks burst through the smoke, revealing deep purple skin stretched over rock-like muscle. Arms like twin pillars came smashing down, their terrifying force punching straight through the deck. The warship began taking on water, slowly sinking. Bullet's stoic face burned with excitement. This was the Zoan-type mythical beast form his big brother had given him, the behemoth king of the land. Die already. Crack. With a single sweep of Bullet's arms, the warship exploded into splinters, wooden debris scattering across the sky. In the heavens, the Azure Dragon raised its head, searing flames gathering within its fearsome maw before a pillar of fire shot skyward. Dragon's breath. The flames scorched across the sky, the air warping from the heat. The column of fire descended, its devastating force punching straight through the deck, and the warship erupted in flames, slowly vanishing beneath the waves. Scorching waves of heat rushed toward him, and Saint Yakajuoda's face turned deathly pale, unable to regain his composure for a long time. 2 warships were destroyed in an instant, leaving only his own ship. A mere pirate. How dare he touch the ship of the noble celestial dragons? On the deck, CP agents kept firing at Jean, but the bullets exploded before even touching his body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Saint Yakajuoda's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. How could anyone be completely immune to bullets? Crack. A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, its blinding light searing the eyes of the CP agents. They all covered their eyes and writhed on the ground screaming. What kind of ability is this? My eyes hurt so much. I'm going blind. Lei Kutua's figure slowly materialized, and Jean directly pulled out the heal fruit from his chest and tossed it to him. Jean, start your show. Use any method you can think of. Lei Kutua smiled at Saint Yakajuoda, then burst forth with several bolts of lightning, instantly killing the remaining CP agents. Saint Yakajuoda watched the agents fall one after another, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, a yellow liquid soaking his spacesuit. You pirates, do you know who I am? Bold enough to lay a hand on a celestial dragon. The world government won't let you off. The marine admirals will hunt you down, and your families will also. Oh. Saint Yakajuoda's miserable screams pierced the sky. Jean swung his sword with one hand and directly cut off his left arm. The scorching flames instantly cauterized the wound, preventing him from bleeding to death. Saint Yakajuoda felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his body trembling uncontrollably. Do you remember me? The golden flames on Jin's body dissipated, revealing his brown skin and white hair, while the golden wings on his back turned black again. You are a mongrel of the Lunaria clan. Bam! Jean turned the blade into a flat surface and slammed it hard against Saint Yakajuoda's face. Teeth shattered and flew out instantly, and the bones on half of his face were crushed in an instant. Ha ha ha! Mongrel! You celestial dragons are the most damned mongrels. Jean burst into loud laughter, his face slightly twisted with rage. 800 years. 8 full centuries. We have been fleeing for 800 years. Do you know what it feels like to live in constant fear? We Lunaria are the true gods of the Home-to continent. Surges of overwhelming hatred erupted, and Conqueror's Haki burst forth instantly, its immense pressure constantly expanding and compressing. A deafening boom exploded and dark red lightning leaped through the air. Jean slashed at Saint Yakajuoda again and again with his sword. The blade cut through his body, causing him such pain that he almost fainted, but the flames immediately burned him awake. I will make you celestial dragons pay blood for blood. Bam! The blade tore through the sky, and Saint Yakajuoda was directly chopped into a mass of indescribable matter. Ha ha ha! The maniacal laughter echoed through the sky. Everyone present silently watched Jean. This was the first time they had learned of his ordeal. Deshiong led the slaves out of the cabin, while the woman sitting on the deck stared at the indescribable mass on the deck, her eyes blank. She doubted she was dreaming. Someone had actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. Deshiong, get ready to work. Lei Kutua shouted to Deshiong, who was placing the rescued slaves onto the homies. All right, big brother. Deshiong smiled slightly, placed Jenny from his shoulder onto a homie, then stood on top of the homie as it rose into the air. A cat paw-like substance appeared on Deshiong's palm, and the air trembled with continuous explosive sounds. A bear paw-shaped mass of compressed gas formed its thin membrane, carrying terrifying force. Bear paw impact. Bam! The moment Deshiong pressed down with one hand, a bear paw-shaped hole exploded on the sea surface, shattering all the ship wreckage, which sank to the bottom of the ocean. As the surging seawater poured back in and filled the hole, she leaped off Katakuri, Li, and Dove toward the seabed. Lei Kutua sat cross-legged on Zeus's left hand, supporting his chin, gazing at the sea surface. The pawpaw fruit was responsible for clearing the scene, while She was in charge of burying the traces of the ships. These 3 vessels would vanish forever in the ocean unless CP agents could dive hundreds of meters to the seabed and dig through the mud to find any evidence. This was the professional coffin-carrying team he had built. Balete watched as Jin's emotions gradually calmed down, then approached and said, Jean, I never expected your background to be so tragic. From now on I won't steal your food anymore. Jin's barely calmed mood nearly erupted again, and he turned to roar at Balete. Balete, you idiot. If you can't speak, shut up. Hey, we're brothers. We'll help you take revenge. Balete acted as if he hadn't heard, draping his arm around Jin's shoulders and grinning. You've awakened Conqueror's Haki. Cheer up. I heard from Dr. Vegapunk that if you find a woman, you can have a child of your own bloodline. I think Sister Kong Pate really likes you. Maybe you should think about it and let Dr. Vegapunk could teach you both. Buzz. Jin's head buzzed as he stared at the grinning Balete, and the 7-star sword in his hand emitted green flames. Balete, I'll chop you to death, you blockhead. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? He fled. He couldn't escape, even if he had wings. Le Couture air helplessly covered his face. Baleti's personality only showed the shadow of a demon's descendant during battle. But in daily life it was as if he had a grudge against Jean, a typical husky personality. Balete had been on Skypiea all these years, he had no time to discipline him, and no one on Skypiea dared to. Balete seemed to have gone a bit off track. He always charged to the front in battle, becoming a battle maniac. Let's go. Back to Totland. Big brother. I found something good. Lucy emerged from the sea holding 2 locked golden boxes just the right size to hold devil fruits. Le Couture Air's eyes lit up. An unexpected bonus. He just didn't know what types of devil fruits they were. Katakuri picked up Lucy and casually tossed the 2 boxes to Le Couture Air. Le Couture Air gently pinched with his fingers, and with the sound of chains breaking the boxes revealed 2 devil fruits. An involuntary smile spread across his face. He had seen these 2 in the devil fruit encyclopedia. One was the memory fruit, which belonged to Bulin. The other was the Zoan-type mythical Zoan nine-tailed fox form, which originally belonged to the crescent moon hunter Ka, Te Lin Na Daipong. Who would have thought that this trip would yield 3 top-tier devil fruits for free? The next phase of the plan could begin. The territory that once belonged to Charlotte Linlin lay between Dressrosa and Wano country. However, the sphere of influence that Rector had chosen anew was situated in the seas near Elbaf and Wano. The first objective was to prepare for the assault on Wano, for he had no intention of leaving the Pluton buried beneath that land. The second was to establish diplomatic ties with Elbaf. Ever since it was revealed that the destruction of the giant village by Charlotte Linlin had been orchestrated by the manipulative Mother Carmel, the giants of Elbaf had ceased their hostility towards her. Seizing the opportunity as the giants redirected their animosity, Rector forged an alliance with Harold. The Charlotte family was granted the rights to exclusively distribute branches from the treasure tree atom. In return, the Charlotte family would procure all necessary goods for the giants, waiving all shipping fees. Harold found no reason to refuse such favorable terms. For the giants, procuring goods through other channels typically incurred shipping costs amounting to 1/5 of the cargo's value. Branches from the treasure tree atom, however, were of little consequence to them. Elbaf annually pruned the colossal tree roads connecting their villages, yet the resulting branches were too small for their own shipbuilding needs. These branches, insignificant to a giant, were more than sufficient for human-sized vessels. Thus, Harold readily entrusted Rector with the sales rights to the treasure tree atom. These branches commanded exorbitant prices in the black market, ensuring Rector would not only recoup his investment, but also turn a handsome profit. A ship of equal dimensions crafted from treasure tree atom would cost 3 times as much as one built from ordinary lumber. Yet the resilience of such a vessel was unparalleled. A ship forged from Atom's branches was impervious to the fury of any storm or the ravages of any weather. This unique quality made Atom's branches a commodity perpetually in demand, but rarely available in the underground markets. Through the treasure tree atom, the Charlotte family could penetrate this clandestine economy and rise to become one of its most influential powers. Over the years, Vegapunk's research had consumed vast and varied quantities of materials, with seastone being particularly costly. The expense of scouring the world for lost technological documents added yet another immense financial burden. Now, with the mirror fruit at their disposal, they could forge an exclusive transport network for the Charlotte family, immune to the depredations of pirates and underworld syndicates alike. In the capital of Tato Land, on the training grounds, Perospero, Oven, Daifuku, Cracker, Castard, and Angel were engaged in rigorous training. Enel, merely a year old, could contribute little. Meanwhile, Blown and Bruley were with Compote on the Sky Island, establishing the framework for their intelligence network. The intelligence web in the New World was now complete and was extending its tendrils into the Grand Line. Shamrock and Teach remained on the Sky Island. Teach, being too young, was limited to low-intensity training. With Vegapunk present, any injuries Teach might sustain during training could be promptly treated. More critically, Shamrock's true identity could not be compromised. During Shank's time aboard the Oro, Jackson Roger and his crew frequently clashed with the God's Knights, who came seeking to reclaim him. Currently, Charlotte Linlin was the family's sole top-tier combatant. Should news of Shamrock's whereabouts leak, the consequences would be catastrophic. The God's Knights possessed the strength to not only capture Shamrock, but also to slaughter his newly born siblings in the ensuing conflict. At the heart of Tato Land, in the Cake Castle, Rector made his way to the training grounds carrying the collected devil fruits. With the Heel fruit and the Memo fruit secured, it was time to set the plan for Wano into motion. Wano's forging techniques were unmatched in the world. The great grade blade, Aim no Habakiri, was the work of Sukiyaki, Odin's father. The knowledge required to forge such a blade was more valuable than any physical treasure. The Memo fruit could extract this knowledge directly from the mind. Furthermore, Wano's population itself was a form of wealth. The Heel fruit could draw out a person's life force, transmuting it into a universal panacea for all wounds. The seastone and precious metal mines of Wano would solve the chronic shortage of materials for Vegapunk's research, freeing him from the need to spend exorbitant sums on purchasing metals. According to his memories, Wano was home to 3 top-tier mythical Zoan devil fruits, the Inu Inu Nomi model Okuchi no Makami, the Hibi Hibi Nomi model Yamada no Orochi, and the Hito Hito Nomi model Deo Indu. The great grade swords Enma, Aim no Habakiri Nidai Katetsu, and Shusui. And then there was the ancient weapon Pluton. This was no mere nation, it was a veritable treasure trove. Everything within Wano could be converted into resources. How could such a treasure be left to Kaido? He was a brutish fool incapable of leveraging resources a complete waste. Big brother. Castard's soft lilting voice jolted Rector from his thoughts. He turned to find her beaming up at him. What is it? Something on your mind? Rector gently ruffled Castard's hair. She rarely sought him out, usually inseparable from Barrett. Having grown up together, Castard was always at Barrett's side after his training sessions, fetching him tea, offering him food. The little girl was smitten with him. Big brother. I heard you brought back some devil fruits this time. Could I have one? Castard tilted her head, smiling sweetly at Rector. Rector scooped Castard up with one arm. These were prepared for you all along. You and Angel will each get one. Really? Yay. Castard threw her chubby little arms up in celebration. On the training field, Barrett and the others were engaged in their routine drills. Castard scampered over and pulled Angel over. Big brother. I heard from sister that we're getting devil fruits. Angel looked up, her head tilted inquisitively. That's right. These 2 are for you. Rector produced the Memo fruit and the Heal fruit. These 2 devil fruits were the cornerstone of the family's future expansion. Sis. I want this one. Castard grabbed the Heal fruit. Angel nodded and took the Memo fruit. Rector watched Castard with a knowing fox-like grin. Seeing her eagerness, Rector understood that the Heal fruit was chosen specifically with Barrett in mind. The boy's fighting style was brutally direct, leaving him with the worst injuries after every bout. Whenever she saw Barrett wounded, Castard's eyes would well up with tears. 3 days later, at the port of Tado Land, a colossal ship flying the Charlotte family's skull and crossbones flag was moored. Once all the supplies were loaded and the 300 Thunder Emperor guards had boarded, the vessel set sail. The Thunder Emperor guards were the family's elite, each having awakened both colors of Haki and mastered at least one. The vanguard of this campaign consisted of King Barrett Katakuri and Rector. Charlotte Linlin remained behind to hold Tado Land, while Perospero prepared to take charge of all affairs in Wano. Rector stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the direction of Wano, a cruel smile playing on his lips. You bastards, your good days are numbered. Captain Charlotte Linlin, age 30. Haki advanced, all 3 types. Devil fruit Paramecia Soru, Soronomi. First son Charlotte Rector, age 12, twin. Haki, all 3 types. Devil fruits Logia Goro Goro Nomi Paramecia Kuku, Kuku Nomi, Zoan mythical vampire form. Second son Charlotte Perospero, age 12, twin. Haki, 2 types. Devil fruit Paramecia Shima, Shima Nomi. First daughter Charlotte Compote, age 11, only child. Devil fruit Paramecia Dandan Nomi. Third son Charlotte Katakuri, age 10, triplet. Haki, all 3 types. Devil fruit Zoan mythical Azure Dragon form. Fourth son Charlotte Oven, age 10, triplet. Haki, 2 types. Fifth son Charlotte Daifuku, age 10, triplet. Haki, 2 types. Sixth son Charlotte Cracker, age 7, triplet. Second daughter Charlotte Castard, age 7, triplet. Devil fruit Paramecia Chiyu Chiyu Nomi. Third daughter Charlotte Angel, age 7, triplet. Devil fruit Paramecia Kyoku, Koku Nomi. Fourth daughter Charlotte Blown, age 5, twin. Fifth daughter Charlotte Bruley, age 5, twin. Douglas Barrett, age 7. Haki, all 3 types. Devil fruit Zoan mythical behemoth form. King, age 9. Haki, all 3 types. Devil fruit Zoan mythical Tori Tori Nomi model 3-legged golden crow. Shamrock, age 1. Marshall D. Teach, age 2. Enel, age 1. Ryushi, age 12. Merfolk. Vegapunk, age 27. Devil fruit Paramecia Nomi Nomi Nomi. The Wano country arc begins now. The clown Odin is about to appear. The true man Moria will also make his debut. As expected, the readership continues to decline. I wonder when this slump will end. Pirated copies are surging while my traffic is plummeting. At this rate, I might reach level 4 author next month. When I do, I'll compile all the character images that have appeared into a single chapter. Manta humbly begs for free gifts.